From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2nd and 10, back to throw. Tyron Smith locks a guy up. Right side of the end zone, Lamb. Hello, CD. Touchdown, CD Lamb.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is the way we start the Monday edition live of Sean and RJ on your home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Roberto Belt is on vacation for the week. And the Bullies, we got to get Texas William to make the meme of D-Boys or D-Bullies because Debo showed up again against the lowly New York Giants.
Yeah, they did. They showed up. I don't even know what to take from this game. They did what they're supposed to do against a bad team. You know, they beat them up. They beat up Tommy DeVito. Like, Tommy DeVito sounds like the guy that beats up a weaker person. But they did the exact opposite. And they put it to him, man. Like, this thing was over. There was a little bit of there wasn't even a spot in the game, but there was some series in the game where it was like, okay, are they going to fool around? Are they going to fart around with this team that long? It
was the first two drives.
Like, are they going to fart around with them? And then after that, it was just like, okay. I mean, they put them away. They wore them down.
641 yards of offense.
Is that good?
Their 12th straight win at home. This is a game, as a talk show host, where you come in and you just look for the history that they made. You don't even have to really analyze the points in the game. It's just like 8-9 different nuggets of information that are historical with what the Cowboys did. First half stats, 28 points. Like, it's 28 yards for DeVito.
So that's improvement.
It is improvement. Dak Prescott with 5 total touchdowns. You look at the point differential that was thrown out there. Andrew Siciliano tweeting, NFL Network. Cowboys outgained the Giants by 468, the largest total yardage difference in an NFL game in 44 years. They had more yards than their opponent than any matchup in the last 44 years in the National Football League. Dak with a 97.2 QBR. That's the best single game rating by a quarterback in the NFL this year. He's third in the NFL in QBR, just behind Josh Allen and Brock Purdy. And then, of course, CeeDee Lamb. Maybe the number one historical note. They left him in the game. I was going crazy. I was freaking out. I was panicking. I knew that Micah would be left in. CeeDee Lamb stays in to become the first receiver in NFL history to put up 3 games of 150 receiving yards or more.
It was tremendous. Like,
stat pad time.
Total stat pad time. I don't care about how great Dak looked in this game because he looks fantastic. I don't care how CD looked. I care they got healthy. They got out of it healthy. That was just, they got out of this game healthy. Like, their numbers mean nothing. The Giants stink. You can't sit here and say, oh my God, this team is going to the Super Bowl after this game. They can't say anything. You know, this was exactly what they needed to do. They needed to dispose of them and basically give themselves the fourth quarter off, and they did.
And you took the Cowboys with the 17 points.
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
History shows double-digit favorites in the NFL cover. They cover about 60% of the time since 2012. You're a double-digit favorite in the NFL. Those are the teams. You don't bet on the 2-point favorite. You bet on the double-digit favorite because they cover at a higher rate. It's crazy. Doesn't make any sense. But Vegas can't figure out. There was a time when Kansas football, you couldn't make the spread big enough. They were never going to cover. And this is the same thing in the NFL. When you have these lopsided affairs, you can't make the spread big enough. They always will cover.
Get well game for Brandon Cooks, for Michael Gallup, for the pass protection. Maybe a little bit of Tony Pollard with Rico thrown in there. Fowler gets a sack. Tank gets a sack. Dorrance Armstrong gets a sack. It's Oprah.
Everybody gets a sack.
Oprah Winfrey out here. And then Dak down the field. He completed 11 of 14 passes over 10 yards in the air for 271 and 3. That is the highest completion percentage over expectation of 10 air yards of any quarterback in a game over the last 2 years. So throwing the ball in the air 10 yards or longer, Dak Prescott 11 of 14 for 271. And the guy was not sniffed. He was not touched either. Pepe, thoughts on the Cowboys' dominant win?
Yeah, I mean, it was everything we dreamed of and said on Friday's show. I mean,
Bobby dreamed of a shutout.
Yeah, and he's wrong again. That's why he's not here for the week.
Almost got one for half.
17 points away.
I mean, man, if this is what you're going to get with Dak from here on out, because he's shown it now 3 to 4 straight weeks. If this is what you're going to get from him, I know you're not going to play the Giants and the Rams every weekend, but he was really good against the Eagles. And if you can get something like this from Dak, I'm not saying he's going to win the MVP, but you can win a lot of games going down the stretch. And then another thing is like just the dominance at home. It makes me wonder. I mean, if you can just win out and get home field. I mean, is that what we need to get to the Super Bowl? I mean, I don't want to throw the S word out there, but like, if you, you're going to play better teams at home, but if you win that way at home against the bad teams, like you're going to play the good teams pretty well. I mean, I think that's the key to getting to the Super Bowl. You need home field advantage.
We need Philadelphia to stumble a little bit here with this upcoming schedule. The networks, by the way, Fox.
Stop with the Giants,
Raiders. I know it's New York. That's what you get. That's what you get with everyone tuning out for the second half of this game when you kept Cowboys and Giants on TV. And then Olsen and Burkhardt are doing next week's game. They already announced it. We got to ask McCarthy Friday, does Greg Olsen know all your plays? Does he know all of your terminology as he was calling out the audibles yesterday? Olsen and Burkhardt are doing Cowboys, Carolina.
Yeah, thank God it's at noon, though, for them. Right, so it's like there'll be another game opposite them and, through the rest of the country. So it's not like this where it's the game of the week where everybody gets it. Like, what was the only other game on at that time? It was Lions and Chargers, right?
Yeah, maybe the game of the day.
Maybe. That was Cleveland, Baltimore would have been the other candidate. But yeah, those poor guys are just they're stuck, man.
Eagles schedule that's coming up at Kansas City, Monday Night Football. We need you, Mahomes. Buffalo in Filthy. Buffalo will play tonight. And then San Francisco, then at Dallas, at Seattle. So that is a tough 5-game stretch for the Eagles. All the networks are praying for Philly to lose against Kansas City, lose against Buffalo. They need them to lose 2 of their next 3 to set up the matchup in Arlington Sunday, December 10th. For first place in the NFC East. That is what Fox and the networks are praying for Philly to lose 2 of their next 3 to make this a game for the division lead.
Yeah, because, even after that Philly game, they really do have a brutal 5-game stretch lead, right after Washington.
Talking about Dallas?
Yes. Oh, my God. What
is it?
It's Seattle at home, home to Philly, at Buffalo, at Miami, home to Detroit.
Oh, my.
That's the Cowboys' 5-game stretch starting immediately after the Thanksgiving Day game against Washington. It's brutal. It's tough. That's why this little stretch they're in, it's so huge because you basically you can rest everybody up. You have a 4-week bye.
Yeah.
You got a bye week leading up to it. That's going to be a tough game against Seattle. You got a mini bye leading there because you're going to have 10 days off for that Seattle game before you play Philadelphia. So you got a little bit of a mini bye there.
Shout out to the early Tolos. Kyle, 5:30 a.m. club. Let's go, gentlemen. Shout out Kyle Stahl. Matthew Wilbanks. I'm not always on my way to work at 5, but when I am, listening to Sean and RJ, especially on the Cowboys Victory Monday. Let's go inside the locker room to hear from Mike McCarthy, Jerry Jones, and Dak Prescott after the absolute dominance. What does it mean? Is CeeDee Lamb the best wide receiver in the NFL, as he said? Where is Dak Prescott in the MVP conversation? Micah Parsons was calling for it late last week. How many of the national talking heads are going to have that as a topic this morning? It's a Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ. Just getting started with you on the Fan.
Middle of the field from the rookie Hyatt. It's intercepted by Deron Bland at the 25-yard line. First takeaway of the day for Dallas.
Deron Bland's fifth interception of the year. He also had 5 as a rookie. He now has 5 through 9 games during his second NFL season, his 10th pick in 26 games. And I started feeling sorry for the Giants for the second time this year. I felt bad for Daniel Jones getting hung out there to dry by that meatball Brian Daboll, who's shaking his head left and right to DeVito, coming back to the sidelines. And I started to feel bad for them as a team yesterday with this massive.
They're starting to feel it, man. They're starting to feel the pressure. That's what everybody was saying before the game. Like the pressure's on in the Big Apple. I feel bad for Tommy DeVito. He's put in that position. Like he's got no help. He's got no hope. He's got no hope and no help. And they're just bad. They're a bad football team.
I'm trying to remember a team that we've watched the Cowboys play over the past couple of years that was as bad and hopeless. Like, you just knew. After the Cowboys scored the second touchdown, like, there was zero chance. Zip, zero, none. It was over. I'm trying to think of another team that was this bad. Now, look, third-string quarterback. You know, you'd think that they're going to factor that into Dayball, but is he going to keep everyone together?
Yeah.
That's the thing. I was like, you might as well just kiss everyone's rear end. Be like, guys, I don't even care about the scoreboard. I don't care. I want to take care of you. I'm going to praise you in the media. I'm not going to call you out on the sidelines, because the way that the management can make a little bit of a turn on you since you're playing with your third-string quarterback is, all right, he lost the locker room. These guys are fighting. These guys are bickering. And as some Giants insiders say, that family does not like embarrassment. They do not like embarrassment. You got it on the sidelines with Shepard and Slayton. You're getting it with Dayball, embarrassing a player every single week. So it is a hot mess.
Yeah, they would. So they're the opposite of Jerry, right? Jerry wants the attention. The Giants would much rather you never talk about them.
Yeah.
And just fly under the radar and find a way to steal a title here and there. Like, that's kind of their organizational MO. Just be quiet organizationally. Don't make waves. Don't fire. They generally don't fire a ton of men.
Jerry's TMZ. They are PBS.
Very, very accurate. The AP. Very, very NPR. Very, very accurate.
Charlie Rose.
Yep. They don't want the attention. Which is odd for playing in New York.
Yep.
You would think you do, but they don't. So if you get embarrassed, and if you embarrass them, that's when they'll make a move.
Mike McCarthy's message to his victorious football team in the locker room after the dub.
Exactly what we're supposed to do. That's why you take care of it. Sweeping the Giants, okay? Most importantly, Tyler Smith, over there.
Good bros, way to handle business. We'll put it together again next week. Cowboys on me, Cowboys on 3. 1, 2, 3.
What went right, Coach, with the Cowboys, just to give us your overall game thoughts to dominate New York like this?
Well, I mean, I just think, obviously with the game plan and just, some of the things they were going through, it was important for us to get out there and be aggressive and jump on them. And I think it, was part of the first drive, just being aggressive. But I thought our defense did a great job taking advantage of the backed up field position, gave us 2 excellent, opportunities to go back down there and score. And then, our offense versus their defense, schematically they do a lot. It's a challenge, and we were really looking forward to it because you have to beat those types of defenses, particularly when they try to stress your protections. So, and I thought our guys did a good job of that. Pass protection was a huge emphasis for us this week, and I'm not sure. I don't think we gave up a sack. So, but defensively, they just swarmed the ball. Won the situationals, and special teams was a whole lot going on there. But
0 sacks, 4 quarterback hits. Dak Prescott was not touched. He was not pressured whatsoever. And Wink Martindale, want to play man? Go ahead. Go out there and play man with some of those corners that Bobby scouted on Friday.
Yeah, it's because I think it was Phil Simms was like, man, if you play zone, they were talking about the Giants because they were like, if you play zone, that's really easy for a quarterback to figure out if you know you're in zone. Now, some quarterbacks can't figure out zone at all, but some of the great ones, if you play a zone against them, they will pick you apart. Now, the problem with man is, when you're playing man defense, you can get exposed if you're not very good. It will really show the weak link of your defense, of your secondary, if you play man up. And that's had that happen. You want to do that. You want to be that, Mr. Tough Guy. Go ahead.
And the numbers are out there for Dak Prescott and the last 4 games. They're just stupid. And there's going to be a lot of MVP conversation today and this week. The quarterback rating over the past 4 weeks, this is just the rating, not QBR, 109, 133, 115, and yesterday was 138. He has thrown for 10 touchdown passes over his last 4 weeks, starting off with that Charger game where he completed 70% of his passes. Dak on the lightning offense that is striking from wherever and being on this 4-game hot streak.
Honestly, I go back and I think about before the 49ers game, going into that game, I felt confident. I felt good about everything that happened. The results just obviously were not there. But in this headspace, being prepared, chemistry of this team, chemistry of the coaching staff, credit them. And I feel like I talk about them every week and hopefully deservingly, or hopefully I do and deservingly so, because they're a great group that are giving us everything that we need, staying on us, always making changes when we need them. They're fun to play for and to play with in that sense and work with. So I credit them.
Now, look, I usually have a Monday rule. I'm not going to sit there and poo-poo anything. Not going to throw cold water on it. But you kind of alluded to it to start the show, and we got to keep it real. This win means nothing for where they want to go and what they need to do. Sometimes with a blowout like this, you say, well, great teams blow teams out. That's not the case with this, in my opinion. This means nothing for when they take on San Francisco again. This means nothing for when they take on Philadelphia. So this, to me, it doesn't mean anything. Good on them. Stat pad. I think the best thing that could come out of this, and I asked you guys on Friday, if there's one thing you could feel productive about that was real against a team this sorry, what would it be? And my number one answer, by far, not even close, is Brandon Cooks. And we'll get to star up, star down here in a second. But that's the only, even if you ran it against them, I wasn't going to feel great about it, right? Those were the questions, though, for the Cowboys offense.
And they did, though. They did run it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were over 5 yards of carry.
But it was much more important, in my opinion, to get Cooks going, Cooks involved, to see if that can have any type of carryover. But, and we'll get to that in star up, star down at 6. For where they want to go, for what they want to do, this means nothing.
Doesn't mean anything at all. It's the Giants, dude. Like, they're a bad team. You know, you have to beat this team. You should have beat this team by about this. When you played that same team and you beat them 40-0 on the road, and they're playing their third-string quarterback, I expect a similar result.
I mean, you bet the Cowboys with 17 points.
Yeah.
That's a lot of points.
17.5.
17.5.
That's a lot of points. And NFL teams cover that number far more than you think. This is exactly what had to happen yesterday. I think you get much more for the Philadelphia game, obviously, even though you lost.
Yes.
I still think you get a lot more out of that game than you get out of this one, because I don't really care what Dak did against the Giants. I care what he did against Philadelphia. He was very good against Philadelphia. That tells me a lot more about the prospects of the future of this team.
Jerry Jones on the offense, lighting it up as of late.
Our quarterback is playing at a level that allows us to really do what Mike wants to do, what Schottenheimer wants to do, and I think you're seeing that. You're seeing the result of a lot of practice, a lot of reps, seeing the result of a lot of guys figuring it out with each other, and certainly in Dak's case, taking advantage of that. I like the way we're running the ball tonight. We have such respect, Giants run defense, have a lot of respect for them. So when I see some of the things we did in the run game, I like that. Now I understand how you can get it going, get that score out of kilter, and get to have a different picture than it might have been.
And then with the Texas Rangers in attendance yesterday in Arlington, with Adolis Garcia and Jose Leclerc, they inspired all the rest of the teams in the Metroplex. As I said this last week, it just feels like all the teams are winning on the same day, and we get to come in here and talk about it, and everyone gets to puff their chest out. The Mavericks drop 136 on the Pelicans. Kyrie Irving with a Kobe Bryant-type shooting adjustment. 7 of 10 from 3. He scored 35. Luka scored 30. New Orleans was a little bit shorthanded, but they did have Ingram and Zion. And then you talk about the Cowboys with a get-well game. The stat pad, the Dallas Stars had one too.
Heiskanen winds, fires, that goes wide. Fleury knocked down, and they score on the rebound. Robertson in to pounce on the loose puck. And with Fleury down and out of position, Robertson does not miss. It's 6-3 Dallas.
Wild TV with the call. Go look at this stat sheet. Go look at this box score for the Stars. 8-3 over the Wild. Robertson and Wyatt Johnson each had 2 and an assist. Pavelski, Faksa, Dodonov also scored for the Stars. It's a perfect 3-game road trip. Miro had 3 assists. Ben and Sagan each had 2. Oettinger stopped 24 shots. And they cleaned up where they got healthy, their power play stats. They were really
5 goals.
5.
7 of their 8 goals were either on the power play or shorthanded. 2 shorties.
Stars, baby.
Let's go Stars, baby. That's a tremendous win. That's a tremendous number right there.
3 in the first, 2 in the second, and 3 in the third. They were only at 11% clip for the power play conversion, but the Wild have the worst penalty kill unit in the NHL. Bam, capitalize. Undefeated for DFW. All right, we need you on the TruckWreck.com text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 for your report card of the Cowboys win over the Giants. It's star up and star down next on Sean and RJ.
We're giving you your morning sports fix. DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Two receivers on each side. The ones on the right are in a stack. Tight end also on the left. Prescott on second down and goal. Back. So he's got all day. Left side of the end zone. Brandon Cooks. Touchdown. Third of the year for Brandon Cooks.
And let's begin with that. For Star Up, Star Down, the fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka here on Sean and RJ. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our number one radio audience of the entire 4.5 hours. The way to get in your Cowboy report card on the truckwreck.com text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Choppy, they came out and I was waiting for run, pass. Nope. They decided to start with a pass, and it went right to Brandon Cooks.
It's almost like they listen to the show. I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. I'm told they do. I'm told it's piped in. Jerry's got it on in his office. McCarthy's got it on in his office. Hopefully this week without Bobby, he definitely has it on. He can listen to us, shower him with kisses. But
we didn't tell him happy birthday on Friday. So
no, we didn't. That was
Mike gave a little attitude. He was a little bit surly to start because we forgot his 60th birthday.
We did. Didn't look at the Wikipedia before the show.
Yeah.
That's our fault. It's our mistake. But that first play to Cooks, you could tell like they had to have heard all the talking points.
Yeah, that was a force feed.
Force feed.
It was. And Mike, wanted to dismiss it and what do you guys want to say? Look at CeeDee Lamb. Look at Ferguson. No, Brandon Cooks not getting the football has never happened in his NFL career, and it was a problem. And yesterday, they clearly made it an emphasis. Brandon Cooks with 8 more yards receiving yesterday than he had for the entire season coming into the game. Are you kidding me? First half, 7 for 104 and a touchdown. He ended up with 9 for 173. They got him going. He gets in the end zone as well. And after the game, Mike McCarthy was asked about the difference with BC getting all the touches.
I just think his opportunities came together. So I think the protection part of it. We're getting to where we need to be. We still have work to do there. Going off of last week, and then we definitely took a step this week. And I think just with that, we're able to get into the play types that we want to live in. So, and I think you're seeing more of that here the last couple of weeks.
So Mike is trying to say, more protection, more time for the progression, and Dak can get to another receiver in the routes. I'm not totally buying that. Dak Prescott on the Cooks explosion.
Practice, man. I mean, y'all know me. I always talk about practice, what we put into it, going back to this game plan, going back to early in the week. I told him, let's put the work in, and it's going to come out. I mean, he's been there for us all year when we've needed him to. There's been games that we've come back and said, could you get him more involved? And yeah, sure, maybe so, right? He's that type of player that deserves those questions when he's not getting those targets or getting those catches. And then a little communication that we had throughout this week, and then he had a great week of practice. Some plays where, built and meant up to go for him, and then the others, he went and won. When they would double CD, they would do this or that. He went and beat his man and made it easy for me to throw.
Well, there it is, Choppy. We wanted it. We got it. Brandon Cooks finally with a breakout. And that's what we envisioned when they stole him traded a 5th-round pick for him.
Get 170-something yards out of him. That would be nice. Thought really that was the key. They got him. They haven't used him appropriately at all. They've ignored him at times, but in this game, they force-fed him, and maybe it's because the Giants' secondary is that bad. Who knows? When they face a better team, be it Seattle or Philadelphia again or Buffalo, Miami, Detroit, if he has another game like this, they're going to be tough to beat. If he's going to put up CeeDee Lamb type numbers, they're going to be impossible to beat. Let's just be fair about that one. Star up to a play that is, I don't think it's utilized enough in this game. This is the TD to Jake Ferguson.
Second and goal at the 1. Straight eye, play fake. Little flip to the left side of the end zone. Touchdown to Ferguson, who's got a little cha-cha move in him.
I don't think that they use play action at the 1-yard line enough. Not just the Cowboys. Just teams in the NFL in general. They get very, very – they kind of clog everything up there. They try to run it right in your face. And that was a perfect play there. play action, go to the left. Like, that was a perfect play. I don't think teams use that enough. I don't think this team uses it enough in general. The whole league, I don't think, does. I love the play action down there at the 1 yard line. I think it's very, very difficult to stop that. And that quarterback rollout hitting the tight end. Those are the two plays at the goal line that I think you could pass on every single time, and they did it there.
Goal-to-go situation as well. Red zone, you just try to check them all off with this team after they initially failed with the goal to go from the 2.
That was bad.
On the first drive.
That was bad. Not a single Dak run. Not a single Dak run in that series right there where they had goal to go inside the 5 yard line. They had a run. I think Dak was high to Ferguson there, and then another run. You didn't run Dak a single time? I mean, isn't that what he's great at?
Well, you should be able to score from the 2, without having to have the quarterback run it in. Olsen blamed Terrence Steele for the 4th down play where the collapse took place, and that leads me to my next star up. I think that Tony Pollard has been TP'd.
It's 1st and goal, inside handoff. Dowdle pushing, that one's in. That's a touchdown for Rico Dowdle.
Get Rico the football. 12 for 79, 6.6 a carry. I was not happy early on that they went away from him. Nick Eatman tweeted out the exact same thing. He goes, is there something wrong here with 12 yards per carry with the average? Not sure what's going on. They gave it to Rico early, and then they go away from him. They don't give him the goal-to-go carry. They don't give him that workload down there, banging amongst the fellas at the line of scrimmage. And Tony Pollard has now turned into Zeke with the fan base, and Rico Dow is the new Tony Pollard. We want Rico to get the touches and Pollard here and there, just like we wanted Pollard to get the touches and Zeke here and there, goal line or 3rd and 1, except that's not Tony Pollard's forte. But Rico Dowdle is the new fan favorite.
Right, he is. And then Rico will be the guy that you overpay in a couple years.
Hopefully not.
And he's going to be the next hated one. And everybody's going to love the free, cheap, young running back. And look, they never should have paid him. They never should have paid Tony Pollard. Never should have franchised him. They should have just sat there and let him walk and bring up the next guy. Bring him up. Could have been Malik Davis. Could have been Rico. Whoever they drafted would have been deuced in this situation. That's what they should have won. That's what they should have done. And they didn't. They paid him. And now he's hated. So congrats. They never learn. They never learn. They never learn. We thought they learned with DeMarco, that they let him walk. And Darren McFadden comes in and gets 4.6 a carry with a bad quarterback. And then they draft Zeke. Oh, no, they didn't learn there. They drafted somebody 4. Then they paid him again. God.
This was a franchise record, by the way. 6 different players scored a touchdown. 6
that good?
different Cowboys scored a touchdown. And this 50% stat is insane. And Bobby just reading off his lower back tattoo with all the Dak stats to tweet out after the game. This is the 12th time in Dak's last 24 home starts that they've scored at least 40. What? 12 out of the last 24 times the Cowboys have scored 40 or more when Dak is playing, and Dak Prescott once again did it with the legs.
3rd and 9, empty gun for Prescott. Back, looking, standing, running up out of the pocket, running to the 5, walking the dog. Touchdown, Prescott, with 16 seconds left in the half.
Brad Sham with the call right here on The Fan. Dak's legs have clicked to the perfect degree. This is Russell Wilson knowing exactly when to run in Seattle. This is, Jalen Hurts with that back-breaking 3rd down type run to absolutely kill you. Early on, before the CeeDee Lamb rushing touchdown on that same drive, it was 3rd and 6, Dak legs. He had the sideline touch throw to CD down the right sideline or the lower sideline, left or right on your radio dial. Dak was on the move and running. And there you are with him running for the touchdown. Something has clicked, and he is in a perfect decision rhythm in terms of knowing when and how to run the football. And Dak, it seemed like a lot more. 2 for 17 yards. That's it. 2 carries, 17 yards. He's just doing it at the exact right time, RJ. There's no hesitation. There's no third giddy up in terms of deciding, should I throw this? Should I throw it out of bounds? Dak Prescott using his legs has been, in my opinion, the difference in the offense.
I don't know how it's not. I mean, even though it was only 2 times, huge plays, you get them both. And then, listen, Dak doesn't have to run as much as Cam Newton used to or Lamar Jackson does now. Pick up third downs. Pick up key third downs. It's how Russ did it. And look, Russ's game has fallen on hard times because he doesn't run anymore. Dak's game fell on harder times because he didn't run. And now that he's running again, it's such a
it's a backbreaker.
It is. It really is. And and people will talk about how, if you run, you're not a quarterback. But he's not in here this week. Bobby's not in this week. No, that's what you have to be. That's part of the job. You're not just a drop back passer anymore. Those days are gone. Patrick Mahomes is not who he is if he doesn't run at all. And I don't mean run beyond the line of scrimmage, just move around. I mean, how many of his passes are rollouts or him flush in the pocket, avoiding trouble? And then he will run on you. Like, none of these quarterbacks are who they are, except for maybe Joe Burrow. Joe's like the only one. That's just a pure, simple, elite drop back passer. Who's that elite?
My other star ups here on Sean and RJ, and star up, star down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. I was talking with my guys at Panther City about the Big Green Egg the other day. Jonathan Hankins, 4th and 2 stop. After the Dak interception in the second quarter, the Giants going for it. Hankins with the 4th and 2 stop. Gallimore had a 3rd down sack. He had another sack later on, which we'll get to in star down. Fowler sack. Tank Lawrence in the 3rd sack. Dorrance Armstrong. At one point in this game, Tommy DeVito, 26 dropbacks, 5 sacks, 17 pressures. The Giants started 0 for 5 on 3rd down. The first down disparity was 14-1 early on. Just putrid football team. But those are some of the Cowboys' D linemen stat padding. And then Gallimore tried to throw out a kick where the New York Giant needed a pad right there in the nuts. Yeah.
They wear cups. They should wear cups.
I don't know. I'm assuming that they do.
I assume some do. I assume some don't. They can be tough to run with. But I think you would want to wear a cup. I don't know. I don't know if a quarterback wants to wear one or not. You get hit there. Oh, that stinks.
Anyone else for star up, star down?
I've got some star downs. But I got to give a start to Michael Gallup. This is the kind of game I think you want from him, right? 2 catches, 70 yards, and an absolute bomb, which is what he's supposed to be.
1st and 10 at the Giants' 41. Snap to Prescott, well protected, deep down the right side. Gallup in the end zone. He caught it. Touchdown to Michael Gallup. What a throw and what a catch. 41 yards.
That was a great throw by Dak. Right there, dropped perfectly.
Yes.
But that, we haven't seen him go just downfield like that. That's his game. That's what everybody says his game was or wants it to be. And maybe it wasn't a fit with this offense, the way the offense had been going the first couple of weeks. And he obviously can't cut on that leg. So maybe him just on straight go routes is the way to go. But 2 catches for 70 yards, it's the kind of game you want from him. You want big plays. You don't need him to be a possession receiver.
Yeah.
You need big plays out of him.
All right. Tolos hitting us up for star up, star down on the truckwreck.com text line. I think you would obviously go with the 3 stars of the game with Dak, Lamb, and Cooks. Pepe, what else are the Tolos saying?
You got a couple for Schoonmaker. Schoonmaker, he's fallen down the depth chart. Jake Cavender has taken over. Star up Dak, start up to CeeDee Lamb, the whole wide receiver core. So a lot of star ups here, but the main star down is a Schoonmaker.
All right, let's get to a few star downs and what else happened in the NFC East and the other teams that the Cowboys are fighting for with top seed contention in the conference. If you think the Cowboys have to have home field for any chance to get to the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, then you need to know what happened throughout the rest of the NFC, and the NFC East will do it next. But
Duke is on that side. Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone! Touchdown! San Francisco!
All right, let's check out the rest of our competition in the NFC and the NFC East here on Sean and RJ on a Cowboys Monday. After we get to a few star downs, brought to you by the Big Green Egg on your home of America's team. Obviously, we gave all the praise to Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, this defense. Star down, we talked about the goal to go. Again, the Cowboys came in 30th in the NFL in converting goal to go situations. They failed to start off the game. Tony Pollard with the run. Where's Rico? Greg Olsen blaming Terrence Steele. They did not go back and look really or break down the Dak interception.
Yeah.
There's two star downs in this game, basically. The Dak pick and the Giants had one drive where the Cowboys defense was like, okay, go ahead. Saquon, ripping off some runs. DeVito ended up with the touchdown pass, but I still don't know what really happened. There were definitely two guys in the vicinity where Dak threw the pick.
Yeah, it was a bad read on Dak's part. That was twofold right there. One, that was a bad read on Dak. Two, they put Dak in a position to fail.
Run, pick.
Run, pick. R2, P2. Run, pass, punt. They ran it on first. They ran it on second. And it's, oh, gosh, we ran on first and second. We must be in third and long. So let's have our quarterback try to bail us out. And that's what they tried to have him do. Now, look, Dak's got to do that. That's why you pay him $40 to $50 million a year to bail you out. You pay him $40 million a year to find the next CeeDee Lamb, to find the next Amari Cooper, to find the next Britt. Yeah, that's what you pay him. Yep, you don't need to re-sign Dalton Schultz. You pay him $40 million to find Jake Ferguson, and you pay him $40 million to get you out of crap on third and long.
Yep.
But they never should have put him in that position to begin with. It should have been a third and short. They could have passed on one of the first two downs, or I don't know, ran the ball better. That was a bad read.
And then star down to Wanye Thomas. Dropped interception against good teams. You cannot do that. The Giants get the ball on the 12, and then Wanye drops the interception right there in the end zone. I was not going to put this guy down for star down, but the internet told me I was wrong because Schoonmaker's name was trending immediately. I was like, hey, one drop? It wasn't a third down. It wasn't good, but he had the drop to start the drive. Dallas tight ends dropped 3 passes in week 1 against these same Giants. And the Detroit.com text line was lighting Schoon up, according to PayPay. So Twitter had me add him to the list. Got to go with a star down for Schoon because of one drop. Jordan Lewis had a couple of penalties on that one Giants touchdown drive, and then the Neville Gallimore ball kick that took place. Those were my only star downs. One more star up, Brian Anger, the punt to the 5-yard line, and I had a Mozzie sighting written down. Mozzie Smith and Sam Williams on the same drive. So that completes my entire list for star up, star down here on Sean and RJ.
Man, the only star down I had it was the pick. Why was the first team out there to start the second half? Let's let them. What was it? 28-zip. 28-zip at the half, and you're gonna just roll out with the second team.
Yeah,
just roll with the second team.
Little early.
Little early. They're gonna come back on 28-0.
Probably not. But what if they had that touchdown drive? Was that their first drive of the third quarter? I don't think so. If all of a sudden it's 21-0, Dak is cold. Cooper Rush is in. Star down. We want Trey Lance over Cooper Rush from the Tolos. So Micah was in. Still trying to get into the stat sheet. Couple people are going after Micah Parsons. I heard he was not in the best mood afterwards, and he went on social media and said, I haven't been this quiet in a long time with the mouth zipper. What is all that about? Because I guarantee you it's about something. What's he trying to say?
I don't know. It's generally a bad look when you're upset after a 32-point victory.
Mm-hmm.
It does show a level of selfishness of me first.
Yes.
If you're upset after a victory like that,
maybe he's upset about the Penn State offense. Who knows?
Could be. Maybe he is. Maybe he's upset about all that. That Harbs is still allowed to coach during the week. I don't know. But that's generally bad. I mean,
yeah.
Look good and lose, look bad and win. What would you rather do? Would you rather look good and lose or look bad and win? If you're going to be upset about a 32-point victory or you're going to be moping around, that tells a lot of people that you would rather look good and lose. And that doesn't jive with a lot of people.
Micah, as of late, they don't have his Giants box score in the one I'm looking at, but he had a sack in 3 straight weeks, had one against the Chargers, had one against the Rams, had a sack and a half against the Eagles. He's got 7.5 on the season. So I'm sure we'll hear about it with his Bleacher Report podcast. Let's finish up star down, pay.
Yeah, the totals on the fan text, star down Greg Olson, star down Tony Pollard. We do get a star up for Mozzie Smith, though. And then 1817 says star down to Micah Parsons, not showing up on the stat sheet.
Why a star down for Olson?
They're criticizing the run game, the Cowboys run game.
Okay. Tolo Jake, nitpicky, but star down on Micah's body language. I know he wants sacks, but what happened to celebrating with your teammates when they make plays? Still a beast, just appears to be mopey when he's hunting. I totally agree with you. Jake. So we'll find out. He'll switch it up to something. He's usually very blunt and honest, but he'll make it about something else. Hopefully that is not a little mini distraction. Okay. Let's see what's happening around us as we try to talk about the Cowboys' home field advantage. Man, I'm ticked off. I'm considering calling Mike Bassick and interrupting his beach vacation in Cabo right now because of his Jacksonville fraudulent Jaguars that got destroyed by San Francisco. 34-3 at home in Florida. That's what you give us, Trevor? That's what you give us, Jacksonville?
Are you embarrassed?
The Jacksonville absolute Jag frauds, whatever you want to call them, they get destroyed by 31 points. And San Fran got healthy. They're now 6-0 when Debo and Trent Williams play and finish a game. Brock Purdy, the number 1 QBR in the National Football League with 3 touchdowns. And the only positive is McCaffrey got stopped and didn't break the consecutive touchdown record as, man, they went out of their way to force feed him up 30 late in this game. They went for it on 4th down. They kept everyone out there to try to get McCaffrey the touchdown record. Fortunately, he came up short, so he's leaving it tied.
That's a win. That's a win. That is a great win for San Fran. Jacksonville was everybody's darling, and Brock Purdy, you said number 1 in the QBR. He's also number 1 in DVOA, which is per play efficiency, which I like better. But he's 43% better than league average. That's phenomenal. What he is doing, like he's having a tremendous year. Even when they lost 3 in a row, and he was a little bit banged up, and his players are banged up too. Remember, his players are banged up as well. There's a concussion protocol, which I thought was like a weird thing for them to rush him back. But man, he's having a good year. He really is, and that is a nasty team. When they're healthy, they're going to be tough to beat.
Jackson fraud, Jackson fake, whatever you want to call
I think
him.
Jackson fraud's good way to go.
Jackson fraud doing us no favors as San Francisco with a reminder, we are still he, we are still him. The other game that took place in the NFC East with Filthy on a bye.
Here we go. It comes down to this. Jason Myers between the hash marks from 43. The kick is going to be long enough, and the kick is good. Jason Myers wins it on the last play of the game. The Seahawks facing all kinds of issues in the 4th quarter. They come back, they score, and now they win it.
Dude, the amount of field goal walk-offs in the afternoon games was insane. It was just like one by one. Arizona got a walk-off field goal win in Kyler's return. I believe that Detroit got one to end up beating the Chargers Seattle got one to drop the Commanders to 4-6. Ron Rivera was trending for clock management issues. They are feeling good in D.C. that they have found their quarterback with Sam Howell, who threw 3 touchdowns. But Seattle is 6-3. I was hoping for a Seattle loss here to kind of give the Cowboys the edge over them if it comes down to wild card standings and seeds and all that stuff. But the Seahawks get the win at home.
Yeah, they're a good team. They're a solid football team. They don't do anything flashy. They have no problem beating you by a field goal. They are not going to sit there and they are not going to put up and win 49-17. The Cowboys can do that. Seattle just beat you. They're well coached. They're a good team.
877-881-1053. So, the standings in the NFC East. We need the Giants to actually start winning some games, by the way, for the quarterback race. Filthy is 8-1. They're 2 games up on us. The Cowboys are 6-3. The Commanders are 4-6. And the Giants are 2-8. What was the other game that really stood out to you yesterday? Everyone is kind of on Belichick watch this morning. I don't know how crazy that's going to get, but they had the early game. I'm like, I can't watch this thing. I'll put on the Grinch. Let me see if Ollie likes this cartoon. Whatever other Christmas stories that they're broadcasting now. And the New England Patriots finish up this game in fantastic style. And by fantastic, I mean horrid. As Mac Jones gets benched, Mac Jones underthrows a ball that was intended for the end zone. Badly. He gets benched. Then they go to your boy, the backup quarterback.
Bailey Zappi.
That we thought could go ahead and take over. He tries to execute a fake spike Dan Marino versus the Jets. He ends up throwing an interception, and Belichick is just like, oh my gosh. The Indianapolis Colts beat New England abroad.
Yeah, they did.
Garbage.
That was a garbage performance. What an ugly game. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do moving forward. They got to buy now. I have no idea what they do with Mac Jones, with Bailey Zappi. They got to fix something.
What about Belichick?
What do they do about Belichick?
The reports are he may not survive if they lost this game.
I would be really, I'd be really disappointed in Bob Kraft if they fired him mid-season.
Yeah,
that's a bad look. You know, like,
did you see Bill O'Brien giving it to Mac Jones on the sidelines? Yeah. Destroying him. As Diana Rossini reports, league insiders believe the Patriots and Belichick will mutually part ways at the end of the season. Their money is on a mutual parting of the ways. As I said would happen weeks and weeks ago, this would be the end for Belichick there, and they'll let him go ahead and walk away.
And he will take over the Giants.
Ooh.
And he will have his career come full circle.
Ooh, okay.
Maybe not. I don't know. But like,
good storyline.
It'd be a good storyline. It'd be, it'd be cool. It'd be interesting to see him in the division, twice a year, what he does and how that whole situation works. But man, it's a nightmare there. There were some good games over the weekend, and that's going to be one that's talked about a lot because of how important it is to the history of the NFL. And Bill Belichick's standing in the NFL is legendary. But the Houston-Cincinnati game was a great game. The Baltimore-Cleveland game was a great game. The Detroit and Charger game was a great game. There was a lot of good games this weekend. Now, on paper, they may not have had some bang-up ones. They turned out to be really, really good.
All right, we had some upset Tolos in the Cowboys post-game show. Going at myself and the general, Gavin Dawson. Does Greg Olson know all the Cowboys plays? The other things you need to know from the 49-17 beatdown of the G-Men. Next for the 6 a.m. Club with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But what?
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Here they come. Prescott looks over the middle and hits. Lamb one-handed catch at the 40. There's a flag in the secondary at the 45 of New York. And it does look like a penalty against the defense.
An absolutely sick one-handed catch. CD with the left with pass interference early on. As he goes on, and I didn't add the 10 catch stat that I needed to the history that he made, CD becomes the first player in the history of the National Football League to have 10 and 150 or more in 3 straight games, and he did it again yesterday. And oh man, I love the barking afterwards. I love the talking afterwards. By the way, Dak Prescott on the play where he stuck out the tongue, he said, they showed that on TV. I'll be honest, I was throwing it away. But that CD being him, just put it in his vicinity, and it's going to be his or nobody's. Greg Olsen was trying to say that was part of the scramble drill. And like CD Lamb just knew to come back for the football. Dak said he was trying to go ahead and throw it away. That's the one little thing I wish Dak would improve that I don't have any belief in, and I get worried. He will never take the easy throwaway, ever. Ever. He's looking for the completion. He holds it a bit too long to go ahead and take a shot. And here he wasn't even getting it out of bounds, obviously, because CD caught the football, but he said he was trying to throw it away. That was CD Lamb making a play. And after the game, CD was saying, Richard Sherman, I'm the top, quote, I'll give you the quote, I'm the top receiver in this game, and it's no question about it. If there is, I'll see y'all next week. Dak was asked, where does CD rank among the top wideouts? Number 1, he's the guy that I throw to. He's the one who puts all the work in. Here's number 4, talking about 88 after.
CeeDee Lamb with the streak, and I don't even want to call it a streak because that's who he is. It's just what he's beginning to do week in and week out. Is it starts with him, but then those other guys understanding if we're going to get one-on-one opportunities, we're going to do the same thing. And obviously Brandon had a night tonight. MG, a couple big catches. So everything's just really coming together, and that's my point of this is about us. This is about us hitting our peak at the right time and just trying to grow. And we're going to do that. We're going to make sure that doesn't stop. We're not satisfied with this. I can promise you that. I'll have an interception and maybe two or more plays. One should have been an interception that I won't, you know what I mean, get quite the peaceful sleep that I want. We'll be thinking about, but that's where I am. That's where this offense, that's where this team is striving to be our complete best.
Choppy, Lamb is 3rd in yards behind Tyreek and A.J. Brown. He is 6th in catches. He's putting up 14 a catch. Man, he is doing everything.
He's fantastic right now.
Rushing touchdown yesterday.
Oh, that was a great play too. And that was that. I had that initially in my star ups. I was like, they needed to get something going, figure something out in the red zone. For a lot of teams, the Cowboys are one of them. The regular season, I don't want to say this to sound elitist. The regular season is a formality for this team. You know what I mean? Like, there are some teams out there. The regular season is not about. It's about finding out who you are and finding out what plays work before the postseason. There are some teams where the regular season is about getting the playoffs. This team is they wake up, they burp 11-win seasons with the Dak McCarthy combo. They just do. Like, let's be fair. 12 wins in back-to-back years. They're going to win 10 to 12 games this year, and they're going to make the playoffs. Playoffs, the regular season is a formality. It's about finding out what works. And that end-around play, and then the play action to Ferguson at the 1-yard line, those are going to be huge in 3 months in January when this team needs a big red zone touchdown because their red zone struggled this year. You got to try to find ways to figure things out. Dak running in the red zone for a touchdown, Lamb on the end around, Ferguson on the play action at the 1. Those are all good.
All right, apparently it was not all good with the post-game pay. What happened last night?
Man, the Tolos going after Gavin Dawson and Sean Sharif, maybe threw Sean's name in there.
What'd I do?
I don't know. They must be listening. 6 a.m. club, But yeah, Tolos. This is Dirk and Allen, and so for reference, he's talking about here.
Hang on, is this really Dirk?
Well, this isn't Dirk Nowitzki. No, this is Dirk.
Does
and
Dirk
Allen.
live in Allen, you think?
No,
I don't know. I would think he doesn't live in Allen.
He's Highland Park or Germany.
He's Germany.
Dirk in Germany.
Prosper.
So for reference, this caller is talking about the tweet from Mr. Gavin Dawson, the general on G-Bag Nation. Gavin tweeted after Dak's interception, can't blame Dak for that pick. The receiver's got to know he prefers to throw short on the sticks on 3rd down.
Oh, it's a shot of the. So okay.
So it's a little shot, but it's like it was a blowout. It's like, Dak was playing really well, and like it's got 53 comments on there. It blew up a little bit of Tolo's just going after him. And so this is a little bit of back and forth with Dirk. Broadus throws in there, and then you can see he mentioned Sean's name here near the end.
Yeah, sure. It's a bad pick. He's thrown bad picks before, just like all these other.
Okay, but that's our job. That's our job to talk about it. That's our job.
It's your job to do that. It's not Gavin's job and people's jobs like that to go on Twitter and say, "Oh, we should be used to that on 3rd down. He throws short of the sticks." He's the best quarterback in the NFL on 3rd down right now. But what are we doing here?
I'm just
hold your coworkers accountable tomorrow then.
I hold absolutely. We all hold each other. No, we do. We get in discussions about this all the time. We do. We absolutely.
You might, but those two.
I got in a big fight with Gavin at training camp about Dak. He talked about Cooper Rush could lead this team to 10 wins, and I said absolutely not. That's disrespectful.
Don't be selective listening then.
I'm not mad at you, but what I'm saying,
nobody's mad at anybody here. I'm just saying we hold each other accountable. We point out the good play. All we've ever asked is to try and be fair. That's the whole thing.
But that's the thing is I don't think in general.
You don't think we've been fair?
No, I don't. And I'm not talking. I don't want you to make this about you. And I'm
not making it about me. I work for 105.3 The Fan. I work for DallasCowboys.com. But see, that's what I'm saying. We talk about the good and the bad.
I think you are, for the most part, objective. I don't think overall the narrative, I don't think it is objective. I think it's when they lose, Dak is terrible, and it's whatever.
Right.
He throws a pick in a blowout game. We got to dissect it. It's like,
but that's our job.
And we don't do.
That's our job.
That's your job. Is it Gavin's job to get on?
Yes, it is. Yes, it's all our jobs. Anybody that's on the station, it's our jobs. Anybody on the station.
It's Gavin's job to get on. It's Gavin's job to get on Twitter and pretend that Dak sucks. That's Gavin's job.
That's Gavin's Twitter. If you have a problem with him with his Twitter, go at him with that.
But it's Gavin, it's Sean. All those guys do that stuff, and I'm just asking, what does Dak have to do for that to end?
Win a Super Bowl.
The whole team has to win a Super Bowl.
That's Dirk. That's what it is, buddy. He's got to win a Super Bowl, or it's never going to stop. It's never going to be good enough.
Okay. Dirk is a little crybaby. I do think that, first off, I am so fair. I'm so fair as F is what I would like the T-shirts. I believe I could be a judge. I really do. That could be. I can hate an individual and be like, but they do this well. I'm talking about people personal life.
Sean's always wrong.
I can give props. I didn't say anything bad about Dak Prescott yesterday whatsoever. I said he's been playing fantastic. I said that they need to turn the team over to him. I've said that the past 2 weeks. If you Tolo, you know that. I'm not even going to get mad at little crybaby Dirk right there. I'm not even going to insult the little repeater, the guy that they should have hung up on 3 minutes prior with that phone call. Dawson took a cheap shot. It was a cheap shot. I acknowledge it. I love Dawson. I'm about to be neighbors with him again. I follow him throughout the entire Metroplex, wherever he moves. He can't get into a gated community that I don't try to break into and nestle up next to. That was a cheap shot, but I've been calling it like I see it. Congratulations, Dirk. The Dallas Cowboys and Dak destroyed a college football team, and that may be an insult to college. Whoop-de-freaking-do. I was very happy with the majority of the Tolos who said, it's the Giants. Whatever. This win means nothing for them in terms of what they want to accomplish. Dak Prescott has been playing out of his mind. We will have a future MVP conversation about him. I've been saying it. I've been giving it up. I want to see it against a really, really good team for the chance to advance throughout the playoffs. That's all. I just want to see it against, someone who's not the little Giants.
Dirk was early career Dirk there. A little soft. little soft. He was a little soft there. There's nothing wrong. Dawson was just joking, man. That was a joke. That was a comedy. I appreciated the attempt at humor. It's a comedy tweet. Very irreverent.
Yeah.
Very Gavin Dawson. Very dry. Very British humor. Very British humor.
Is he British?
No.
Oh.
Big fan of it, though. Big fan of British humor, okay? That's exactly what that was. It's very irreverent. Get with the program. Dak had a bad pick. It's a bad interception. It's a bad read. I also thought the Cowboys did him no service because they put him in a 3rd and long situation by their first 2 down play calling, which was terrible. But Dak's got to make a better read than that. The defensive player baited him. Guess what? Dak ain't the first quarterback to be baited by a defensive player, and he ain't going to be the last. And every single one of them falls for it at some point.
Let me ask you about this Greg Olsen Audible thing. So, of course, Olsen and Burkhardt, the number 1 team at Fox, all they have is Cowboy games. That's it. They're doing Cowboys-Panthers, which opened at 10, by the way, yesterday from BetOnline. The Cowboys are favored by 10. So Dak is up at the line. Here we go. Here we go. And he was changing a play like he did with that first Tony Pollard run on that first drive where they came up short. He killed it to a run. Dak was changing the play, and Olsen goes, this is probably to the left here. Doing a lot of Cowboy games. I love doing Cowboy games because I basically know all the plays and the entire playbook. And I was like, okay, so is that a thing to where, like, the Cowboys need to change that? If Greg Olsen knows, then obviously all the other teams know. And when Dak is, I think the term was, hang on, I have it written down here. False. He's like, false means run left. And they ended up running it left. I was just wondering how much of a thing that is. I'd like to ask McCarthy about that. And people are coming back at me. Tolo's defending it, going, it's universal. Universal throughout the league. Well, I wouldn't want my audibles to be universal. That's just me. I wouldn't want everyone to know that false is run left. Yeah. I would change that so the defense doesn't know to defend left. I was wondering what you thought, what y'all thought.
There's a lot of things, any kind of, watch these Manning detail segments, any word that starts with an A alerts the players that an audible's coming. Apple, or the word Apple, right? Or you touch your helmet, it means alert. Be alert, here's the audible. Like that's a very normal thing. Again, I mean, you would think you would want to have it more secretive.
Yeah.
But you also have, you've got you're screaming out calls to players. You've got to keep things as basic as you can get. I would think. I get it. I don't know what to do because you got to have different calls on home and road, right? Road, you can't yell out there. You can't yell, here we go on the road.
Right. Here we go.
Yeah, you can't do that on the road. So you're going to be doing sound counts.
The Rangers were in attendance with Adolis and the Clerk. They inspire the Cowboys to a blowout win, and apparently they inspired the rest of the Metroplex teams with the Mavs Stars getting it done. Jimbo Fisher is getting fired, and Cowboy headlines for the win over the G-Men. That's all next with Sean and RJ.
Let's get you.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2nd and 10, back to throw. Tyron Smith locks a guy out. Right side of the end zone, Lamb. Hello, CD. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb making history. Dak Prescott on fire. 6 different Cowboys scored touchdown. 641 yards of offense. We were threatening the Miami Dolphins, what they did earlier this year. The Cowboys destroy the New York Giants. 49-17 on this radio station. It's Sean and RJ with everything you need to know to start off your week here on your home of America's team. Their 12th straight win in Arlington. And here is what Dak Prescott has done over his last 4 games against the rest of the league. He's number 1 in passing yards, 1354. He's number 1 in passing touchdowns with 12. He's number 1 in total touchdowns with 14. He's 2nd in completion percentage at 72. He's number 1 in QBR. He's number 1 in yards per attempt, 9.7. And he's number 1 in EPA per play. That's all good. And that has Dak Prescott in some MVP. That will be headline number 1 today. Is Dak Prescott the MVP? Where is he in the MVP? Number 2 will be, is CeeDee Lamb right, that he's the best receiver in the National Football League? Get ready for that on all of the national TV shows. And we'll talk about it tomorrow with Jerry at 8:30. Let's hear Mike McCarthy talking about this game turning into a blowout early.
You know, there's so much that goes into that, you know, and sure you don't want to hear me talk about the team, but, you know, it's – you know, this is a hard league, you know, and you get in situations, you know, whether it's health and, you know, whatever else is going on. But, you know, that's why, you know, I just talk about it all the time. You know, when you don't have all your players, nobody cares, you know. So, and, you know, I've been on both sides of that. So I think it's just, you know, you got to keep your eye on the target. And that's what I think our guys did a good job this week. It was important for us to go out there and play better than we did last week. So, I mean, the only thing that's, you know, frustrating to me is, you know, the penalties in the second half. But other than that, I thought our guys totally took control of the game early and commanded it for 4 quarters.
So I always go and judge the Cowboys off of like my own separate set of categories. I throw together 3 separate ones. I judge their penalties, their goal to go, and their red zone. Red zone yesterday, they were 6 of 7. Fantastic. That will help the numbers balance out. Penalties. How many penalties do you think they had? There were 11 total penalties in the game.
4.
9.
Oh.
It felt like they had like 3. The first penalty of the game was Tyron Smith at the end of the first half. The Giants had 2 penalties for 5 yards. The Cowboys still ended up with 9 for 83.
God,
I did not feel like that was the case.
No, I didn't either. This is a they got, obviously there's a penalty problem. That there's some undisciplined aspect to it, and you have seen there are tons of statistics that show that the teams that are penalized pre-snap are not good football teams. The Cowboys are one of them, though. They're a good football team, and they are penalized heavily pre-snap. That's very, very poor. You can't have that. You can't have those are crippling to a football team. But
it's like how the Warriors get away with turnovers. They always have a lot of high turnovers, but they're trying to move the ball too.
Yeah, well, you know, when you shoot threes at the rate they do, you can get away with a lot of things. And you know, when you pass the ball well, you can get away with a lot of things too in the NFL. But this is not exactly the way you want to do it.
Of course, the most exciting thing out of this game for me is Brandon Cooks got going. Rico Dowell making the argument that he should get more touches. The Cowboys ran for 168 on the ground. Rico had 6.6 a carry. Pollard 3.7. And Brandon Cooks, first half. Are you kidding me? 7 for 104 and a touchdown. He ended up with 9 for 173 with a long of 37 on 10 targets. 10 targets, 9 catches, and of course, CD 11 for 151. Gallup 2 for 70. Jalen Brooks 4 catches for 39 yards. This was a get-well game, stat pad against a horrible, horrible team that is on their third-string quarterback. Other games, and Peyton is spying on New York radio. We're going to have the New York headlines and what they're crying about this morning at 7:20 during the Expressway. But Houston, I got to give it up to y'all. You know I normally hate you. I hate all of your fans. Man, do you have bright days ahead.
38-yard field goal attempt from the left hash mark for the victory for Matt Amendola. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick. Plenty of leg. And it's good! The Texans walk off with a win. Yes! In Cincinnati. They take it 30-27. Matt Amendola at the buzzer.
A final drive on Houston radio over the final 93 seconds, led by C.J. Stroud. 356 yards on the day, and the armpit beats the red-hot Bengals in Cincinnati. This is a second straight week that C.J. directed a game-winning drive. He did it against Tampa, 75 yards in 40 seconds. Here he is, final 93 seconds. Noah Brown and Dalton Schultz blowing up again for the armpit. Man, you're a Houston fan. You got to be doing backflips. You got to be thrilled and excited. Your future looks amazing. The Texans are 5-4. The Bengals fall to 5-4.
Nobody is one player away, unless that one player is a quarterback. Look at that. Look at Houston. One player. If one player can help you turn your franchise around, it is a quarterback. That's it. It's the only time you're one player away. What a player. What a player he is right now. What a player he's become.
What did you see of him? You compare this back to the Ohio State days and saying, oh, you could see this. I thought this was going to happen. I didn't think this was going to happen. What do you remember back as a Buckeye?
I thought Bryce Young was going to be a better player. I thought CJ was going to be really, really good. I didn't think he'd be this. He is having. Who else would possibly be in the Rookie of the Year category?
Like Dak and CJ. CJ may have to be thrown into an MVP discussion. There it is. Is CJ in the MVP conversation right now on TV? He leads the NFL in passing yards per game with 15 touchdowns. Yesterday, he only threw his second pick. You got to throw him into a discussion. What an impressive win.
Yeah, let's see. This is the standings. They're 5-4. They got a chance at a playoff spot. All right, that's not going to be easy in the AFC. The AFC has 10 really good quarterbacks, like really good ones. There are going to be 3 quarterbacks in the AFC, at least, maybe 4 now, who missed the postseason. Like, that's how good the AFC is at the quarterback position. And, CJ is one of those guys. If they find a way to sneak in the playoffs after having that pick in that position, that's amazing. It's amazing for him, and he may very well get that MVP.
Meanwhile, AFC battle. This was supposed to be proving who had the number 1 defense in the National Football League. Who is it? The Baltimore Ravens at home were up 24-9 on the Cleveland Browns, and then this happened.
Here's the snap. It's a good one. The hold is good. The kick is on its way, end over end, and it is good, but there's a flag on the field.
Field goal will count. This will end the game.
And that will end the ball game. The Browns have won it 33-31. They've come from behind.
And my Cleveland Browns. They're Derek Collins, but I think I picked Cleveland in the postseason, even though I thought Deshaun would be even better. The Browns moved to 6-3, winning in the AFC North. The Pittsburgh Steelers won in the AFC North as well, with the toughest division in football. 33-31, they dropped Baltimore. Bad loss for Baltimore, who were up 15 points with this defense that was number 1 or statistically very, very close in the league. And they coughed up the lead.
They coughed up the lead. You talk about those 2 defenses giving up 64 points or whatever it is. That ain't a good day. That ain't a good day. But what a comeback for Cleveland. Deshaun didn't have an incompletion in the second half. Just a tremendous day for Deshaun in Cleveland.
The reports are that Jimbo Fisher is going to be fired at Texas A&M.
Look, you don't often get fired after a 41-point victory. Yeah. But Jimbo did. The previous record was Gus Malzahn and a $26 million or $20 million buyout. And this is going to be $75 million. Woo! This is going to blow by the Gus Malzahn buyout there.
It's more than double. More than double the known buyout paid to a fired college football coach who held that previous high.
It's like almost 3 times. And then when you factor in all the coaches that are going to be a part of this, they're going to be wind up paying close to $80-90 million in buyouts.
In 2021, they gave him a 10-year, $95 million guaranteed deal. Guaranteed. And you look at his overall record, 45-25, 6 seasons, at College Station. 0 national titles, of course. 0 conference titles. 0 division titles. 0 10-win seasons. 0 wins versus ranked opponents on the road. 0 ranked finishes in the last 4 full seasons. Worse record than Kevin Sumlin. $76 million guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Like this was a bad situation for A&M to be in. High oil. You can thank your gas prices. Your $3.80 a gallon gas price. This is how they were able to afford Jimbo getting fired. All right, because all those big oil monies down there, and they're going to pay out all this cash. I mean, last year the entire sport had $90 million worth of buyouts, and they're going to almost hit that with Jimbo. Unbelievable, unreal. What a disaster it was. And now the search begins.
Meanwhile, Jim Harbaugh gets punished.
Sort of. We said they were going to maybe do something on Friday in terms of having an announcement, not even a suspension announcement, just a response to his response to their letter that they were going to punish him. And they came down. The Big Ten said, suspended for the rest of the regular season. You could still coach during the week. You just can't be on the sideline, which is a joke of a suspension. Like, he's able to prepare the team, but then he just can't show up at the game?
No one's dying.
I mean, does Jim Harbaugh call the plays anyway?
Ridiculous.
It's very, very ridiculous. The NCAA is going to have their own. They're doing their own. This is the Big Ten. So the NCAA is doing their own ruling. Harbaugh is, now going to be unable to coach on game day the rest of the regular season, and then he'll be back for the Final Four if they make it. It's very strange.
And then the audio of the weekend, they beat Penn State without throwing a pass in the second half of this game. Is it Sharon Moore?
Yeah.
Coach Moore, the fill-in for Harbaugh, dropping curse words all over national TV.
I want to thank the Lord. I want to thank Coach Harbaugh. Love you, man. Love the out of you, man. This is for you. For this university, the president, our AD, we got the best players, best university, best alumni in the country. Love you guys. These guys right here. These guys right here, man. These guys did it. These guys did it, man. It's all to him, man.
So there's Michigan getting a huge win over Penn State. The rest of the Metroplex made it a clean sweep. Cowboys destroyed the Giants. The Dallas Stars with a get-well game over Minnesota. They scored 8 goals, 3-0 on the recent road trip, 16 total goals in their last 3 games. Yesterday, 5 power play goals, 2 shorthanded goals, so 7 of the 8 were on special teams. Johnston, Robertson with 2 goals apiece. The Stars are 7-1-1 on the road this season. That is the best 9-game road start in franchise history, and your Dallas Mavs are feeling great as well.
Here's a block by Lively on an attempt by Ingram. Here is Kyrie pulling up, and he swishes another one. A spectacular shooting performance tonight by Irving.
They murdered the Clippers on Friday night at the AAC. Destruction.
Twice. Well, Brian Damaris once, and then the Clippers on the floor.
That's right. We'll get to Damaris going viral. The former executive coming up at 8:20 this morning. But yesterday, they beat down the Pelicans. 136-124. Kyrie, 7 of 10 from 3. 35, 7, and 6. Luka with 39 and 4. The Mavs had 6 turnovers as a team? Are you kidding me? That is incredible. 6 turnovers as a team. Zion had 18 points. Brandon Ingram with 20. The Mavericks are 8-2, 4-1 on the road. They got this victory in New Orleans, and they'll take on the Pelicans again tomorrow. 2 straight games in your favorite city.
And they're gonna they're gonna run and hide in the Southwest. They're gonna run and hide. They're 8-2. Houston, without minus a 6-game win streak, would be just disastrous. They are gonna run away with that division and just be able to hide. They'll have a top 3 seed in the conference.
All right, the Tolos have asked Pepe to spy on New York radio. Are the giant radio hosts crying in the Big Apple? What are the papers saying? We spy on the enemy and get you some Dallas Cowboy headlines in the Expressway, commercial-free with Sean and RJ for the next 40 minutes right after this. Don't wait for Black Friday or Cyber Monday.
Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Cowboys are 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line of New York, coming right to left in the white shirts. Prescott's under center, fakes it to Pollard, gives a reverse to Lamb, block on the edge. Lamb will walk the dog, which is quite a sight, a Lamb walking the dog, but touchdown Dallas.
CD with the rushing touchdown to get things started here on your home of America's team. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt is off this week. We still got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. 49-17 Cowboys with the absolute destruction. We'll take your Cowboy calls at 8 o'clock this morning here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we need your creativity. We need to see what the New York papers are crying about. Pepe has been spying on Giants radio as well. It's time for headlines. What are they saying?
So the Daily News doesn't put out their covers anymore for some reason. Stupid, so I don't have that one. And the New York Post, very disappointing. They had a Jets headline. Grieving Las Vegas. Very clever.
Ooh.
Very, very clever.
Raiders go 2-0 under Antonio Pierce by beating the Jets last night.
But they had a little banner at the top that said ugly, awful, putrid for the Cowboys Giants. I only have 4 myself.
Okay.
MV Prescott.
What is it?
MV Prescott.
Ooh, I like it.
NYC.
Okay.
Prescott da balls.
Prescott da balls?
Prescott da balls. Like day ball.
Oh, okay.
Kind of a play on word.
I like it.
And then kicked in da balls.
Kicked in day balls.
Kicked in day balls. Kicked in
with
day
Gallimore.
balls. With Gallimore.
With a picture
in.
with a picture of
Yes.
Gallimore. How about Dayball, like apparently talking to his D coordinator Wink Martindale forever. When DeVito threw the pick, he comes to the sideline. Dayball's like, what you didn't see him? You didn't see him? Man, he loves. I think he's trying to prove to the New York
Tough guy.
Yeah,
Tough guy.
He's trying to prove back to the New Yorkers he just cares so much. Because if he was very stoic, if he was quiet, if he wasn't emotional on the sidelines, these idiot New York sports fans, and that's the way that their media people are too. He doesn't care.
Right.
He doesn't care.
No.
You got to do that.
You gotta be fiery, man.
Yeah.
You gotta be fiery.
They got to do that in order to prove it to him. Just like some of the New York callers. First, Pepe, do we have any Tolo headlines that we need to read off?
Yeah, the 915 and 817, the Little Giants, the fall of the Little Giants. And then the 469, now behold the Lamb.
You know,
Now behold the Lamb.
I was expecting some DeVito, maybe chicken cutlets in here because he went viral before this game saying,
Listen, I love chicken cutlets. I'm not going to say anything bad about them.
I think every Italian has to.
You have to. I don't even know how. It's not even an Italian dish, but it is because you put Italian breadcrumbs on it, I guess.
DeVito on living with his parents. It was a no-brainer for me. Everything that I need is there at the house. It was made, the decision, since this level of football is so stressful for a rookie, especially the QB. There's a lot going on, a lot of meetings. So everything outside of football is handled by my family. I don't have to worry about laundry, what I'm eating for dinner, chicken cutlets and all that is waiting for me when I get there. My mom still makes my bed. Everything's handled for me. Honestly, I don't even know if I could find a place closer to here than where I live. It takes me 12 minutes to get here. So that was DeVito going viral for still living with the rents, having the bed made, and the chicken cutlets prepared.
I mean, it's smart, right? Save some cash. So, save that $30,000 a week that you're making,
yep,
or whatever the NFL check
That's
is.
what I make, you know?
That's what
I
you
live at
make.
home.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what you make, Peyton.
A week? We
is
said
it
a week, not a year.
Oh, mine's 12 months. Thanks, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's he may make more. I don't know what the weekly minimum is now, but he might make more than that. So save your cash, dude. Live at home with the mom and pops. Let them make let mom make you the the chicken cutlets and the rigatoni, whatever she wants to make.
Now, if you went just tomorrow, if you went back to live at home, like Pepe, what would be done for you? How much mothering would she do in terms of doing the laundry, cooking every meal for you, making the bed? How much mothering would you get?
She wouldn't make the bed. Now she might once a week go up there and just make sure everything's cleaned up.
Yeah.
I had to have when I first moved in, when I graduated college, she would always go put stuff away, and I was like, Ma, you can't go in the drawers there. You're gonna find stuff in there. You don't want to go in there, Mom. And my dad found my box of whats, and he was like, All right, we're gonna put a lock on your door. We don't need to come see this. But no, there'd be dinner every night.
Okay.
Food all over the place.
So she would still be cooking.
She would still be cooking. She's lazy now. My dad's out of the house.
Yeah.
He's in a home. So my mom's gone full on lazy. There's no food. I go over there to raid the fridge. There's nothing. The only reason I go over there now is if I need a bathroom stop on the way somewhere. If I'm driving by and I need to go to the bathroom.
Well, that's nice of you.
Yeah, I don't even stop because she doesn't have food. If you want to look, the way to my heart is with Italian food. Like, you want to have some food in the house? I'll gladly come over.
Like Olive Garden. I'll bring you some Olive Garden.
Right, just like Olive Garden.
Well, you can't eat the marinara anymore, so she'd have to make fettuccine. She'd have to make some Alfredo.
Yeah, and I hate Alfredo.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan.
Yeah. So that's Tommy DeVito talking about the cutlets and the bed being made. 877-881-1053. Pepe, you were spying on New York radio as the Tolos requested?
Yes, I did. 98.7 ESPN in New York. Now, this is Georgia and Baltimore. Now, there's a lot to criticize from a Giants fan viewpoint after you get your ass beat by the Cowboys once again. And he's picking at one specific play in the first quarter, saying that was the turning point. That was our change of thinking. What play could that be? George explains here.
Let's go to George in Baltimore and say good morning, George. You're on 98.7.
I'll tell you, I just got to premise my comment with this. Do you remember at the end of the baseball season, the excitement coming into the season for both teams? To think that we're here now like this, it's like unbelievable. It's a nightmare. And I just want to bring up one thing, Dave, your thoughts on this. The 4th and 2. When we're down 7-0, I mean, I know we're not gonna win that game, and I get all that, but I just want to lose by 10. Can you imagine? You're coming into a game saying, "Can we play a decent game and just lose by 10?"
Yeah.
That was my hope for the game.
Right, George. But let's look at it fairly. If they decide to, you know what, we want the points, we don't want to get shut out. We cut the lead to 4, and it's 7-3. Do they lose by 10? Probably not. Right.
Right. But Dave, what I'm trying to point out is the call. That's why Barkley was upset. They are not, the line, the personnel is not there to push it in like that, to get the 2 yards with Barkley. They weren't going to get it. Can we do something a little bit different down there? I know it's DeVito at quarterback, but can we just do something a little bit different inside the 5-yard line for once? I mean, I'm sick of it.
That guy definitely has sleep apnea.
Man.
100%.
That was a perfect New York call. That was good. It's amazing. This is why talking about inside the 20, inside the 10 drives me crazy. When you do something simple like hand it off to – they had to justify. Why did they hand it off to Saquon? They got to justify paying him. You don't give Saquon Barkley the football right there. He's ticked off. He's mad. What'd you give him the franchise tag for like we gave Tony Pollard? But then you do some fancy stuff like the Cowboys do, and you're prettying it up too much. It's no win. We're all freaking Madden NFL Blitz players. It's so annoying. It's so revisionist. It really is. So they're not happy that Saquon gets a simple handoff. We're not happy that we're running reverses and screens and stuff like that instead of just giving it to Rico Dowdle on the goal line. You can't win.
I know it's DeVito at quarterback.
And look, these idiots, and again, 2 of my best friends are on this Giants text chain. They're too stupid. They really are too stupid to understand. This is the best thing that's happening to New York. This is the freaking best thing. They're too dumb. They're too close to the situation. They are losing badly. You're going to get the better draft pick. You're going to get the better quarterback. You are realizing Daniel Jones is not a $40 million guy, so you can learn that early. You can realize that paying Saquon isn't going to save you to carry your offense with mediocre to terrible quarterback play, so you can let Saquon Barkley now go in the offseason. This is better for you dummies.
Yep, it is.
You're just too stupid to realize
They're very dumb. Very, very dumb. You're going to get – now, listen, they may be dumb as an organization and keep Daniel Jones. They might be. Let's see. Oh, wow, look at Daniel Jones. He got a dead cap number of $69 million next year. Nice. Carries a cap hit of 47. So they're keeping him. They're keeping him one more year. That doesn't mean they can't draft somebody, and they should. Maybe they should draft somebody each of the next 2 years and have them have a little Rochambeau go for it, in training camp. But this is better for them. This is better. You gotta hit rock bottom, and rock bottom. This is what it is. And maybe you do a Lincoln Riley, Caleb Williams package deal in the offseason when you draft them, when you get the number 1 pick. Who knows? Maybe you will.
So there's the spying. There's the headlines. There's the cutlets. There's Saquon being upset. Wink Martindale, Dayball. You had the two receivers going at it there on the sideline. Just incredible. Fantastic. And you absolutely annihilate the Giants to complete the season series sweep. 49-17 here on Sean and RJ. We'll take your Cowboy calls at 8 o'clock here on your home for America's team. Okay, the audio of the weekend in the world of basketball comes from Brian Damaris. So the Mavericks destroy the Clippers. The Clippers are awful now with Harden. They've lost like 5 in a row. They lost the other day to who did they lose to the other night? It was a bad team. Luka dropped 44 on the Clippers, the team he continues to own, and LA just went and lost again to a struggling team. I'll get it.
They lost to Memphis.
They lost to Memphis. Memphis started off the year 1-8 without Ja. So they lose to Memphis.
Lost 5 in a row right now.
And Brian Damaris, former executive on the Bally postgame show, went absolutely viral throughout the entire country for a message to James.
Listen, I get on my knees every night and pray for someone to believe in me like Daryl Morey believed in you. You wanted a certain coach, they brought in Mike D'Antoni. You wanted to play a certain style, they played it. You wanted Dwight Howard, they brought him in and got rid of him when you were tired of him. You wanted Chris Paul, they brought him in and got rid of him when you were tired of him. They brought in your old friend Russell Westbrook. You wanted to go to Vegas on off days? They looked away. You wanted the team to stay over so you could go out at night? They changed the schedule, and it didn't work. And you know what? You said, I'm going to break up with my whoopee. Not good enough. I see the bright lights in New York. I want to go there. My old pal Kevin Durant. It's going to work. The big three. And all after 1 year, you wanted out. You realized, oh my gosh, I took this guy for granted, the guy that believed in me. I went back with Daryl Morey. They traded Ben Simmons for you. How did they pull that off? And you know what? You went there and you got a partner who got the MVP. He won the MVP. And what did you say afterwards? You said, they didn't hand me the reins. You're the point guard. You're holding the reins. And what did you do when you had the reins? You scored 9 points in Game 7 against Boston. You blew a 3-2 series lead. So they fired their coach. Not good enough. You broke up with the guy who believed in you again. You said, the bright lights of LA, that's where I want to go. Let's see if that works. Listen, James, have you ever had those friends who had bad roommates? Over and over, they complained about their bad roommates. This guy's terrible. The bad roommate here. They never thought to be self-aware enough that they're the bad roommate. They're the problem. Hey, James, you're the problem. If this doesn't work this year in this system with this team, then you're going to go and point fingers at everybody else, and you're going to go back home and you're going to start swiping right for another team, and there's not going to be anybody left. Because, James, you're not the beard, you're not the system, you're the problem.
Oh, mic drop.
Wow. He did that.
The music was a little loud.
Yeah. That was on Bally. That was Bally's music. But he did that smoothly, without stuttering, without hesitation. Brian Damaris, absolutely 1,000,000% correct in destroying, murdering James Harden.
He woke up that morning. He was like, I'm going viral today.
Yep.
I am going viral today.
Wow.
It was an evisceration of epic proportions. He didn't lie. He didn't say anything wrong. Little odd for a guy on the Mavs broadcast with Kyrie Irving and the team to say something like that about somebody else. Because Kyrie's done a lot of the same stuff. But we'll ignore that. We'll ignore that for now. He said nothing wrong. Nothing wrong about it. Where's the lie?
There's no lie.
There's no lie.
He's a loser. He's an absolute loser. I am so happy and thrilled that the Clippers can't win a game with him. They're just losing nonstop over and over and over again. So I love it. Sean and RJ, this is the Expressway. If you're new to the show, if you're new to the station, we are commercial free all the way up until 8 o'clock, where we will take your Dallas Cowboy phone calls at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Choppy, let's go into college football a little bit more here. What's the number one storyline that you're looking at? A&M replacement, or you want to go off on Penn State, James Franklin?
Oh, okay. All right. Let's. I think A&M. Right? I think A&M is the bigger story.
Jimbo is getting fired.
Yeah, especially locally. You know, he's out 41 points they win by, and he gets fired. That doesn't happen very often, but it tells me one thing really is that they want to get ahead of this whole process. Whether they want to go after Mike Elko at Duke or Dan Lannon at Oregon or Jeff Traylor, UT San Antonio, or maybe who knows? Whoever they want to go after, they want to get a head start on this thing. And that's the smart thing to do. You don't want to be firing your coach the first week of December because you're going to be in a situation where you got early signing day 2 weeks from now. You want to fire your coach the first week of November. And they basically did. So, again, I don't know where they go from here.
Did you see the fake quarterback stunt they tried to pull?
So Max Johnson, the lefty, doesn't have a great arm. He's kind of got a Josh Heupel kind of arm at OU. But, they rolled out a lookalike in pregame warmups and, to make it look like he was going to play. Like, pretty wild, right? Just a little trickery on Mississippi State, who's having they're struggling right now. But in terms of...
But he had the hat, they had the jersey number.
Everything.
They tried to throw him off to think that he was playing.
Yeah.
That he was out there and he was going to play. That's how desperate and silly things got for Jimbo.
Yeah, it is definitely desperate, and it was definitely silly. And he's out. He's out. They realized that they were going nowhere. They were stuck in neutral. That was a quote from the AD. We felt like we were stuck in neutral. So they are moving on from Jimbo Fisher, and they're going to get ahead of it.
Can you name me the Jimbo quarterbacks that he had over the past 2 or 3 seasons?
Well, Wegman. Obviously Max Johnson. Oh boy, you put me on the spot here. I don't know.
Mon?
Huh?
Would Mon be one?
My point is...
Kellen Mond. Yes, he did have Kellen Mond.
My point is, in trying to maybe play devil's advocate, could I make an excuse for Jimbo that he had some bad luck with the quarterbacks, the injuries?
Sure, but he also is the GM. What about all the other players on the team that he developed and drafted, if you will? I know they were signed, that didn't pan out or that haven't progressed at the rate they should have. Nick Saban doesn't always have an elite quarterback, but Nick Saban finds ways to win games. Now he does have a lot of elite quarterbacks. I'm not gonna say he's not, but like even this year, Milroe is a project.
He's turned it around.
And he's turned it around, and that's part of You're still college coaches. I know they're about winning, but they're still in the developmental stage of growth. Once you get to the pros, there's a little bit of development still that goes on, but a lot of those guys are turnkey at the college level. You are not all 18-year-olds are the same. Some 18-year-olds are mentally 25-year-olds, and some are mentally 14-year-olds. You just don't know what you're getting until you get them in the building. How good of a job is A&M? I think it was a lot better 3 years ago than it is today for one reason. The number one thing A&M had from a recruiting standpoint was that they could tell every single kid in the state of Texas, you can play in state and be in the SEC. And now they don't have that anymore.
Pat Doney chiming in too. Haynes King, I was sure he was going to be amazing.
Yep.
Longview High School. Thank you, Patrick.
So A&M used to be able to go into a recruit's house anywhere in the state and say you could play in the state of Texas and you're in the SEC. They no longer are the only school that can say that. It's not unique. Oklahoma can say, look, you can play 3 hours from home and you get to play in the SEC. Texas could say you can play in Texas for Texas and you're being in the SEC. That's a selling point. Now, A&M's still going to have gobs of money. They're going to be able to throw the NIL money at the kids, but that's going to be more difficult from a recruiting pitch. I still think it's a great job. It's a great job. It's got a ton of money, and it's in the SEC, and it's got a great recruiting base. You don't have to get on an airplane to recruit all these kids. So will Dan Lanning leave Oregon for A&M? He's a very hot name. That's a good question. Where's quality of life? Where's quality of life better at? Eugene, Oregon, or College Station? Money. All that stuff. Recruiting is easily better at A&M. I love Jed Fish at Arizona. He's done a great job there. We've already talked about Jeff Traylor at UT San Antonio. Would they go after Deion? Would they go after Deion? Is Deion ready?
That's what Orlovsky suggested. Deion just apologized to the Colorado fans as they lost their 5th in their last 6 games.
Yeah, and they're going to miss a bowl.
Do you believe? And 4 in a row.
They've got a tough schedule at the end of their season. They've got
Washington State and Utah.
And they're probably going to, they're going to be massive underdogs in both games. So they're probably going to miss a bowl. What about Dan Campbell? Do you make a call to Dan Campbell? He's an A&M grad. He's going to say no, but I think you got to make a phone call.
Tolos are suggesting calling Duke.
Yeah, Mike Elko. Mike Elko at Duke. If you could win
did you
there.
already say him?
Huh?
Did you already say him?
Yes. He's a really good coach.
That crazy game against Carolina.
Huh? And Duke's hard to win at. If you can win at Duke, you can win anywhere. Steve Spurrier won at Duke. He had them ranked. David Cutcliffe had them ranked. It ain't easy. But if you can win there, you can win just about anywhere. I don't know. Do they go splash? Or do they try to just go with a solid, good football coach? A&M's probably going to want to go splash because they want to keep the headlines because they know what they are. They're A&M compared to Texas. They're going to need to have that back page of that headline. And then I don't know where Jimbo goes. Does he go to Nick Saban's rehab school?
Does he go to the beach with Coach O? $76 million payout.
$76 million to go to the beach. Maybe University of Houston if they move on from Holgerson. Maybe he goes to Virginia Tech. I mean, they're going to be looking for a new coach. He can go to a wild card. What if Elko comes to A&M? Does he go to Duke? Does he go to Vanderbilt? Does he go to Notre Dame? Do they get to move on from Marcus Freeman? I don't know.
Meanwhile, the games you need to know before we get back to your Cowboy phone calls at 8 o'clock. Georgia ran away from Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin. We talked about Michigan over Penn State and this horrible Penn State offense. My word. Washington over Utah with a Deshaun Jackson play of leaving the football at the 2-yard line. This was not close.
No.
This was not close at all. He left it at the 2. And Washington still ends up winning and beating Utah. Oregon over USC and their defense. 36-27. Lincoln was leaving the field, and this woman's like, Boomer Sooner, you traitor! And Lincoln turned back towards her and was like, oh, okay, I see you. Texas hangs on. That's what the Longhorns do. They hang on. They go into Fort Worth and get the 29-26 win over TCU. The Longhorns are ranked 7th in the country. Bama over Kentucky, 49-21. Oh, Choppy, what happened to your Vols?
Oh, yeah, it was bad.
36-7.
Yeah, that was bad.
Against Missouri.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, it was not good.
14-13 matchup.
Yeah, it was. It was bad offense. Quarterback. We got quarterback problems, Sean. You know, it happens. You have Hendon Hooker last year, and he's in the Heisman race, and they're number 1 in the nation for a little bit. And all of a sudden, he leaves and goes to the NFL, and now you're screwed. So,
my Red Raiders take out number 16, Kansas, 16-13. And, of course, the thriller in Carolina. North Carolina beats Duke 47-45.
Coach Lance at Kansas, that's another name for A&M. If he's not one of your first calls, you're doing it wrong. You could play. I mean, Kansas is an awful program.
What a great job he's done.
And he has done a fantastic. He was at Buffalo before. He won with Buffalo, and then he's winning at Kansas. That's another guy you might want to go after if you're A&M.
All right, let us know what type of trouble y'all got into this past weekend. The debauchery, always on the truckwreck.com text line. It's best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Who did you do? 877-881-1053. And what type of FOMO is Bobby Belt going to be having throughout this whole week? He was sending me rating stuff on Friday night. Yesterday, articles. I said, go enjoy your vacation.
He didn't enjoy vacation.
Go do something. And he's like, this is what I do. He got rear-ended to start his vacation.
I saw that. Yeah, it was tough. So it's a little dent. I can't fix it, Bobby. I can fix your brakes.
Yeah.
I can't fix your
well,
dent for
your neighbor can
My
fix
neighbor
it.
can fix the brakes. I can supervise. Good supervisor.
Did you do anything fun?
You know, I went to the stockyards on Saturday.
Oh.
It's the kiddos down there. And they lasted about an hour.
Oh.
They lasted about an hour. Julian rode the mechanical bull. And he got a coonskin hat. You know, one of those Davy Crockett hats. Yeah. That was kind of cool.
He acts like he's a tourist.
He is a tourist. Luca had fun until Julian put that hat on, and then he was all embarrassed. He's like, I want to leave. So we were down there.
Embarrassed of his brother?
Embarrassed of his brother with the coonskin hat. So we lasted about an hour. You know, Sarah wasn't too happy about that. She's like, we drove all the way down here. Only lasted an hour. I'm like, I know, it sucks. It's kids, though. So I put the stockyards are the best. And the chicken pot pie soup we had last night. That was in the best. It's also in the worst right now because I'm feeling it. But here's my worst of the weekend, Sean. I want you to take a look at this. And then, Ryan, I don't know if you can get this on the fan cam.
Oh, my God.
Take a look at that.
You look like what Kendrick Perkins did to simulate the Mavs whooping the Clippers.
I'm going to put this up here for you.
Dude, that's dark. Like, that's real red. Oh, my goodness. Look at that on the fan cam Twitch.
Cut. I don't know if you get that cut.
Oh, yeah. Ryan got it. What happened?
It's long.
Ooh, I can't believe you haven't banded some cream of that. I know you got a doctor's appointment scheduled.
No, it burns. It burns. You know what that is?
Tetanus.
It might be tetanus. That's from a dog leash. Took the dog walking, and it was one of those extended leashes, and it rope burned me. Oh, the
Dude,
pain.
That's raw.
Oh, it's raw. Oh, it's definitely raw.
That looks deep, too.
It's
cut a
deep.
little bit. Oh.
It's deep. It's red.
Wow.
It's gash, man. It goes like and I just had one like 2 weeks ago, that healed, and basically the same spot, just a little bit lower.
This dog has sounded like a tremendous mistake.
No.
A huge mistake. If you didn't have her, that dog would be on the street like your last dog. You would have kicked him to the curb. Brian angered that bad boy right to the end. You would have thrown him out. You would have walked him right to the woods with the coyotes. You would have
walked over there,
undone that leash, and he would have got ganged up on right out there. But she is his saving grace.
Man, there's
what a nightmare.
About 50 yards from me, there's the coyotes. About 50 yards from the house. And because it was at this kind of open area, there was all kinds of coyotes down there. No, I he's awesome. I love him, but he is a pain in the butt because he's 6 months old. He's still a baby.
The pooping's gotten worse,
and now it's gotten better over the weekend.
Okay.
So he had a regression. He started pooping in the house a lot.
Yeah.
And then over the weekend, not a single accident. Not a single accident. He loves the boys. Julian is a huge fan of his. And every time the boys leave, he starts crying because he misses them. But boy, he got me. He got me good with that leash burn.
That's bad.
It's very bad. I put rubbing alcohol in this thing like 3 times a day. The Neosporin, or whatever it's called.
Neosporin.
Whatever it's called. All that stuff.
I also was in Fort Worth on Saturday.
I saw.
As I took little man. He's in love with trucks, vehicles. So I took him to the Hot Wheels Monster Truck Show at Dickies Arena. And man, Dickies, that's the first time I've been to Dickies Arena.
It's a good arena, man.
Very good.
Yeah, it's very, very quaint. You don't need any.
Word to the wise, do not pay for the ticket upgrades. It's quaint.
Yep.
Very good views. You think you're sitting in the corner section and you're going to be robbed of a view? Absolutely not. So it was a good show. He was cooperative. He put the headphones on. He was in love with it. So we were there for like 2.5 hours at Dickies, and then went on over to see the first barbecue. Now, I'm a Crossbuck barbecue guy. Y'all know that. Best burn-ins in Texas. They got Thanksgiving special you can take advantage of. You don't have to cook jack squat. Just hit up Crossbuck for your full Thanksgiving menu. But the first barbecue Tolo to ever hit me up in my DMs was Panther City. And it was like, hey, let us bring you food. We'll come on up here. It's my guys, Chris and Ernie. And Chris was just very persistent. And I looked back and I was like, man, I didn't give this guy enough respect, because over the years, the Tolos told me how serious Panther City was in Fort Worth, how big time it was. So I've been meaning to get out there forever. So I told the family, I said, we're going to this barbecue place after the trucks. We're going here. Went in, got a tour of the pit room, talked to them about RJ and Bobby, and that was a nice treat. So then we spent the day in Fort Worth on Saturday. It was not as long and painful of a drive as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
And there was still some traffic. You can't go anywhere without some freaking traffic. With then an accident taking place, Frankel. But that's what I did before a full football day yesterday, Fort Worth, Saturday.
But that's a part of Fort Worth you can actually park in. That by Panther City.
Yes.
Yeah, you can park there.
It was like a little Deep Ellamy feel to me going around that area.
Yeah, it's called the Soma, South Main Soma District.
So how far away is like the main Billy Bob's and all that?
Billy Bob's Stockyards on the other side of downtown.
Okay.
So you are the south side of downtown. Billy
It
Bob's
felt
on the north
kind of
side.
empty around this area.
Yeah, it's like
it felt kind of barren.
Yeah, it's they're building it up. It's relatively new. It's been built up within the last couple of years, but they've got like on that Main Street Dread, they got a lot of bars if you go further north towards 30.
Yeah.
But where you were, that still is kind of a more underdeveloped area by Panther City, and then obviously Dickies is that's really built up.
Pepe, what'd you get into? Best and worst of the weekend?
So me and the friends, I took Mackenzie to hang out with my friends at Sidecar in Addison on Saturday night. It's over here. It's right off of 635, but it's like a mini Texas Live. You walk in, it's a big bar scene, but they have TVs on the left and right side. They have the darts and some basketball games, some cornhole as well. A lot of games to play as well as you drink. So that was nice. But the big thing was we started a bar hop and went to Stir. It's like a 2-decker over there.
Oh yeah,
and
Stir can get a little messy.
That's what I was just getting to. 10 o'clock, the lights went out. DJ was playing, music was bumping, and then our waitress didn't have any clothes on, so it got a little.
I'm sorry.
Had clothes,
What?
but less clothes than she did
Wow.
before. 10 o'clock, the lights went out, and our waitress came back over and said, "Do you need any drinks?" And I said, "Whoa, is this a new person?" It was like the night shift and walked out there, but
And this was Stir where?
Stir in Addison.
Okay.
So it's
Addison, I
there's
know.
like a Pluckers AMC right around there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Great movie theater.
Great area.
Yes.
Yeah, good stocks too.
All right.
But yeah, so that was a nice experience, but just got blindsided by it.
So things are still going well with Mackenzie. Very good.
Oh yeah, 3 weeks is on a Thursday, Sean. Big anniversary coming up.
3 weeks. That's it.
Yeah.
3 weeks.
It's only been 3 weeks.
Guys are
Well,
talking.
since we were official.
Yeah.
Since you were official.
Yeah.
So how long's been since the first date?
Oh, 2 months. Over 2 months now.
Have you had the Christmas money discussion on the gift limit?
Yeah, I tried to this weekend. I tried to sneak in. Oh, so what do you want for Christmas? She said, "Don't buy me anything for Christmas."
Right.
That's a trap.
Right. That's a girl.
Trap.
I said, "That means I got to spend money."
It's a trap. $70 maybe.
Is that the budget? Okay. We've been, again, by Christmas, we've been dating for 2 months.
We can have a future combo. You can have all Bobby's segments this week. So tomorrow, well, except for maybe below the belt. That's sports.
Below the belt.
All right, let's get you to your Cowboy phone calls. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. You take it wherever you want. Is CeeDee Lamb the best receiver in football? I want to hear you say if Dak Prescott is in the MVP discussion, and whatever you want to do to make fun of the meatballs who got destroyed by the Cowboys. Your Cowboy phone calls are next on Sean and Art.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Two receivers on each side. The ones on the right are in a stack. Tight end also on the left. Prescott on second down and goal. Back. So he's got all day. Left side of the end zone. Brandon Cooks. Touchdown. Third of the year for Brandon Cooks.
That was the call right here on your home of America's team. Brandon Cooks breaks out. My number one thing that could have happened in this game, take it for what it's worth. Of course, it's against the sorry New York Giants, 49-17, but Cooks 9 for 173. It was a get-well game for Michael Gallup for the pass protection as well. Your own version of Star Up, Star Down. It's the Tolo Takeover here on Sean and RJ at 877-881-1053. That is the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. Is Dak? Where is Dak in the MVP discussion? Is CeeDee Lamb the best receiver in football, as he said after the game? What does this win mean, if anything? Jay in Dallas, start us off, sir. You're live on Sean and RJ.
How about them?
RJ, Sean, baby. I hope you guys had a good weekend, because I sure did. Watching those Cowboys run over those Z-men again and again and again and again. The boys are back in town.
Good reference. I like it.
Do we have a payback problem? Because Bland is showing that he is worth every penny that's going to be in the bag that he deserves. Why did you see him out there? I think he might be one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And we were just crying our tears out about losing Diggs. Oh, my goodness, I haven't heard a Diggs reference this week, too. Woo! What a good problem to have. Also, I think Sam Williams was free this game. Woo! Good to see you, baby, back. You're back. Wow. Lastly, and I'm going to say it like this. When you got a goddamn Ferrari out there, you can't ask for no discount. Now, CeeDee Lamb, he got that dog in him, baby. You going to have to pay that on that Ferrari, baby. Because he got a Ferrari, and he putting that thing in gear, and he's going, all right? You got to pay that man. That boy got a dog in him. We love to see it. CD is the best one in the league. That's all I got. Y'all have a good one, baby.
Jay
well
in
done. Well
Dallas, sounding a little like Dion.
He did sound like Dion there at the end.
That's a ring announcer future right there with Jay in Dallas, bringing it strong. No better way to possibly start off with the Tolo phone calls. Wow. Logan in Argyle. Logan, you are next up on DFW Sports Station. Go ahead, brother.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Go Cowboys. And I'll say this, I'm stuck in traffic right now, and I'm not even in a bad mood about it because that game was freaking awesome. Yeah, it was against the sorry Giants. But Brandon Cooks, Sean stole my thunder with the segue there before taking calls. Brandon Cooks, man, how about the performance of him? And absolutely agree with the previous caller. CeeDee Lamb is just a bad man. So great win all around. I'm really, like I said, all I wanted to say is put some respect on Brandon Cooks' name, man, because he's turning the corner, and that's going to help us going forward. Go Cowboys, baby!
Yes, sir. Thank you, Logan. Best of luck in that traffic. Brian texting us. Was at the game yesterday during warm-ups. I saw a different Dak. He was barking at the receivers, including Lamb and Cooks, after some routes. Saw a lot more leadership from him. And this is Brian, Dr. Pepper Brian, who basically lives at all the big-time sporting events in the Metroplex.
I noticed he stopped inviting me to play golf.
I haven't gotten my suite invite. I haven't gotten any Rangers sitting there, first row, sitting there in the Dr. Pepper suite.
Yeah. He wants to text. Yeah. He doesn't want to invite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
Right.
Okay.
Have you played golf with him?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he invited me to Dallas National a couple times. Oh. Yeah, it's been a couple years. I'm still available.
What are we doing here with the helmets?
I was, clanging helmets together.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm going to clap now when somebody has a good call. But
it's like the Monday Night Football helmets clashing.
Yeah.
Michael in Dallas. Michael, you're live on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning, fellas. A couple of things. Man, the last few weeks, the Cowboys have looked good. Even the Eagles lost, man. I still think they look good. That's one of those things. If we'd have lost the same way to San Francisco, everybody would have still been talking, man. These are the three best teams in the NFC.
Yes.
What I have to say is that since they didn't play in the preseason, that the first 3 to 4 games just act like a preseason game so this offense can get together because, man, they cooking. And, man, they cooking with some hot damn grease, boys. They better get ready because we ain't nothing to be playing with right now. We ain't nothing to be playing with right now. Let's go, boys.
Well, I cannot wait to hear power rankings on Wednesday to see where the Tolos put Dallas, if they put them in the top 5, and what we do as well.
So I don't think it was necessarily the preseason, although I think it played a role. This is just a new offense, and it's going to take time anyway. It was going to take several weeks to really click. I don't look. The San Francisco game is what is the sticking point for me. Dak always plays well against Philadelphia. Doesn't matter who the coordinator is. Doesn't matter who the coach is. Doesn't matter who the players are. He always plays well against the NFC East. So I don't know what to make of that game. The Giants are terrible. The Jets were awful. They've beaten up on some real dogs, not good dogs, bad dogs.
Yeah.
And then they got beat badly by San Francisco. And the Cardinal game stands out. I mean, chalk it up. I think it was fluky. It was they're a one-win team for a reason. They weren't very good. The Cowboys had a bad game.
Although you're facing the great Josh
That's
Dobbs, which we'll get into momentarily. Tolo Chad on X. What's y'all's favorite 40 burger that Dak has put up? Mine is the 40 he put up on Jacksonville's #1 defense in 2018 without Zeke. And before they signed Amari, they went into the bye week after that, and that's when they fired Alexander and signed Amari. 40 burgers for the year. First game against the Giants, 30 against the Jets, 38 against New England, 43 against the Rams, 49 yesterday with the Cowboys offense. Let's get to Scotty in Fort Worth. Scotty, you're next up for the Cowboy call-in on Sean and RJ.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Yo.
Well.
Man, I'm proud of these Cowboys, man. They're doing really good. Only thing I got to say is why when you're first and goal, why run or why throw the ball 3 times when you got Double right there, man?
Yeah.
Let Double run that thing in.
You know, thanks for the call. 2 things on that. Yes, I would like Rico to get more touches. Definitely touches in that situation. The only downside, the only slight issue I had with Dak throwing for 4 touchdowns, I wish they would have worked on the running game a little bit more. I'd like to see them try to run it in versus, yes, they're helping Dak pad the stats. That's great. Hats off to him. He certainly deserved it, but I'm like, man, I wish we could run in a few of these to just work on everything. Now, what is that going to mean against the crappy Giants? Maybe not anything, but I was like, man, 2-yard line, 3-yard line. Can we go ahead and just hand this off a few times to work on that versus just throwing another one into the end zone? So that was my take on that. Jeff and Keller. Jeff, you're next up on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, boss.
Hey, gentlemen, you know it's real hard being a Lions fan, but I'm a diehard Tolo down in Dallas. And it hurts to say, but I got to congratulate you that win over DeSoto High School. You definitely made, that sophomore corner, that high school kid was, 15 years old over Brandon Cooks? That was awesome. And you know what? That story, the storyline, you got DeVito. Still lives with mom and dad. They drop him up and pick him up at the practice facility. And, the guy threw for 86 yards. It was almost like Make-A-Wish game for DeVito. So, love you guys.
Hey, congrats on that Lions win.
That's a good team. That's a good team.
Hey, I was definitely defecating myself a little bit. So,
hey, are the Lions definitely better than the Cowboys?
Man, see, here's the problem. You don't know which schizophrenic team. I'm worried. I'm not worried about McCarthy out-coaching us. I'm worried about Dak and CD. If we can't get to Dak, that might be. Look, as much hatred as I have for the Cowboys, I'm not stupid. That's going to be a hell of a game, December 30th.
Is Goff better than Dak?
I think so.
Okay, Jeff.
I do. He doesn't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
He doesn't turn the ball over. But the difference is Dan Campbell lets Goff and Ben Johnson let Goff run the system. It's not this force. Like you were spot on. turn the offense over to Dak, then you get it. Then you see what he can do. I bet he could be just as good as Goff. So I'm not one of those haters that thinks the Cowboys suck. You know, they scare me. I think they're better than Philly.
Woo, there it is. Jeff and Keller, always one of my favorite calls.
I'll be at that December 30th game. I can't wait.
Wow.
That is going to be, I believe, if the Lions win that game, they're going to have home field. They'll be the number 1 seed. Because I do think Philadelphia is going to lose at least one more time. I think they'll lose to Dallas. I think they'll lose another game because they got a tough schedule. Detroit, this game that they just played, that was their test. They don't have another tough game. They play Minnesota, Cowboys, Minnesota's the last 3 games of the season. Other than that, they got Green Bay, I think, twice. They got the Bears again. They got a bad schedule. Like a super easy schedule. They may be double-digit favorites at 3 or 4 times before they play the Cowboys.
Vic in Jersey. Vic, you're next up here on Sean and RJ. How are they feeling out there in Jersey after that whooping?
Oh, man, they knew it was coming. I called you guys last year. You told me I can't use the M-word no more. But that's how they feeling up here.
The what?
Yeah, we can't. The M-word, M.
Oh, okay.
Yes. The little people, remember?
Oh, yeah, okay.
We know. You don't need to describe. We know what it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I came down there for the Ram game, and I seen Jerry out. Jerry was like, he called DeMarcus Ware DeMarcus Lawrence.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
On the Ring of Honor thing.
Yes.
Yeah, we went out to the Star in Frisco and seen Woody out there with his daughter. He let us wear his Super Bowl ring. Yo, we had a good time out there. But yo, that butt whooping was great. I'm feeling good up here. Let's go. Philly is next. I won Seattle. I won Detroit. I won them all. And then we could see San Fran in the playoffs. Let's go, baby.
Vic in Jersey, bringing it strong in enemy territory. Jason in Dallas, you're up next here on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline with Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Jay.
How's it going, guys? How y'all doing?
Very well, very well.
I just want to say, how about that duo between Dak and C.D. Lamb?
Yes. Is that all you really? Literally, that's literally what you all you wanted to say.
No, that's not all I want to say.
Okay.
How about Rico Dowdle?
Man.
How about him?
Rico Dowdle had a good game.
Rico's the new Tony Pollard. Like, we wanted Pollard to get all Zeke's touches, and now I want Rico to get Pollard's touches. And that wasn't even my favorite backup running back that this team had. I was like, why are they so married to Rico? Everything is Rico. Give it to the other guy. Let the other guy go ahead and move up the depth chart. What about even some Deuce Vaughn Love, who played yesterday in place of Cavante Turpin? But Rico is proving it out there on the field. Bennett is next up here on Sean and RJ. Bennett, you're live on the Fan.
Hey, guys. First off, I know it's a Cowboy segment, but I also wanted to bring up, if you're A&M, you call Cliff Kingsbury. He was OC there during Manziel and Mike Evans. But, yeah, Cowboys on a roll. Rico
are you an Aggie fan?
Yeah, I went there, graduated in 19.
Well, why do you think it failed so much? Why do you think it failed so badly with Jimbo?
I think that Jimbo made a mistake in letting I don't know if really had a choice of Mike Elko leaving. Mike Elko is probably the best defensive coordinator we've had, probably ever. The inability to be the quarterback guru that he is.
Yeah.
We definitely had the quarterback talent, but he just hadn't been able to develop it to, compete in the SEC.
All right, thank you for that. Your Cowboy take.
Cowboy take. Dak's definitely a top 3 quarterback in the league. C.D. Lamb is number 1. Tony Pollard can go ahead and not get signed, and we can go ahead and give Rico Dowdle a 1 or 2 year extension.
Okay, who are your top 3? I want to hear. I want to see who you have. Who's Dak ahead of? Who's the top 3?
It may be controversial, but I definitely think Dak is ahead of Jalen Hurts. At this point in the season, especially after watching Joe Burrow yesterday, I definitely put him ahead of Burrow. I mean, I think the only 2 quarterbacks ahead of him would probably be
Mahomes.
Oh, God, put him on the spot. Yeah, well, yeah, obviously, yeah, Mahomes. Mahomes and
he don't even have one that's second best. That's even better. He thinks Dak number 2, baby.
Go ahead and put him top 2.
All right, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you for the call, Bennett. You're appreciated.
Okay, number 2. I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if you can get him there. I don't know if I can get him there.
Sounds like a study, an MVP study for tomorrow.
Yeah.
On where Dak would finish up today. I'll get all the numbers from Vegas. Thank you to the Tolos for the spectacular phone calls, as always. Okay, the Rangers were in attendance with Adolis Garcia and Jose Leclerc. The Astros have made their move. Do we need to be worried about it on the home of the champs? That, then back to the boys and the rest of the NFL after this. But now is the time.
Personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Here we go. It comes down to this. Jason Myers between the hash marks from 43. The kick is going to be long enough, and the kick is good. Jason Myers wins it on the last play of the game. The Seahawks facing all kinds of issues in the fourth quarter. They come back, they score, and now they win it.
Everybody winning with walk-off field goals yesterday. This is one of the games of the day. Lions-Chargers with Detroit winning that same fashion, moving to 7-2. This is Sean and RJ talking about the rest of the NFL and the AL West on the home. In case you're just joining the station of your World Series champion Texas Rangers. Seahawks beat the Commanders. Commanders fall to 4-6. Seattle moves to 6-3. Some of the other games we have not talked about yet here on the show. Josh Dobbs moves to 2-0. Good Lord, your boy Jameis is so dumb.
Oh, yeah, boy. Yeah.
Some of his decisions are so dumb. I love the guy. Love the social media. I root for him. He just threw up 2 passes yesterday that got picked off. And Josh Dobbs and the Minnesota Vikings, RJ, they're the hottest team in the NFC.
Yeah.
I'll say it again. They are the hottest team in the NFC. They've won 5 straight. They called Dobbs the Pastronaut. They were up 27-3 in this game. They were killing them. Chris Olave with 2 highlight reel plays. Derek Carr got knocked out of this one. He got high load. Jameis tossing it up. And Minnesota moves to 6-4. Wow, yeah. Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, it's a really nice job by O'Connell. Great job by Dobbs, who is, I mean, the amount of money he's made for himself this year, I mean, he's probably going to get some kind of, I don't know where, if someone's going to give him a starting job or not, but, he's done a really nice job. There's no doubt about that one. You cannot say anything bad. How do you not root for him? There's no way you don't root for that dude. He has done everything that every team has asked for him, from him. Last year, he was in Cleveland, and then he gets picked up by Detroit's practice squad, and then a couple weeks later, he gets picked up by Tennessee and starts that week, and then in the offseason, he goes to Arizona, and he starts, he plays a few games, and he comes to Minnesota, he starts literally that week, or not starts, but plays and wins. It's amazing what he's able to do.
These are the exact types of wins the Pittsburgh Steelers get to keep Mike Tomlin's streak alive. They beat the Green Bay Packers 23-19. Pittsburgh 6-3. Pittsburgh is 6-3. I hate it.
They're so bad.
They're so unwatchable. They're so boring. They're so gross. But I knew they were going to win that game yesterday. That's the exact type of game they win to keep them at 500 or better in this AFC North.
They are a hideous Big Ten West team. They're like Iowa.
Yep.
I don't know. You don't know how. You can't really explain how they win games, but they win games. They don't win it with quarterback play.
Their receivers are mad and frustrated.
Do they have an elite defense that we don't know about?
Kenny Pickett is 28th in QBR. His QBR is a 36.
Not good.
Their offensive coordinator,
Matt Canada,
wanted him run out of town. You got TJ on the other side, but 6-3 for Pittsburgh. The AFC North is vicious. Vicious with Cleveland beating Baltimore yesterday. Of course, you have Baltimore, as people name them the number 1 team, and now Pittsburgh 6-3.
Cincinnati's in last place. And think about this. Cincinnati was in all of our top 5 of their power rankings last week, and they're in last place in their own division. That's how good the division is.
Maybe the worst game of the day, Tampa over Tennessee. The Buccaneers moved to 4-5. They were supposed to be the worst team in football. The Titans of Will Levis only scored 6 points. Cardinals, Falcons, the return of Kyler Murray. How about that? Kyler with 249. Arizona wins with the walk-off field goal. They beat the Falcons, who said, we're going to give Bijan some more touches in the red zone, help out Chantry's fantasy team, 22 for 95 and a touchdown. Cardinals are 2-8, messing up the tank there. Falcons are 4-6.
And they get, the Heineke got hurt in the game, and that was a big part of it. But
had to go back to Ritter.
How about this? For the last 2 weeks for Arizona. They win a game this week, but last week they were so bad offensively that if you gave the Cardinals 16 downs to get a first down on every series, they still would have punted every time. That's how bad they were offensively last week. They still would have punted if you gave them 16 downs to get a first down.
Wow.
It's awful. And it was Clayton Tune was the quarterback last week. But yeah, last week was weird. They had like a bunch of guys making their first ever starts or first ever playing time, rookies. It was a bad week.
Speaking of awful, what about this last night?
Snap, fakes it to Jacobs, looks to the left, has to get out of the backfield, lobs it to the back corner, jump ball, caught, touchdown Raiders! Michael Mayer took it over a Jets defender and a jump ball, and the Raiders take the lead. Holy cow! His first career touchdown is a beauty.
Vegas radio with the call. Raiders beat the Jets. Raiders are 5-5. Jets are 4-5. So I'm going to sound like RJ Choppy here with my football viewing. You got to convince me now to watch Thursday night, Sunday morning, Sunday night, because in my mind, they're just they're unwatchable. There's no reason. Monday night, this evening, you're going to have the Bills against the Broncos. The only reason to watch is to see a possible Buffalo implosion. To see if Denver can make them uncomfortable. Denver's 3-5. I felt like they were even worse than that. But this game last night, unwatchable. Unwatchable. With Aiden O'Connell versus Zach Wilson. I'll see Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams hug it out. And I'm out. Over to the Mavericks. You can sit there and celebrate your Cowboys win. Watch your shows. Catch up on the DVR. This is just awful. Awful.
Bad. So bad. And the fact that the Jets have... And listen, I get why the NFL did it. With Rodgers wanting to be on prime time so many times, but get him out of there. Seriously, get him out of there. They don't have to be on prime time, especially against the Raiders. You had 2 backup quarterbacks going on Sunday Night Football. It was a terrible viewing experience.
Yes.
Awful. And you see Rodgers, boy, it's even like he doesn't like Nathaniel Hackett.
Why?
You could see them call a play, and Rodgers is on the headset, and Aaron's shaking his head like, oh, no, this is a dumb call.
Hackett's his boy. That's his guy.
I know he's his boy. But it was, they were calling a 3rd down running play, and Aaron's like, oh, no, this is a bad call.
Uncome back with the ball.
Uncome back with the ball.
All right, the Astros have made their decision. What do we need to know about it on the home of the World Series champs?
All right, so this is not a big, splashy name, but it's he was a guy that was their bench coach, Joe Espada. He has taken over for Houston. They're going to promote him from bench coach to manager. He's 48 years old. He's been there since 2018, which was the year after they won their tainted title. So he basically came in there with Dusty. He was also a coach with the Yankees and a coach with the Marlins. Played the league, but this is not a splash. This is actually kind of interesting because the Rangers went obviously Bruce Bochy. The Astros went Dusty, kind of old school. Well, this is a kind of a revert back. This is a guy who maybe a GM feels like he can control. Just happy to get a job, right? Happy to get a job, as opposed to bringing in a Bochy or a Dusty or Snitker, who's been in the league for 1 billion years. So it's a little bit different. It's kind of the way the sport has gone. I thought maybe they would have brought Ron Washington in, but he did the Anaheim job. I thought maybe they would have brought Banny in, a Houston guy, but he's not going to get that job. So it's Joe Espada, who I think a lot of people thought was the favorite all along, just because it was kind of a continuation of what they had there. So it's not inspiring, though.
And they got to get the benefit of the doubt, right, as an organization.
Yeah, I mean,
they're a winning organization.
They are since 2015, when they won a wild card series. I mean, they've been a really good solid baseball team and organization. So.
And then you were very happy with all the gold gloves that were handed out?
Oh, yeah, 11:35 on a Friday night, or 10:30 our time. Why wouldn't Major League Baseball hand out their Platinum Glove Award winners? Yes, that's a great idea. So, obviously, the gold gloves were announced, last week. They trickled out. Well, here it is, Friday night. They announced Fernando Tatis and Andres Jimenez of Cleveland. No, are win the gold gloves, the platinum. I'm sorry, that's gold. The platinum gloves, which is like you get one player, the best two players in the league are voted on, whereas a gold glove you get 9 from each league, and this is voted on by the fans based off of the gold glove winners, so it's a little bit more prestigious. I don't know why baseball just doesn't do an award show.
Yeah.
Like, college football does the Home Depot Awards.
NFL does it.
NFL does it. Do an award show, man. And you get all this stuff out. You get the MVP out. You get the Cy Young out. You get it. It's a show.
Now, didn't we already know that Jonah, Lowe, and Garcia won the gold gloves?
Yes.
I thought we knew that.
We knew that. Jonah and
Adolis and Nate.
They won the gold gloves. We knew that.
Yeah.
This is the platinum glove. So this is voted on by the fans.
It's like for second place.
Oh.
This?
No, I'm joking.
No, this is better.
Oh, this is better.
Yeah, if you go platinum, Pepe, that's better.
Yeah. This is platinum. So, like,
remember that for your gift you buy Mackenzie when you're like, oh, here you go. This silver, it's the best.
I thought bronze was the best.
Nah. So, this could have been such easily done in an award show. I don't get why they didn't, but they didn't. So, there you go. Good job, baseball.
The latest name over the weekend that's heating up is Juan Soto.
Juan Soto buzz is a buzzing.
Especially if you believe. Buster Olney saying there are people close to Shohei believe he's already made the decision, and that decision is the Dodgers.
Yeah.
That's not a report. It's kind of the rumor.
And now Heyman has changed his tune. I saw that last night.
Oh, no. What?
He said it's between the Dodgers and Giants or something like that, that those are going to be something weird. I ignore what John Heyman says now. But anyway, the Soto buzz, there's trade buzz there. Now, the Padres have a debt problem with Major League Baseball. MLB had to loan them some money recently, and that's an issue with San Diego. They got a ton of money tied up in long-term contracts, and they got a lot of money coming off the books, and they're probably going to wind up trading Soto before he has to get paid. So you're in two camps. You're either in the Shohei camp or the Soto camp. You may not be able to be in both because if you can't wait on one and then wait to the other one, both might be gone. You probably got to put your eggs in one basket, I would assume. So would you want to trade for Juan Soto? He's a dog at the plate, but what do you have to give up for him? I mean, you're going to have to be. San Diego gave up a lot to get him. They're going to want a lot in return. I would assume if they were to call you, they're going to say, now you could say no, but they'll ask for Josh Young or Evan Carter or something like that.
I'm all right. I'm okay.
You just won the World Series without him, right? You don't need him.
Yeah. You?
Look, I mean, you can. I would try to get him. I would absolutely try to get him. I would be very stingy on what I'm willing to give up.
And who's off limits?
Carter's off limits.
Okay. Carter's more off limits than Young?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Then
Positional importance, Young stud at third.
Carter could be your center fielder, though. So, like that, and that would carry more positional value. But, I mean, I think both of them are really solid, tremendous players. But you got to ask yourself, was Evan Carter a month surge? Would you want to capitalize when the market's hot?
Yeah.
Or do you think he's going to be even better?
Star up, star down for your Cowboys report card. And what does that win mean, if anything, against the sorry Giants? That's next on Sean and RJ. But
Best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
1st and 10 at the Giants 41. Snap to Prescott. Well protected. Deep down the right side. Gallup in the end zone. He caught it. Touchdown to Michael Gallup. What a throw and what a catch. 41 yards.
A get-well game for everybody. Pad those stats, except for Micah Parsons. What is up with Micah? Did he leave the locker room without talking? Was he in a grumpy mood? What did he tweet about, saying, I haven't been this speechless in a long time? With the emoji zipper and, be quiet and the steam coming out of the yellow emoji head.
Settle down just a little bit.
We'll ask Nick Eatman at 9:20 this morning on your home of America's team. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Michael Gallup got his. Brandon Cooks finally unleashed. You had Rico Dow, defensive line with Hankins, a Mozzie sighting, Dorrance Armstrong, Tank, Dante Fowler, all with star ups. Give us yours on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. It's just so funny, and you tweeted this, how dismissive the Cowboys, McCarthy especially, can be about, our suggestions. I don't play fantasy football. What do you want us to do? We threw for 374. Well, what do you want us to do? Dak and Ferguson are getting theirs. And then they clearly make it a point of emphasis to get Brandon Cooks the football. First play of the game, nonstop throughout the game. And this is what I talked about on Friday. You can't really ask Jerry or McCarthy about it because they're never going to insult the Giants that publicly. But in a game like this, how much can you work on other things? In a game like this, how much can you try to go ahead and get people right? And Jerry would say, oh, they're an NFL team. Look what happened against Arizona. And McCarthy would say, seriously, you want me to insult another NFL team, especially in our division? Division games are the toughest, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. That's all a bunch of hot air. And we saw it yesterday with them definitely making an effort to get Brandon Cooks going. And they did.
They did. And they needed it too. They needed it too? That's not English.
That doesn't work. It's amazing, your vocabulary.
I know.
Your grammar is mind-blowing that you are in Dallas-Fort Worth and you speak the way that you do with the words that you pick and the phrases and sentences. And you graduated with a degree.
With an English minor.
Oh, well.
Yeah, with an English minor.
English minor in Tennessee.
Yeah,
holy crap.
That means I know the words. Okay, I just don't know the order to put them in. There's a difference. But what were we talking about?
Cooks.
Brandon Cooks. It was good to get him going. They needed to because, let's face it, the best way to go about beating a great team like San Francisco or pick a team is really it's not CeeDee Lamb. It's your second, third, and fourth receivers because they're going to be matched up on second, third, and fourth corners. And the further you go down the list, theoretically, the worse they're going to be. And if you've got a great number 3 or an elite number 2, you're going to be slightly better. It's going to be a mismatch. I mean, another team's number 1 corner, if it's a lockdown guy, I mean, you might be able to match up with CD. But if you've got if your 2 and your 3 is much better than their 2 and 3 from a corner perspective, I mean, you're going to light them up all day.
Here's Mike McCarthy. What was the difference with Brandon Cooks getting involved yesterday?
Oh, I just think, his opportunities came together. So I think, the protection part of it, we're getting to where we need to be. We still have work to do there, going off of last week. And then, we definitely took a step this week. And I think just with that, we're able to get into the play types that we want to live in. So, and I think you're seeing more of that here the last couple of weeks.
Dak, same question. How did BC finally explode?
Practice, man. I mean, y'all know me. I always talk about practice, what we put into it, going back to this game plan, going back to early in the week. I told him, let's put the work in, and it's going to come out. I mean, he's been there for us all year when we've needed him to. There's been games that we've come back and said, could you get him more involved? And yeah, sure, maybe so, right? He's that type of player that deserves those questions when he's not getting those targets or getting those catches. And then a little communication that we had throughout this week, and then he had a great week of practice. Some plays were, built and meant up to go for him. And then the others, he went and won. When they would double CD, they would do this or that. He went and beat his man and made it easy for me to throw.
Since this is usually below the belt, let's talk about Bobby's man crush for a second, since he's already up tweeting about number 4 today. Bobby off for the week. 12th time in Dak's last 24 home starts, the Cowboys have scored at least 40 points. That's crazy. That is unbelievable. 50% of the time, Dak Prescott at home is scoring 40 or more points, or the Cowboys are. You get some defensive touchdowns, of course. He completed 11 of 4. These were not dink and dunks. You want to go down the field? You want to stretch it? They completed 11 of 14, over 10 air yards, 271 and 3 for Dak going down the field. Highest completion percentage over expectation, over 10 air yards of any quarterback the last 2 seasons. So going down the field. 12 of 18 against man coverage for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. Dak Prescott now leads the NFL in yards, TD passes, passer rating, EPA, CPOE, LMNOP, QRS, and success rate versus man this season. If you play man against Dak, the numbers are showing that he will absolutely shred you. So those are some of the star ups. Tolos.
Did you say he leads in DVOA?
No, I said LMNOP.
Oh.
Yes, DVOA.
That's interesting because, I
don't know, CPOE, EVA, I don't know what else
EPA. Yeah, because his DVOA, which is that's a defense adjusted value over average. So the average is 0. So anything above 0 that's how much better than average you are for the year. So this may mean that his kryptonite would be zone if he's tops in man coverage, because he is 11th in the league in that metric overall at 10% above league average. Brock Purdy's number 1 at 43% above league average. That's how good of a year Purdy's having. But that encompasses both, man and zone.
Star Up, Star Down is brought to you by the Big Green Egg here on Sean and RJ. Tolos are coming in. Jonathan, we cannot overact to Dak's performance against teams like the Giants. Let's do it against top-level defenses and schemes. Tom, guys, it was a great dub. Let's not forget how we felt after the Niner game. I guess the 8 a.m. callers forgot, LOL. Got to slow it down just a little bit. Beating a third-string quarterback isn't going to have me beating my chest. I mean, you're right. What does this mean? Nothing. Now, there'd be a point in time where we would say, oh, great teams punish and beat bad teams like this. That's changed for me because the Cowboys are not a great team. I put a lot of emphasis on the word great.
They're bullies. They're bullies.
They're bullies. And Texas William made the Debo, the D-bullies, the D-boys. They're going to beat up on the weakling. Yep. And then Ice Cube punches you right in the mouth on the street with the San Fran boombox, and you crumble. So that's what you said weeks ago about them. They're
bullies.
They're the perfect bully.
Yeah, and because they did it to the Rams. Now they had a good game against Philadelphia, but you can't have it both ways. You can't say that Philly's defense is mid, but then prop up how the offense looked against them. Which one is it? Is it a great defense they played well, or is it a bad defense they played well? Because
they're not. You talking about
Phillies?
Philly's defense?
Yeah, they're secondary.
Yeah, they don't have a great defense because of the secondary.
Yeah, their secondary is rather trash. So you should put up a lot of numbers on them. Again, the Cowboys always play well against the NFC East. At least Dak does. That's one of the great things that Dak does. Is you can mark it down. They're going to win a minimum 4 games against the division. Usually it's 5. It's a minimum 4. And that's how great teams make the playoffs every year. The regular season for the Cowboys is not about making the playoffs. The regular season is a formality. They are going to make the playoffs. It's been a formality the last 3 years. This year and then the last 2. They're going to win 10, 11, 12, 13 games. You never know. They're a great they're a great roster. They're a really, really good football team. It's about what they do in January.
Jerry Jones on this offense taken off in the last 4 weeks.
Our quarterback is playing at a level that allows us to really do what Mike wants to do, what Schottenheimer wants to do, and I think you're seeing that. You're seeing the result of a lot of practice, a lot of reps, seeing the result of a lot of guys figuring it out with each other, and certainly in Dak's case, taking advantage of that. I like the way we're running the ball tonight. We have such respect, Giants run defense. Have a lot of respect for them. So when I see some of the things we did in the run game, I like that. Now I understand how you can get it going, get that score out of kilter, and get to have a different picture than it might have been.
Star up to the offensive line pass protection. McCarthy said it was a major point of emphasis during the week. Dak Prescott was not touched. He had all day just picking the Giants apart. Just picking them apart. Star up to the pass protection. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Cowboys defense getting after Tommy DeVito to the tune of 5 sacks, 17 pressures, and 26 dropbacks. 26 dropbacks, 5 sacks, 17 pressures. They started 0 for 5 on third down. So it was varsity middle school. I don't even want to say JV. It was an insult to the JV teams. That was varsity versus middle school. The Giants are horrific. But McCarthy, again, listening to the show, I guess, RJ, he told Aaron Andrews reported, Mike's emphasis, details, small little things. And I won't care about what the Cowboys do until they prove themselves in those moments. I'm always going to bet against them to screw up and butcher and make fools of themselves in the crucial, clutch, killer, detailed moments. And until they do that, a win like this, okay, it's nice. Had the stats. Let's get Dak in the MVP discussion. Let's have CeeDee Lamb. Is he the best receiver in football discussion? Let's do all that. Let's get Dorrance and Fowler and Hankins and Mozzie in the stat sheet. What are you going to do when the temperature is at its highest? What are you going to do in crunch/clutch time when it's 1,000,000 miles an hour, when it's chaos and confusion? How are you guys going to operate? What are you going to do? Nothing. We're past the point of any of this mattering until that against the better teams, in my opinion. 877-881-1053. If you'd like to sprinkle in some Cowboy phone calls, 877-881-1053 to hit us up for your own Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. We'll do some more Cowboy calls. The Metroplex was undefeated yesterday with the Mavs and the Stars, and is Bill Belichick about to get whacked? Final hour, Cowboys Monday edition with Sean and RJ is next.
Let's get
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Kittle goes in motion right. Outside of McKivitz, Ayuk is on that side. Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Final hour fist pump time on a Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Roberto Belt is out for the week. Some of your Cowboy calls. Nick Eatman on the locker room. What allowed them to unleash Brandon Cooks? Is Micah Parsons ticked off for some reason? We'll talk to Nick, who never holds back at 9:20. And then crosstalk with KMC. And I wish Bassick was not sitting on a beach in Cabo so I could destroy his Jacksonville Jaguars and his golden child chosen one, Trevor Lawrence, for being Jackson fraud yesterday, getting smoked by San Fran. You could have helped us out. Could have done us a little bit of a favor. 34-3 for the frauds in the AFC. San Fran is 6-3. Jackson Fake is 6-3, 34-3. Of course, the other game is the Commanders losing to the Seahawks. Filthy is on a bye before they begin their brutal stretch of schedule. 877-881-1053 for you to Cowboy call in if you'd like on DFW Sports Station, your home of America's team and the World Series champion Rangers. And then you had a sweep. You had a DFW sweep. The Mavs smoked the Pelicans, put up 130 plus, and the Dallas Stars, there were two get-right games. Get right, shout out in honor of Kevin Gray. The Cowboys got right in the stat sheet against the Giants, and the Stars got right, dropping 8 on Minnesota.
Haskinen winds, fires, that goes wide. Fleury knocked down, and they score on the rebound. Robertson in to pounce on the loose puck. And with Fleury down and out of position, Robertson does not miss. It's 6-3 Dallas.
Woo! And it ends up being 8-3. Just go and look at that box score and that game recap. So Stars, Mavs, and Cowboys all getting it done. Oh, look who's on the line. This is the caller from the post-game show who called out me and Gavin Dawson for being Dak haters. How about Dirk and Allen? Back up and at it this morning. Dirk, good morning. You are on Sean and RJ.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
What up?
Crybaby Dirk here, all that stuff. I'm not super interested in going in on that. I really didn't want to talk about it that long last night if you go back and listen to the call. Really, what my bigger concern is right now, if you want to do a star down, is the running game with Tony Pollard. I don't know how to rectify that, but there's going to be some Dak stat padding if we can't salt away games with the run. So that was kind of my biggest takeaway and what I really kind of wanted to talk about last night more than the Dak stuff.
Yeah.
But nothing personal against you guys. I know that it sounded like that on the call, but I don't really, I don't really think we need to dive into that too much anymore. Everybody's got their opinions on Dak, always will. But yeah, I think we're about to see quite a bit of stat padding from him. If that's the only way they're going to win games. They can't get the game going.
Thank you for the call, Dirk. Thanks for being a Tolo. And you were right. Gavin Dawson did take a cheap shot. What did he say? That Dak is used to.
He said, don't blame Dak. Blame the receiver. The receivers know that Dak should only throw short of the sticks.
Yeah,
like
on
that.
third down.
Look, that's a clever tweet. It's very irreverent. It's solid attempt at humor.
And Dirk was not happy about that in the post game. And Dawson, he took a cheap shot. Laugh or not. Look, I am worried about the running game. I wish yesterday, not that it means much against the Little Giants, but I wish they ran in for some of those touchdowns versus just getting Dak to touchdown 4, touchdown 3, touchdown 4 in the air. And I don't feel great about Tony Pollard. I'm Team Rico right now. I'm Team Rico over TP. That's just me. And you're asking Dak to be the MVP and play like this. It's putting too much and a lot of pressure on him. That's my worry.
Put a lot of pressure on him. Listen, that's what you're paying $40 million for. Name me the quarterback in the playoffs that doesn't have a lot of pressure on him. They all do. They have to because they're generally the reason you win or lose. Now you get into a 45-42 game. All right, get a stop. But generally, the quarterback is the reason you're going to win or lose. Playoff games.
Wayne in Florida listening on the Odyssey app. Wayne, you're live on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. Go ahead, boss.
Good morning, gentlemen. My opinion is I'm just concerned that we're winning games against teams that without a winning record this year. And I just want to get your guys' opinion on that. And the second thing is, what happened to Micah Parsons yesterday? It was like he was invisible, or when the camera was on, it looked like he was mad about something.
Yeah.
Comments, please.
So, I don't want to break my Cowboy Monday rule after winning like this. Look, Micah's moody. All right, we love him. I love that he's outspoken. I'm just giving you the facts. I'm giving you the truth. And people behind the scenes will tell you, he's moody. I hope that he has an explanation for walking out on the media and not talking and then tweeting, I've never been this quiet, head blown, mouth zipped with the emoji. I hope he has an explanation on his Bleacher Report podcast other than him not getting a sack. I hope it's something else because it's a really, really bad, selfish me look when you win 49-17, the rest of your team gets to fill out the stat line and you want to throw a hissy fit. I hope it's not a hissy fit. If it was, then I'll destroy him like I do anyone else in the same exact circumstance. Am I worried about Micah Parsons not being in the stat sheet? No. I know Micah Parsons' effect on the football game. I don't think Micah Parsons has fallen off. Do I think he's as good or better than TJ Watt? No. Is he as good or as better as Myles Garrett? Probably not. He's in the conversation. He's in the mix with Bosa. But if Micah's upset because he's not in this stat sheet when his football team had 5 sacks and they got a blowout victory where everyone's feeling good, that's pouty. That's selfish. That's unacceptable. I hope it's not that. I'm sure he will tell the media this week, and he will talk about it on his Bleacher Report podcast. That's my opinion.
We are way past counting tackles to determine impact on a game. Sports fans are so much smarter than that. At least I hope they are. We got pass rush win rate. We got run stop win rate we're looking at. Smart fans are looking at that. We are way past, oh, well, he had 2 tackles today. Way past that. Way past that. Any team can take any individual player out of a game they want to. Any team can. You leave yourself exposed everywhere else. But if you want to, you can take anybody away. Any coach will tell you that.
Yeah, so I hope it's something else. I really do. Leo and Garland. Leo, you're up next on a Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Yo.
Doing well.
All right, man. First of all, I just got to rain on everybody's parade, man. Let's get back to reality. Dak is not the guy. He beat the Giants. I don't care what the numbers say. I don't care how much Bobby, D-rides him all the time.
Whoa!
It doesn't matter, man. How long has it been? It's been almost 10 years, and he hasn't gotten us nowhere. We beat the Giants. Big freaking deal. We beat him with a third-string quarterback. He's not the guy, man. It's like the ex-girlfriend that always constantly cheats on you and manipulates you. He's an illusionist, and this is what he's doing to all of Dallas, Texas. He's playing us for a fool because when it comes down to it, he's not the guy that delivers. Who lost us the game last game? Real quick, I want to remind y'all, who lost us the game? The delay of game, who's that on? That's on Dak.
But, Leo, great. What grade would you give Dak in the Eagle game?
I give him a B+, man. I'm not a hater. Okay. I'm not a hater.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not a Dak hater. I'm a realist. Because the same people that were trash Romo, if y'all remember correctly, the same people that were trash Romo are the same Dak lovers now. Where y'all at? Where's the hate at? at the end of the day, it's go Cowboys. So let's get it. Go Cowboys.
Thank you for the call. Let's touch on that. So, look, I'm not going to disagree with a ton of what you said. If Dirk was very calm and cool with his phone call, we can be calm and cool with the Dak criticism. Here's the good news. Whether or not you're a Dak lover or a hater, here's the good news. You have one hurdle. You have one Dak hurdle in the NFC. One. Let me say it again, y'all. You only have one obstacle. That's the San Francisco 49ers. Because Dak Prescott has proven over and over and over again, and I think Philly's better. And I think Jalen Hurts is still probably better, even though that's another fun conversation to have in 3 weeks for the rematch. Dak has proven over and over and over again he can ball out against Philly. So if you think it's a 4-team race in the conference, us, Detroit, Philly, San Fran, you're not worried about scoring points against the Lions. There's one hurdle.
One hurdle.
In the NFC. Can you figure it out? Can you avoid? Can you dodge them? That's the great news.
One is San Fran, and the other one is playing on grass. For whatever reason, they don't win on grass. I don't know why. That's why, going to Detroit in the playoffs may not be a bad thing because they're turf. I don't know. It's half joking, but the Cowboys do not play well. And Babe had that stat, right? They don't play well on grass for some reason.
Yeah. So I agree with you on the Dak. Over 500. Giants are a scrub. Doesn't really mean anything. But when you look at the landscape, there's really one hurdle. Can they figure that out? That's San Fran, in my opinion. Logan and Rockwall. Logan, you're up next here on the home of the Cowboys.
All right, fellas. Real quick, when did Leighton Vander Esch go down? Did he go down in the San Francisco game?
I'll look it up.
Yeah, maybe.
So my thing is last year when Leighton Vander Esch went out, defense looked terrible. This year, defense, hey, look, you look great against the, like caller said earlier, DeSoto High School. Your defense looks fantastic. But
yeah, by the way, Logan, it was San Fran. Logan?
Yes.
You're right. It was San Fran for Vander Esch's injury.
So my thing is, when Leighton goes down, we say what we want about him, this and that, but the defense, there is something about him at middle linebacker that makes things gel so much better. Yes, I know Damone Clark has played well and Hill has, held his own, but something about when he goes down, last year when he went down, the defense took a significant step back. This year, we had the last few games up until we've played nobody, the defense did not look great. So I think we don't give him enough credit where credit is due. The offensive line, they've come into their own, but again, you can't sustain that. So I think if this team, back to when McCarthy first started the year, we've got to continue to get out there and play defense the way we know how. Let Dan Quinn do his thing and let this be a defensive-minded team. Yes, it's great that the offense is now clicking because guess what? Now you'll back up the defense and score some points, whereas at the beginning of the year you weren't scoring anything because the offense wasn't clicking. But now you need to go back and start getting that defense to gel, and I think whenever Vander Esch comes back, it'll look a lot better.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, Bobby would agree with you. Bobby would say you're missing the quarterback of the defense with all the little things that go unnoticed that Vander Esch does out there. We talk about Trayvon and his absence with Deron Bland stepping up, but we forget about Vander Esch sometimes. Adam in Roanoke. Adam, you're next up here on Sean and RJ.
Sean, you said it right early in the beginning of the segment. Another win for the stat sheet. And what's maddening is when I listen to Bobby just cherry pick the stats over and over. And what do you and I go by? We just go by the simple eye test. I don't hate Dak. He's a good quarterback, but he's not a great quarterback. He can't carry the team. And you can cherry pick all these games against 3-10 teams and sub-500 teams. That's where Dak and the Cowboys do great. You show me 7 or 8 good wins over Dak's career against playoff teams, against strong teams, maybe I'll give in. Thanks, bye.
Thanks for the call. That's your neck of the woods, too. That's Roanoke. That's Adam representing Roanoke.
Yeah, he probably lives in Fairway Ranch.
What's that mean?
That's just the rich neighborhood.
Oh.
Loser.
I'll be your friend, Adam, if you're in the rich neighborhood.
No, look, I don't think that's fair. I mean, Dak's had plenty of good wins. Like that's just not fair. To say, yes, do they beat up on the bad teams? Does he stat pad against the bad teams? Sure. I mean, like that's kind of what you have to do. That's you don't you don't make the playoffs by only beating the good teams.
Yeah.
You make the playoffs by destroying the bad teams, and you try to play 500 against the good teams. Now, they haven't played 500 against the good teams this year. They've played how many good teams would you say they've played this year? 2? San Fran and Philly.
Yeah.
They're 0-2. They got Seattle coming up. They got another one, Philly coming up. They got Buffalo. They got Miami. They got Detroit. They're going to have their opportunities to win. But to say that Dak's never beat a good team, I mean, that's not fair.
Chargers?
Chargers are okay. I mean,
really
Chargers are they play 17 road games.
Yeah.
I don't trust the Chargers as far as I can throw them.
How did they get Cooks going? Did McCarthy change the offense? And is Micah Parsons actually upset? Nick Eatman inside the Cowboys locker room. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
2nd and goal at the 1. Straight eye, play fake. Little flip to the left side of the end zone. Touchdown to Ferguson, who's got a little cha-cha move in her.
And RJ Choppy with a little cha-cha on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube with one of your favorite plays from yesterday's game.
Yes, it was. By the way, I was doing my Travis Kelce dance. I don't know if you saw him in Argentina over the weekend at Tay-Tay's concert. So I was just doing my Travis Kelce moves.
I did. I saw Taylor run right over to him and give him a big kiss. She changed one of the lyrics of the song.
She did. Karma is a guy on the Chiefs.
Oh, man.
She's in love.
She's in love, man. She is in love. She's in love more than Peyton is.
Kelce, Ferguson, and Pepe all in love.
Yep.
All come in threes. Let's bring in Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What does this win mean, if anything?
Well, I think, it means that you're 6-3. I mean, that's exactly what it means. You guys asked me a good question on Friday and said,
how'd you lose to a 12-year-old in hoops?
No. And if you want some too, Sean, we can do that.
Oh!
Wow! We've already talked it, yeah.
Oxstar Park. All right, fine. Oxstar to that driveway, boy.
I talked to the dad. I was like, all right. I mean, you did watch the game, right? But that's okay. That's all good. All good. If you want to, if that's how you remember it, all good.
All right.
Anyways, no, you said how would you feel better about this game? What would make you feel better about this team? And I said, you got to blow them out, and let's get Brandon Cooks involved. And so that was the thing I think that stood out the most, is that I really felt like Dak was doing anything he wanted to, and he kind of got in trouble with that a little bit. Threw an interception, almost threw another one, but it's hard to blame him, because anything he was wanting to do, he was trying to throw the ball away sometimes, and CD was there to catch it. It was just one of those games where it felt like back in the day when you were playing, Madden or EA Sports or NCAA football, where you're just one of those, all right, let's get him involved. I mean, they got Jalen Brooks involved. I mean, it was one of those things where they could do whatever they wanted.
Why did this suddenly work? I'm not buying, it's just, the connection. He was just more open, or we had more protection.
I'm not buying it either. A first play of the game, they throw it right at him. Like we've seen that before. I kind of think that everybody, I think they're human too. They say, all right, you guys want to get Cooks? Well, watch this. Watch this, and which is fine. I mean, it works. And the best part about it is it worked to the point where CD still got his. It's not like it was like, okay, CD didn't get anything. No, CD had a record-setting game as well. And the streak that he's on is just on another level. And then, but still, Cooks got involved, and to say why, I couldn't tell you that. I mean, they moved them all around. The good thing about this offense, those two receivers, is that they do play all three positions as well. So it's hard for them to say he's lining up here, he's going to be here. They are very versatile in what they do, and I think it's just a tough matchup for other teams.
Nick, what type of guy is Cooks? We heard some Houston stories behind the scenes, but I don't really know a ton about his personality. How was he afterwards, or just what type of guy is he?
Well, the first thing I think you need to say is remember this 2 or 3 game stretch where he wasn't doing much, and just remember all the bad comments that came out of the locker room from him. None.
Yeah.
None. And that right there, unfortunately, we compare him to other receivers, and I'm not naming names at all. I'm just saying other receivers, the ones that are really good. They're not very quiet about not getting the ball. CD, one of them. I mean, that's just what they are. They think they can make every play. He does as well, but he's a veteran to the point where he understands the role. He reminds me a lot of when Randall Cobb was here, but just a little bit more dynamic, speedy, playmaker type. But I mean, just a pro's pro. And I had kind of heard a different thing with him. I kind of thought he had a bad rap. And just look at the fact that he was a productive player that teams were okay to let walk out the door.
Yeah.
So you knew there was something, and maybe there is. Maybe we haven't seen it. But right now, he's a guy that's He understands where he is in his role, and he kept quiet till it was time to make plays, and then he did. And, if they can get two guys like that making plays, that's what the great teams have. The great teams have multiple playmakers at receiver.
Nick Eatman join us here at 105 through the Fan. The Dak MVP discussion, do you expect it to heat up now?
I saw a clip the other day, last night, I guess. NFL Network had 5 names up there. He wasn't on there. I don't know about heating up yet, but I would imagine, 6-3. Because right now there's still this, win a game, lose, win 2, lose. This run that we're all talking about, which can be dangerous. I think if they get to that point, I think if they get to the Eagles game and they've won and I think if they beat Seattle, the Cowboys beat Seattle and they have a winning streak going into Philly, I think that's where it really, really heats up. But I don't know about right now. I wouldn't think so. I also don't think C.J. Stroud. I couldn't believe did I see that right? He was the favorite.
The favorite?
Well, he's getting thrown up there, yeah.
He's getting thrown up there, but I mean, it's a cute story. I don't know about the favorite. They're 5-4, but yeah, they're not.
Nick Eatman, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill. Well, cute sounds like
it's backhand compliment.
Well, it is. I mean, but MVP, you don't give MVPs because you're surprised. That's the thing. That's one thing that bothers me about voters and stuff like that. On any sport, they mess up, so therefore they ask what the problem is. Or, oh wow, think about it. Coach of the year, you either got to be 17-0, 15-2, something like that, or you're 9-8 and your team was just trashed the year before and you didn't expect them to be good, and they are. So sometimes people vote with the way because they're surprised. They didn't think C.J. Stroud would be good, and he is, and so now he's in MVP talk. But they're 5-4. He's throwing to Noah Brown and Dalton Schultz over there.
But doesn't that make it impressive that he's throwing to Noah Brown and Dalton Schultz?
It's impressive. Win Rookie of the Year. But you're not the MVP of the league. I mean,
who has more of a case, Dak as the MVP or CeeDee Lamb afterwards saying he is the best receiver in football?
I mean, yeah, CeeDee Lamb has more of a case of that. I mean,
okay.
Because nobody has done what he's done in the NFL in those last 4 weeks. And you could say, well, why stop it at 4 weeks? Well, 4 weeks ago is when he made a scene on the sideline there with Dak.
Yeah.
And they had to talk it out, and they talked it out, I'm sure, afterwards. And he apologized, air quotes, after the game. But he said, I can't act like that, but he didn't back down from his statement, which was true.
Yeah.
He said, I need the ball more. The first 5 games, he had 35 targets. In the last 4 games, he's had 51 targets. And of those 51, he's caught 41 of them and 600 and something yards. I mean, so he asked for the ball, and he's getting it, and he's making the most of it. I mean, I respect that. And I know Stephen Jones, I talked to Stephen Jones just before the game. He said he raised his hand and said, I want the ball, and he's getting the ball. And I said, what about that price tag? And he goes, well,
yeah,
that price tag is already through the roof, and so now it can't get much higher. But it can. It always can. And that's the problem. When you don't sign these guys early, and I'm not saying that they should have because they signed some others, but he was probably a $25 million guy, maybe in the top 5 receiver, but he's not there anymore. He's going to be number 1 receiver. I mean, that's at least where the argument is.
Nick Eatman, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill hotline from DallasCowboys.com after a victorious Monday, 49-17 over the Giants. So they've won 12 straight at home. Is there something about the home field advantage in that stadium, or is it just they love being at home?
This thing has come full circle because it used to not be. It was a destination place. It was a place teams would go, fans would like to go, and it just wasn't a dominating crowd. But I think the crowd is good. I mean, really, really good. And I think, they've had some fortunate games of, who they played. I mean, they haven't played a ton of great teams in that stretch, but they played some. I mean, Philly was one, last year. And I think it's, I don't think they're playing great teams. I mean, we got to be honest about that.
Yeah.
But they're blowing them out too. I think it's just a comfort level. I give the crowd credit because, like I said, we didn't always feel that way. But, 2 weeks ago against the Rams, noon start, the Rams, they're struggling a little bit. And I mean, that was a really, really good crowd and loud and ready to go. And so I think the fans have picked it up. I think the Cowboys are playing well. I think it's just a combination of a few things.
Okay, so I agreed with your tweet about Rico. To me, I said on the show, Rico is the new Pollard. We want Pollard to get less touches like Zeke, and we want Rico to get more touches like we used to feel about Tony. So what is up with this disparity back and forth? And just talk about Rico Dowdle.
Dowdle, yeah. And also it does not start with last year with Pollard and Zeke. This has gone on forever. I mean, this has gone on when Emmett and Troy Hambrick were running together, when Chris Warren and Emmett were. It's gone on forever. The backup, everybody wants to see the backup because he comes in, he's fresh, he's ready to go, he hits the hole quick. And in this case, it's the same. Now, I do think, though, Tony Pollard has proven, or at least it looks so far, in his whole career, high school to now, he's never been that starting guy. I think less is more with Tony. I think he ran the ball better yesterday. I think he needs less carries to be more productive. That's not always the case with runners. And I think, obviously, Dowdle needs more carries to be more productive.
Yeah.
So I think there's a good balance there. And I like what they saw yesterday, what they did yesterday. See a stat that the first time ever that in Cowboys history, 2 runners went 50 yards or more, 2 receivers went 150 or more. I mean, that's 400 yards of offense with 4 different guys. And I think, spreading it around like that is a good thing. And, I think Dowdle, he just runs pissed off. He runs like a guy that's been overlooked for the last 4 years and gotten hurt in some of that time too, and wants to show what he could do, and kind of runs that way, which isn't a bad thing.
Well, it's kind of like he runs like he hasn't been paid yet.
Yeah.
What's going on?
He's playing like that too.
Yeah. What's going on with Micah?
Oh man, I was hoping you wouldn't ask. No, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, what are you referring to exactly? Sorry.
Is there any reason to think that Micah Parsons was unhappy yesterday?
Yes.
Why?
Because the cameras showed it. And then he left early after the locker room, and he didn't talk to. I don't think he talked to the media, but it was quick. But Micah is the most competitive guy that we've seen in a long time. And I don't know more what was going on. I just know he did not. He did not have a sack. I don't know if he even had a tackle in the game. But I'll say this, and I'm mad at myself for not getting this stat before I came on the air here. But in the last 4 games against the Giants, if you just go back and look at these games, because it even started in the Monday night one last year, week 3, where they had like 5 sacks, and he didn't have one. Don't know what happened on Thanksgiving, but I know this year they had 7 sacks, and he had 1. And this game, 5, and he didn't have one. I'm pretty sure the Giants are letting it be known we're not going to let Micah Parsons beat us. Micah Parsons is not. Now, the other guys are just going to eat all day long. And that's what's happening. It's just one of those things. Against the Giants, Micah, he gets a lot more attention, and the other guys thrive off of it. But I don't know. Then again, I don't know what's more. He didn't talk to the media, so I don't know. He left early, right after the game, and I know the cameras caught him, and he didn't look like he was happy. But then again, who knows? I don't know much about Lions. I don't know what their temperament is all the time. They're always hungry, always ready to go. I mean, I'm going to say this: he is the most competitive guy, and if there's more to it that I don't know, that's fine. But it's not the first time. If this is the case, it's not the first time that they've won a game and he didn't have a great stat game and he wasn't too happy. He holds himself to a higher standard because he is at a higher standard. And so, if that's his frustration, I'm sure he'll take it out on the Panthers.
Great stuff. Thank you. We'll talk about Carolina Wednesday.
All right. Thank you.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece is next.
But let's get you
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Here they come. Prescott looks over the middle and hits. Lamb one-handed catch at the 40. There's a flag in the secondary at the 45 of New York. And it does look like a penalty against the defense.
That was the call yesterday of the Cowboy massacre of the New York Giants. My buddy sent me a message. I'm assuming he's right, but could be wrong. In the past 4 games against Dallas, the Giants have 0 sacks. 4 games,
goodness.
0 sacks. Mike McCarthy talking about the pass protection. We are back to the K&C masterpiece. Crosstalk with Mike Bassey out on vacation. How relieved are you? Who do you think's more relieved? Us without Bobby or you guys without Mike?
Oh, man, I've been dancing a lot today.
But Sean, I feel like you find a different place to aim your frustration at.
And where have I aimed it today?
I
wanted that caller Dirk, but after his post-game shot at me and Dawson, but he came on live and he wanted the ceasefire. So I was down for
That's
it.
good. That's good. I just wondered if you'd take it out on RJ.
No.
In place of Bobby.
Not yet.
Okay, that's good.
Not yet.
You had a full week?
Full week.
Full week.
Yeah, we only have like 3 days without Mike.
Oh.
Hey, he's going to Cabo for 3 days?
Well, he went, what did he leave?
Saturday morning.
He started vacation Friday.
Man, did he ever. And people were buying him drinks. It made me very nervous.
Did he drink them?
Yes. No.
How much of a lightweight is Mike?
No.
He's not much of a drinker.
He was okay, but he was already in vacation mode.
Mentally.
Yeah, and so I think that was a bigger deal than the alcohol, right?
Yeah.
I think our boss, this is probably Spittle's favorite week of the year, not having Bobby or Bassick
Or
here.
Bassick. He's got nothing to worry about.
Oh, my gosh.
I see that Mike, though, in Cabo, at an all-inclusive, he's not a drinker.
Yeah, I know. But he talked about this on Friday.
He wants to win.
He wants to win the vacation. So I think he's going to drink or order things just because.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You can respect that, right?
Absolutely. Totally.
Oh, it's like going to the buffet and you're like, you're not gonna get me. I'm gonna force feed this.
Oh, dude, what we did on ours, we went to we made the first reservation for dinner 5:30 because the buffet's open till 10. So we had dinner at 5:30, 6 o'clock, and then at 9:30 went to the buffet and crushed that before it was over.
That's a really
so you get
smart
4
plan.
meals instead of 3.
That is really
Wait,
smart.
You made buffet reservations.
No, we made regular dinner reservations at the restaurants.
Yeah.
So whatever restaurant we wanted that night,
Oh.
we did it early, 6
This
o'clock.
is on your Mexican trip.
On the Mexico Cabo trip.
Okay.
So you eat it and it's a smaller portion, right? Those all-inclusives are smaller portions.
Yeah.
So you eat at 6, then you continue drinking all night, and then it's it's 9:30, buffet closed in 30 minutes. Let's hit it up. Let's just hammer.
Pile that plate up.
Oh,
Does that facilitate more alcohol then?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You needing more alcohol after 10 o'clock? Is that what you're
I
saying?
don't know if needing is the right word, but
Desiring.
you won't get as drunk.
Was your cruise all inclusive?
Yes.
So did you feel like you were giving away money since you don't drink?
A little bit.
Yeah.
But they didn't offer that, because we tried to split. My wife and I have different packages, and they're like, no doubt.
I would hope. What's coming up on the show?
That was pretty clever.
Right out of at noon o'clock today, Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones joins us to discuss the Cowboys won yesterday.
Yeah.
They beat up on a bad team.
Maybe
right out of the
he'll have a
gate, we
message
discussed.
for you and Gavin Dawson. That call.
I've been praising Dak lately. Dawson still throws out his cheap shots.
Cheap shot.
It was a cheap shot. It was a funny joke. It was a joke. A funny joke if you're a Dak hater. Not funny if you're a Dak lover.
So after the San Francisco game, I said I was done with Dak.
Oh.
And I'm still in this. No, I'm not catching a lot of hate, I guess, but I'm still in this mindset of okay, I'm not going to go out of my way to be like, oh, he did this against the Giants. I'm not going out of my way to kill the guy for anything. But I do need to see the biggest moments, him become a Kawhi Leonard in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Where he goes, you know what? It doesn't matter. We're not losing this game. And that's why the regular season, I'll keep rocking with this. Enjoy the regular season. And hey, we had to do it with the Rangers, right? Enjoy that you're a winning team, and then hopefully something can happen special in the playoffs. And I'll continue to do that.
Here's the good news. There's one obstacle, one Dak obstacle in the conference, and that's San Fran. We know he plays very well against Philly. We think you can have a high-scoring shootout. The Lions aren't going to stop you.
Well, that could be a fun game.
I don't know what other team would really worry you. We know that Dak can play well against everybody else. So you figure out some type of genius game plan against the Niners. Maybe you get to avoid the 49ers. But I feel like every other box is checked off. It's one obstacle in San Francisco after the way Dak just played against the Eagles and the way he's played against Philadelphia. The other question as a Dak hater you have to ask yourself, this recent 4-game stretch that he's been on, how many other quarterbacks can you just go out and get or draft that can do this? Yes, we all have but with the elite special teams, with the Cowboys over 500, those problems. How many other quarterbacks can go out and go on this type of run with these type of stats that he's done over the past 4 weeks? And I think it's, not as many as we would like to believe because the stats are stupid.
Yeah,
They're crazy.
For sure. You say as we like to believe. Do you think the majority of people then have moved to the other side of not loving Dak?
What do you think the percentage is on the fan text in general? It's 60-40 anti?
No, it's not. I don't think it's anti.
I think it's week to week.
It is very week to week. I think a lot of what we saw today was, hey, it's the Giants.
Yeah. But just in general, whether people believe Dak is the guy or not, Bobby always says fan text is more anti-Dak. Twitter. There's differences between fan text, Facebook, and Twitter.
Twitter's interesting because you can really create your own silo of Dak love or Dak hate based on how you want it to look.
Yeah, you can. I would say today it was a lot of positivity. I mean, you are a miserable SOB if you're unhappy today. You are miserable.
Yeah.
Based on the Cowboys, you might have your other stuff going on in life that could cause. Okay.
For sure. But
I just want to make sure.
If you're unhappy today because of the Cowboy game, you're miserable.
Yeah.
I do have this. I'm kind of curious on where we are with quarterback play in the NFL right now, and if it's because Tom Brady's not around anymore. Aaron Rodgers has been out this season, and that's two guys that you're going to put in the top 8 probably all the time when they were in. So where does that navigate Dak in a different area in your rankings? Does it still have him down in the 7-11 model? The way he's played over the last few weeks is not that model. That's not where he is.
Right, put Dak right now against Allen. Put Dak against Hurts. Put Dak against Tua. These are now fun conversations. Yet again, put Dak, against Lamar. Even with all the Ravens' success, look at some of Lamar's numbers. Dak against Purdy. These are why the quarterback rankings are so fun and fluid.
And I do wonder if the quarterback play is good right now or if it's just mediocre.
You mean they're all kind of NFL?
Yeah, and they're all just kind of trickling into that one area where you're like,
Because yesterday before the kickoff, I was getting the CJ Stroud. I didn't retweet it. I didn't have the energy for the fights before kickoff. CJ Stroud is the best quarterback in the state. Prove me wrong. And then he goes out there and scores 5 touchdowns, and I did not see any of those afterwards.
Can I ask you a question about that? Because we kicked this around last week. Okay, Sean.
That's your guy, by the way.
Sean,
Kevin.
I'll ask you.
CJ Stroud's been Kevin's guy.
Do you think CJ Stroud is in the MVP conversation?
We just had Nicky on ask that, and he laughed at it.
I think he has to be.
I do,
if
too.
They make the playoffs, they have the second pick in the draft. They didn't trade up for that pick, right? That was their pick.
Yeah, they traded up for 3, right?
For 3. So they were going to have the number 1 pick in the draft all year.
Yeah.
And they wind up winning at the very end. So you go from having the number 2 pick in the draft to the playoffs?
Yep.
How are you not in the MVP category?
He's 10th in QBR. He's got 15 touchdowns to 2 picks. He's thrown for 2,600 yards. So his TD interception ratio very Aaron Rodgers-like.
And he's second in the DVOA stat, which is a per play efficiency. So he's the second most efficient quarterback in the NFL. And what would you say was the QBR? Second? 10th.
Close.
I'm not saying he is the MVP.
Let's do a top 3 MVP. Let's go around the room. We'll go in order until we run out. Give me a guy in the MVP conversation right now. RJ Choppy, we'll start with you. I'll start. I'll be selfish. Tyreek Hill. And I hope this is kind of the year that maybe a non-quarterback wins it.
I'll put Tua in there then.
Still?
Yeah. I still have Tua in that.
Lamar?
Okay. These are not the strongest candidates right now, in my opinion.
I mean, Mahomes is going to be there.
And then
Is Mahomes having an MVP year?
By the end of the season, he will.
Yeah, but I'm just saying right now, like, who are the top
Isn't
candidates?
Hurts still in that conversation too?
Yeah.
Aren't they? The Chiefs are what, 6-2, 7-2?
Here
with no
okay,
receivers.
Here are the stats here are the odds as of last week. Bet Online. Mahomes was the favorite, so good job, Corey. It was Mahomes, Hurts, Burrow, Lamar, Tua, McCaffrey.
Joe Burrow's a good one. Yesterday obviously changes that to a certain degree, but he's hurt or he's like iffy and they're losing. He's back to 100%. They break off 4 straight wins.
To me, that's a watered down list compared to other years. Like there's no right. You can poke a lot of holes in anyone, major holes. So yes, CJ Stroud would be in the conversation for me.
Yeah, no, I absolutely think he is. But I do wonder, to your point, I feel like the NFL has just decided Offensive Player of the Year is for the best, not quarterback.
It is.
There is a 5-game stretch for Dak, though, where he could put a stamp. He's on the outside of it. Like right there, where the way he's playing right now is, beautiful. But that 5-game stretch where it starts at Seattle and ends with the Lions, he could put a stamp on it and say, this is my MVP.
You know, for the Cowboys, for Dak to win it, they've got to, I think, win the division. That would help. Let's say they go 4-1 in that stretch. He beats Mahomes, he beats Tua, he beats Goff, beats Hurts. I mean, hell, like you're gonna win that damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
I just got the press release from ESPN.
Oh, ESPN.
Major League Baseball opening night. Rangers and the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, baby.
World Series Championship pregame celebration on Baseball Tonight with Carl Ravitch, David Cohn, Buster Olney, and Eduardo Perez. So, didn't they open up with us last year?
I thought they did. They were Sunday Night Baseball. It was the Phillies
They
on
knew.
Sunday Night Baseball.
So this is how they're gonna open it up.
But this is on Sunday night, or this is the opening game?
This is the opener.
Season opener Thursday, March 28th.
Nice. I like that. I like seeing that.
Where else can I hear that game?
You can hear it on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, that's so
or
funny.
maybe 1080, depending on what's going on with Cowboys.
I don't think the Cowboys are playing that day.
Dude. Golly.
Anything else you need to promote? Are you guys?
Hey,
yeah.
1240. We're going to start talking about Peace-a-thon. We got amazing stuff, including autographs from Mickey Mantle and Luca and all kinds of cool stuff.
Next Wednesday.
Yeah, that's right.
Man, I looked up the show schedules, and I saw a 2-day work week, and I said, gosh, I love Peace-a-thon.
Yes.
It's a great day.
Not for the charity aspects.
Yeah, I do. I love the charity.
Charity's cool.
I love what y'all do for that. Absolutely fantastic.
I mean, I got a Mickey Mantle autograph at home. I could have given it to you for this thing, but you don't want it. You want the other guys. That's fine.
I mean, you helped us out with the cabin, so that was really nice.
We got
I'll still take submissions.
Wait, Tolo Chris gave you the cabin?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
We have a.
Sorry, sorry I didn't come through on mine with
He
the steak.
hasn't given me the cabin.
We
but,
still owe him a dinner, by the way, so we got to get that all taken care of.
You know, these seem like there should be a lot of off-air conversations.
Agreed.
You're
running the thing.
The KFC Masterpiece is next without Bassick on The Fan.
Take your turn. fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You have Corey Majors, who is sending out fancy kisses to the Twitch world.
Are you saying a two-handed kiss blow is fancy?
It feels fancy. It does. And we have Alec Medford, conspicuous by his absence, unless you were listening to any part of Friday's show, is Mike Bassick. He's on vacation. He will be back on Thursday. And we've begun the countdown to Peace-a-thon. 877-881-1053. If you're excited, 9 days away to Peace-a-thon. And I think I'm really jazzed up because we went through a whole bunch of the stuff that we had this weekend, and we'll give you a better idea of that later in the show.
Let's do that.
But right now, let's go ahead and go to cut number 2. There is a plethora of amazing choices. Many of them feature Dak and CeeDee Lamb, which I hope makes sense to everyone if you watched the game yesterday or listened to it right here on The Fan. Let's go with cut number 2. This happened.
Cowboys are 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line of New York, coming right to left in the white shirts. Prescott's under center, fakes it to Pollard, gives a reverse to Lamb, block on the edge. Lamb will walk the dog, which is quite a sight, a Lamb walking the dog, but touchdown Dallas.
Now, Alec, I'm going to need your help with this. We're going to need to directly respond to this for the 972. Y'all should give Alec more speaking segments this week.
I agree.
He is awesome. Alec, have we not had multiple conversations where I have said, feel free to get involved whenever you like?
Yeah, those have happened. I just get busy, but I'm definitely going to try to get him more involved this week for you guys.
Okay, so there you go.
Thanks, man.
I appreciate that.
I know Mike is a big absence, so.
Yes.
I'll try to be at least halfway as annoying. How about that?
Oh, well.
Wow, you said he's annoying? Wow.
To Kevin.
I really
love
did
Mike.
think I wanted to call you on Friday and have a conversation with you and just be like, are you okay? Because you seemed very frustrated all day on Friday. Not just because of Mike. There were other things involved too.
I made a different phone call and we hashed out some of those.
All right, good. I'm glad. I'm happy for you.
So, so if you didn't get the phone call, good news for you. You're free and clear.
Look at
Let's
that.
go.
I didn't get a phone call.
All right.
That's the CeeDee Lamb that, and I think Carter Freeman can attest to this too, Kevin. This is the CeeDee Lamb version I thought you were going to get when you drafted him out of college.
Okay.
I think this is the fully realized version of professional NFL CeeDee Lamb. And the last 4 weeks are proving that. He can do it in a variety of ways, even though Greg Olsen was like, hey, he said he never wants to run the football again. Look, man, he can do those things. You give him the ball, you get it in his hands, you create the space for him, he can make some amazing things happen. I was very surprised this morning when I saw his one-handed grab down the sideline was number 10 on the Sports Center top 10. Yeah, it was number 10. How ridiculous is that? I guess if he'd have made it a touchdown, it would have been number 1. But that was an amazing catch to get that on a bullet in his hand. It sticks, and he makes a great play, and that gets everything rolling. But this is a guy that, Kevin, and go back and look at his numbers in college. This many receptions, this many yards was something he did consistently. And so I think one of the things, there's a couple of different things. A, bad opponent. We'll put that first. We get that. B, I think they're starting to come into their own as an offense now. They're starting to understand some things because, Kevin, we also saw multiple plays to Brandon Cooks that you and I
oh my God, it was delightful.
Saw throughout the entire training camp that we were like, where the hell are these, dude? What are you doing? Why are you saving these? And maybe McCarthy's like, because I want to win at the end of the season, not everything during the beginning of the season. I can win just being this team. This roster should be good enough. But somebody did say Cowboys love to beat up on the small guy, but when someone their size or bigger comes around, they get scared. And that is something that I agree with. I agree that this team does know how to punish people that are not good, rosters that are not good. They know how to do that. And at some point, they're going to run up against other teams that are just like them. Kevin, that 5-game stretch where it has Seattle, Philadelphia, Buffalo, Miami, and the Lions. The Cowboys are just as good as all of those teams. They're just as good as those teams. Actually, probably a scotch better than most of the teams in that bunch. But that's when it comes to the details, and the Cowboys have to be prepared for those moments when the big details are the little details or something that's important against teams like that. And they have to be prepared to beat up those teams and be mean to them.
From the 6A2, I like this idea. Your recent interview with Jerry is what prompted more Cook's involvement. I'll
take credit for it.
I absolutely hope that is the case. But you really, that texter in your response really hit on something. The Cowboys are the absolute best in the NFL. It's not even close at beating up on subpar teams. Like, you go around the league and you're like, hey, you're going to play the Giants, you're going to play Carolina. Like, obviously, I realize that people are going to bring up the Cardinals. I still don't understand what happened in that game. Cowboys are awesome at smacking down teams that they fundamentally do not believe are on their level to begin with.
Yeah.
So did you learn anything new yesterday? That's what I want to start with, because I know there is a crap ton of positives coming out of that game. Was there anything new that you learned about this team yesterday, or do you just fall back to, but it was against the Giants? Because I understand that's going to be everyone's counter argument to whatever you say. Hey, pass protection looked a hell of a lot better. It was against the Giants.
Oh, hold on. Can Terrence Steele be better this week? Yeah.
Yes.
And so,
yes.
And whether or not it was against the Giants, I mean, he oftentimes was lined up in a favorable. I'm actually going to have to go back and look at all the times he was lined up, but a lot of times there were some positive things that he had in his way. But I think he was better this week. And that's better than he was last week, right?
Agreed.
And last week we needed him to be better.
Goodness.
So if he is good this week and can continue and looks like he's on a path now to where, he's going to be better. Gaining confidence is huge. Ask Bruce Bochy about confidence, man. How many times during the season Kevin and Bruce Bochy say, well, I just want to keep this guy confident. If Terrence Steele did something this week that he can build on, then the protection was better this week. Again, it was against the Giants. Can he do it next week too against Carolina? And now does he in his mind believe that he's that back to what he is? That's something he needs to get over, not just physically, but mentally.
I think that's a great point, because if that confidence does build up, not only with Steele, but Cooks, Dowdle. There are a lot of different people that you can pick from on that list. That could be big. I wanted to throw out a couple of preposterous stats from yesterday if I can. That actually should have been the first segment.
All right.
We should have titled it Preposterous Stats from Yesterday.
Please spill it.
Is the Cowboys outgained the Giants by 468 yards. Now, is it weird that I'm a little salty about that? Because at one point, Alec, I know you saw this, it was more than 500 yards, but then the Giants were like, we're going to put together our last minute, took 75 hours to complete the drive to really see what our quarterback is made of. So much so that wasn't even Greg Olsen was like, good Lord, this is the longest minute of football ever played. It put the NBA to shame in terms of lengthy final minutes. And so they were up in the 500s, but it ended up, they gained 468 more yards than the Giants. That's the largest yardage differential in any NFL game in 44 years.
Wow, really?
So that's just crazy
I'll take
to
it.
me.
Yeah, I'll take it.
And then the other one I wanted to throw out there was CeeDee Lamb. Third straight game with 10-plus receptions and 150-plus receiving yards. Never happened in the history of the NFL, ever.
Is that good?
Yes.
For
Yes.
a really good number 2 wide receiver, yeah, that's pretty good.
It's still so stupid. And I really hope, I don't know where, I know we're going to get to this more later. Real quick. I don't know where everybody has CeeDee Lamb in their wide receiver rankings, but I sure as hell hope that we can say, hey, I might not think you're Tyreek Hill, but that doesn't mean you're a number 2 wide receiver. That's stupid. You know what? I'm going to be nicer about it.
He's a number.
I disagree very much with that opinion.
He's a number 3 right now, as far as yards go, receptions go. He's right there in that category, Kevin. And his targets and receptions are amazing. He needs to bolster the touchdowns still, and that'll change a lot of things. But by the end of this season, he'll have another career high in receiving yards, and people are going to be looking at that going, "Dang, he was the legitimate option," and people couldn't stop the dude. That's a big deal right now, Kevin. Can I add Rico Dowdle in that conversation?
Sure.
I learned that he can run just as well as we thought he can whenever they block it well. And again, it is the Giants, but he ran hard, and I'm not asking for anything to change. Honestly, I don't want them to say, you know what, now Rico Dowdle's the guy. Don't need that. I have a 2-back system that I think I can run very well and take full advantage of. That's a positive right there.
Now, it did also lead to perhaps the most hurtful meme I saw all day.
You love memes too.
I do.
You're a meme guy.
It was because I was like, oh, that is so rude, but I get what you're saying. It said, name a bigger feud than I think it was like East Coast, West Coast, something like that. And it said Tony Pollard versus the end zone.
Oh,
and I was like, that
is rude. It's very rude.
Now, do I think it is humorous? Yes, I do.
Mhm.
Does it make me sad? Yes, it does. But that is also just rude. But I get their point, because after that first drive, Corey, I was going to be really mad.
What about your awakening of Jalen Brooks, Kevin? Have we woken up a sleeping giant, or when Kevontae Turpin comes back, Jalen Brooks is kind of back in?
Okay, probably this. Look, I can't tell how sarcastic you're being.
Who wants the Jalen Brooks era to begin?
Look, here's the thing. I feel this very strongly. I'm not, and I know you're kidding, I'm not here to say the Jalen Brooks era has begun or anything like that. But I will say, don't you like knowing that when Turpin was out, that you had another option? Or like if you run into another wide receiver injury or something like that, that you do feel like at least a little bit comfortable Jalen Brooks can go out there and do the things. And that's what I like. That's usually the only good thing that ever comes along with.
So what
injury.
you're saying is we have too many good wide receivers on this team.
I'm not.
Michael Gallup gets 2 targets. One of them's a touchdown. Like that's going to happen every week.
That was amazing.
Brandon Cooks was amazing. Even Jalen Brooks was tearing it up. He had 4 targets, 4 catches. Kevin,
look.
I am excited that the depth is good at the position. That's a good positive thing.
Don't start this. Don't encourage him from the 214 #free Jalen Brooks.
Oh, I love it.
Stop.
I love it.
You're doing.
Keep doing the things.
And there's a lot of feedback here. And I wanted to hit one of these specific texts. I apologize, and I'll try to get it verbatim. And you'll know that it was your text. That was great. But I still worry about playoff caliber opponents. I think that's totally fair. Here's the one thing I will say, and I think we'll dive into this more with Mickey because he is very firm in this opinion, is you need to be really good for 4 weeks to get you back to a point where that's going to matter again, right?
Okay.
Because that's when you play Philadelphia again. And so you could go into that Philadelphia game 9-3. And then you'll get like that taste of your playoff opponent. And maybe you feel that way about Seattle too. And that'll give you a better. So you dominated in phase 1, right? And so I know Carolina, if you do the same things, probably not going to change people's minds or the Commanders. But guess what? Then that would get you through phase 2, phase 3. And that would only leave you with one more step before getting back to another test that people will buy into and making it matter. Because if you were to go 2-2 in these games, oh, great. You play Philadelphia again. Who gives a crap?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter.
Kevin, I actually just wrote this down. I'm actually kind of happy that they haven't beaten the big opponent yet this season, because then there is no reason to smell themselves, as Dak says. Like, I'm serious.
Oh yeah.
When you keep getting slapped by the bigger bully, then you still keep working on things, and you don't go, well, we're really good at that, and why should we work on that stuff? You keep working on these things. That is something, Kevin. If they work and put in that work, and then they're at a next level by the time they hit that 5-game stretch after what you're talking about, then that could be the moment where they're like, hey, we are this good, and recognize that they get hot at the right time. You know, we talk about that. We just saw it happen in the World Series with the Rangers. They were a really good team. They hit a bad stretch and said, we don't want that stink anymore. And then they went on a stretch where they just reeled off all the wins for the World Series. I almost think it's a positive that they haven't beaten up, or they haven't gotten to beat up a team in the regular season that they know they're going to probably face in the postseason, because they need to grow as they go along the rest of the season.
And Corey, I'm surprised you didn't bring this up, because I've seen a couple people text in, hey, but did you see what Noah Brown did down in Houston?
Oh my gosh.
And I think that's
the
Corey.
top 3 receivers over like the last 5 weeks are CeeDee Lamb, Noah Brown, and Amari Cooper. Like those are the top 3 receivers in the NFL in the last 3
well,
weeks.
based on your logic, we had to clear those other 2 out.
Yeah,
to make
so
room
Jalen Brooks.
for-
How would we ever know the Jalen Brooks era exists?
I don't know if I'm still ready to go in on that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, because I think there are a lot of viable options across the NFL. Which team had the biggest win of the weekend? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Now, it's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Kittle goes in motion right. Outside of McKivitz, Ayuk is on that side. Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone! Touchdown! San Francisco!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan because
play that cut.
I'm hoping that all the way from Cabo, Mike can hear that. And
Okay. I was just about to suggest
Jacksonville Jaguars were humbled.
I was going to say, Alec, never do that again. All right, never play a highlight. If Kevin asks for it, just say no. I'm playing a Rangers win the World Series highlight instead.
Like, I'm going to do a Jalen Brooks next time.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, jeez, you wanted to hear San Francisco score a touchdown?
Because I am going to make an argument. I think there's 3 really good candidates. I think this is one of them. Which NFL team had the biggest win of the weekend? And the reason why I wanted to throw out the San Francisco 49ers is because not only did they beat a quality opponent, but holy moly, did they need a win. They had lost their last 3 games. By the way, and their offense had sputtered in all of them. Offense looked good. Obviously, the defense looked tremendous. You beat a quality team. But most important, San Francisco is able to get a win. That team desperately needed to get a win. Now, I would have preferred they lost that game 34-3 and continued to spiral. And then you didn't have to worry about them in the playoffs, or you would only have to worry about them in the NFC Championship game. But that is not what happened. And I think it was a hell of a win for them.
All right.
Even though, did you see the casualty streak-wise in that win? Was Christian McCaffrey's record-tying touchdown streak was snapped at 17 games.
Oh,
you don't feel bad at all.
Don't care. Wish they'd lost, honestly. That would have been nice. Kevin, this isn't like college football where the Niners win means that the Cowboys are vaulted up or anything like this.
Right.
I wanted them to lose. You know why? So that they'd be below the Cowboys in the standings.
Don't get me wrong.
But then
I'm
wouldn't
not
they be
saying what win made you happiest over the weekend, because you know what? One of my teams destroyed the Giants. Another team destroyed a team that still got their college football coach fired. We'll get to that in a little bit, all right? But
any given Saturday,
I think this was a humongous win for the 49ers, but I understand this might not be everyone's vote. I just wanted to throw it out there.
877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com text line.
People are
if
mad.
you think Kevin is a huge Niners fan.
No! We already had that one drop calling me out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you called yourself out on that one, Kevin.
That's fair.
I'm looking at this group here. All right. I have a group of 4 other ones. I'm interested to see if my list is the same as yours.
I'm going to pick whichever one
I
I have
didn't,
audio for.
I didn't have the Niners on my list because I did not care. I thought it was stupid that they won. And I think most people out there agree with me.
Okay.
But I will say that the Josh Dobbs era is back. I don't know if this was like a significant win.
When was it? Hold on. Just real quick question. When was it the first time?
Huh?
You said it's back.
Oh, it started last year when he started against the Cowboys on a Thursday night for the Titans, and he put a good showing out there. And then he got his revenge in Arizona against the Cowboys. And then they said, you know what? Kyler Murray's coming back. We're trading you. And so he gets traded. And he was amazing in his first game because they were like, hey, what are the plays? He was like, I don't know. Just run around and I'll throw them to you. And then this week, Kevin, up against a very formidable defense in the New Orleans Saints, a team that still lacks a quarterback. Josh Dobbs goes out there and does his thing again, and they win 27-19.
All right.
And I'm afraid of Josh Dobbs.
Cut number 21. You should be because of things like this. This play was awesome.
3rd down and 6. Stepping up, Dobbs. Nothing downfield. Spinning away. Gets a block from Darisaw. Dobbs trying to shake his way to the end zone.
Was that on your list?
That was not on my list.
Oh, because you don't believe in Josh Dobbs.
I am just more intrigued by the return of his era.
Uh-huh.
Like, I'm going to have to go back in my NFL history
I don't know if
book.
you've heard, he's a NASA guy, Kevin. I don't know if anybody's ever talked about this. I feel like
out of this world. Is that what you're going to say?
No.
But you could see why I thought that's what you were going
The
to say.
214,
right?
Kevin is the biggest bandwagon Niners fan. Wow, Kevin, first the Steelers, now you're a fan of the Niners. We're doomed.
Man, this is hurtful.
Most people that use drugs are from San Francisco.
God, Kevin talking about the Niners is like my girlfriend talking about her ex, uncalled for.
Just all the time, too. Wow, out of nowhere. Loving Brock Purdy. All right, so Vikings, you and I are not on the same page there. All right, you go next.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and go cut number 19. This was a humongous win.
Yes.
And I know Derek Holland is stoked about it.
Browns with touchdowns on their last two possessions. Deflected, picked off, and taken back by Newsome. Newsome stayed in bounds. Touchdown. Wow.
A tale of two halves.
No freaking kidding. And Greg Newsome right there getting work done. I don't think you can overstate how important this win was, because you can make a pretty strong argument. And you know what? Actually, Alec, I will include you on this. Fair to say that the Ravens had been playing just as good a football as anybody going into this game.
I told you guys last week during the combo platter that the Ravens were the best team in all of pro football, and then they go and do that. That's a little annoying.
And then their head coach was like, this is the best division in all of the land.
Yeah.
And they proved, I guess they were.
Unfortunately, that did kind of come back to bite him, right? But you know what, Alec? For most of the game, it looked like that was the case. Is the Browns were down by 14 multiple times. They were losing by 15 for most of the third quarter. So for most of the day, it looked like, and by the way, that defense is really good. Holy cow, were the Ravens scoring points on them. So for most of the day, it looked like, hey, we got the best defense in the NFL. Ravens were like, don't care. And it looked like they were going to rout them. And then in a quarter and change, it all changed.
I'm very concerned about the future health of Deshaun Watson, because it seems like every play is he died and he has to come back to life. And it's one of those, we'll talk about Kyrie at some point. Maybe he's just trying to inspire his teammates or something. I have no clue, but I am concerned about his health and whether or not that matters, because maybe PJ Walker can take them to the promised land. Kevin?
Maybe.
My next big game.
Yeah, you know what? I'm still upset
From
because
the
of the fan
812,
text.
one small ass kicking on national TV, and Kevin changes allegiances.
I have not changed allegiances. I'm a
469.
huge Steelers fan.
Kevin, you hate pizza rolls, poor people, Evan Carter, and Cowboys, but love the Niners. What's going on here?
No. Most of those are inaccurate. The Totino's pizza rolls, I do hate those. All right? Not the people that eat them. I just don't like those pizza rolls.
George Kittle, big listener. He just texted in. We're all talking in the locker room after our big win about our biggest fan, Kevin. We've been tuned into 105.3 The Fan for all the Niners support. Thanks, man.
I didn't say it was my favorite win. My favorite win was the Cowboys completely obliterating the Giants. I said the biggest win on the NFL stage.
Let's go to cut 24 for what I believe is a huge win, Kevin.
To take a lead with 5 seconds to go. Off the practice squad for the lead, and it is good! It is good! Amendola from 38 yards! And the final is in, and the Texans have won it.
I like Kevin Harlan.
Agreed. The Houston Texans.
Significant, man.
It is very significant. We were just talking about how the Ravens, one of the hottest teams in football, got beat. Well, the Cincinnati Bengals, they're right up there as one of the other hottest teams in football. And they just lost to a Houston Texans team that was 5-4. This is a serious question. There are 8 games left. How many people in this room, on the text, in the Twitch, in the YouTube, thought that the Texans would win more than 5 games this season?
I did not. And mostly it was because new coach, new quarterback. Still, without having enough, like the right draft picks that they needed, they still had a lot of work to do.
Yes.
A lot of work for that roster. Their head coach has gotten everything organized pretty quickly. Their quarterback is playing like a veteran at the moment. Like, he does not look like anything phases him. And Kevin, I know you were a big proponent of him over Bryce Young whenever the draft was going on. And I thought, either way, you're going to get two good quarterbacks. I think this Texans team has the guy. And again, somebody was like, hey, what about consistency? Because we were having the MVP conversation. The MVP is a one-season thing, all right? Yeah. So if he's the best in one season, give him the MVP. Consistency over time, we'll have to see when that comes along. But watching the way he plays right now, the balance within their offense, and just the idea that they're not out of any games, the Texans are playing very, very good football right now.
In the last 2 weeks, he has thrown for 826 yards. But what's notable about this game is he threw an interception. That was his second interception all season.
Yeah.
I'm not here to tell you that C.J. Stroud is the best quarterback by any means in the NFL. But just if you want to go by, and this is always debated, most valuable player, what does it mean? Not the best player. Is you look at this Texans team from last year to this year. I know there are other adjustments along the way, and I've liked what I've seen from Will Anderson. But C.J. Stroud is the major adjustment, like player-wise. And I think he has played incredible. I think he should be in the conversation.
I was scared he wasn't going to get good coaching.
Yes.
Because I thought this was an unserious team when they hired a guy to be their offensive coordinator that was a Pro Football Focus intern. And then Bobby Slowick came out here and just proved me wrong. Like, he's gotten some really good coaching. That offense is made for him. It's been really pretty out there.
It is. You're right. And this is a huge win for them because now all of a sudden they're a game back of first place in their division. So again, I did not think that the Texans would win more than 5 games this year. Here they are at 5-4, and there's 8 games to go, and they're a viable division contender right now against the chosen one, Trevor Lawrence, and the Jacksonville Jags. Like, look, I know Mike loves the Jags, but I think it was very fair going into the season to think if there was going to be a walk-away division, the Jags might just have it. Mm-hmm. And here they are in a fight against a Texans team that is already way better than I thought. And that's a crushing loss for the Bengals, by the way, who are now in last place in their division.
How much do you hate seeing Dalton Schultz and Noah Brown being key contributors, though? I don't.
I always
it had to happen
because
you got
offensive weapons.
Jake Ferguson's doing just fine,
yes,
and
that's true.
You have other things going on here. Kevin, without belaboring this too much, what's your last one?
No, those are my 3
okay.
Because one of the ones you listed with the Browns and Ravens was on my list as well. Those are my 3.
I'll throw out the Lions then to get that 41-38 win over the Chargers. I thought that was pretty. They're a good team, and that's a team that if you're the Cowboys, that's not a measuring stick, but you're in that group with those guys. They're now in your group. All right, so congratulations, Lions. They are now in the Cowboys group, and you're going to have to take care of business against them.
It's still weird to think about, but the Lions are tied with the Chiefs for the second best record in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, that's a thing that is actively happening.
Oh, and don't forget, Kevin, the huge Colts win over the Patriots. 10-6 overseas.
Can't decide if it was that game or the Raiders game that set the game of football back further,
dude,
just as a whole.
Michael Pittman is a really good receiver. Like, that dude's gonna.
Will anybody ever?
Nobody will ever know. Nobody.
From the 817. This is just mean. I bet Kevin has the Dwight Clark catch poster up in his bedroom.
It's a tattoo on his lower back.
No, to all of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, 4 more key questions in the offseason for the Texas Rangers. And no, they aren't all Shohei. Maybe some of them. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. I'm a huge...
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The pitch to Corey. Swung on and a high drive. Deep right field. This one is way back. This one is history. The game is tied 5-5. Globe right field is on its feet for Corey Seager. A 2-run homer, and Seawald has his first blown save of the postseason.
You see what happened there was Kevin called for a Niners highlight.
That is not
And I
true.
said, Alec, you know better. And so we played a Rangers World Series win highlight because that's the best thing ever.
Untrue,
Thank you, Alec.
untrue. I will say
He's a pro.
The fan texters and the folks in the Twitch and the YouTube are on point this morning,
Y'all
even
are
if it
great.
hurts my feelings. From the 254, I bet Kevin wishes he was like Baby Noah and couldn't read right now. The texters are tearing him a new one. That
was good. That is quality.
Equal parts clever and hurtful. So thank you for that. All
Proud
right.
of y'all.
Let's talk about your world champion Texas Rangers.
Oh, say it again.
Your world champion Texas Rangers. If you missed it earlier, we got new listeners all the time. Texas Rangers are going to open up the season against the Chicago Cubs. 2024 season opener, Thursday, March 28th, 6:30. You can hear all of that right here on 105.3 The Fan. For the purposes of this, it's going to be on ESPN as well. ESPN's Baseball Tonight is going to do a World Championship pregame celebration out there, which obviously I know the fans are stoked about. But that's so cool, is that's what comes along with winning a championship, is raised profile and focused national coverage.
Yeah, Kevin, we've talked about this a lot and how little the Rangers get covered. And I know you kind of want to be like, why don't you cover us equally? You got to be better. Yeah, I mean, you have to be more than just also ran. And the Rangers were that this year, and they deserve it. That's what they get. And now the spotlight is going to be on your team. The spotlight starts with your team. And Kevin, walking into next season, you're going to be in the top 5 in consideration for the front runners to win it again.
I'm really glad that you brought that up, because something that's been kind of amazing to me, and I don't mean this to discount the Rangers because I think they should be there. I thought nationally people would be like, yeah, good for you, kind of a fluky championship. We'll put you at 7 or 8 going into the season. But if you look at betting odds already, you see the Rangers pretty consistently around 2 or 3. Now, I realize, Corey, they're not number 1, and I concede that point. It's usually the Braves across the board. But I am impressed that people don't seem to think this was a fluke. They were like, I mean, they're going to be really good next year too, which is awesome.
One of the things that I'm really excited about is trying to figure out if Chris Young is going to be I'm going to be first to make moves, or I'm going to sit back and let the game come to me. Because everything that we saw last year was he wants to be the one to make that pushes the market somewhere.
I think this week, honestly, might be a good indication, depending on Shohei is going to make his decision quickly. What does quickly mean to you versus me? Well, I guess we'll find out from Shohei's perspective. But if it happened this week and he didn't go to the Rangers and they immediately made sure to re-sign Jordan Montgomery and then went out and made another move, I think that would probably answer your question.
Yes.
I was reading an article on MLB.com from Kennedy Landry, and she has 5 questions the Rangers need to answer this offseason. I'm going to shorten up just a little bit, but I want to start with this. Do the Rangers need more rotational depth? Because right now you have Nathan Eovaldi, Max Scherzer, Andrew Heaney, John Gray, Dane Dunning. And then Cody Bradford would be your 6th arm, because obviously you're going to need more than 5. Jacob deGrom, whatever you think about when he will be ready, it sure as hell won't be at the beginning of the season.
As long as it's for the playoffs, I'm pretty good.
Okay, it could be.
And I think he's a dude that can walk out of rehab and pitch.
So, but he won't be available for a while.
Yeah.
Jordan Montgomery is not under contract right now. Owen White is a viable prospect candidate. Cole Winn, it really feels like he's just fallen off the map in terms of prospecting. So Eovaldi, Scherzer, Heaney, Gray, Dunning, Bradford. Do you look at that, or do you hear that and say, we need more rotational depth?
Well, I mean, I'm very curious because, Kevin, we didn't believe that Ray Davis really was going to open up the book the way he did.
True.
You know, and so we were kind of like, all right. And then he did. And we were like, whoa, is he that committed to doing it again this year? I mean, Bruce Bochy told you at the parade, hey, let's do it again. This is fun.
Yeah.
What a way to end that. I think they have to add more arms because you have to have 7-8 starting pitchers
For sure.
in this league, especially if you have Max Scherzer, who I don't know how much he can hold up. So here's the thing, though. Can that get you through the first half of the season with a good record? Yes. And then at trade deadline, if you need to make a move. Now, would you rather to make the big move and have the guy the whole year? Of course you would. But you just saw the Rangers add Jordan Montgomery mid-season, and that was a significant move. I think they can add somebody at the tier or below John Gray and still go into the season fine.
See, and I want to talk about Jordan Montgomery just a little bit more. And I don't want to be a broken record, but the market's going to be whatever it's going to be, and I realize he might be expensive. Jordan Montgomery is one of the 2 starting pitchers that made sure you kept going from round to round to round.
Yes.
I realize there is a lot of postseason heroes for the Rangers, from Adolis to Seager to Leclerc and on and on, and Evan Carter. You don't make it where you did without Jordan Montgomery, and I just firmly believe he'll be back.
Okay, and if that's the case, then you're good.
Okay.
I would love to add another pitcher,
Yeah.
but a healthy Max Scherzer. I know some people are out there just want that dude to retire because they're like, hey, dude, you're done. But I mean, here's the thing though: is that just good enough to get you through? Does Dane Dunning have another level to get to another plateau to take over? And so these are the things that I think Bochy and Mike Maddox know and have new plans that they want to develop for them. But as of right now, Jordan Montgomery's not here. So is there a better option out there that wants to sign here and that can be a guy that maybe you have for the next 5-6 years?
I think that's where people will swoop in with like, what about Blake Snell? What about
I think this is why Chris Young, when he was asked about it, didn't say, oh, we're fully committing 100% to Jordan Montgomery. A, the negotiations have to take place. B, you have other options out there that could be better options, better suited for you. Somebody that's I love Jordan Montgomery's death ball. That curveball is nasty. He got to see the place. He knows what it's all about. He was part of the group. Those guys love him. Dude, did you see him make a diving play? Yes, of course you did. All these things did happen, and you got the prize for last year. The next 5 years is the next play-in.
Let's stick with pitching. What are they going to do about the back of the bullpen and the front of the bullpen?
Well,
and the middle of the bullpen.
So you have Spores, and you have Leclerc, and you feel pretty good. By the way, dude, did you see that yesterday when Leclerc and Adolis were at the game?
Oh, my God. People loved it.
Was that the biggest cheer?
I think it was. That and when they saw the CeeDee Lamb record, maybe.
Okay.
And Kevin Von Erich.
Oh, yeah, the Von Erich.
By the way,
yeah.
I love their like world wrestling world champion.
Mm-hmm.
So good for them.
So you have 2 really good spots taken care of there. And where Cody Bradford fits in next year, whether he's a starter, I think they're going to give him an opportunity to work as a starter. I do think that's going to happen, and he's earned it. That's one thing that Bochy said early in the season was the kid's earned the right to be here. We didn't just thrust him up here because it was time, we needed somebody. He's earned his right to get these opportunities, and he grew along the season. And good God, Kevin, go back and look at his playoff numbers. Like, he gave up 1 home run. I think that was the only run he gave up in the entire playoff run. When you needed Cody Bradford, that dude was good for you, like really, really good. I think you're going to have to go see if you have pieces in your minor league system. That's going to be, obviously the first test there. Not necessarily starters that convert to bullpen guys, but guys that are really good there.
People have talked a lot about Hader. I realize
Hader exists out there.
Baggage comes along.
Is there anything salvageable with Johnny Hernandez?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm glad that you said that. Is Jonathan Hernandez and Brett Martin is another name that obviously both of them ended up on the injured list to finish out the season. I wonder confidence level on that front. I don't know, but This is going to sound so dumb. I'm glad that maybe you only need 5 or 6 pieces instead of
Yes.
8.
Yes, exactly.
That's a ridiculous sentence to say.
Yeah, no,
But
this is a really great problem to have at the moment.
will they be in on the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes?
Yes. That question, I think, has been answered
Agreed.
many times. They were in last year.
Agreed.
Whenever the trade deadline came
Just didn't
down,
work out.
the Angels just said, we're not doing that. Because they did. You know who was going to make the best offer? The Rangers. The Rangers were going to make the best offer for Shohei Ohtani.
And then the
And the
stupid
Angels didn't
Angels
want to
kept
do
winning.
that. They
Yeah.
didn't want to make that trade.
Man, can you imagine if we had traded for Shohei and won the World Series? Then he'd be like, well, obviously I want to stay here.
Yeah.
How soon will Wyatt Langford become an option? Because let's face it, we asked Bruce Bochy about this in September, and he did not rule it out. He goes, hey, we're looking at all options. He might be the hottest hitter in all of baseball right now. How long until Wyatt Langford is here?
I mean, I think he's immediately getting an opportunity in camp at spring training.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I think getting an opportunity. Now, does that mean he wins it?
Sure.
You have Adolis Garcia in front of you. You have Evan Carter has staked his claim, and Leody Taveras is there. Now, Adolis is a different story.
Can I just say real quick, oddly, I think he's behind Leody. I know you're going to be like, well, they don't play the same position. But what I mean by that is if Leody were to falter and Langford were to thrive, I think they'd feel very comfortable. They're like, we'll just move Evan Carter over there, and then Langford can take the corner.
Yeah, you got to feel really confident having Leody and Evan Carter in your outfield. Like, that's a really good, lots of range, Kevin, not too much range in one section of your field. But that, like, their defensive presence out there is really, really nice. Except for I know you're a big hater of Evan Carter's defense.
No,
you think he jumps too soon.
Not true. Just feel for the wall.
But,
that's all I'm saying.
But I mean, the way the kid hit, you've seen the highs from him, and he didn't stop hitting after the College World Series. Like, that dude just kept doing it. So I think he's going to get an immediate opportunity to stake his claim. Now, whether or not that happens and he becomes a fourth guy, does he take Robbie Grossman's spot? Does he take a Travis Jankowski spot? That's something up for grabs.
A couple more quick names that we see frequently come in. Trevor Bauer always comes up. The way I understand it, that's a non-starter conversation for the Texas Rangers. Now, if that ends up being inaccurate, we'll definitely let you know. But from what I understand, that is not an option for the Rangers. And then Jake Odorizzi. The thing about that is, we talked about this last week, is maybe like a minor league invite there because he was only under contract for 1 year. So he's up, he's out of contract. I believe they like him, but like, that's great. Are you going to be able to pitch?
Yeah, can you throw?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we need to talk a little bit about those Mavs, but we'll also talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105 through the Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Happy Monday.
Indeed. Can I tell you, the very first drive of the game, I thought it was not going to be a happy Monday.
Oh, man,
because,
me too.
Look, Mickey, I know there's a crap ton of super positive things to talk about, but I was worried after that first drive and the goal-to-go situation, and it ended up in not a touchdown, and I thought, oh, no.
It's like, here we go again, huh?
Exactly.
By inches.
Yeah, and again, here we go again.
I even thought to start that drive with the Cooks thing, and I was like, oh, no, not a fumble to start everything off, but everything turned out okay.
From there,
better than okay, right?
Yes. From there, it was just delightful. And I wanted to point out the one drive that I thought was really impressive is, because there was a lot of them, is the second quarter. The 8-play, 96-yard touchdown drive is, I don't care who you're playing, Mick, and I hope you're with me on this. If you put together a drive like that, I always think it's impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I know the Giants were shorthanded, right? They got to play their third quarterback. They were missing an offensive lineman. They were missing guys in the secondary. But it's all on you. Go out and do what you're supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
And that's what they did. And basically, you know, they beat them 49-10. I don't know what the Giants thought they were doing at the end. You know, they had to score that, touchdown with 6 seconds left.
That was the longest minute of football.
Oh, it was like an NBA end of an NBA game, right? Because they had all their timeouts, and by God, they were going to use them. But you know, they need practice. They got to play some more games, and Tommy DeVito's going to be their quarterback, so. Might as well get some practice in. But, yeah, until the Cowboys pulled the JV, you know, they had just thumped this team. But that's what they should have done. And, you know, my idea going into the game was you got 4 games until the Philadelphia game. You need to win all 4. So this is the first step. on what I called a mission to get to 9-3. And did it in, spectacular fashion, by the way.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you just said that, because my question was going to be, and you couldn't have imagined it going much better, first drive notwithstanding, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Answered a lot of questions about, well, where's this guy? Where's that guy? Well, Brandon Cooks is on the team. I think we found that out. Rico Dotto can play a little. We found that out. CeeDee Lamb, pretty darn good. I'm guessing he's got to be in the top 5 now in receptions and receiving yards.
He's top 3. He's top
Third.
3 in yards
Okay.
and receptions. He's a little behind, but he's doing great.
Right, but does something no one else in the history of the NFL had done, right?
Yep.
3 straight games with at least 10 catches and at least 150 yards receiving.
Yep. Tied for 6, by the way, in receptions.
Dak Prescott can throw the ball a little. I think we saw that.
I don't know how he completed that.
He was trying to throw. No, he was trying to throw it away. He admitted.
He said that, and he goes, "But there's CD was."
No, the other one where he got leveled. I still, still don't know. That's part of the Dak toughness that you can't quantify.
Yeah, and they ran the ball. What was it, 168 yards? But again, I understand. But that's what they should have done.
Yeah.
So and they did that, and they one of the things Dan Quinn was not happy about after the previous game was their third down conversion rate. The Eagles were 50%, and then if you added the 2 fourth downs that they converted 2 for 2, they were about 65-70%, right? Well, they shut down the Giants 0 for 12. And that's what they should have done against a quarterback like that and a team that wanted to come out and run the ball. They wanted to run it with Saquon Barkley. And at the end of the half, they had 11 carries for 11 yards. And 7 of the yards were DeVito's scrambles. So they ended up honoring more Medal of Honor gentlemen on the field at halftime on Military Appreciation Day, 16 than the Giants had yards rushing.
Shut up. Is that a real stat?
Well, it's mine.
Okay. Then,
yes, it's real, Kevin.
That's incredible.
So
and
you know what?
Great job.
And the other thing was the Giants, no matter who they had playing quarterback, in 7 of the 9 games they had played, they rushed for more than 100 yards. And they finished with, what was it, 70? They did finish with 111, and most of those came towards the end of the game, right? 41 DeVito running the ball.
And I'm glad that you said that, because it felt like when the game was still in the balance, the Cowboys were doing a good job at slowing their run.
Well, I mean, they only gained 172 yards, right? And I believe 75 of them came on that final drive. That kind of went forever, right?
Yeah.
So, they totally shut them down, but that's what they should have done.
Absolutely.
If you're going to be who you think you want to be, then this is the type of game you need to have, and then, move on to next week. Doesn't matter who's playing quarterback. Just as Dak says, stay in your lane and put your head down and keep improving. And I think they made some strides of that. I don't think we heard Terrence Steele's name the whole game, right?
That's one of the main points Kevin and I were discussing early this morning. That's right.
And my understanding, he's been playing with a little something bothering that knee. And so, I'm not trying to give him the
that can be
excuse or
physical
anything.
and mental. And I think he gained some confidence from this thing.
And moved much better. I mean, they still had their defensive front that everybody talked about going into the season, right?
Yep.
Just kind of complete domination over the entire game, whatever phase you want to talk about. And the kicker should ask for more pay. Jeez, how much? He's got to have a tired leg, right, between kickoffs and extra points.
Man, that's a good point.
Let him have a couple days off
there.
Yeah, the punter had what? One? Did they have one punt?
And it was a glorious punt.
But I have to admit, I got so spoiled during that game. I was agitated when they finally had to punt. I was like, "Come on, guys!"
Yeah, they ended up punting twice, right? So yeah, I mean, but again, and we've got this whole list of things of their exploits that they come up with. CeeDee Lamb, 68 receptions in 2023, are the most by any Cowboys player in the first 9 games of a season, and on and on and on and on. And but it was that type of game for everybody, Dak included, by the way. We talk about what CD did and Brandon Cooks did, but somebody was throwing that ball.
Sure.
And that's another 400-yard game in his career. And this one's kind of interesting. So he threw for 404, and it said this marked Prescott's 10th career 400-yard game, tied with Dan Marino and Patrick Mahomes for the most 400-yard games in a player's first 8 seasons.
And I also believe more than every other Cowboys quarterback combined, right?
Yes. So, so it was rather remarkable, but I think, they kept it in, they kept it in perspective. Okay, we won. Great. You're happy you won. You're happy you played that well, but it's on to next week because you got more things to accomplish.
Are you ready to declare the Jalen Brooks era as a new thing? Because Kevin is not. He's against it. But I was very happy to see the kid get out there.
Well, it showed that, there might have been a reason why they spent a 7th-round pick on him.
Yes.
He finally got to play. Rico Dowdle had career highs in, attempts, yards, and average per carry. Because he really hasn't had that big of an opportunity. And I think, you're seeing something kind of bubbling there that, maybe you got to use him a little bit more and kind of get back to, maybe Pollard, touching the ball sort of like 15 times a game like they did last year when he was awful electric.
Yep.
And I think that, that's going to need some consideration there.
Now, something we also need to give some consideration to is it feels like the penalties continue to come on in. I realize they crushed the Giants, but I remain concerned in more competitive games that these penalties aren't going away.
Yeah, they had, 9, I believe it was?
I think that is correct.
It's almost like they have to get one in the neutral zone penalty, right?
Yeah.
A game. I think Hankins got one.
They don't have to, but
it seems that way, right?
Here we are.
Yeah, we're not going to play this game staying on sides, right? And but yeah, the good thing was they were able to overcome them, and it didn't really kind of get in the way of gaining 640 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously. And defensively hold them to 172. I can't imagine that discrepancy has ever been bigger.
It's the biggest in 44 years, Mick.
All right.
It was on pace.
Where did somebody figure that out?
Elias is always coming through with these clutch numbers. This is another thing that I got unreasonably kind of irritated about because at one point they'd gained more than 500 yards more than the Giants before the Giants were like, hey, we're going to show what's up.
Right.
Which would have been the biggest discrepancy since 1960. So it was incredible.
Yeah. But again, I keep saying it. That's what they should have done to that
Agreed.
Team. Third quarterback, making his string quarterback, making his first NFL start, minimal snaps in the NFL, undrafted. Yeah, go out there and do that. And I thought that, for the most part, they shut down Barkley. I think he ended up with 66 yards, but most of those in the second half after the game was basically over. I mean, what was it, 42-10 at the end of, 3 quarters, 49-10. After they scored in the fourth quarter. So, yeah, but again, I think you left the game with little to complain about except for those 9 penalties.
Oh, yeah. We started heading to dinner at halftime.
I started writing at halftime.
That's a good time, Kevin. We've had those experiences before.
Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, Mickey, there's still a playoff game that burns me to this day. It was 28-0 at halftime. And then all of a sudden, it was maybe the most feverish comeback I've ever seen in my life, and I had to throw my entire story in the trash because none of it was relevant anymore.
It happens.
I was pretty confident when I started that this is not going to change, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So it was a good day, good military appreciation day. The former president's there, 100-yard flag out there. It was as good a Sunday as you could have at home, winning your 12th straight at home.
I know, longest since 79 through 81, I do believe now.
And also domination of the Giants. So that's the 6th straight and 13 of the last 14. And I figured out the season sweep. So it's 89 to 17, 72 points. They've never done that against the Giants or any other NFC opponent. NFC East opponent, excuse me.
That's pretty dang impressive. Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch back up with you tomorrow.
Time to move on to Carolina.
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly, Mick.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Kevin, I know we have some Stars stuff and Mavs stuff that we need to get to, obviously the Dwight Powell-thon, but here's what I would like to say.
Man, Dwight Powell shows out and the Jags get crushed. No wonder Mike's not here.
He knew it was happening.
Yeah.
Here's just what I would like to say. I'm not like, I'm not putting the flag up and saying mission accomplished based on the Cowboys winning against the Giants. But for everybody that's texting in today and they're like, this means nothing. You can be miserable all season or enjoy the wins as they happen. You know what the tests are. The tests are on the way. They've already happened a couple times and you didn't stand up and didn't win them. You're going to be in the playoffs. That's a reality. You're a team that's going to be in the playoffs. You have another couple of tests, about 5 tests that are going to be really difficult late in the season. You have to build up to those. You can be excited about this. You can be happy that the Cowboys won and go on to the next game. Yeah. That's a perfectly okay thing. I know we're not acting like this whole team has just been thrust into the MVP conversation today. That's not where this show's coming from. I don't think you're going to hear that on any show here on this station. But I could not go through a full season of any sport and not be happy about wins with also, taking into account what they mean. I understand the reality of it, but I'm not going to sit here and crap all over the team because they didn't beat San Francisco 4 weeks ago. I'm done with that, and I've moved on, just like we're going to be ready to move on to Carolina at some point. I can't be a miserable fan, though. I can't sit there and just be like, it's not good enough. They just kicked the ass of the Giants 2 times now this season. They swept them again. Yep. Giants haven't gotten a sack in 4 games against them?
God, it feels like 4 years.
I'm okay with this right now. We'll take the tests as they come along, though.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best, being the worst all weekend? And yes, I know that will include plenty of Texas A&M discussion. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
And this segment of the KNC Masterpieces brought to you by Window Nation.
Fifth play of the drive. Oh, hit and fumbled. It's scooped up. Here goes Shamar Stewart. He's going to pick it up. A scoop and score for the Aggies.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend. 877-881-1053. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? Texas A&M won their game by 41 points, 51-10. But nobody cares because they fired their head coach and still have to pay him $76 million. Are the Texas A&M Aggies the wankers of the weekend for paying all of the money?
Look, man, A&M's had a weird run with him, with Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah, they beat a top 5 team every year, but never win any road game.
Right. And every year when Jimbo Fisher's like selling to the donors and the athletic directors and everything, what is he selling, Kevin? Hey, I know that we aren't in the big game, but we're in a bowl game.
Yeah.
And, next year we'll be in another bowl game. And I think that was the word there. They felt stuck on a treadmill.
Yes.
Like the treadmill of mediocrity. You were just stuck in cruise control and you knew you were going to be, in the mix, but man, it's the SEC. It's really tough to compete in this thing. And you never really got any better. And so I think that was a frustration amongst fans. And they started, it started to build for him to lose his job. Now, are A&M wankers for doing what they did, the way they did it, going out there and throwing a $160 million donation at halftime, knowing they were going to fire their coach later on that evening?
Yeah, they're like, don't worry, we got plenty of money.
Or was it the right move? I personally think it was the right move to go ahead and move on and get out in front of the, hey, let's get our next head coach plan going.
Man, this is a good question. I hope he does save it. From the 806. Do you think Jimbo will save that plaque they gave him for a future national title? If you never saw that, I would dispute that he never got close on. They got jobbed out of being in the playoff a few years back, and that's pretty dang close. But that was a stupid idea. Texas A&M hasn't won a national title in 84 years, and they're like, hey, here's a plaque for whenever you do win one. That was stupid.
Because they thought he could be the difference. Now,
I get it,
I do have a question for you. Was he good at recruiting?
He's the best. But it was kind of like Mac Brown, and then you have to coach.
Was he just unfortunate at the quarterback position? Because when you say the best, there are other really great quarterback recruits that A&M hasn't gotten.
I meant across the board for recruiting. A&M was awesome at that. But you're right. And they've had struggles because obviously they thought Wagman was going to be the guy, and even if he wasn't hurt, I don't know about that, or Wegman. And he got hurt, but this season already looked like it was going to be pretty much like this before all of that happened. Is the thing that I can't get past. I cannot get over it. They did not put any offset language in his contract, which means like, hey, if you go take another job, that cuts into the money that we have to pay you. They're like, don't even worry about it, bro. We'll pay you all of the money no matter what. Go get another job, earn double money. Good for you. So A&M, they're going to pay him $76 million more, and it doesn't matter if he gets another job. It doesn't matter how much money he makes. They still give him all that money. That's crazy.
Alec, I got a question, man. You are guaranteed $75 million over the next how many years?
8?
Are you going to work any of those 8 days?
8 years.
8 years.
I was about to say days. That's a lot of money for
I wouldn't work
not a lot
for
of
8
days.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Would you start a business or just
I would just chill.
Yeah.
I would go find a boat or a big old pool in the middle of some field somewhere and just hang out and drink pina coladas all day. That would be it. I'd be like 70. I'm good. I am good. I'll have an investor, Kevin, if that makes you feel better.
Okay.
I'll have an investor, but I don't need to go coach now. Like I'm good. Y'all just paid me to not coach. That's essentially what you just did. I'm good. But I understand what you're saying about the double pay. Do you think he's going to get $75 million from anybody else right now, though?
God, hopefully this looks like a catastrophic failure on a monetary level. The thing I keep bringing up is a lot of A&M donors probably like, don't care. We'll be fine. Just give him more money. But I would hope not.
From the 817, Corey stating what a poor person who receives money for the first time would do. And then from the 817, that's why people who win the lottery go broke. I didn't say I was going to go buy the biggest boat. I said I'm just going to be on a boat with $75 million in the bank. I'm probably using about $1 million for that year. That first 8 years is about what I'm going to do. Because I don't need a lot, Kevin. I told you, I'm probably tossing my phone. I'm living off grid as much as I can, paying in cash. I don't want to be on the system.
Man, does that mean you're keeping all of your money? You don't have a bank?
I mean, I told you I have a financial advisor who's taking care of that all for me.
But you've seen how that's not working out.
Taking $1 million in cash out, and I'm just walking around like Chris Pratt in Terminal List. Just I don't have a list.
He is rich.
Yeah, I'm rich. Everybody knows it.
All right, so the betting odds on this next A&M coach perplex me to no end. The lead candidate right now is Lane Kiffin, which...
Did you see Cliff Kingsbury on that list, too?
I did.
I want that for you. That would be your dream, right?
I mean...
I did see.
We'd have some other issues.
Lane Kiffin has gotten a lot of. They've been productive, right? Like whether or not you like them, they've been productive. I think the idea of Lanning up in Oregon is a really interesting idea.
And look, I would be,
and they can throw as much money as they want at whoever else they want.
And I would be just fine with that. I just look. I went to Texas A&M. I love Texas A&M. I don't know if across the football landscape, people are like, Texas A&M is definitely better than Oregon. Like, that's a hard sell to me. Oregon is doing really well right now. Oregon can also get you all the money for all the facilities. And at some point at Texas A&M, we have to stop being like, hey, we got the best football state in the country and we have all of the money. Somebody will turn it into the best. At some point, I hope they're like, hey, we keep bringing all these people in and nothing really changes. Like, you have a season once every 3 years where they're really relevant and they fall right back into not mattering.
Yeah.
So I hope we get somebody good, but I feel like we're making some assumptions here.
Do you think that being in the SEC is proving more difficult to become the Nick Saban legacy, the Kirby Smart type, build that kind of program?
I don't think so, because
I'm looking at OU and UT getting ready to head there, and I'm very interested in how things are about to pad out.
I will tell you this, though. This is why I don't totally agree with the OU and Texas moves, because they already matter. One of the reasons that Texas A&M moved is because they didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm not saying that OU is going to win the national championship or anything this year. Same thing with Texas. But they matter on a year-to-year basis. Texas A&M didn't matter on a year-to-year basis. And so they were like, hey, maybe if we go to the best conference, we'll matter more. I don't think Texas and OU needed to do that because they matter anyway.
Yeah.
So I think that could be worse for them, because what's happened to A&M that's so bad? People are like, oh, now you're in the SEC. Hey, we were not winning titles in the Big 12. At least now we're not winning conference titles in a better conference. It's true. I love Texas A&M, but they won one Big 12 title. It happened while I was there in football, and it was awesome. But then they didn't win a whole bunch. Well, now they can not win a whole bunch in a different conference where they were able to recruit better.
All right, Kevin, I'm going to give you 3 names that I've seen pop up. Deion Sanders, Dan Quinn, or Mac Brown. Which one do you want?
I guess I'm taking Dan Quinn. They don't feel like that is the likely direction. I would actually be pretty stoked about Mike Elko, but that's neither here. That's not a name as fancy as the other ones.
I'm glad that you like Dan Quinn, man. That's nice. That's nice. You don't like Deion Sanders, huh?
No, you said I have to pick one.
Uh-huh. You didn't pick him, though.
Man.
You could have picked him. That could have been the guy.
What a happening.
His first interview, he would have been like, I demand to be on with that guy that picked me, Kevin Hagee. Yeah, that guy.
Can he bring Shador?
Of course he can. Oh. It's his kid. He can do whatever he wants.
We're going to have another interview where he goes, I see your tone has changed.
Yes. That was a great moment. I really appreciated that moment.
Oh my gosh, I'm looking at this. I thought you were just joking. Dan Quinn is tied with Dan Campbell as the 10th odds-on favorite to be the next A&M coach.
You can make so much more in college. Just look how much Jimbo Fisher's making, dude.
Why would Dan Campbell leave right now? That's a good point. They're like, Dan Campbell's like, here's the deal. I'll come play there. I'll come coach there. I want a 10-year, $100 million deal that I get paid no matter what. And we'll probably be like, sounds good, Chief.
Yeah.
Sign it up.
And as long as you just arrive and, promise
goodness.
a future championship, we can get this thing underway, man. Yeah. That would be a blast. I would love that for y'all. I would love to see that circus.
All right. We've got a couple of other wankers of the weekend. Let's start with the Edmonton Oilers. I know hockey is. Are you going to read a mean-spirited text?
No, somebody just said Urban Meyer and.
No, thank you.
Did you almost say the F word on radio?
I'm out.
Okay.
If they sign him up,
because you're afraid he'd kick your kicker.
I'm out. I mean,
it's
that definitely happened.
It's his track record.
Make your kicks, a-hole. That's a real thing that happened.
You just kicked a guy. How can you kick another adult that you're in charge of? Like, that just doesn't seem like it's okay.
It seems weird. It really does. I know the NHL is kind of different than other leagues in terms of, man, they'll fire a coach on you like nothing.
Facts.
But the Edmonton Oilers, they're making a coaching change because they're like, it's Stanley Cup or bust. Well, that's what some people thought. And they started 3-9-1. So they had to go ahead and fire Jay Woodcroft, their head coach. Is he the wanker of the weekend for leading a team to 3-9-1? Or are you like, did they pay him $76 million guaranteed? No.
To leave?
Then it ain't him.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a lot of good talent there. They're supposed to be that team. They started off slow. I think it's interesting to fire a coach this early into the season.
But the NHL has, I feel like, I was going to say ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
I feel like the NHL has always been at the forefront of like, hey, it's been 8 games. You're out.
See ya, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, and doesn't that tell you that there was something else that was kind of at play during the end of last season? Their playoff lack of success, if you will, not winning the cup last year, being still that very talented team. It is wild that they do cut ties as quickly as they do, and we've seen it happen even here, where they'll be like, "Sorry, we got to move on very quickly."
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. A game-winning field goal is always amazing, unless you're the Chargers. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Here's the snap. It's a good one. The hold is good. The kick is on its way, end over end, and it is good, but there's a flag on the field.
Field goal will count. This will end the game.
And that will end the ball game. The Browns have won it 33-31. They've come from behind.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with that clip because there's 5 games that ended via a game-winning field goal in regulation. Cleveland, Houston, Arizona, Detroit, Seattle, all picking up the win. That's the most with a game-winning score as time expired in regulation in one day in the history of the NFL.
It's pretty impressive.
It is pretty impressive.
Not things like that don't happen all the time, Kevin.
It's kind of scoregami-esque, right?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I got something for you tomorrow. Just wait.
Hold on. We have you're predicting scoregami for tomorrow?
You're going to love it. All right.
Your face, Alec.
Now,
you didn't see that coming, did you?
No. The one that probably makes them the saddest is Detroit and the Chargers, because this is amazing. The Chargers, since Justin Herbert was drafted in 2020, a.k.a. not that long ago, have 13 losses by 3 points or less.
That's a lot.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And it comes down to a number of different things. One, the way the coach coaches their team, and two, where their talent level actually is comparatively. Their defense just quite isn't good enough. Their offense just quite didn't get whatever done, but they're close to their opponent almost all the time. They just haven't figured out how to coach and be like that, take that next level step.
Yeah. So if you're the Chargers and you need to figure out what the problem is, well, you can probably look directly at that. Now, the most excited person was not C.J. Stroud. It was not the Texans kicker, Matt Amendola. It was a better that he made that field goal because we talk about parlays all the time, and they're usually like, hey, somebody bet $10, somebody bet 60 cents.
Yes. The 60-cent bet from Friday, yeah.
Incredible. This person bet $500,000 on a 4-leg parlay. They needed Devin Singletary to score a touchdown. He did.
God, he had lots of opportunities, didn't he? 30.
They needed Devin Singletary to run for more than 51.5 yards.
Oh, he did that?
Yeah, he did. They needed the Texans-Bengals game to go over 44.5.
Okay.
Definitely happened. And needed the Houston Texans to beat the Cincinnati Bengals. So for that better, $5.5 million riding on that field goal. And they were victorious.
Gosh. Congratulations to that better.
How much money do you think that person has if they're making $500,000 parlay bets?
Are usually, if you're making parlays, you're trying to come up with little money?
Yeah.
Okay.
And a lot of times it's a longer parlay. I realize this is only 4, but usually a parlay bet is...
That was their life savings, Kevin. That was their kids'
There is no
entire college fund right there is what I'm predicting.
Well, look, I didn't bet all of Brandon and Noah's college fund on C.J. Stroud breaking the passing record. Maybe I should have for the rookies because
it looks like he's still on his way to it, Kevin.
It's still looking pretty darn good.
But I imagine they make a lot of money and they have some disposable income to run with.
I would agree with that. Tell me if you think this is a fair way to put it. Justin Pugh talking about Neville Gallimore.
All right.
I feel bad that he got ejected and it'll cost him money, but don't kick somebody, okay?
Facts.
That seems fair, right?
I mean, I feel like I said this about Urban Meyer a minute ago. As an adult, if you kick a person, expect to get kicked back. Like that's what I tell my kids around the house. If you're gonna kick one of y'all, and you get kicked back, don't act like all surprised when it happens. But being suspended or grounded, if you will, Kevin. Don't be
He's
kicking
grounded
people.
the suspension for kids.
Yes, exactly. Grounded, no electronics for the rest of the month for kicking somebody. That seems a little steep, but I'm one of those that reacts that way.
Interesting. So you're a harsh grounder.
Oh man, very quick.
Do you back off later and you're like, here's some more reasonable
I probably need to be like,
Okay.
yeah, I probably need to sit back and stop saying a month immediately. But hey, man, I want you to get the picture.
Okay.
You know how quickly that kid will clean their room if you say a month?
So it's a threatening tool more than an actual.
You say a month and they're like, crap, I better go start doing something to make up for this. And then you're like, look, let's have a conversation. Let's whittle this down. Look at some things that we can do around the house.
Interesting.
Get some chores done.
Now, I feel like you're still going to be a proponent of this show, even though they have started to struggle. Dolphins in season Hard Knocks debuts a week from tomorrow.
I'm excited.
Are you excited because of the Dolphins? Or are you excited because of the quote machine that is Mike McDaniel?
He's a great story. He's a very interesting story. There's always something new with him. He's not one of those coaches that's real stodgy and takes everything super. And that could be the fall of him, right? Like that could be, if you have personality, they will use that immediately if you aren't doing well. But yeah, I do enjoy the follow of him, but he's got some characters on that team.
Yeah.
I mean, Tyreek Hill and his, his affinity and hatred for Peely, if you know what I mean, Kevin. Do you know what I mean?
I think so.
What do you think that means?
What do you think?
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. What is the feud between Tyreek Hill and Peely?
I thought this was going to be a short term. I just needed to agree with you to bridge the gap.
I know, but I think it's going to be a major player, Kevin.
I don't know what that means at all.
It's okay. It's all right.
Are you going to tell me what it means?
Well, I bet the fan text will start telling you what that means here shortly. But I think there's just a lot of characters on that team that you can really enjoy that show. And I know that's a fan base that they're kind of like Cowboys fans, where they just don't know if what's happening is real a lot of times. They're just like, how can it be so bad and so good all at the same? I don't get it. And we haven't had the success that we need to have. That is a fan base that's had a tough time.
Is this a Fortnite beef?
Yes. Yes. That people will put on the banana peel Peely skin is what it's called, and they will team up on him and stream snipe him, and it's just like every time he plays Fortnite, which there's lots of videos out there of him doing. It's really funny.
Wouldn't the banana peel make you more observable on the course?
Dude, that game is so. Don't even worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, don't even worry.
I was thinking about if you were in the run of battle and you saw somebody dressed up as a banana,
you would see it and be like, oh,
hey,
there's
that guy.
he's not camoed at all. Yeah, no, absolutely. But that's kind of the bit on Fortnite now. But yeah, there's lots of clips out there, Kevin. If you just want to have a fun time with Noah, watch some Peely clips with Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
It's good.
All right.
Good 5 minutes well spent.
I'm going to take you to the end of the Packers-Steelers game, cut number 22, because a little bit of a dust-up broke out at the end of this game.
One last chance for the Packers. Love throws, end zone, intercepted, and it's over. Casey, it's done. Flags come down. The Packers that are on the Steelers sideline are trying to get out of there. Some bodies went down.
Oh, man.
So
they hit the floor.
He's a good, 2 yards out of bounds, and he's curved off his run at like the 25 or the 30. He's like, the game's over. He gets a hit dropped on him by the Packers that not only knocks him down, runs him into somebody on the sidelines for the Steelers, and they both go down in a heap. Obviously, you're on the Steelers sidelines, so they all start to swarm around what appears to be like one or two Packers players to start. And then, it started to get a little not out of control. It got on the verge, but I think cooler heads essentially prevailed.
It was a close game.
That could have tied the game.
It was back and forth. It was a heated one all day long, what I was keeping up with throughout this game. And that's a Steelers team that, even though they're not quite, just championship caliber at the moment, Kevin, they have a big chip on their shoulder and some dudes that love to talk trash. Offensive, defensive side of the ball as well. And I expect you're going to get a lot of that whenever you're facing the Steelers and whenever they get better than they are, which is pretty good right now. when they get better, they're going to even be like that. So that was kind of an expected, based on what I was watching throughout that game. It was kind of a chippy, fun, physical game all day long.
Now, we were just talking about the Dolphins. I wanted to go back to them because Devon Achane has his practice window opened, and Mike McDaniel told reporters he will return to practice today. So you're looking at that 3-week window to get him back and rolling. And obviously that was a very explosive part of the Miami Dolphins offense throughout the year. So we'll see how that goes with him back in the fold. Let's go from that to TJ Watt. TJ Watt is now second on the all-time list for most sacks in their first 100 career games. TJ Watt now has 88, beating out JJ Watt, who has 87.5. Now, you were just talking about the way your kids get disciplined. This feels like a long-term, like very older, younger brother thing to do, where you don't just demolish it. You're like, I beat you out by half a sack.
Just enough. I mean, that's a lot, though. Like, it's the most, Kevin. So it's not
the second most.
Oh, second most. My apologies.
They're both way behind Reggie White. He had 105.
Oh, okay.
And
all right.
so
yeah.
he's looking down and was like, that's cute, guys.
Yeah, probably so.
Keep working hard.
But even still, like, didn't he get a half a sack a couple of years ago when he tied the record too? It was like they gifted him a half sack or something like that, I felt.
Well, the record was gifted.
So here it is. Now he's over his brother. Yeah, I would definitely hold that over my brother the whole time. I don't have a brother. I've had a sister. I know how I'd treat her. I'd be like, see, guess what?
You still have a sister.
I'm still the favorite, is what I would tell her.
Is that true?
Nah, I think she's kind of earned it.
How so?
She's around more. And, I got a long. Do you want a real life alert right now, Kevin, or do you want to just keep moving on?
Hit me with it.
I kind of, when my parents got divorced, I really kind of went one way with a lot of things.
Okay.
And I probably could be better at being around. I'm like, I got my little, one of the things that we're not great at in America, Kevin, is letting our kids have their own families, right? Letting them go out there and just be that. You're like, no, this is how our family does things, so you need to do it. And they're like, but this is my family now. And so, like, that's what I've kind of done, is I've just been like, this is my family now. And I still love you guys. I still love my parents, though.
Yeah, I can definitely see why you think your sister's the favorite.
She's the favorite, dude. She's the youngest and she's the cutest.
That makes sense to me. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
I know we got a lot to talk about on the game front, but real quick, I just wanted to get your thoughts on, dedicating the National Medal of Honor Museum, having all of the National Medal of Honor representatives out there. What did that mean to you? And then we'll get to the game.
Well, at the end of the day, it's perspective. We all get caught up in what we do every day, whether it's the game, the NFL, work. People obviously look at the NFL as a place to get away. What these men have done to protect our country and do things that just aren't natural in terms of putting yourself in harm's way for your fellow troop members and putting your life at stake. It's all about perspective, and how lucky we are to have these men who have, as I said, put themselves in harm's way and risked their lives to make our country what it is today. And that's why we're so supportive of it. We think it's going to be so special there in Arlington. My sister Charlotte has just really done an amazing job of going around the country, for that matter, the world, and getting people to donate their money. And I think it's going to be a gem for North Texas in terms of something that people can go there and learn about leadership qualities and learn things of that nature. But I do think it's just going to be a special place, and we're lucky to have it in Arlington.
I've read a story earlier in the season too that Dak, was working with some former military. Some of your offensive guys were working with some former military to kind of put them in a different mindset of communication and things like that. Did you know about that beforehand or after? And have you seen those applications that they've been using as they've gone along this season?
Yes, I've been aware of it, and Dan Quinn does the same thing. He has a group of men who are in the military who came in and come in during training camp and sit in meetings and observe and watch how how our teammates interact, and it's amazing what they're able to get from these men who come in and can show them teamwork and leadership and the type of things that go into making somebody successful. But between Dak and Dan Quinn and different people, I know Mike's a big proponent of it. Think it's got a special place in our country for people to team build and build leadership qualities. It's just a huge plus in my mind for anything, whether it's in any business, not just sports, but business in general.
I know they're both good players individually, but just how special is the connection between Dak and CeeDee Lamb?
Well, you see it just coming together right before our eyes over the last 3 weeks. I think CeeDee now is the first player in NFL history to put 3 games in a row back-to-back of 10 catches and 10-plus catches and 150-plus yards. So, obviously, I think everybody's really, gelling and starting to execute in terms of what Mike McCarthy wants out of this offense. And, you're really starting to see it. And I think as these things start to come together, all it does is give us open up other opportunities for some of our other players. So I think they're going to feed on one another. I think it'll be a big plus as we move forward. You can see people are getting really comfortable in what we're doing. And like I said, I think we will continue to build as a team. Obviously a big win yesterday, a dominating win for us. And, we just have to build on that.
Terrence Steele was obviously kind of a lightning rod last week, and I was kind of curious on your thoughts this week. And what's been the most difficult thing for him to overcome, that physical or mental part of recovering from an injury?
Well, he's mentally tough, and I think he understands what he's going through. I think we got the best in the business, and Britt Brown on the rehab, and Jim Maurer and how they take care of our players. And, it's just getting your hands around it. I mean, Terrence is a mentally tough guy. I know he'll work at his trade. Know he'll continue to get better as we move forward, and certainly I think had a much, much better game, and he understands it better than anyone. I mean, you look at the tape and you understand and you see where you need to improve, you can grow, and he knows that, and doing the things he needs to do for his body as well.
Is he, when you talk about the things he needs to do for his body, at this point in the season, he doing well physically? I mean, as well as can be expected for any football player at this point in the season?
Absolutely. I think he's just, I think he'll continue to improve. It's like, any player that comes off a major injury, you just keep getting better as you trust it more and you learn to cope with some of the things that are may be a challenge, and how you can do things that make you feel better. I know, Britt and him talk all the time about communicating about how he's feeling. And, a lot of guys just have that mindset that they don't want to, they don't want to complain about something. And so sometimes it is better to communicate. It's not that you're complaining. You just got to communicate with our staff how they feel. And then our guys can do things that, be better week to week.
The Brandon Cooks era kicked off pretty well yesterday. Everybody's very excited about Brandon Cooks, and I know you for one have got to be very excited to see what you saw. Was it kind of painstaking waiting on that moment to happen this season?
No, I think all these things are evolving, and I think as everybody gets their hands around what this offense is all about, what Mike's trying to accomplish, it's going to come together. Guys are going to have big games, and Michael Gallup had a big game as well yesterday, and it was great to see Michael doing the things, some of the things that we remember him doing in terms of making those great contested catches on those vertical routes. And the same thing's going to happen at the tight end spot. Obviously, Ferguson's doing a hell of a job, but it's going to make a little ball. We like everything about him, and and running game.
Alec, will you see if we can reconnect with Steven real quick? Obviously, we're having some difficulties on the phone line there, so we'll
lots of clouds out there today, Kevin. And I didn't say clowns. I was just clouds is what I'm kind of going with.
Is that what affects?
I don't know. I'm not a guy that's. I've never really worked in the big wire stuff, the big wireless network. It's always been building Wi-Fi that I've been dealing with, Kevin. So I don't know exactly what it is, but we'll get it taken care of there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Lots of positivity right there. Interesting and that's one of the reasons I want to ask him about Terrence Steele physically, because Mickey had mentioned he had some more minor, maybe something with the knee. And so immediately I was like, oh no, is he good to go now? And is that one of the reasons that he played better? Or did he just go up against a better player last week? And that's one of the reasons he had so many troubles.
Yeah, I am always kind of on that other side of things where I'm like, is the dude really fully healthy? I mean, with Tony Pollard, I'm still like, okay, is he 100%? Or are we getting 92% of Tony Pollard? And that's just that extra 7-8% right there could be the difference between the burst that is a 60-yard touchdown. Those little minor big time injuries where you're coming back from something like that. And I mean, you even heard McCarthy last week talk about how it does take a little bit longer for guys that have joint injuries like Terrence Steele had to kind of come alive there.
All right, we got Stephen Jones back. Sorry we lost you there for just a second.
Got it.
All right.
Well, I don't know where you lost me, but we can start from wherever you want to.
Absolutely.
It sounds like you were about to tell us lots of intense injury news that nobody else has heard.
The great news is there is no intense injury news.
Good.
That is the great news. We're actually a very healthy team right now, and came through the game really well.
I was curious, does Bland remind you of Diggs at all in terms of his seemingly innate instincts for getting to the football?
Absolutely. I mean, some guys just have ball skills, and hats off to Dan and Mike McCarthy as well. I mean, they're very big when we sit in that scouting room, on draft day, and certainly going after a guy like Gilmore who's got great ball skills is at the top of the list when you go after these corners now. We've had some great ones, great corners that don't have ball skills, and not to be negative in any way because they were great corners, but a Terrence Newman and a Byron Jones just that wasn't their big deal. But, obviously they were very sticky in coverage, and they had long levers and had great speed and great athletic ability and were able to get their guy covered. They just didn't have great ball skills, and it's something now that we strive for than ever.
The back and forth with Tony Pollard and Rico Dowdle had a very good game yesterday. And I do want to preface this with, we keep seeing our Tolos today saying, hey, it was the Giants. And I'm like, I get that part too, but I want to celebrate these positives here. Rico Dowdle has a good game. What's the balance that you would like to see? Is that kind of where you want to see it, where those guys are kind of evening out that way? You have a good two-headed monster?
Well, I think this thing will evolve, and, as it moves forward, we'll find just the right mix. But certainly Rico is deserving to touch the ball. There's a big part of us with, Tony Pollard. You don't want to take you don't want to wear the tread off the tire in terms of knowing that it's a long season. We're only halfway through it. And then, of course, the bigger deal, too, with the TP is just getting him the ball in space, getting him touches, catching the ball as well. So this thing will evolve. It's great that Rico's certainly coming along good and is a great compliment to what Tony does. But real pleased with our running backs, and, just feel like that running game's going to continue to evolve as we move forward, certainly as we're able to have such success throwing it.
Do you get the sense that Pollard, both physically and mentally, is back to where he was pre-injury? Because obviously that can take some time.
Oh, absolutely. I don't see any issues with Tony and his injury. I mean, if you watch him run, he sticks that ball up in there, especially for a guy his size. I mean, he's not he's not quote unquote a big back, but there's no hesitation with him sticking it in there, and just hadn't seen him be reluctant coming off his injury.
Also, the Fox broadcast was very they were loving the Dak Prescott time right now, and I think MVP was kind of coming out of some of their discussions yesterday. And I'm kind of curious where you put that right now. Is this? I feel like it's a slow build, and he has a big 5-game stretch that could really define a moment like that. But he's playing exceptionally well. Where do you feel he belongs in that conversation?
Well, I think he's playing as well as anybody right now. My hat's off to him. I think our team in general, San Francisco game was an eye-opener. And I think ever since that game, we've just continued to get better week in and week out. It was a tough loss there in Philly, but felt like we moved the ball well and felt like we gave ourselves every opportunity to win that game. We just didn't make the big play when we had to, but that's going to come. And just feel like this team has continued to evolve. There's a lot of football left. If you really had your druthers, you want to peak there, the last quarter of the season, last third of the season. And, that's when it certainly heading into the tournament, that's when you want to be playing your best football. And I just feel like this team continues to get better each week, and certainly being healthy is a big deal as well. And overall, I mean, we've obviously lost a couple of people, for the year, but overall the health of this football team's good.
You said if you had your druthers, what would be the next evolution of this team? Like, what do you still want to see improve or change?
Well, I just think you just got to continue to execute at the next level. Obviously, a lot of people want to say that we can be better running the football, and I think we will. I think as we continue to loosen them up like Dak and CD and his weapons and the things we're doing, throwing the ball, I think that running game will evolve into a successful running game. I think we run it good, but we can certainly be better. And, and then the other thing is we're coming along, and, people may say, well, it's, a particular opponent, but I do think we continue to get improve in the red zone, and I think that'll only get better.
Appreciate the time very much. Good, sir. Hopefully we're having the same conversation next week. There you go.
Sounds great, guys. Thanks.
Thanks,
there
Stephen.
You go.
Bye.
Stephen Jones. Right here on 105.3. Man, that might have been the most dramatic pause
It
ever.
was. He was just like, hold on. I don't want to go yet. That's what I want to believe, Kevin. That
Like
he was
in
having
spring training with John Gray.
Yeah, he was having
like,
such a good time having a conversation with us. He was like, "Hold on, I don't want to be done with this conversation, boys."
You know what, Corey? I choose to believe that is also what happened. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, your Dallas Cowboys thank you notes, 877-881-1053. Who deserves a thank you note after the demolition of the Giants?
Tommy DeVito.
Maybe. Next on The Fan.
Are you?
Barricades.com.
2:47 left in the half. Cowboys at their own 15-yard line, leading 21-0. Prescott in the gun. Good block from Pollard. Going deep for Cooks at the 40. And hauled down at the 50 before he could break away for an 85-yarder.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to get into Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. I can't believe I forgot to bring this up earlier. But did you think after the first play of the game that this game was going to take 8 hours to complete with the challenge, non-challenge, timeout, non-timeout, fumble, non-fumble discussion?
So Brian Dable, the head coach of New York, once he throws the challenge flag, they're like, all right. And he's like, nah, never mind. I talked to my team. We don't really want to challenge it. And they're like, okay, you're still getting charged the timeout. And he was like, but you know what? Might as well go ahead and challenge it. Let's go ahead and challenge that sucker. Let's just do it. Let's take the time. I thought it was a terrible decision on his part to do that because now your flow's already bad. But I guess he was trying to get the Cowboys out of some flow. It just didn't work. The other part, Kevin,
I did. Bold move on the first play.
I did agree with you on that, though. I was like, this is going to be a long game, and I needed it to be done pretty quickly so I could take Adrian to dinner for her birthday. But they did what they needed to do. The Cowboys did, but I also had that moment. Their Cowboys were up 7-0, and then the Giants are like right there on the cusp of scoring. And I was like, Dable, just take the points, man. Take the points here. Don't try and do what the Cowboys just did to you. It's not going to be a close game for you. And then he did it, and the Cowboys drive like 98 yards or whatever, and they're like, see you later. And it was over with. So that's what happens.
From the 469 Dallas Cowboys thank you note to Mike McCarthy. He said last week regarding Brandon Cooks, it's not fantasy football. Oh, yeah, sure it is, Mike. Cooks helped me win this week.
Nice.
Man,
congratulations.
You were going up against Cowboys offensive players. This might have been a rough fantasy weekend for you.
This is a good fantasy weekend for Cowboys. That's for sure, especially Dak. Dak and CD probably gave you big-time points.
From the 469, thank you to the coaches for letting CeeDee Lamb get the record before they took him out. I know that some people were like, I don't appreciate that. I thought it was delightful.
What do you mean don't appreciate it?
Because they were like, you left him in a blowout.
He could have gotten hurt. Is that what you're concerned about?
No. Not couldn't have gotten hurt is they were saying
just to get the stat?
Yeah, exactly.
Look, man.
I don't believe that. I was like, well.
How much does it matter to the player?
Probably a lot, right? And the fans. Like the fans, you talked about how nuts they went with Leclerc and Adolis. They went nuts when they saw that stat as well.
You know what? Our boss, I know that if he knows if something's like really important to us, he wants to try and get that done for us, right?
Yep.
If you're a good boss, if you're a good coach, and you know something's important. Now, if it wasn't important to CeeDee Lamb, I don't know. But it's important to somebody in there. And they wanted to get that done. So I'm cool with it. Thanks. I appreciate it, man. That's awesome.
Man, from the 214, I should have known it was going to turn into this. I had Cooks on my bench. Luckily, I didn't need him. And then from the 218, yeah, it went great, unless your opponent had Herbert and Keenan Allen.
Oh, yeah, that was a big day for them, too.
Yeah, that is definitely tough. Is CeeDee Lamb I actually just want to, let's go ahead and hear this again. If you haven't heard it already, incredible. Cut number 1, because not that you didn't already think it was going to be a good day, but when CeeDee Lamb made that incredible one-handed catch, it was awesome.
Here they come. Prescott looks over the middle and hits Lamb one-handed catch at the 40. There's a flag in the secondary at the 45 of New York, and it does look like a penalty against the defense.
You know what I immediately thought when they said there's a flag? And I was like, right, because we all just saw that guy arm-barring CeeDee Lamb, and then he still made the catch.
Yeah.
So I was not worried about that play coming back.
Still pretty ticked off that only made number 10 on ESPN's top 10 this morning. After watching all the rest of the plays, I was like, this is ridiculous. That was an amazing catch.
Yeah, I don't quite understand. I would like to go back and see what 9 plays were all better than that. And then I wanted to shout out CeeDee Lamb again.
Whoa.
This time.
As a running back.
On the tornado reverse. And also, bonus thank you note to Scooney, because that block helped make up for his drop pass.
Did it?
Okay, look.
Dude, catch the ball, bro.
Are we getting closer and closer to wanting to have a conversation about what exactly happened with this draft class? That's a fair point. You know how I knew it was a fair point? It wasn't that drop by Schoonmaker. It was when I heard they go, and Mozzie Smith in on the play, and I was like, oh, wow, good for him. That was a first-round draft pick, and I was like, look at him do stuff.
I still think, and I know Jonathan Hankins is doing his job appropriately right now, but I still think that by the end of the season, Mozzie will be a better contributor. I think that's one of those positions and one of those spots that I'm hopeful. So I'm going to hold out. I'm going to reserve my hope for all that. By the end of the season, he'll be a significant playmaker there. The Overshown injury, Kevin, I really do. That's a problem.
Yeah.
But the Schoonmaker, like, I'm just wanting more from this guy. And maybe it's unfair because Jake Ferguson has been so good. You know, Jake Ferguson is he's really coming into that role of, hey, I know Dak's going to be looking my way. I got to be ready to make something happen. And he's a red zone target, man, and that could be a big factor for you. By the way, during crosstalk today, I want you to bring up going spreading it out and going shotgun on the goal line. Bring that up with Broadus and just see how he responds, because I have a feeling he has some thoughts.
Do you want me to
just based on my
that?
listening to the post game show yesterday,
or ask Dawson what he thinks about that?
Both. Just do both.
Okay.
Let's just enjoy it all, man.
Since you brought him up, Jake Ferguson, I definitely think deserves a thank you note. 3 touchdowns now in the last 3 weeks. Now, the tight end spot has been an issue. I know we were just talking about with Scooney for the Cowboys in terms of, it does kind of feel like you can count on one drop per game where you're like, what happened there?
Yeah.
And so I appreciate that Ferguson has been getting into the end zone.
I would like to say thank you to Mike McCarthy to add on to for getting Brandon Cooks involved. I saw 2 plays specifically, his touchdown catch, and there was another play downfield, one of his bigger plays downfield that I was like, we saw that 100 times while we were at training camp. Where has it been? And I don't know if it just never got open. Dak didn't know it was there and didn't trust that it was there. I have no clue what it was, but you need to have an X factor. If they decide they're going to try and take CeeDee Lamb out of a game, which it looks like they can't, if somebody's going to try and do something like that, then you have to have something else that creates the mismatch. Last year against San Francisco in the playoffs, Tony Pollard was the mismatch. And then Tony Pollard gets hurt, and it's all CeeDee Lamb. They had no offense aside from that. Now they have this other option. They have a couple of different options they can work with. And the Jalen Brooks era is here. So, like, those are things that we can
Why
get
would it
positive
not be
about.
the Brandon Cooks era to start?
Don't worry about it. It's the Brandon Cooks era has arrived. We finally saw it. So thank you for showing everybody what we've been talking about, because I felt like we were doing a fool's errand, Kevin.
Okay.
Like they put us on a wild goose chase with Brandon Cooks at training camp, and they're like, you'll never see these plays. Don't worry.
I want to give thank you notes to DeMarcus Lawrence and Jonathan Hankins for squashing that pathetic Giants 4th down play when they were down 7-0. I get why you go for it, but I was like, that was what you came up with?
Mm-hmm.
That was terrible. And then the offense for responding with a 96-yard touchdown drive. And that was one of the things that was discussed is, hey, the Cowboys didn't score at the beginning, but at least they put the Giants in bad field position and ended up hurting them the next 2 drives. When that happened with the Cowboys, they responded with a 96-yard touchdown drive. So kudos to the offense for that. Kudos to DeMarcus Lawrence and Jonathan Hankins for just crushing that play. That play had no chance of getting a first down the way they demolished it. And also a thank you note for, if we can go to cut number 7 right here. I hope everyone feels the same way I did, is Dak Prescott and Michael Gallup, I thought individually were both excellent on touchdown number 5.
1st and 10 at the Giants 41. Snap to Prescott, well protected, deep down the right side. Gallup in the end zone. He caught it. Touchdown to Michael Gallup. What a throw and what a catch. 41 yards.
I thought Dak made a good throw like you bring up in terms of it could have been incomplete, but it was not going to be picked off or anything like that. It was only in a position where Gallup or nobody was going to catch it. And then I thought Gallup had a really good effort on that play to make that touchdown.
Dak did a really good job throughout this game figuring out what their safeties were doing and knowing which guy to go deep to. I mean, multiple times Brandon Cooks is out there. Probably could have had a couple another touchdown for Cooks if it had been a little bit more out in front, but even still, he picked up and said, all right, there's that safety. He's moving this way. I got plenty of space to put it over the top on this cornerback. He felt very comfortable doing that. Although, Kevin, in that moment, as you watched the replay of Michael Gallup catching that ball, did you still feel like he's not going to catch this? Even though you knew it was already ruled a touchdown, that ball, he let it get all the way into his body and almost into his crotch before he actually pulled the ball in.
Actually, when I replay, Corey, I usually go the opposite. I usually watch a play again thinking this time it's going to work. Even though, and my wife's been like, but it still didn't work, right? And I was like, yes, but I need more information about why it didn't work. Like, I can't just accept on face value that it didn't work because it didn't work. Like, somebody brought up DeVito's family when they saw that fourth down play. They were also like me. They were like, that's the crapping play that you came up with? Get out of here, man. And so I go the opposite. I totally understand what you're saying, but I think magically things are going to work out if I rewatch them 3 or 4 times, as if I can dissect what the problem was, then that fixes it in another replay.
Gotcha. Okay, I see where you're going with that.
On the flip side, I don't know if anybody else is like this. My wife, particularly in baseball, not so much in football because, the ball switches over to the other team and everything. In baseball, several times during the Texas Rangers world title run, she thought a replay of a home run was the next person hitting the home run.
It happens.
And so she would come in and go, again?
I
was like, it
happens. That happens to the best of us, dude. Like, we've been watching this for a long time, but, you step out of the room for a second and you start getting all excited.
From the 214, this does not sound like a thank you note. Cowboys defense cost me fantasy this week by letting the Giants score that garbage touchdown. I lost 151.6 to 151.
Look, nobody cares about your fantasy football team except for us tomorrow. Is usually when we do this.
Okay, fair.
But I'm sorry about that. That does stink to lose that way in that kind of moment.
From the 469, thank you note for the Cowboys kicking a bad team's butt. Damn right they did.
And they need to.
The Giants are terrible. Like, I don't know what works on the Giants. Their offensive line doesn't work. Their defense doesn't work. Their quarterback, he's the third stringer, but he doesn't work. That team sucks.
Let's thank the DeVito family for looking like the stereotypical epitome of a New Jersey family, which I think I heard Choppy say that, like, his dad's house backs up to Bada Bing from The Sopranos.
Yep.
And so,
that is the least surprising thing I've ever
when you
heard.
saw that family and their gold chains, and, like, I looked at him, I was like, he's in the mafia. He's gotta be.
Look, I always think, do you have one more button unbuttoned than you should? Is there an ample amount of chest hair? Like, those are the things I think about. And then obviously I understand how the gold chain works in there and everything like that.
Mr. DeVito, Waste Management.
From the 682, thank you, Deron Bland. You mean more to the team than you know. First player since Everson Walls to have this many interceptions in back-to-back seasons in his first 2 years.
Sign him to a $100 million contract right now.
Oh, well.
What? What did you do? What did you do this offseason with Diggs?
You did that. He got hurt. I don't know.
So you're saying that if you sign him now, he's going to get hurt? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Come on. Never do that, Kevin.
No.
Oh, you're saying don't spend $100 million. Let it play out.
Yeah,
it's only a second season.
That feels a little high this early.
He's going to, dude, I do wonder how often you're sitting there going, gosh, man, this dude he's going to demand a lot of money in the future. These are those decisions, man, that, like, you drafted well. Like, getting Deron Bland, a lot of people didn't see it. Will McClay did. His team did. And so they got a guy in there that is an exceptional cornerback.
And I think that's...
And it goes along with something that we learned earlier this year from Steven specifically, and that is, and he touched on it a little bit earlier in our conversation, is that Mike McCarthy made a very big deal about having defensive players with ball skills, not having just guys that were back there that could cover, but wanting defensive players that could get the football back into the hands of their offense. He wanted guys who could catch. Trayvon Diggs, Deron Bland, those guys are proving that they can do that over and over again. And then you have that, three-headed monster with your safeties, and they can do the same thing. So that's something that was a concerted effort to change here in Dallas.
Now, lots of people have thoughts about DeVito. We'll get to that later. But that's one of the things about Deron Bland. I know it doesn't have to be one or the other, but draft hits like that make me ease up a little bit about the early look at the 2023 draft class. And I know that's not the way it has to go. It's because you can still find all your diamonds in the rough, like Deron Bland, and still have better drafts than it's looking like the Cowboys, at least this early point, had this year.
I don't think that they're sitting there going, we can take this risk now because we know we're getting a Deron Bland in the 5th. I don't think that they're doing those kinds of things.
Yeah.
I don't think that's part of their play. I think that they benefit from that later on, though.
From the 817. All right, I have a question about this. Thank you, Neville Gallimore, for actually kicking them in the nuts after figuratively doing it. Now, is that definitely what happened, or was that what he was aiming for and he didn't quite get all of it? All right, because I did watch that replay back and I thought maybe he didn't get all of the connection that he wanted with that. Am I spending too much time looking at the wrong things? That's a fair question.
Kevin, I think you were looking at the right things there. I think everything went exactly as planned.
Good. I want to give a thank you note to the defense as a whole. I know they cost that one guy their fantasy game. I'm sorry about that. But they gave up 27 yards in the whole first half.
Yeah. It's pretty decent.
If you give up 27 yards on a drive, I feel like a lot of times you're like, I'll take that.
Yes.
The whole first half.
When you saw them put the Giants on the -1 yard line, did you feel like...
I thought for sure they were getting a safety.
You did too? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I really thought that a couple times that's safety. And somehow Barkley was able to just nudge it just enough.
That little stutter step he got to get out of the end zone.
And you know what?
Was impressive.
I can't tell you how many coaches are probably always telling them, do not stutter step in the end zone. You go forward, you get the yards, that's all that matters.
If he went forward, that was the safety.
That was it for him.
And I wanted to shout out at least 2 more defensive players real quick. I realized that the game was probably over, but it's 28-0 at halftime, right? And so the Giants get the ball first. Back-to-back plays. Dante Fowler and Tank make sure this game is over. I'm not saying that the Giants were about to drive down the field and be like, hey, we still got something to play for. But Dante Fowler crushed the Giants' soul on that first play of the second half to make sure they were done. And if that wasn't bad enough, then Tank got a sack right after that, and then you could probably go about your day. I'm not saying everybody stopped listening,
right?
But you could have gone about your day after that.
And that was something I was saying on Friday, maybe even Thursday, Kevin, was get this thing taken care of quickly so that you can get yourself out of it. I mean, Cooper Rush goes in the late in the third, and you're like, oh man, we got plenty of time in this sucker. That's what you needed. Go ahead and do that against Carolina too. Don't make it one of those where where you got to wait it out and you're fighting to the very end. Get these things done fast. And the Cowboys did it yesterday. I thought that was a huge positive that they came out knowing what their opponent was and saying we're going to finish this as quickly as we can, score as often as we possibly can, and get out of this one.
Agreed. Alec, if you found that bonus audio, can we fire it off here?
Do you know what the bonus audio is?
Oh,
Alec?
Hopefully he heard.
There's a block by Lively on an attempt by Ingram. Here is Kyrie pulling up, and he swishes another one. A spectacular shooting performance tonight by Irving.
Now, I promise tomorrow we will get more into the Mavericks, or maybe a little at 122 as well as we talk more about the Stars. But Mavericks win emphatically on the road in a game that was not as close as the final score would indicate.
Not even close.
This was another one we talked about early in the third quarter. It was over for the Cowboys. By the end of the third quarter of this game, it was over. And
I flipped it on too late.
Okay, so it was already over?
By the time I got there, because we got back from dinner, and I was like, all right, it's time to sit down and start the process for getting stuff together for tomorrow's work day. And I flip on the game, and I look over, and I'm just like, oh, this one's done. And I think Luka and Kyrie already had 30 and 30, 28 at that point.
Yeah, and they ended up with 35 and 30.
And
that's pretty good.
I think Dwight Powell had 10 rebounds, and everybody was going nuts about his 10 rebounds. And I was like, man, this is and Kevin, I know that there's more time for the future for this, but this thing can work. This Mavs team can work.
Okay, let's point this out. By the way, Minnesota and Houston are on unbelievable winning streaks right now. But the Dallas Mavericks are tied for first place in the West, and they have the second best record in the NBA. So, we've talked about maybe how they had a softer schedule to kick it off, but if they can win tomorrow against the Pelicans, I think that would be a big deal. Not because the Pelicans are like uber good, but usually when you have the back-to-back road game against the exact same team, it feels like a lot of times you get stuck with the split. And they won pretty emphatically yesterday. If they can win again to jump up to 9-2, we said start this season 7-3. The softer part of your schedule is at the beginning part of the year. But now, if they get this win, then they go 9-2. Then you're starting to really pile up the wins in terms of potential playoff positioning. Not to mention, hopefully that just means you're playing better.
Is this the right time to point out that we could never do this without Tim Hardaway Jr.? Like, because he's in that kind of place right now, Kevin? Isn't there a cycle where you're just like,
hot Tim Hardaway.
Good God, he's the worst. And then you're like,
that's probably not.
Good God, how could we ever survive without Tim Hardaway Jr.? And then you're back to like, oh my gosh. But he's doing his job. He's doing that the right way. I am kind of interested in the what the potential future of Derek Jones Jr. is going to be, because he provides some fun things, some unique things that I think Jason Kidd really wants to like grow out of him. So this is a fun team. Omax Prosper gets some time. That was something I know that.
That's how you knew the game was over.
Yeah, he's finally had some time out there, but this is a fun team, man.
Look, I'll tell you, going back to it, if you would have told me you're going to get not garbage minutes, but usable 20 minutes a game from Derek Jones, I would have been like, usable in terms of we lose by less, or what do you mean? Not usable in terms of you'll be 8-2, he'll be consistently starting, giving you usable minutes, and that's a hell of a find right there. If you want to talk about
providing length on the perimeter,
yes.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about reasons this Mavs team could be better than at least I anticipated, maybe plenty of other people did anticipate this, is the viability of Derek Jones, the, ahead of the curveness is what I'm going to call it for Derek Lively, which we'll dive into more tomorrow as well as the mesh of Kyrie and Luka, which at multiple times this year has looked freaking incredible.
Yeah, I think at this point, this early in the season, you have to be very happy and hopeful that they can continue to pile on to what they're doing right now.
And from the 573, THJ is playing to increase the trade value, in my opinion. Great. I hope that is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that like his money is still a contract that you kind of look at and go, huh.
He can make plenty more money in this league. Make it happen, Tim.
Our boss, Tim, just kind of acknowledged that.
Oh, yeah.
He
I
was
appreciate
like, okay,
that.
Gotcha.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope that our fans don't mind. We're going to take just a few minutes to talk about Peace-a-thon.
Okay.
Peace-a-thon is 9 days away. So what do we have in store, and can you help?
Oh, I will help. Yeah. If you
Okay.
need some help, I'm there for it.
Well, you don't get to help.
Oh.
Because this is also your kid.
Okay, all right.
You're not babysitting.
Oh,
right?
wow.
You know how it is.
Wow.
Like, this is the thing is like, oh, he's at home babysitting the kid. And you're like, no, that is his
It's your
kid
child.
as well.
You're not babysitting your child.
So, and here's how you can help, by the way, is we're going to run through a lot of things, but this is the one time we're probably going to solicit. If you know anyone in power, or you are a person in power that wants to help with auction items, shoot us a message. You can always email me, kevin.hageland@odyssey.com, if you want to get involved. Now, obviously...
Or Corey.Majors.
Yes.
Good luck spelling that at odyssey.com.
I can spell it for them if you want. Mageors.
It's a weird last name.
This is the 10th annual Peace-a-thon. So it's going to be the day before Thanksgiving, as it always is. 5:30 in the morning till 7 p.m.
We've done this for 10 years now.
10 years!
That's pretty impressive, man. That's a big deal.
We've raised more than $200,000.
That means we've been on radio for at least 10 years.
We have.
Which is wild as well.
That is also weird. And every single year, we've raised more money.
Yep.
Than the year before. Last year, we raised $50,000. I want to say like $400, something like that. So let's see if we can raise even more this year. Do you want me to tell you some of the stuff we're looking at?
Yeah, I know we have some very sweet stuff on the way. I'm very excited about this. This was one of those years where Boss Man said, think big. Go dream big out there. And Kevin,
we did.
I got to commend you for every single person that we've talked to this year. Anytime we've had 5 seconds of, hey, it was great to get to meet you. Kevin immediately grabbed them and said, I would like to present you with an opportunity.
That was the Emmitt Smith one that really stood out, right? Because we had the interview, went to break, he's on Zoom, and I was like, Hold on just a second if you can. Man, I made my pitch.
There you go, man. It's the elevator pitch, and you've done a good job at it. I'm very proud of you.
So far, Troy Aikman, we've got autograph items of Troy Aikman, Tony Romo, Roger Staubach, Mickey Mantle, Luka, Kobe, Pudge, Sammy Baugh, Lawrence Taylor.
Sammy Baugh?
Yes, Sammy Baugh.
Wow.
The Von Erichs, Ferguson Jenkins, thousands of dollars of sports cards, boxes, and singles, and then Cowboys and Rangers suites.
Wow.
It's a lot, and we're working on more. And
Hold on, what do you mean by Cowboys and Rangers suites? Like I can just go hang out in the suite?
I mean, if you win it and buy it, and
Okay.
it's not a part of the suite, it's the whole thing. All right? The whole whole suite.
All right, so I don't just have like a chair in the suite.
No, it's your suite to watch a game with us.
Really? Or whoever you want. Like,
That's fine.
If you don't want to
know
watch
what?
with us, that's fine.
I'm not going to lie. It says with the KNC Masterpiece.
Yeah.
If you pay whatever, give us a call, and you're like, hey, look,
Yeah.
I got other people that need to take this spot. That's fine.
You're like, hey.
Don't care at all.
I
care a
want
little.
Mike, but not Kevin and Corey. Or I want Kevin and Corey and Mike. You know, we'll figure out whatever we can for you to make it worth your time. And hopefully, you love the donation part of it, and that's what you get down with first. But on top of that, you're getting something cool out of it to go along with it. So a couple of suites to rock with there, man. That's really awesome.
From the 254, God, y'all are old. Wait, that means I'm old too. From the 972, is anyone pouring cranberry sauce down their pants and singing Zombie this year? To be determined. From the 910,
what?
A long way from the no shirt 9. And from the 817, does D&M sponsor Peace-a-thon? Look,
man,
my biggest goal and hope and dream for the last 10 years when it comes to this is that we would find a title sponsor. And so
somebody that could match. That would be awesome.
That would be incredible. And from the 254, I've listened for hours of Peace-a-thon, at least 4 hours of Peace-a-thon for the last 4 years at least. Love you guys. And so we've tried to get all kinds of stuff. There's going to be auction items for everybody. If you want to donate money, we will try to find ways to incentivize that as well. I think it's going to be awesome.
I think, one of the other additions, this is something new to the process of Peace-a-thon. In the past, it's been one of those things where you get the item, you win it, you get the notification, and then you go up to My Possibilities, or you come up to the station and you can get your prize. Now, we still have that available. You want to come up to the station, reach out to us, we'll work on something like that. But over at My Possibilities, and everything over there is for the hipsters, what they do there is they work on skills that allow them to go into the workforce. And that's what it's all about, is going into the workforce, being a big part of somebody's company. One of my favorite pitches from Michael Thomas over there is, look, man, you want somebody that's going to be a loyal employee? Hire a hipster. You want somebody that's going to be a part of the fabric of everything that you do? Hire a hipster. We've given them the skills. Now just give them the job, and they'll be there for you every day working hard for you. And that's always something cool to see. So the addition this year is now whenever you get your prize, you go to My Possibilities, go see the new facility. If you've donated in the past, the money that you've donated has gone to the new facility. It's gone to the new things that are being built out there, and they're adding to it every single year. But now you're going to get a hipster that delivers that prize to you. So they're going to be the ones working, Kevin, as you take all this stuff over to My Possibilities. They're going to collect it all, put it in bags, tag it, and have it ready for you. And then you get to meet somebody that benefits from what you contributed. And I think that's an awesome deal, man.
Man, that is an awesome deal. Sorry,
Do I need to refresh the blindfold mousetrap maze for this year? I'll do it.
That is a good question.
I will totally do it.
I'm sorry, I got caught up thinking about getting what you won from somebody that you're helping by donate. That is super, super cool.
From 817, how much do I have to donate to get Kevin to eat pizza rolls and Hot Pockets while doing a mock draft?
Here's the deal. We usually have staff meetings on Monday. I probably should just keep this to myself, but I'm going to make a proposal that could facilitate that exact thing.
Are you serious?
As I am going to try to become part of the masterpiece as a donation item. That has not been cleared.
What?
I want to make that very clear. Well, I kind of screwed myself.
Did he
there.
say Alec? He said take Alec's job is what I just heard.
No,
I know, I got
no.
bills to pay, man.
Yeah,
Could be
dude.
no loans coming up.
It could be.
Jeez.
It could be you're taking my job. So we're going to work on that. Also, if you're looking for experiences, you want to go to a basketball game, you want to go to a Mavericks game with Chris Arnold, you want to go to the broadcast booth with Jared Sandler, Matt Hicks, Eric Nadell, that's going to happen. You want to go eat hurtados with Brian Broaddus, that's going to happen.
What?
Want to go on a fishing trip with Lucius?
What?
That is also
Are you
on
serious?
the list. I am serious.
Dude, that will be the best day. That's going to be the coolest prize.
So
I want that.
yes, we have.
I'm going to outbid people on that.
Okay.
Just so I can hang out with Lucius and I get to see him every day.
I mean, I think you should because it took him, I don't know, 2 seconds to agree to that.
He's awesome.
We pitched it and he was like, oh yeah, man, let's do that. And so it was super awesome.
And this year we're starting again at 5:30.
5:30 in the morning.
Last year Mike came in singing Hall & Oates to start things off. And I don't think he stopped singing it all day long. So we're going 5:30 a.m. and then rocking all the way to 7 p.m.
I do believe we will have the return of Derek Holland.
Derek Holland's going to join us for the day as well. And on top of all of that, the entire station did this last year. I really appreciated this. This was a huge thing to me. Seeing the entire station put their arms around us and say, hey, we'll pitch in an hour or two, whatever you need. We'll come up here, hang out, and just be on with you guys to help out the process, man. I always appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to seeing everybody hanging out. Kevin, did you say there's a WWE package that I might want to buy?
TBD from the 214. What do you have for AEW? All right, that is still a little bit in flux because AEW, they had some confusion on their end. So we're still working on that. But for WWE, I have 4 front row ringside tickets to SmackDown in March. And it's like,
I don't know if you've heard, but SmackDown is their biggest event in the entire universe.
I mean, some might argue a few weeks later WrestleMania, but I hear what you're saying.
Gotcha, yeah.
And AEW is going to have 3 shows in the Metroplex coming up next month. So we are working on that right now. There was a little bit of a communication disconnect, but they're in, and we're working on that.
From the 806, how much to watch the news with Derek Holland? I don't know. If Derek would contribute that, I would be like 100% in because I think that'd be a big winner.
Because you'd get to dictate which news, and I think that would be something.
What's your favorite version of the news?
Huey Lewis.
Thank you. God, he knows. He always knows.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
2 things. 1, are we done with the CeeDee Lamb not being a number 1? Also, the most terrifying way to travel. We do it next in The Fan. Squirrel, and I hear we have an even better one for this year, and I'm very proud of it. So I'm looking forward to that.
Corey, you keep doing your thing. If you have the squirrel, will you bring it over so I can get it on camera?
All right.
Which I know is a weird thing to say if you're just listening. You think I might have had a stroke or something. I'm fine. I promise it'll make sense in a minute.
All right, Kevin, while we're waiting on this amazing squirrel, the numbers from the Cowboys, we've been talking about them all day long. CeeDee Lamb's 68 receptions are the most by any Cowboys player in the first 9 games of a season. 150 receiving yards. He's recorded 10 receptions and 150 receiving yards in 3 consecutive games, an NFL record for the most consecutive games with 10 catches and 150 receiving yards. And the numbers just keep piling on for CeeDee Lamb at this point. And I think the significant thing that I'm looking at the most, Kevin, is like the consistency is now established. I don't 877-881-1053. And for everybody who is currently watching on the Twitch, that is not Kevin in this video. That is a squirrel. And it looks like he's sitting down at Krusty's corner. So this could just be Broadus.
Yes, absolutely.
I love this. Like this is amazing. Thank you so much. What do we have a name for this one yet, Kevin? Have you named him yet?
I have not.
Because MP they named Sparkles,
the stripping squirrel last year,
the exotic dancer squirrel.
Excuse me. My
Have
apologies.
some truth about yourself.
But yeah, this is a real desk that says 105.3 The Fan. There's the Krusty's Corner nameplate on there, and I already know somebody who's going to be wanting to bid on this, so be prepared. And I believe we might have even more stuff, but I needed the world to see this.
Yes, I'm glad the world is getting it to see it right now. And
well, what's your suggestion, Chiafalo?
From Big Surge, LMAO brought us his catching strays. So they're taking.
No, this is a tribute piece, right?
Yeah.
This is beautiful.
Big Surge says, I need that low key. You can be high key on it too. That's perfectly good. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. If you're watching on the Twitch or the YouTube right now, you can see that we do have a taxidermied squirrel that has a desk set up. That's pretty awesome.
And a chair.
Yeah, and a chair.
Handmade.
And that can sit on your desk. It can sit anywhere. It can sit anywhere in your home or your office. And I think it's going to be a conversation piece every single time. So thanks for getting that in here today. Did you have a thought, Kevin?
I think it's incredible. I think I like this one better than the one last year, and I thought the one last year was awesome.
And
this is the thing. When I told you it was going to be the most variety-filled auction ever, we also got...
Which last year was pretty variety-filled.
Yes, we're going to have pieces from Kate Spade as well. I believe a pizza stone, in addition to all the other stuff that we told you. Yes, put a picture of the squirrel on social media. We can make sure to do that, but...
I'm on it right now, in the majors on Twitter.
It is absolutely incredible. But you're making lots of coherent points about CeeDee Lamb.
The consistency's been established, Kevin.
Agreed.
I think that's the thing. Right now, you're looking at 4 straight weeks of big-time games, 100 plus receiving yards. Kevin, do you know how many games in CeeDee Lamb's career before this season he had at least 100 plus receiving yards?
I think I do.
Okay, it was 10.
Okay.
Is the number that I have.
And then he already has 5 this year.
He already has 5 right now.
Woo!
And that's what I'm looking at is right now, and I know, you can say some stats are empty. What he's doing isn't empty. When he's on the field, he's a factor. I want to see more touchdowns out of the guy. I wanted him to be a touchdown machine, scoring machine. I love that kind of stuff. But watching what he's doing and hearing, Kevin, my prediction last week, in my statement last week in what's it called? That segment we do, Combo Platter.
Okay.
Was CeeDee Lamb is a top 3 receiver in the NFL, and right now, as far as yards go, he's top 3. He has some other things that he needs to add on to, but he is playing like that, and Dak's giving him the opportunities. And I wonder how big it was for that entire group to hear him stand up and say, "Hey, I'm here. Let's give me the ball. I'm open.
Yeah.
Throw me the ball." Not demanding it like a diva, but saying, "I'm ready for this. Y'all, I've been waiting for this moment." He is not just a good number 2 receiver, and for the person or people out there that keep saying that,
I think
wrong.
that's absurd.
And you're starting to see why you're wrong about that. And what I'm starting to see also, and I think Carter Freeman can go on with me about this. When he was in college, the volume that he's getting right now was the volume he got in college. 12, targets, 14, 16, 14 targets, 12 catches, 11 catches, 11 catches. Those were things that you consistently saw him do. He would turn a bubble screen into a 60-yard gain. He would get the ball in the backfield and do a jet sweep and turn it into a 40-yard run. These things he can do. I think the Cowboys are just starting to find out and scratch the surface of how much further they can go with this guy. And it's a lot of fun to see happen right now.
I think you're right. The efficiency for him and Dak is off the charts. I went back to that very first drive. Now, I know the very first drive yesterday ended in agitating fashion, but I believe on that drive, CeeDee Lamb had 2 catches and then drew a pass interference. When you look at the touchdown, obviously he scored that touchdown. And so when the game still was close enough to matter, he still makes impact plays. And this is one of the things that we talked about, I think a couple of weeks ago, when it was like, oh, you got to take what the defense gives you. A lot of times that's probably a good idea. But sometimes just force the ball to your best playmaker and trust him to be your best playmaker.
They've found so many different ways to get him open, to get him into places where he can find the seam or find whatever, area of space that he wants to be in. That's been such a huge factor. I think if I'm Mike McCarthy and I'm drawing up plays each week, I've got to be just salivating, looking at all the different things I can do with CeeDee Lamb because of his ability, his flexibility to do so many different things. And I know whenever we drafted him, we were looking at him going, man, this dude is wiry, thin, and he's added weight to be a guy. Somebody just said he's a number 2 who is best in the slot. If that's what you're seeing, you're watching the wrong thing. You're clear. He will go up against anybody's number 1 and beat him. And it's only going to take time. He needs to do it in the playoffs too. This is just like him and Dak.
Sure.
They both have to do it in the playoffs too. But while you're watching through your fandom as a Cowboys fan, take in and enjoy what you're seeing right now because you're seeing something pretty special. And Kevin, going to have numbers that stand up against the best wide receivers in Cowboys history. He's going to have those numbers. It's just whether or not, just like with Dak, whether or not he has those rings to go along with it.
Or even the production in the playoffs. Because if you don't, then you'd be like, hey, great. I mean, that's the same thing. Like, we were going to put together a list as the season goes along of how many people does this playoffs matter to the most. Because obviously Dak's up there. I feel like Lamar Jackson is really high up on that list as well. But maybe CeeDee Lamb's on the list as well.
From the 430, how do they not get Lance some reps last night?
Ineligible.
That's you got to make him your number 2.
Yeah.
And Cooper Rush is that guy.
And he didn't get hurt or anything like that.
So that's just the situation is you have to do that. So I thought the same thing. I was like, man, I would love to see, this is the perfect opportunity to just elevate him to the number 2 status and let him get some reps late in the game and let the Cowboys fans see a little bit of it.
And from the 214, I realize not everyone can listen every single day for all 4 hours, though I hope you do listen as much as you possibly can. Them Jones boys have you guys fooled too. Fooled on what? We've talked about this the last several weeks a million times. You beat the crap out of a terrible Giants football team, just like you need to do the next week against Carolina, just like you need to do on a sliding scale with Washington and Seattle to get you back to 9-3 or to get you to 9-3 to get you into a meaningful game against a good team and then see if you can win. That's the thing is the Cowboys did exactly what they needed to do. But at some point, they will have to show they can beat a good team.
Yes.
But if you don't beat Carolina, if you don't beat Washington, then it won't matter if you beat Philadelphia.
Yeah. You'll be sitting there going, why couldn't we have beaten those teams?
For the 817, celebrating my 27th birthday today. Can I get a shout out from you guys? Happy birthday.
27. What a time. I'm glad you brought up sliding scale, Kevin. I wanted to do this last week, but we had a lot of stuff to get to, and I was out. In recent weeks, the Roosevelt Island tram has had several episodes in which it's dramatically swayed while passengers were filling this thing up. It left commuters terrified and baffled. Do you know what a tram is, Kevin?
I do.
What is a tram in your mind?
Like that goes up the
wires
and everything?
Hangs on a wire.
We did that in Alaska.
And goes back and forth while it's swinging. And they haven't experienced, a lot of the guys that are up there on the Roosevelt Island tram have never experienced the swaying back and forth. So I thought I'd ask this question. What is the most terrifying way to travel? Because, Kevin, you and I, when we get on airplanes, we have different approaches.
We do.
Takeoff is the place where I think you are the most scared. I am the most scared on landing.
Are you sure you don't have that reversed?
I'm probably the other way around.
Okay, I get concerned on landing.
Landing is where because I always feel like you're going to flip over while you're taking off. Like the pilot's just now kind of getting used to everything. And I know how I am when I'm on the road. Every once in a while, I'm like, whoa, hold on, what's going on as I'm driving down the alley? But landing, I feel like I'm closer to the ground. But takeoff is what terrifies me.
So I took one of those, like, if you've ever seen the show Wings or something like that, I took one of those, like, small planes to get to Connecticut once on a connecting flight. It was the worst. I hated it because they were like, hey, this person move over here. You switch seats with this because they needed
to balance the plane out. Oh my gosh.
which made me super nervous in general. Plus, it was at night, and it felt like it was like Wesley Snipes on Major League when he's like, I wonder if there's any pilots. It's like I got really nervous on that plane, and so
it's like a little pond, a little puddle jumper.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
a really cool thing that you got to do that though. But
it definitely was, but it was also kind of scary. But the cool part was it's one of those that lands when you land, they drop the stairs right on the tarmac.
Oh, when you land.
Yeah.
I thought like while you're flying, they're like, let's put these stairs down.
No, and then you just get to walk out there and you're like, hey, felt like really popular and famous and everything like that.
From the 254 ski lifts sometimes. Now, I've never been skiing. The one opportunity I got to go skiing, I had dislocated my knee and I just didn't get to go do that. I have seen Mike Bassick on skis. That's hilarious. If you ever get a chance to see that video, it might be my favorite. But ski lifts, Kevin, have you ever seen? I'm always afraid for those people that get up there. But don't you feel like you're falling, if you fall off, that you're going to fall into a big pile of snow and everything's going to be okay?
No. I watched this movie once. I can't remember the name of it. Somebody will help me out. It's actually pretty good. Where these people get trapped on a ski lift, and it's like one of the last days of the season, and so they know they're stuck up there. But there was also, I think, wolves circling around.
Oh, no.
And so you think you can go back into some snow, but you could easily break your leg or whatever, and then what are you going to do? Stuck out in the snow with a broken leg? Well, it might take you a while to get to where you need to be. So, yes, that would absolutely be terrifying.
From the 817, flew a plane about 30 years ago from Monroe, Louisiana to DFW. No flight attendant, no cockpit door, just a curtain swinging back and forth, and you could see the one pilot there.
No. I mean, props to everyone who can.
I feel like snowmobiles are kind of a terrifying way to like travel too.
How so?
I don't know. I hear that one Taylor Swift song, and she's talking about how she was in a snowmobile accident with Harry Styles or something. Have you not heard it?
I guess not.
Dude.
I mean, maybe.
Have you not heard all her new songs off of the new album?
I have not. I'm sure they're great. I just haven't. We're the KNC
hot air
masterpiece.
balloon. What about a hot air balloon, dude? Would you travel in a hot air balloon?
I know this is really stupid.
Would you propose in a hot air balloon?
No.
Okay.
But I know this is really stupid, and this is not how it works at all. But I would be so afraid that someone in that hot air balloon would just have like a little pin, and would be like,
and all the heat gets out that way.
I realize that.
How do hot air balloons
for anybody
work?
who's going to text in? I realize that is not what you're saying, but in my brain, that's what
that
I'm
hole's
thinking.
only going to get bigger, right?
By the way, people are saying it's The Gray. It's not that movie. Liam Neeson is not in it, and it's not Frozen. It's a different movie.
I love Frozen.
But it's not the Liam Neeson movie. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I know we've been talking about Cowboys most of the day, but one national media outlet thinks now is the Stars' time to win the Cup. Do you believe? 877-881-1053, or like in a few months. We'll do it right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Heiskanen winds, fires, that goes wide. Fleury knocked down, and they score on the rebound. Robertson in to pounce on the loose puck. And with Fleury down and out of position, Robertson does not miss. It's 6-3 Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
That was the final score, right?
We scored 8 goals.
Oh, man.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to our very intelligent Tolos and Twolos. Frozen was, in fact, the name of the movie. It came out before the animated movie.
Oh, okay.
It came out in 2010. I just looked it up. Yes, that was the movie. So thank you guys very, very much. And somebody followed up and said every year somebody pulls that movie up thinking it's Elsa and crew and it's this psychological movie that's a lot different. Probably not for kids. From the 817, can I get a shout out? I am 1 year sober today. That is Patrick in Hearst.
Attaboy, Patrick.
You're damn right you can. That is phenomenal. That is an excellent, excellent level of commitment right there. Very well done. We need to talk about the Stars. Bleacher Report put an article out that I thought was pretty interesting to me. And it talks about 6 hot takes after 1 month of the NHL season.
Okay.
So keep all in mind, it hasn't been that long. Well, I guess it's been long enough for Edmonton to fire their head coach. But one of the things it says on there is the Stars might win the Cup. And 3 words to describe the Dallas Stars: complete, consistent, nasty. Every time,
nasty, huh?
Nasty.
Okay.
Every time I watch this team play, even in the rare losses, I just get that feeling that they have what it takes.
I do too.
They play good opponents close and come at you from all angles. And as we've seen, they can whip the crap out of some opponents that they do not believe are on their level.
Last night's till it felt like they just said, we're sending everybody at the net.
Oh, my God.
Like every time I looked up, it felt like they were crashing. And they're able to set up so many different things. One of Wyatt Langford's, or not Wyatt Langford, Wyatt Johnston's goals last night.
Got lots of Wyatts that are hot shot prospects.
Yeah, we do. It hit a couple of different sticks before it makes its way to him from behind the net, and I was like, man, he puts it away easy. He looks like they had that plan. It was a very crisp passing to make that happen. They have just so many different guys that can create goals. And last year, Kevin, during the playoffs, we were like, where's it going to come from if it's not Pavelski? And because he was out for a bit. And then you see all these other guys getting these opportunities. And I know we were talking about Robertson last week, and you felt like there was a sense of frustration with him even getting an empty netter. But he got one last night where he switches places with Heiskanen and sets up on a power play. I really also like Kevin last night's match where it felt like they wanted to dispel some of their power play woes that they've had and immediately did it, 57 seconds in, 4 seconds into the power play.
So let's talk about the incredible special teams play. You're not going to find a game better than this from a special teams perspective. In the 8-3 win over the Wild, the Stars scored 5 power play goals and 2 shorthanded goals. That's only happened one other time ever. It was in 1981, Minnesota against Winnipeg. So it's so far back that Minnesota has a team now, but it's not the same team that they had then because it's our team now.
Yeah.
So the Dallas Stars are
back.
always involved in games like this. 5 power play goals, 2 shorthanded goals. Incredible. And then we were talking about this off air some because I still want to talk about the Jets game as well. Is the Winnipeg Jets.
Okay.
Not the New York Jets. Definitely not. Is their social media account's a little salty because Wyatt Johnston had a goal and an assist in the Stars win over Winnipeg, 3-2 on Saturday. And they made sure to put out a tweet that said, that's Johnston with a T. Make sure you all know that.
Yeah.
And I just appreciate...
Not Langford.
Not at all. And the beautiful part of it is, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 25 because we already talked about Robertson, Johnston, Matt Duchene also scored in the Winnipeg game.
Before we fire off 4, Kevin, can we talk about Duchene since you brought that up?
Yes.
I texted the hockey hawk, Gavin Spittle, about Duchene a little earlier in the year, and the conversation of seeing how he and Marchment work together is really nice. This has got to be my favorite addition to this team. Like, it just seems like everything he does is good. I'm waiting for a moment where I'm like, okay, all right, that's not what I was expecting out of this guy, but he keeps making positive plays for these guys. And then seeing Craig Smith kind of go off last night and start fighting too was pretty fun.
That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I'm not asking for it, but thanks a lot.
And the other thing is, if we're talking about Duchene from that game, I actually just want to go ahead and play the Harley goal real quick. Go ahead and play cut number 25, please.
Suter, cross ice, Robertson, sharp angle shot, and Hellebuck reached back, maintains his composure, keeps it out, they're still alive with it, and Harley scores! Thomas Harley with his 3rd goal of the year, and the Stars strike first.
I do like when it's in the other building and you could hear the level of disappointment about that.
The people getting up and leaving their stands.
So there was that. And then also Wedgwood, or Wedgwood 1, as Hockey Mike has affectionately called him. He was really good in that game against Winnipeg. So you're able to pick up 4 points in the span of, I think it was like 30 hours or something ridiculous like that. And so good on the Stars as they have taken control of the division early in the year.
Are they the best team in hockey? I mean, the Golden Knights still kind of. I feel like they have.
Argue against that. I can argue against Boston because I'm like, hey, great, put together whatever regular season you want, and then choke in the playoffs.
Yeah, I know, you want to be that. This is a really, really good hockey team.
It is.
And somebody just texted in and said, it'll be a huge disappointment if the Stars don't win the Cup this year. And I can agree with that, but I feel like you have a team that's going to be competing deep into the playoffs. I know there's a lot of season before that, but it feels like they are laser focused on making sure that they're in that position again. And I don't think this is one of those, oh, we're good, bad, like we've seen in the past kind of teams.
This team feels Saturday's a great example. Is Wedgwood is not a loss.
Right.
You don't have Wedgwood games when you're like, hey, maybe we can pull something out if the offense scores 5 or 6 times, but we're conceding this game. Not the case at all. You were in the midst of a very competitive game against a solid team, and you were able to win, and he was a big part of the reason why. You saw Robertson just explode for a bunch of goals. Obviously, Johnston, productive all weekend, and you just beat the team from the city you took their team from. And then also, Pierre Turgeon and Ken Hitchcock received their Hall of Fame Blazers over the weekend. I don't know if you needed more of a reason to be stoked about the Stars weekend, but there is another reason for it.
No, I don't need any more reasons. I'm excited. I'm excited enough for what they're doing right now.
All right, so you're ready. So the question was, are you ready to buy in that it's Cup or bust, or is that too much? Well, maybe are you ready to buy in that they can win the Cup?
What do you mean by bust?
It's a loser season. That's what that one person just said. I don't feel that way.
Yeah, I mean, just because I know there are a lot of fans that are new to hockey because Hockey Mike has drawn them in. The existence of Hockey Mike has gotten other people excited about the Stars too. And when Mike seems to get excited about something, other people get excited. It's a really positive thing. I mean, not necessarily if he's down on something does everybody agree, but they'll get excited with him. And so I think that there are a lot of people that don't quite understand that when you get into playoff hockey, that's a completely different world now. The regular season it almost feels like a formality to get to it. You get to enjoy the games, maybe go get a nice cold beverage during the intermissions. But I don't think it's a cup or bust thing. But I think this is maybe a 4-year window for the Stars, going back to last year.
So last year was year one.
Year one, where they're going to be right there in that mix of it. Can they stay together long enough to get the ultimate prize? And that's something that I'm really hopeful for Jamie Benn. There's a bunch of guys on this team that I think deserve that, and they can, they just got to put it all together when it counts the most. But right now, it's a growth towards that. It's not a sprint. There's a long season in front of them. They got to accomplish that first, and that's where, like Bochy would tell us early in the season, guys, there's a lot of baseball left. You're like, when is there not a lot of baseball left? And he was like, September.
I think I know the answer to this, but I'm curious. And the great thing is you don't necessarily have to choose. But if I did say you had to choose right now, do you look at the Stars or the Mavs just this season and think more likely to sustain their early success?
Stars.
Okay.
Just because there's a lot of really, like, the Stars have set themselves aside as a class of the NHL already because of what they did last year and how they came out so far this year. The Mavericks still have a lot of proving ground to make up, especially with the Kyrie-Luka combination and seeing how that's going to grow. So, yeah, I'm looking at this and that the Stars, you expected them to be at a certain place. They are. The Mavericks, they're there, and you're like, how did this happen? Like, what you saw at the end of last season was a very different place. But yeah, somebody said conference finals or bust.
Now that I think I can get in on.
If you can't get to the conference finals, something went wrong.
I think you're probably right about that. But I mean, unfortunately, that happens.
Hey, a bad matchup can happen, dude. Yep. Sometimes those stupid things happen whenever you're talking about playoffs and you get into one of those situations.
As long as we're shouting folks out, I just want to go ahead and shout out John Gray. He is going to receive the Bob Feller Act of Valor Award on Wednesday in Washington, D.C., and I just think that is super cool.
He's a good dude, man. I like John Gray a lot.
They have recipients from the military and Major League Baseball in 6 categories, and obviously we're just coming off. We were just talking about Veterans Day and Marines' birthday and everything over the last week and weekend is another cool thing that you can throw out there. And if you're getting honored at something with Carlton Fisk, he probably did pretty good at baseball.
Shout out to Brandon, who said we never read his texts, but he's been drinking for 1 year responsibly. So I know that's kind of a different world.
Okay.
But he is doing it responsibly, and we appreciate that. Responsible recreation is what we appreciate here.
Oh, I like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's not just any crosstalk, because today is the final Flagtober.
Oh, my gosh.
So let's talk with the G-Bag Nation. They're at Whataburger off of Renner in Plano about how to get some of those flags. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
The holiday season is here, which means...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we take you out to the brand new Whataburger off of Bush and Renner in Plano for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Oh, we're terrific, Hagee. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. The only thing that makes me sad, I guess, and optimistic is I hear that today is the final Flagtober day. Can you confirm or deny this?
Yeah, that is confirmed. We're blowing it out here. We usually do not make it until November, but the flags arrived a little later than usual this time around, so we were lucky enough to extend this in November. And our sponsor and partner, Whataburger, has, been gracious enough to lend us their brand new Whataburger location out here at Renner and Bush, where you can come by and try the new chili cheeseburger with crunchy corn chips and tasty chili. Mm-hmm. So we're going to have a party. We're going to eat a lot of those chili burgers and hand out a lot of flags today.
How many chili burgers do you think you can take down in one sitting?
Not as many as Eric.
Okay.
That.
Yeah.
That's also confirmed.
That is an experience.
I would put myself at 2.5 probably.
Single patty or double patty?
Single.
Okay.
Yeah.
2.5 single patty. Well, I mean, that's a lot of bread, though. You know what I mean? If you're willing to just do more, if you're willing to do more meat on one, then you could probably do a 3 patty.
Sure.
Maybe even a 4 patty.
Maybe one triple or quadruple patty majors. I'm not a marathoner. I've always been more of a sprinter in the competitive eating.
Gotcha.
You know what? I was talking to Travis Hill, who does all the promotions for Whataburgers out here, and I said, "Have you ever? I mean, you hand somebody a Whataburger, it's like 12 pounds. Like you
feel
the
heaviness in the bag.
It's crazy. It's like you kind of get overwhelmed. You're like, whoa, hey, we got a lot of food in there, and you usually do, man. The food here is excellent.
Oh, it's the best. I mean that. Fresh, sweet hot and spicy fries. Bacon burger. The fries are delicious. The ketchup second to none. But dude, I think
sweaters.
Are y'all wearing matching sweaters?
Are these sweaters, bro?
Look at
yes.
the sweaters we're wearing today.
We got freaking sweaters out here, and we're giving away boxes that has all kinds of Whataburger goodies. I think we got 2 of them.
Whataburger for a year with those boxes.
Yeah, I mean this is a one-of-a-kind gift for all Whataburger Texas lovers out here.
Now, I'm going to have Corey bring something over real quick. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to see it yet, but last year we had a squirrel exotic dancer for Peace-a-thon. Yeah. This year we have a Brian Broaddus Krusty's Corner squirrel for Peace-a-thon. Have you had the opportunity to see this sitting at the desk, and do you have thoughts?
I love it, man. I love it. Every good event needs one good bit and some shtick, and it looks like you pulled them both off right there with that squirrel.
I'd say. Yeah. I'm going to promote the heck out of this because I believe in you guys, and I really think this is going to be one of your top items of going out the door.
I will tell you, the craftsmanship on this is amazing. There is a pencil holder. Those pencils you can pull out and actually use. I don't know if they'll write, but I'm saying you could take it out of the pencil holder. The craftsmanship is incredible on this.
I think it's an outstanding item. I am a little bit offended that you didn't even offer, after I told you I would give you the signed, worn, shown used Speedo from Southern Leisure, and I think somebody would have paid at least $5 for that thing.
Yeah, go ahead. Send that our way. I'll take it. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know if Kevin was. You said no.
You want to wear it?
I cut a side deal with a lady who really wanted it.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, I'll bring it with me tomorrow.
I appreciate that, man. That's really, really nice.
I got you guys. Anything you need. It's my favorite day of the year. Peace.
We got a sign-up sheet coming y'all's way, too, so y'all can sign up for your time on air with us, guys. Really appreciate it.
6 a.m.
Can't wait.
Fantastic.
Deal.
Yeah.
Got you lined up right there, Broaddus.
Hey, whoa. You're talking to the dude that was overnight with you pouring cranberry sauce down his pants.
Hell yeah.
Getting hit in the head with a ham and watching people run around the building with no clothes on.
Naked running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just sign me up. We'll be good.
Remember Broaddus ate the devil's serum, and he couldn't talk for about a segment or two? He was like, this one's tough, guys.
Thought I lost my life there for a moment.
So much heat.
Really did.
It was
over. Yeah, it was bad. It was not good. It was not as bad as that gummy thing you did that almost killed you for a little bit.
Oh, yes, the little nitro gummy. Yeah, that's the 1 seed for
hottest things you can put in your body and still live.
Oh.
Yeah. Nobody can eat that and be somewhat pleasant. It's gonna take you to places you did not know you could go.
You guys forgot what
even
show
if
you're
you're
doing
the
with on
one
the
chip
other side down
challenge
there.
king. that bear is gonna humble the hell out of you.
This is going to be Friday afternoon.
Yep. Thank you very much, guys.
Every day's a Mike day off in our show.
Edward's already cutting it up. He's looking at the time. Okay, move it over here.
Brought us. I did tell Kevin we had one very specific thing we needed to ask you
Shotgun
about.
on the goal line.
Do
What's
you
up with
like
that?
shotgun on the goal line?
Oh, my God. Shotgun on the goal line. Yeah, poor Brad tried to talk me off the ledge on that one. And Brad even sang, if you go back and listen.
He did. He said,
Brad
"Let it
sang,
go"
Let
by
It Go.
Frozen.
He sang from Frozen. Is that right?
Yep.
Did I get that right?
Does he got pipes that way? I mean, we know he's got.
He did a good job.
Oh, he can sing.
He can sing.
Okay, he can hold a note.
Yeah.
Is that something you just want the Cowboys to eliminate from their?
Just continue to run it. Yeah, why not? Just keep, get down there as close as you can to the goal line, and and try and run shotgun out of there. I think that's important.
I like the old Patriots move that they pulled like way too many times, and it worked throughout the years. Where Brady's in shotgun at the goal line, and he acts like, "Oh, the snap just went over my head," and then it goes direct snap to the running back who's in shotgun, and he just takes it right up the gut, touchdown.
You know what?
Let's mix in one of those.
Everybody's trying to get rid of what the Eagles are doing. That's what I want to do. I want the thing that every time they line up, they know they're going to score 100% of the time. With
Let's
that.
do it.
That's what I want. I don't want any more line up and shotgun and hand it off sideways to somebody.
Okay.
I'm against that. Yeah.
Now, Dawson, I feel like I asked you the same question last week. How much time did you spend on Twitter responding to folks, or how did the rest of your social media day play out?
I spent very little time responding to folks. I probably spent a good hour and a half laughing at their replies. But no, everything's going great, man. I'm just thoroughly bored by this Cowboys experience over the last 5 or 6 years, and I needed a way to entertain myself yesterday. It's just I'm over it. We know what they're going to do. They're going to pace the hell out of bad teams, and then they're going to line up against a good team in a meaningful situation and lose. And I'm like, I can't get excited about beating the Giants right here. This is barely an XFL team, and I'm looking for signs. I want to get excited. I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer. I don't want to be that guy. So I'm going to let Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Broadus tell me today and tell the audience, I guess why we should be excited about yesterday's win. It was good to see them execute and get in the end zone, and got Brandon Cooks the ball, so that's great.
Yeah, no, I understand. Corey,
People are having a hard time with with how you attack Dak.
Yeah, you really ticked off Dirk and Allen, man.
Dirk and Allen,
yeah, that was another example of my boredom. Okay, my boredom led me down a bad humor path.
Oh,
and I'm on Twitter there writing jokes about how
short of the sticks.
Yeah. You can't put that interception on Dak because the wide receiver should know he prefers to throw short of the sticks. I thought that was clearly a joke, right? Clearly a
not
joke.
on Twitter, it's not.
But no, and then the people that don't know my sense of humor at all are like, "Wow, you must be the stupidest guy ever," and I'm like, "Yeah, you're right."
I agree. I think you are really stupid.
I'm out here tweeting about the Cowboys on game day. I'm clearly not very smart.
And you don't tweet very much, and so when you do something like that, it's even better.
Thank you.
This is a hypothetical situation. Let's say for some reason you got $76 million and didn't have to work for a while. Corey asked the question, would you go do something, or would you just hang out and do whatever the hell you wanted?
You'd have to get some kind of purpose going, wouldn't you?
I'd get really good at fishing.
Yeah, fishing. There you go.
I'd get really good at that.
Golfing.
Yeah. Maybe see Rome, Italy. Those places are on the same place, right? Rome, Italy, same place.
Yeah, man.
Probably go have lunch with the kids 2 or 3 times a week at school.
Yeah.
You could be super dad and also recreate, but I don't think just hanging would be very interesting after a while or good. I think you'd probably make it better if you found some sort of a meaningful hobby or got into spirituality or something.
Would you
side hustle.
buy a golf course, or would you just want to travel the world to all the coolest golf courses?
Oh man, there you go.
Yeah.
That sounds like an adventure. That's going to knock out a year or 2 right there. Just going to the best golf places around the world. $76 million. That's insane. Nearly $100 million to not coach.
Hagee, I'm impressed you guys just came up with the money. And you know what you did, which was even better?
Yes.
And are you going to talk about it today?
No, go ahead.
Well, the Aggie, the 12th Man Foundation, and Heggie, they're going away, right? Are the 12th
Yeah.
Man going away?
Well,
okay.
yeah,
they flexed on.
They're reforming it.
The day that they donated almost $150 million. I
thought it was 160.
Yep.
With the giant check on
it was 160. Yeah,
it was 160. Okay, 160. A&M basically says, hey, listen, we're donating $160 million. And the next day they say, Coach, bye. You know, one of those things.
It's quite the flex.
That is quite the flex.
And quite the foreshadowing as well.
Yeah, we should have seen it coming, though.
We've got the money.
Yeah.
We can pay them to
Yeah,
sit at
A&M's
home.
always going to have the money. That is not going to be a problem for them.
True.
Not at all. Yep, keep giving it to them, Heggie.
Football relevancy, sometimes not. What do you guys got?
Expectations just need to kind of be checked there and how you land.
That is very fair. And that's the thing I thought we always excelled at is we're like, yeah, you're probably right. We know the deal.
That's surprising you say that when they've got those fake championships up there.
Hey, I was at one of those games that we claimed as a Big 12 championship game that we lost by 39 points. I don't understand what we were doing there either.
Gig 'em, baby. Let's go.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking, Heggie. 5 hours here live from Whataburger, Renner, and Bush here. If you'd like to come by, pick up a G-Bag Nation flag, get entered to win Whataburger for a year, and so much more. And we do have Shireen Williams talking Cowboys and Aggies at 5 o'clock.
Love it, love it, love it. Go see the G-Bag Nation. Last stop for Flagtober. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Say Jalen Brooks, Kevin.
It's not his era yet.
They are From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome into the show on a victorious Cowboys Monday here on the home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. We're live at Whataburger, Renner and Bush, new location. You know, if you come through this area a lot like I do, you might be thinking, where exactly is that Whataburger? I don't know if I've been to it before. Well, it's here, and if you take the exit, you will see it here on the northeast side of that intersection. And it's a brand new location, Bush and Renner. It's open 24 hours. You can try their new chili cheeseburger with crunchy corn chips and tasty chili.
Yes.
Their new holiday merchandise is available at whatastore.com.
What a store it is.
Holiday sweaters currently being modeled by Woolchuck and Broadus. They have socks that match it as well.
Wait, got the socks here. Hang on.
Perfect gift for the Whataburger fan in your life.
Sockies.
First 50 people who stop in and show their Whataburger app can get a free Dallas Cowboys Whataburger table tent.
Hello.
And if you don't have the app, download it now and get a free Whataburger. That's right.
A table
tent. Might want to get that. Yep, that's
Whataburger's hitting you in every direction, baby.
Dude, they just have the coolest merchandise in Texas. That's what it comes down to.
This sweater is awesome.
It
I can't
is.
wait to. I just can't wait. I might wear it every day now.
Dude, it's badass. I said I'm going to wear it on
Yeah.
Christmas morning.
Look at
Brian
this.
looks over and he goes, "Hey, you're Jewish, aren't you?" I'm like, "Exactly. I got nothing else to wear." Now I do, baby.
First
now I
Christmas
do.
sweater. Thank you, Whataburger. You could there they are. These Whataburger table tents are majestic, and
That's a collector's item right there.
Sean Lee?
So
Repping that Sean Lee?
Repping that
Sean
John Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could wear those sweaters to one of those Christmas parties. They're usually like an ugly Christmas sweater party.
No, you'd be
You'll
fashionable.
Be a beautiful one.
Yeah.
You know, you'll have a killer one. I think that'd be a killer Christmas sweater party. But we're going to be here for the next 5 hours with you, broadcasting, having a great day, and I hope you can ride with us for as much as possible. Did I get all the stuff? Yeah, Whataburger, official burger of the Dallas Cowboys. So much goodness here. Of course, I'm going to be getting into some cinnamon rolls before too long.
Ooh, I smell cinnamon rolls.
Very underrated item here at Whataburger is the cinnamon roll. We might have to talk about some of our favorite items on that menu. The truckwreck.com fan text is open for you if you have thoughts on the Cowboys, if you have thoughts on the Mavs, the Stars who are kicking butt, taking names.
They sure are.
We will have a 6 o'clock sound off coming up. Looking forward to that. congratulations to the Cowboys here for getting a win, moving to 6-3. Broadus has some film takeaways coming up, probably the 240, right?
Yeah, I do. What time we got McCarthy? Is McCarthy 240? You got me moving around somewhere someday?
Ooh, that's right.
That's a good question.
We got McCarthy 230. So we're
just put me whenever you want to. General.
Okay, we might have to float you to the 340 or
Boom.
somewhere.
We're gonna float. We're gonna float today,
float
boys.
you.
I don't even care what we're doing. We're at Whataburger right now. This is paradise.
Yeah, we'll get Broadus's film takeaways. Little teaser. Teaser. What'd you think? You had to like it.
I'll tell you what, though.
A lot to like, right?
Yeah, there was a lot to like. You know what you're starting to see even more is the combinations of the routes down the field with guys helping each other, like Lamb and Ferguson helping Cooks get open, Cooks and Lamb helping Gallup get. I mean, there's the Mike was in his bag a little bit, but again, we've talked about the Giants and what the problems they were having in the secondary, the offensive line. That was another thing that we saw yesterday. The offensive line, only 5 pressures for the game.
Nice.
Dak had a pretty clean pocket, and
sure did.
Some bounce back games for guys like with Steele playing there on the edge.
What a breakout for Brandon Cooks. You got to be excited about that.
Yeah.
I like quite a bit of the play designs as far as guys catching the ball, running towards the end zone. There was more of that, I felt like, yesterday, and that certainly is very encouraging. What do you guys think, Chief?
Oh, my gosh. Well, the offense over the course of the last few weeks has been one of the most explosive offenses in the entire league. And yesterday they just picked up right there as well. CeeDee Lamb playing at the highest of levels. It was great to see Brandon Cooks doing his thing, getting him involved. But everything is with the caveat,
what do you think about Schoonmaker and the drop? I know you're really excited about that one.
Broadus crushed me. I mean, you guys know there's two rules for the season.
Scooney.
Tyron Smith doesn't need to practice anymore.
Scooney.
And no more passing attempts to Scooney. Well, they broke a rule, and they got popped for it. The easiest pitch and catch of all. We're only looking for 3-yard Scooney. We're trying to dumb this thing down as much as we possibly can, Scooney. If I'd hand it to you, I would, but you're just not that awesome, so I'm going to throw it to you. You're going to be wide open. And then you're going to drop it, and it's going to be 2nd and long.
Hey, he set the edge, though, for that CeeDee Lamb touchdown.
Oh, that was good.
He did
nice.
make up for that. To me, it was all about Brandon Cooks. And I loved Mike. Hey, I don't play fantasy football, but you listened, man. You listened to all the criticism. We needed to get Brandon Cooks going, and hell yes, they finally did in a massive way. CeeDee Lamb's playing like the best receiver in football right now, and I think Dak's playing the best that he has in his career over these 4 weeks. I mean, we gave the stats yesterday. I get it, right? You're beating up against the Giants, but he played well last week against the Eagles, which we consider a good team as well.
Them,
The end of that game was dysfunctional and was not what we wanted. That's not all on the quarterback. You had a false start. You had issues with the head coach on the sideline as well. But Dak overall, these 4 weeks, the stats, he's among the best, if not the best, quarterbacks in all of football. Nobody's playing quite as good as he is right now. So, look, they took care of business. I get it, right? You don't want to get too excited. We've done this before. They always beat the crap out of the Giants. But imagine if they didn't, and what we'd be talking about today. Yeah. So they took care of what they needed to do, and they're going to get tested against Seattle and Detroit and against Philly again. They'll have some time to prove if they're legit or not.
One of the things I really like about McCarthy as compared to Jason Garrett is he shows the ability to fix things as the season's going along. And yesterday, like the shift to Rico Dowdle, I thought was, kind of ballsy, compared to what they've been saying or their track record. And I think it paid off. I think they found something in their running game that they should definitely apply here to the final 7 weeks of the season.
There's a different physicality, which and the thing with Pollard and for the guys and gals that are going to catch all 22 this week, you're going to see that Pollard missed some holes. And there's some people in the organization that believe that Pollard is pressing too much, that maybe that he's in a situation where he needs to have things open it up a little more. But there are a couple of times where things were kind of taken care of front side. They had the backside sealed off, and he missed it. And now it's a 3-yard gain, but if he pops it back to the left behind where the center was, maybe it's a 7-yard gain. So there's some things that they're dealing with right now. I like what you're saying, Dawson, about this coaching staff in this way, though. Under the Jason Garrett administration, they never attacked a team's weakness.
Yeah.
If you were bad somewhere, the Cowboys just let you kind of, and the Garrett administration let you, the Giants for their offensive line is they're down 3 guys in this game, and then Eli Manning would throw for 400 yards. You would never attack their offensive line. I think McCarthy and this crew is like they're finding who the weak links are out there in the secondary, at linebacker, maybe on the defensive line. And they're attacking those guys. I give them some credit for doing that. Did a nice job of that yesterday.
All righty, the truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Please do leave your name and city you're texting from, and we'll make you famous right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan at the Whataburger, George Bush, and Renner Road here. G-Bag Nationals, you want to come by, pick up your 2023 Pure Gold as always flag, and you can get entered to win Whataburger for life. That's a $400 value and has all sorts of great Whataburger items in there. Yeah.
Can you imagine?
No, I'm sorry. Whataburger for a year.
Oh, okay. I was about to say $400 value my rear end.
Yeah.
That's what we call priceless, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I was just like going, okay, how do I kind of finagle that myself?
Yeah.
But it is an awesome box of with the product and stuff like that, and also those gift cards and things that you can get, burgers and stuff. I mean, the menu here is just so great to begin with.
Okay, what a game from Houston as they beat the Bengals. They needed another game-winning drive in the final 2 minutes. And
Tried to lose it.
C.J. Stroud made it happen. First rookie in 40 years to have game-winning drives in the final 2 minutes in back-to-back weeks. So congrats to the folks in Houston. It's amazing how quickly you can get things turned around here in the NFL, especially if you find a quarterback, and it appears they have.
Yeah, D'Amico Ryans is a coach.
Yeah.
The buy-in's huge, but
They checked off the two most important boxes.
I'll tell you what, that's a team that lost to Carolina, though.
Yeah, it is. and
strange
that's
lady.
the NFL.
It's a strange lady.
It's bizarre.
And you're wondering, you go to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati's on such a roll, but then you lose the week before you lose to Carolina. You're like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
Anytime you want to believe in a team. Now, the Minnesota Vikings are turning into maybe a team.
5 straight wins.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to play them right now.
I would not want to play
It's
the
the
Vikings
Creed
right
boost,
now.
man. Just like the Rangers, they're rolling Creed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dobbs and Creed.
Yep.
There's a similarity there. There's a blessing going on. Texas A&M Athletic Director Ross Bjork saying it was his decision to fire Jimbo Fisher, saying the program has been stuck in neutral. The assessment I delivered was that we're not reaching our full potential, Bjork said. We are not in the championship conversation, and something was not quite right about the direction and the plan.
Wonder if what's going on in Austin right now has a little bit to do with this.
Yeah, there was that report a few weeks ago. We talked about it during our college football Super Sag, and I do think Texas's success has to do with it, but they have been. I mean, they've underachieved. There's no question about it. It was weird that they get a win over Mississippi State. Mississippi State also fires their head coach, and that's the time they choose to do it. But if you're Jimbo Fisher, like Ed Orgeron right now, you're extremely happy. You're like, all right, when do I leave? Just go ahead and cash that check.
I'll tell you what, the thing about, what we're learning about these coaches, and programs are not going to wait around anymore because of transfer portals, the short window you have in that. They're now making decisions where coaches used to be able to hold you up. Jimbo got an extension because LSU was supposedly coming after him. So he got more years added on to that with more money and all. So all of a sudden now, but these coaches, they're like, these programs are like, no, we got to get our coach in place now because right now Texas A&M with no head coach there, it is the Wild West when it comes to the transfer portal. That's a team that's got, if you look at the roster, they have got a lot of players. So as the AD there, you've got to move quick on this.
Well, I mean, that's music to your ears if you're a coach. And you're like, cool, man, you'll sign me to a 5-year deal. You're not going to like me after 2 years. I'm not going to have to coach this thing for even 4. You're going to get me out after 2, and you're going to pay me for 5. We'll go ahead and sign on the dotted line wherever you ask.
You can say as many bad things as you want to when I'm done here.
That's right.
We're stuck in neutral. I agree with you.
I mean, we might be going in reverse, homie.
I just put this thing in drive. Just make sure the check cash,
45 and 25 in his 5 years in College Station. Couldn't really capture the success that he had at Florida State. Couldn't find a quarterback. I think that's the craziest
Found
thing.
a quarterback, never had health.
Yeah.
That was
No,
it.
you're right.
It always seemed like there was somebody that was the 4-star, 5-star guy that was showing up, and then all of a sudden they draft back to pass and broken ankle out for the year.
Well, and he's stubborn as hell, right? He's not a good offensive coordinator anymore, and he really
went
wasn't.
Got Bob Petrino
Finally this year, first year he did it, and there were some question marks of what was he even letting Bob Petrino be the full-time play caller? Was he also interfering there? So, Jimbo was a little bit of his own worst enemy as well.
Well, the Mavericks are balling, man. They improved to 8-2 with a win over New Orleans. Kyrie was amazing, 7 of 10 from 3. He had 35 points. Luka had 30. They're in New Orleans again tomorrow. And I feel like this team right now, guys, is in the catbird seat because they're really good. What they need is more of a defensive backbone. And they have young assets and future picks now to trade from. and veteran contracts they could pair up with these young assets and picks. Like, who's the team that's about ready to rebuild that has a veteran big man who's like, I don't want to be around for the rebuild? The Mavs are like, okay, if you're amazing, you can have Josh Green and Jaden Hardy and a future pick. We'll throw in Tim Hardaway Jr.'s contract to make whatever money needs to match up, and boom. Oh, he's not that good? Okay, you can have Hardy or Green. Or maybe Omax Prosper. Maybe we could do something like that. But every tier of tradable veteran that you would want, the Mavs can line up now a decent deal for. I think they're going to get another big man. I don't know if it's Clint Capella or who it's going to be, but I'm super excited about what this team is going to look like as this plays
this was
out.
going to be a 500 team, and they look far better.
No, you need to keep thinking that, because 2 years ago said the same thing, and then they made a Western Conference Finals run. I think that's good. We need to keep our expectations low for the Mavs, and they'll overachieve and pleasantly surprise us. But I think they finally have done this, and maybe this is prisoner of the moment, but we've been waiting, even with Dirk, to get the two superstar. They've been trying to pair it with Luka. This is gelling. Kyrie seems happy, and they are playing really well with one another.
What a joy it is to watch both of those as individuals, them playing together Friday night versus the Clippers. It's Luka in the most efficient 40-plus game that could have gone for 70 if you wanted to.
It's crazy,
but it was just like, no, I'm not really going to play in the fourth quarter. I'm going to drop a quick 40-plus on you. It'll be super efficient. It'll be awesome. Highlight reel play after another. And then it's Kyrie last night. While Luka's also doing the 30-point thing as well, but it was like Kyrie was really, really in his bag, and it's just a special situation with both these dudes.
Okay, Garland's Tyrese Maxey, salute to him. He hit for a career-high 50. Sixers improved to 8-1. Stars have won 3 in a row, including 8-3 yesterday.
Damn right they have.
They appear possibly dominant as well. They are in the Central Division. They're starting to run away with it now, opened up a 5-point lead. They do have Vegas and Vancouver a few points ahead of them in the conference, but they're playing a great brand of hockey right now, aren't they, Brian?
They sure are, though. They're fun, and even they might have the best goalie tandem in the league with Scott Wedgwood playing. Like, he got the start Saturday and did a tremendous job. So, the thing you always worry about is wearing your primary goalie out. Well, it looks like the Stars will be able to manage things throughout the season. Again, knock on wood that everything kind of takes care of itself. But it's good to see them have that kind of opportunity. And they're scoring a lot of goals too.
Power play got going,
and that was a little bit of a problem. That was a little bit of a problem scoring. But the last several games, they've kind of found a way to get things going.
Penalty kill's been fantastic, and I think you made a great point about the goalies, because last year I think you had Otter get a little bit fatigued towards the end of the year, and you're starting to see a lot more Scott Wedgwood early here. I think that's to keep Otter fresh and maintained throughout the stretch run.
Okay, week after run here. The Mike McCarthy press conference is coming up around 2:30, 2:35-ish.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll take a look at our G-Bag Survivor real quick. I don't think anybody messed up. I don't think we have any payoffs on the way. And then we'll get some G-Bag of the day in there for you before the Mike McCarthy press conference here on 105.3 The Fan. I'd love to chat Window Nation with you, though. These guys are the best window company in North Texas, best window company in the world as determined by G-Bag Nation live at Whataburger here. It's a new Whataburger, Renner and Bush. And you can pick up your brand new 2023 G-Bag Nation flag. You can stop by and try the new chili cheeseburger with crunchy corn chips and tasty chili. Yeah, it's right here at Bush and in Renner in Plano, and this one is open 24 hours. New holiday merchandise is available, and thanks to the fine folks at Whataburger for having us out and giving us a beautiful headquarters here to rendezvous with Tolos and hand out G-Bag Nation flags. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333, or jump online to truckwreck.com. Mike McCarthy press conference is scheduled here for the bottom of the hour at 2:30. The G-Bag Survivor, I was hoping somebody had taken Bengals to beat the Texans. They were a touchdown favorite, but nobody did.
No.
Nobody took that. That was a trap game right there. And now Cincy's 5-4, and so is Houston.
They might be a playoff team, man.
Yeah, it's a very interesting AFC playoff picture here. I don't even know how you even start to power rank this situation here after Cleveland beats Baltimore. So nobody failed, right? I mean, Niners over Jags, they bounced back. That was a heck of a storyline. Some really good storylines out there, but unfortunately the Seahawks held on to beat the Commanders 29-26. I know Brian was sweating bullets over there.
He was stressing during the post game.
I was stressing so bad, General, with because the command. I thought that Rivera was going to go for 2, and he didn't do it again. He had a chance to go for 2, win the game, and he kicked the extra point. And the next thing you know, he gave the Seahawks 54 seconds, and luckily they were able to get down the field and make it happen.
Well, and then final play, Eric had the Steelers. And Jordan Love had a chance maybe to win it on the final play. Thankfully, the Steelers held on to win that one. That would have been their first win in Green Bay since 1970.
I was clenching the entire pregame show. Oh, my gosh. That was a back-and-forth nail-biter situation where the Packers had 2 opportunities at the end of the game right there within like 15 yards or so, and they couldn't punch it in, and thank God for it.
Yeah.
Unscathed. Cowboys, of course, took care of the Giants 49-17. Wolchuk and I were both all over that game. That was easy money, and we'll be back Friday with a new set of games and a new opportunity for Bet Payoff Friday. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag. Lucius.
Okay! Here we go!
Yeah.
Here we go! Big Dak, boy. Big Dak energy right now in the DFW.
That Big Dak energy, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. Throwing dimes yesterday.
All right, so our winner of G-Bag of the day so far is 2 Chainz. 2 Chainz, the rapper and entrepreneur.
2 Chainz.
What did he get for his birthday? This is a former college basketball player, by the way, 2 Chainz. He was apparently pretty good. Anyway, what did he get for his birthday? This is our winner.
2 Chainz, what did you do on your birthday?
I bought a lawnmower and a strip club.
It's a hell of a birthday.
Yeah. Dude on the drums is crazy.
You bought a lawnmower
and a strip club.
And a strip club. Okay. So we had similar birthdays. The 3 of us there. Wow. Wait. What made you want to buy the? Let's start with the lawnmower. Yeah.
All right. So I have a rather large yard, and I pay people. I've always paid. So I've lived in apartments my whole life. Then I became a rapper and got me a house. And then I had money, so I paid people to do everything for me like most rich people do.
Yeah.
And then I woke up and I said, you know what? I've never cut the grass before. And I felt like maybe I hadn't crossed over the threshold of manhood.
Okay.
And so I woke up and I got me a John Deere.
That's our guy.
Zero turn.
We got a John Deere and a strip club in the same week.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable.
That is unbelievable, man.
Best story I've ever heard.
Best I ever heard in my life. TJ's. Jimmy is a wild boy. He's wild.
Yeah.
All
So is that 2 Chainz, man. Now he can out mow your ass and out hoe your ass.
Look at you.
On that zero turn.
Look at you
Zero
on a Monday.
terms, yeah.
On a
You
Monday.
got it.
All right, let's
just
see.
warming up.
Number 2 right here for G-Bag of the day is Kendrick Perkins. Is he representing? Where is he from?
Beaumont.
Is he from Beaumont?
Let's roll with that.
He is from Beaumont. Yep.
I feel like he's from Port Arthur, but I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong, bro.
I'll fact check it
It's
for us.
Monday. It's Monday. I had a whole lot of raw cones over the weekend and everything. Yeah, I don't know.
That's our guy.
Yeah. All right. Big Kendrick Perkins demonstrating how Luka did the Clippers the other night. Big Perk took his belt off.
No, I'm not good. Wait. Didn't I tell you? You got a hard head, huh? Didn't I tell you every time you play against me to strap your shoes up? Didn't I tell you? That's what Luka Doncic does to the Clippers every single time.
It's great television. Beat his chair. Yeah, it was fantastic television.
He did. He beat the
All right,
chair.
born in Port Arthur, went to Beaumont High School.
Hey, let me go. It's all the same. It's
Here
all
we
Houston.
go. Sandwiching, baby. We got this. We got him cornered.
Yeah, it's all the same. It's all H-Town to me. Even Sugar Land and all that good stuff down there. All right, here we go. Let's see what's next. Oh, how about the Mavs announcer, Brian Damaris? Am I saying his name right?
Brian Damaris.
Okay, Damaris.
Yeah.
Just Damaris?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Why I put like extra syllables all up in his name, bro?
He's got
I like the way you
said
said
it.
it. Kind of turned me on.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Well, he dropped a little wisdom on, who did he drop some wisdom on here?
That was James Harden.
James Harden, yeah.
Yes, it was. Yes, this went viral.
This is amazing.
Yeah, right here. James Harden. Drop some wisdom on James Harden just to help you out a little bit, James.
Ask the producer to pipe this into the Clippers locker room so I can talk to you, James. I hope you're taking notes. I'm telling you in advance, you're welcome for the wisdom I'm about to spew. Because, listen, I get on my knees every night and pray for someone to believe in me like Daryl Morey believed in you. You wanted a certain coach, they brought in Mike D'Antoni. You want to play a certain style, they played it. You wanted Dwight Howard, they brought him in and got rid of him when you were tired of him. You wanted Chris Paul, they brought him in and got rid of him when you were tired of him. They brought in your old friend Russell Westbrook. You want to go to Vegas on off days? They looked away. You wanted the team to stay over so you could go out at night. They changed the schedule, and it didn't work. And you know what? You said, I'm going to break up with my whoopee. Not good enough. I see the bright lights in New York. I want to go there. My old pal, Kevin Durant. It's going to work. The big three. And all after 1 year, you wanted out. You realized, oh my gosh, I took this guy for granted, the guy that believed in me. I went back with Daryl Morey. They traded Ben Simmons for you. How did they pull that off? And you know what? You went there and you got a partner who got the MVP. He won the MVP. And what did you say afterwards? You said, they didn't hand me the reins. You're the point guard. You were holding the reins. And what did you do when you had the reins? You scored 9 points in Game 7 against Boston. You blew a 3-2 series lead. So they fired their coach. Not good enough. You broke up with the guy believed in you again. You said, the bright lights of L.A., that's where I want to go. Let's see if that works. Listen, James, have you ever had those friends who had bad roommates? Over and over, they complained about their bad roommates. This guy's terrible. The bad roommate here. They never thought to be self-aware enough that they're the bad roommate. They're the problem. Hey, James, you're the problem. If this doesn't work this year in this system with this team, then you're going to go and point fingers at everybody else, and you're going to go back home and you're going to start swiping right for another team. There's not going to be anybody left. Because, James, you're not the beard. You're not the system. You're the problem.
The problem.
Wow.
He's the problem.
Let him know.
Let him know.
He's
Great
the problem.
Get him a body bag. Holy cow, Brian Damaris.
Gosh, what a beat.
I know he had that in
was
him.
well thought out there.
Yeah. He's usually playing it pretty safe.
He is. I'm surprised the Mavs let him do that.
James Harden brought the demons out of him.
He crushed it, dude. Good for him.
I mean, I'd like to see Bally's take the handcuffs off Bassick next.
Yeah.
No.
Now you're tempted fate.
No.
Yeah, you're right.
It'll get a little crazy. Yeah. It'll get a little loose. Let me check down there. See if they got the thing started yet. Hold on, fella. Listen to some BB King. Nope, they're still down there just talking. All right.
Lucille.
You got another one. Yes, it is a church day. Hope you got your blessings there, fellas.
Yes, sir.
I watched my Reverend Ike, R.I.P. Reverend Ike. And happy birthday to my other pastor, Freddie Haynes. Like I told you, I've got
Freddie.
Yeah, I got, both sides of the spectrum already. You know what I'm saying? Like, Reverend Ike talk about that money. Freddie Hayes talk about how you really supposed to be living. All right? Okay. All right, here we go. Let's see what I got for you boys. Oh, I can't believe they sang this song right here in church. They made a joyful noise to the Lord. but it was dance hall style. It's jam though.
Under the blood, me say me under the blood.
Let's go.
Under the blood, me say me
wow.
under the blood. Jesus cover me under the blood. Hey. Under the blood, me say me under the blood. Jesus, you can cover me under the blood. In the morning when me wake up, and the blood that Jesus me take up. And when me feel like me, I go break up. Put the blood on me face just like a makeup. In the morning when me wake up, and the blood that Jesus me take up. And when me feel like me heart break up, put the blood on me face just like a makeup. Under the blood, under the blood, under the blood, under the blood. Jesus cover me. Under the blood. Jesus, you will cover me.
Under the blood.
Man, that reggae beat, that was
Jam
sick.
right there.
I barely go to synagogue, but that can get me going to church right there.
Yeah,
That was pretty
little
back
dance
on a
hall
Wednesday
right
night.
there. Little dance
That
hall.
was cool.
I expect to see some dirty whining in the church. I want to see a little dirty whine. God, can you dirty whine for me in the church house for the Lord? For the Lord. All right, let me listen down there real quick. I got one more. Hold on, let me see.
Okay.
Nah, they're still talking. Sounds like a lunchroom in there right now. Yeah, just Robert. Hold on, let me see.
I nailed it.
Yeah. All right, this is
the breakfast.
G-Bag guy right here. Memphis Grizzlies head coach Taylor Jenkins.
Oh,
He's been fined $25,000. $25,000 for criticizing referees. I'll give you a little taste of it. He's a G-Bag of the Day nominee as well.
Sure, saddle up. One of the most poorly officiated games I've ever seen, recorded. I'm fine with it. Atrocious.
All right.
I don't get it. I look forward to watching the tape, getting responses to when I send clips in, all that stuff to see what should have happened. And you wonder why. Haven't done this most of my career, all that stuff, but I got to defend my guys when they're competing their tail off.
Yeah.
And we're not trying to lose our heads. We're trying to go out and win basketball games and try to play better. It's as simple as that. We're trying to play better. We're trying to play better.
I just got my guys back, bro. That's a real G-Bag move right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt.
Cussing on the microphone when you're defending your guys. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's bold.
Yep.
I like that right there. He's like he reminds me of the cop on Stranger Things. You guys see that at all?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I can see that.
Like I imagine him going back to the hotel and just grabbing prescription pills and scotch and getting.
Is that the one that 11 or whatever her name was lived with for a minute? Okay, yeah. I got you. Yeah.
Always
Hey, does the Giants head coach look like Kobe Sapp?
Very much so.
Okay, I'll just make sure.
Very much so.
All right, just making sure, bro. Make sure we
Very much so. Good call.
Okay, is it our champ 2 Chainz getting a strip club and a lawnmower for his birthday? Of course, the zero-turn John Deere. It's a nice piece of machinery right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kendrick Perkins, how Luka does the Clippers. Mavs announcer Brian Damaris went in on James Harden. Pretty good. We had a joyful announcement to the Lord dance hall style, and Taylor Jenkins, Grizzlies head coach, docked $25,000. Man, I know it's tough. I'll go with Brian Damaris. I think he deserves my vote today here, Chief. How about you?
I didn't get to vote for the champ on Friday, so 2 Chainz.
All right.
You got my vote.
Lucius, what do you say?
Church hall in the dance hall.
Oh, damn. We're tied at 1. Wolchuk?
Brian Damaris.
2-1, Brian.
You know what? I'm voting for Rita Marley in the group.
Okay, joyful announcement to the Lord. That means we have a 2-way tie at 2.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
like that.
When we have a tie here in the G-Bag Nation G-Bag of the Day, we jump on to the Twitter X machine. You get your app out there. You go to @G-Bag Nation. Please follow us when you get there. All 5 of us are right there in the bio. You can follow us and then vote on this Twitter poll.
Hurry up!
And we'll back to announce the winner. Does that mean Mike McCarthy's talking?
No. I'm just telling all the Tolos to go there right now.
Vote it up.
Let's go. Let's vote.
Yeah.
972. My dad thought Dak was yelling, Jerry Jones.
Get in there and vote, and we'll announce the winner and be back. We'll jump in with the Mike McCarthy press conference as soon as he starts yapping up there at the Star here in the Nation. Sweet.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones talks about the Giants win at 8:30. Are the Rangers now a destination team? And Pepe takes over for Bobby in Ask Reddit during the
conference here on the Fan.
Quadrants that I always operate on at the beginning of the week. I'm just, was doing it shortly, getting started on Carolina before I walked in here. So, but then you have the long game of things that, hey, wait a minute, let's not show that this week, or more so in division games. I think when you play you've been in division games long enough. I mean, there's things that you go in the first game and you know that there's going to be a counter coming in the second game. And you see it a lot. My history, my experience that I've been through, you see it a lot more from the defenses to you. So on, we didn't prepare for a lot of coverage rolled to the weak side based off going in the game, and they came out right away the first snap, and we saw a bunch of it. So I mean, that's just all part of the schematic challenge.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. I know you had some unbalanced games early in the year.
Yep.
Did you have to play the long game a little bit in terms of getting the running game to where you wanted?
Well, I think the biggest thing for us, and I talked about it at halftime, because obviously we felt really good at halftime, but I challenged the younger players, because I felt early in the year the three decisive victories we had earlier in the year that our fourth quarter production went right down the drain. So, and it's important for these young players to take advantage of these opportunities, because they're so special, and we've been so fortunate to get these young players this many reps. So just really made a big emphasis at halftime that, hey, we got to make sure we take advantage of this and keep playing, because when your time comes to play, that's the expectation. So, and I thought our young players did a good job of that.
In terms of the running game, Steele, I'm assuming, had a much better performance, I would think. And what do you think about Rico and obviously?
Yeah, the run game. I think just like most things, and I might be in a minority. So I think the most important statistic in the run game is attempts, because when you Marty Schottenheimer used to say it all the time. 1 or 2 yards in the first quarter, 2 and 3 in the second quarter, 3 or 4 in the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, you break. You knock the door down. So, but it's a little different today than it was in the '90s of how you run the ball. There's more space, more formation utilization, and the movement pass game is volume and creativity is up some. So you factor all those things in. But yeah, this was a defense that has a lot of volume, high volume of scheme on tape going in, and then you got to kind of, once you settle into the game, figure out how they're going to play it too. So. We had some of that going on yesterday as far as how we needed to run the ball. So I thought our coaches did a really good job making adjustments and, giving Tony and Rico some clean looks.
Mike Todd, Archer, ESPN. Have you been around a player on a roll the way CD is, regardless of position?
Boy, we had a great group up here in Green Bay. Those guys all had their time and their moments, but yeah, I don't know if I've seen it to this level. Well, obviously it's an NFL record, so I guess not. No, CD's he's at a unique spot, and I think the big thing for us is, we just got to keep working. Make sure we keep giving him opportunities, but more importantly, that the individuals around him benefit and take advantage of the opportunities he's creating for them.
One thing Brian Schottenheimer mentioned to us last week was his work at practice has been better over the last month.
Yeah.
What have you seen?
I think he's a little healthier, Todd. I mean, I think just like anything, these guys get banged up, and and it's to what levels and on the the report and what's not. So I think he's he's in a groove. I think he's feeling much better. I mean, he had a couple weeks here that we had to watch him on Wednesday and Thursday.
Saad Yusuf, The Athletic. Mike, you've been around a lot of great quarterbacks. I'm curious, the trust factor, the way that, if a Schoonmaker or someone drops a pass and then Dak having the trust and confidence to go back to him, is that something you coach, you teach, or is that something a quarterback just kind of has to have inherently?
Well, I mean, you definitely want to coach, but it really that comes from the connection between the players. I mean, that's in the locker room, it's a practice, and obviously carries over on the field. But I think Dak has a unique, high belief in his teammates. So I haven't seen him go away from somebody because they dropped the ball. So, and that's an excellent characteristic to have, because I think if you really want to be as efficient as possible at the quarterback position, you got to run the offense. You got to understand what each play means, the purpose of each play, and when we put those players in that position for a reason. So when he can just play with open, blind trust, obviously that makes him play fast, play quicker, and so I don't see that being an issue.
Does that help the player on the other side as well? We saw Gallup drop that ball in Philly, then make a big catch in the second half. I mean, does it help a player to know that the system, the quarterback, they all kind of still trust him?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, you look at Michael. He just he's never stopped going to Michael after a play or two that didn't go right. So, and look, I thought Michael played huge. This in yesterday's game. So yeah, I mean that's important, and it's a long year. And Luke's a young man that needs to just get going a little more, and he'll learn from it. So, but yeah, it's part of playing with young players. That's what this league is. I mean, this is as young as it's ever been.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. You mentioned to us before the season and at times throughout the season as well how important play caller's purpose is. Dak had mentioned last night that he feels as comfortable as he's ever been with understanding the PCP and where it's at this point in the season. How have you seen that manifest not only with Dak but the rest of the offense?
Well, I mean, the most important play caller purpose relationships between the quarterback and the play caller, or the quarterback and his coaches, and so it's just not that I'm talking to him about it. It's Brian, Scott. I think the players have done a great job understanding their roles, within the play, and exactly what it means to be the number one receiver, what it means to be the two receiver, as far as where you're at in the progression. They definitely have a higher understanding and discipline in the time clocks of the plays. So, but the play caller purpose is really more and more about the quarterback and the coaches, and I think the perimeter players and the run blocking unit, the protection unit, just them having an understanding of how their role fits within that is something that we focused a lot on.
Michael Gelfing, Dallas Morning News. You mentioned the Giants' volume and aggressiveness schematically. Between having that factor as well as Dexter Lawrence, that's a lot that fell on Tyler Biadasz's play. How do you feel he handled that?
Well, I thought he played very well. I thought, it's so important, not only the way he played, but the way he communicated. Excuse me. Shouldn't be drinking soda. So I thought just the communication of that is so critical, as far as the different looks that they give you, the pressures and so forth. But, that's a lot of respect for Dexter. I mean, that's a dominant player in there. I mean, I think the video that he's put on and at the end of last year and this year is, he's playing as well or better than pretty much most guys in the league. So that was a big challenge for Tyler and our guards, and so I thought those guys played very well.
Scholar.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. I guess related to that a little bit, you mentioned the pass protection early on here today. How much of it is that finally getting a little continuity with that line that you all had hoped to see for so long, and finally getting them together?
I think it's the most important. I think it's clearly, one of the things that is definitely a challenge. I think everybody goes through it, with offensive line play, just to, going back to how much time they really have to be together in pads, and, then you factor in injuries. So I think it's probably one of the most important statistics or things that have happened to our offense here in the last month.
Jess.
Justin Mars, Pro Football Network. Coach, can you talk a little bit more about Michael Gallup's performance last night and kind of this game of confidence that he's playing with right now and how that helps boost him going forward?
I mean, Michael, particularly, the red line throws and the competitive contested catches that he makes. But if you think about it, just you see the opportunities that Brandon was getting, and also CD, and his were few and far between. But he goes up and makes those competitive catches. He did some really nice things too in the run blocking part of it. So I mean, at TD's, touchdown on the X around. I mean, they got probably they got a better call than we do. As far as the pressure they hit us with, and Michael Gallup makes a huge block there. So I thought Michael played very well.
Coach Jacob Denimore, the ticket. Is this portion of your schedule starting yesterday with the Giants and then Carolina and Washington, playing three teams that are struggling? Is this a portion where you really have to maybe be extra intentional about focusing just on yourselves and not so much anything outside of this?
I think it's a good point. I think, you're always focusing on yourself, and I think we relatively, you would say we spend probably more than most on South Scout. That'll be no different this week, but it's an important game, and it's important because we need our 7th win, and we need to play better on the road. That's really going to be part of the messaging on Wednesday. But yeah, it's going to be more about us, and we haven't played these guys in a couple of years, so just make sure we're on top of their personnel. They've had some changes over there, so just getting in tune with the contest Sunday. Sunday at 1 o'clock is going to be about.
Chris.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio. Rashawn Evans received his most playing time at linebacker. How much of that was a factor of Marquise Bell going to be cautious with him because he was limited? Or was it just a rotation? And also, has he kind of forced a difficult personnel conversation this week in terms of Rashawn being out of elevations from the practice?
Well, I think it was definitely part of the progression that we wanted to put him on, and so that was the plan going into this game. And just the way the game went, it was good to get him more reps than probably we thought we would get. So that was great. But yeah, the personnel decision is definitely in front of us, and we have some decisions to make.
All righty. Thank you, Mike.
All right. Have a night.
All right, there it is. The Mike McCarthy press conference here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. I think the good news coming out of yesterday, Brian, no injuries. There's incredibly good health right now for this football team.
Yeah, the one thing, man, I'll tell you what, Gavin, well, you know me well enough. You worked with me long enough. I want him to practice. I mean, Mike has figured this out about veteran days and all that, and I'm like, man, I want to see these guys practice. But he knows better than me. I'm out there trying to, like limit errors and things like that. But
well, I mean, I think there's value in both. Andy Reid practices the most.
I do, and I hear the offensive coordinator talk about how well CD's practiced. And he's a beast at practice and all that. I'm thinking, there you go. There's your example right there. One of your best players is out there every day working on his craft, and they have to do things for Tyron Smith. I totally get that. But you know what? Mike McCarthy has a plan for the way to keep his team healthy, and I think he's stuck to that, and it has paid off for him. But, man, it's the Giants yesterday, they not only lose on the scoreboard, but, man, they were just getting beat up. And when you're a team that's struggling or a poor team, it really those injuries compound even worse.
Mike McCarthy on Dak's trust. I think Dak has a unique high belief in his teammates. That's a funny quote. Yeah. What do you think you meant by that, Chief?
I like reading into it like, I'm not used to – well, he's been around like an Aaron Rodgers who will probably just decide quickly, I'm not throwing you the football.
Oh, no, he won't. Aaron won't. I mean, if you don't deliver for him, he will eliminate you.
Yeah. Well, congrats to Mavs announcer Brian Damaris. He won G-Bag of the Day in that vote-off. We're at Whataburger, Bush, and Renner, where you can win Whataburger for a year. As part of a $400 prize pack here, Whataburger. All you have to do is come and name 11 of the 13 all-time G-Bag show members, 2010 to present, and you will take one of those bad boys home, Brian.
I'll tell you what, they got 2 of those, General,
they do.
And it is an awesome box. So come over here and get you some food, get a flag, and get you this box.
Yes, sir. NFL News Today coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got CMC. He's got some jokes. We got some injury news as well and some wild stats for you. That's next.
It's Men's T Clinic that I want to talk to you about.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award winner, Super Bowl champion, and the #1 influencer on Cowboy social media. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. He's got 4 more hours of flawless radio producing, engineering, and hosting on deck for you. Of course, Wolchuk and Chia. Follow her here. Whataburger on Renner and Bush, where if you come by and can name 11 of the 13 all-time G-Bag Nation staffers, you can win Whataburger for a year, part of a $400 value. And salute to Whataburger for having us out here for the conclusion of Flagtober 2023. It is the grand finale, your last chance to pick up the pure gold as always flag. And we encourage you to go to whatastore.com to check out the latest Whataburger swag and trinkets you can get. Awesome gift ideas. They got these cool, what look like Whataburger tall cans, but they're like little thermoses. Put whatever kind of holiday beverage you want inside there. Brian's putting one up right now on the webcam. That's sick right there.
They are sick.
That's great.
And they get the Whataburger nutcrackers.
Look at that.
Holy moly.
Yes. I've always been a big fan of these different brands and the kind of fun swag they can come up with to promote their deal. And it's pretty cool how that stuff is so fun. And here's Zach Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Thank you very much. This is special, man. This is special being out here in Plano. I always worry, sometimes we haven't gotten the best turnouts, but my peeps are turning up and showing out right now. This has been an awesome 100%. Event out here at Whataburger, this brand new location. We do have some news, of course, in the National Football League, and we will start with some injury news, and we begin in Cleveland, where the Browns did survive. They got a win over Baltimore, which was very, very surprising. But
crazy win.
Deshaun Watson's undergoing an MRI on that left ankle. He just can't stay healthy. And this seems like it might be where he's going to miss some more time again. Nothing is confirmed yet. He said, I'll be fine. Right now I'm not feeling well, but I'll be fine. I'll be ready to go and ready for the opportunity for us. We'll see. Cleveland fans are probably rolling their eyes. They've heard this before, and they'll probably have to have their backup ready to go again. But, yes, what a crazy victory they got because they get the pick 6. They have an opportunity to tie the game. Their place kicker misses the point after try. Then he's able to atone for it, and he gets the game-winning field goal as time expires in what was a historic day yesterday in the National Football League. So, hey, congratulations to the Cleveland Browns. I know the Dutch Oven, Derek Holmes, was very excited about that finish.
Oh, yeah. How could you not be, man? That whole division's nuts right now.
Might all make the playoffs. I mean, is it possible that all 4 of the NFC North teams make the postseason?
It's possible.
Yeah, it is. And I saw something. I'll probably pull it up officially later, but it looks like when you stack them up, the whole division, the Bengals, I think far and away have the toughest remaining schedule.
Ooh, Joe Shiesty.
Legendary defense to have in Cleveland, though, and if they keep Watson healthy enough to run just average offense, I think they're going to be in great shape. And this AFC playoff picture is amazing right now. It's not just the division; it's the whole conference that's great fodder for discussion on who's going to come out on top.
Certainly, I did see this. This was a crazy nugget from Josina Anderson about our Dallas Cowboys, and it credits Al Harris, their defensive backs coach. The Cowboys' defense has 62 interceptions since 2020. Which is when the team hired Al Harris as their defensive backs coach. That's the second most in the National Football League. Of course, Deron Bland recorded his 5th interception yesterday. That ties his single-season career high, which he said a year ago. He's got 10 total now since his rookie season, which is most in the league. Diggs has 18 interceptions since leading the league with 11 in 2021. And it's really just a shout-out to Al Harris and the job he's been able to do with that DB crew, man.
Yeah, very, very opportunistic style. And I think Deron might be more boom or bust than Diggs was. It's incredible, because he's timing these things up. He's coming out of nowhere to pick it off, and that's why he's getting to the house. He's almost at damn near full speed by the time he catches the ball.
They do play. You're right, and Brian and I talked about this in the postgame. They do play a very similar brand where the double move, they're susceptible to that because they are going to be aggressive and take that chance. But goodness gracious, they're getting rewarded with a ton of interceptions. They're both ball hawks, and the ball finds them. Deron Bland playing extremely well right now, no question about that. The Jets, though, another loss against the Raiders last night. And the team announced today that they will not be benching Zach Wilson or change their play caller, Nathaniel Hackett. Their offense has not scored a touchdown in 11 quarters of football. That's absolutely brutal.
You think it really? Do you think, like, say with Hackett, Now, and they even showed
Rodgers.
Rodgers
was getting ticked at a call too.
And Rodgers has got the headset on,
Yeah.
and he hears the call, and he just goes, like he looks down, like,
what are you
we doing?
And then it was a 3rd and short, and they didn't get it either. He didn't like the call, and then they didn't convert the 3rd down. But
now, they almost got that Hail Mary. That was a crazy play by Zach Wilson to extend on the final play of the game. Was Max Crosby is just breathing down his neck, DFW zone. Zach Wilson finds a way to get the pass off, and it hits Garrett Wilson in the hands. I think their tight end Tyler Conklin had a chance at it as well, but that's a dysfunctional football team, and it's a shame because their defense is playing so well. I don't know why they're not going to Trevor Siemian. That's a guy that's proven he can at least play solid game-winning level football for a backup. I would make that change. But they do. Last night we got the report from Melissa Stark. Aaron Rodgers is eyeing a mid-December return. 75%. His goal this week is I'm going to get to 75%. He's starting to jog. He said he could drop back. He can cross over. He's just going to be able to get up on his toe is what he's looking to do. He has to get off his heel to be able to start running, but he thinks the way that he's trending upward, mid-December return for Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
Does he really want to?
It seems like he really wants to.
Does he want to try and take these?
I think he wants to do it so he can say, I told you so to everybody. He's just defying all the odds.
I think it's maybe a told you so moment.
I think it's just, look at me, man. Yeah. I did this. I was able to accomplish this, and nobody else can.
Do you feel like he just wants the people to see it so bad that even if the Jets are
eliminated,
completely out of it, basically?
Why would you play behind that offensive line? Why would you play behind that offensive line at all? And seriously,
that's a good question.
If that's the reason why he, in the first place, second play of the game, he blows out his Achilles because he's trying to escape.
But he'll be a talking point and a symbol and a starting point for conversations moving forward when it comes to this injury with athletes.
Yeah.
Everybody will always point to him forever. And so
that's
I'm
what he wants. He's into that stuff.
Yeah, he's into that stuff.
It's amazing. Now, we did find out that
But hey, I'm not here to kink shame.
No, me either. We did find out that potion-looking bong water pipe that seemed
tequila.
to fall out of his ball. Yeah, he said it was tequila on the
That makes sense.
Yeah,
but a fancy beaker.
Yeah,
looked like
it looked like a.
And the bottle was unsealed. Was this homemade? There's something going on there.
These are all fantastic questions that lead me to think, was it tequila?
I don't think so.
know. He's saying it was, but I think that the jury's still out on this one, Aaron.
You know, I wouldn't want to speculate.
I like
it. Is Aaron Rodgers.
I think it's fun to speculate.
He's into the fancy hallucinogens. You know, were they out of town and he had to meet the guy at the stadium? You know, was that like some liquid DMT or something? He's taken back to his deal. Is that part of the ayahuasca
He's like
process?
the only way I can stand to watch Zach Wilson quarterback for 3 hours is if I'm tripping my balls off. Somebody better get to the stadium right now.
It's amazing. Oh, the 817 said he's about to drop his own line of dolphin porn for healing athletes.
Dude,
yeah, and he probably is.
Hey, and can Tyron Smith watch that?
I would think so.
Just like on a loop forever,
just every day.
Yeah,
just
even
to
when you're
make
not
sure
hurt,
he's healthy.
Tyron. Just as like a prehab situation, like to avoid the injury. I wonder if it works that way. I'm assuming it does.
It might. Who knows? The Giants they were fighting each other on the sideline yesterday as the Cowboys were beating them down. You know, the only thing that I would like to take back is Neville Gallimore's groin shot there to Justin Pugh, which got caught on camera. We were downstairs in the Miller Lite Club getting ready for postgame, so we were listening to Brad and Babe talk about it, and Babe described it as he got kicked in, the man part that you don't want to get kicked in. Video. I mean, it is a bit of a dirty play there from Neville Gallimore.
Sure.
All right,
and Neville Gallimore played pretty well for you.
He did. It's like he played such a great game. Yeah. Mozzie maybe had the best game of his career. I'm sure we'll get that in Krusty's corner.
That's how you know you can't take this game seriously. You got Neville Gallimore highlight reel plays. Mozzie Smith is finally like we know he exists in the sport. It's like, okay.
He had a back-to-back run stops.
It
was nice.
There was one rep where he made a tackle by being laid off the ball. Like
it helped him.
I thought it was one of those things they were trying to run like a twist. They were going to let Osa go first and then Mozzie come around. It was just that Mozzie was so late that the play came right back to him.
I love that.
He's an innovator.
He's like, I'm going to slow play him here.
That's the biggest indictment on the Giants of the whole day. There were so many things coming out of the game that made you feel sad for them as a team, an organization, and a fan base. But the idea that you're going to allow
a proud crew right
Neville
there,
Gallimore and Mozzie Smith are going to look like above average football players.
I am celebrating their misery, that's for sure. Now, Brian was asking us on the way down as we're trying to wait for the elevator, which took a little bit. What do you do if you're the Giants? I mean, you're looking at probably a top 5 pick. Do you just take Marvin Harrison Jr.? Do you take a skill player? Or do you draft a quarterback? Well, word out of the Giants camp is that their GM and Brian Daboll are going to have that decision, and it's considered inside and outside the building to be a safe bet that they will draft a quarterback if they have the opportunity.
I think because we talked to Bob Papa yesterday, the Giants play-by-play guy, and Eric asked a question about would they consider drafting a quarterback. And the thing he brought up was this is 2 times now that he's had a neck injury, that he's been dealing with. You got a knee, and then there's the neck, and it's happened twice.
Yeah.
And that's why maybe that they're considering maybe moving on. They get out of this deal after next year, right? Isn't that what he was saying
Daniel
about
Jones,
Eric?
one more season,
One more season.
Yeah, they were smart with the way they constructed that deal.
Nothing
they
about
got
what
the out.
But I mean, sure, but they were also dumb.
Well, they shouldn't have done it, but at least they have an out.
No question.
They could be stuck in quarterback purgatory to where, hey, we've got to pay this guy and nobody's going to trade for him, or we just got to trade him and eat all of that money while still drafting a quarterback.
They should have given him the Deshaun Watson contract.
My gosh, that's also looking terrible for the Cleveland Browns right now.
Hey, they got the victory, man. It's Victory Monday in
They did
Cleveland
get the
right
play.
now.
They did get the win. All right, unfortunately, the 49ers also got a win off their bye. I was kind of hoping Jacksonville would play a little bit better. They didn't. San Francisco kicked the crap out of them. The only person who didn't seem to score in that game was Christian McCaffrey, who had his streak snapped at 17 consecutive games with a touchdown. Afterwards, he took the podium, and he's cracking some jokes.
Yeah, I suck. Everyone else on the team scored, except for me.
Now, Brock Purdy was talking about, oh, my gosh, I messed up because he threw a touchdown to Kyle Juszczyk, and he had the opportunity to go to Christian McCaffrey on the play. And afterwards, he said he felt bad about it. So McCaffrey was followed up on that. They asked him about the play, and McCaffrey was okay with his buddy Juice, Kyle Juszczyk, getting in the end zone.
Could have just gone down with the one. Yeah, Juice really wanted me to score unless he could score. Yeah, so, no, I'm so happy. I mean, anytime Juice can score, I'm probably the second most excited guy in the field other than him.
How about that nickname Juice for Kyle Juszczyk, too? I like that.
Okay.
Juice for a fullback?
Yeah.
It's a good nickname, man.
And the last name is starts with, it looks a little bit like
Spelled
juice,
that way. Yeah.
Somewhat.
I
So
like
you
it.
could pull it off. It starts with a J. There's a U in there.
If you squint
We can make
really
it
hard,
work.
is that what you're saying?
I see Juice there on the back of the jersey.
If you sip on whatever Aaron Rodgers is having and you close your eyes, you can come to the conclusion that Juice is right there.
There's a way to make this happen.
I am curious, Broadus, because I know you like to send the friendly congratulations on the victory text to your buddies around the sports world. Do you ever send your condolence text messages after they get their ass kicked?
Doug Peterson, I'm sorry, got you spanked today.
Okay.
Nope,
Because
never
Doug
did.
would have been warranted for Doug yesterday.
Doug
got kicked in the teeth.
Doug got kicked in the teeth, and actually been dealing. Sean Payton's been on a little run now, so told him congratulations.
He's got a big game tonight.
Yep,
See
sure
if
does.
Sean
Yep.
Payton and the Broncos can get a Monday Night Football win.
Who do they play?
Tonight, the Bills.
Bills.
Yeah, and
Ooh.
nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills, but that's going to be an interesting game.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to get back and readdress that Sean Payton coach with the Jets situation? Whoever last loudest. Is that how it goes?
Oh, with Nathaniel Hackett?
Laughs
Yeah,
loudest.
I mean, I think Sean Payton was proven right.
Yeah,
got there
you
eventually,
guys owe
didn't
me
they?
an apology for defending.
It's none of you
that.
guys.
No,
think
that's
that.
not true. That's not
guys-
true.
That's
all
a
you guys.
personal beef between you two.
No one was disputing
All right.
what Sean Payton said. We knew what he said was true. No one was defending Hackett.
Oh.
Hackett sucked to high heaven.
You shouldn't have said
it was not your place to say
Oh.
it the way you did, Sean Payton. That's it. You were wrong there.
I just felt like that he was being honest
Yeah, we
about
know.
the situation.
No, trust me, we know where you
and
stand
even,
on this.
Even Aaron Rodgers, who was with him all these years, agrees with Sean Payton, I think.
I
You
can't
can,
believe
well, and Aaron Rodgers was calling Sean Payton quite a bleep hole, but I think he's now realizing, damn it, he might have been right on that.
Maybe
If he didn't know he was right, then that's on Aaron Rodgers. No one was saying you're wrong about that. Everybody was just saying we can't believe you went out there and said
You
it.
don't see
Sean.
coach
You know
on
what?
coach crime
In
like
this day
that.
and
The
age,
content was all
It
factual.
was a
to-
side swipe.
No, you have to find a way when you're honest and you really believe it, you say it, You just go out there and you say it. And, he's right.
I'm here for the
He's right.
football drama.
I
I
am
am.
too.
I will say
Yeah.
that. So for me, I didn't really care. I didn't have a dog in the fight, but it was unprecedented. We have not seen a coach do that to another coach. in
It's
the National
rare that you
Football
don't
League.
have a dog in the fight either because you have so many dogs.
I have a lot of dogs, and I'm a dog guy.
You are.
Dolphins are activating the practice window for rookie Devon Achane.
Do we say it right?
I think that's how
You
he's
got it.
going now.
Yeah.
Devon Achane, former Texas A&M Aggie, and our thoughts and prayers are with Aggie Nation right now. And we'll talk with Shireen Williams
This
coming
is
up at
Bobby
5 o'clock.
Olariki. We were wrong about that one for all
Yeah.
Yeah, we
draft-
thought it was
Okereke?
Okereke? Yeah.
What a weird name.
Yeah.
I was thinking about both those over the weekend. I guess there's family history to it. You don't want to offend your parents
You
or
never
your
do.
grandparents,
Yeah.
but I would call a family meeting and at least put it up to a vote. Should we go to
What do you wanna go
Achane?
by?
It sounds great. A-chain sounds cool, doesn't
It does sound
It does.
badass.
Yeah.
It really does.
Just keep moving the A-chains, baby.
That's right.
We had history
Whoa.
yesterday
Look at you.
for the years.
Sniff that finger, first down.
Oh, hey, did you
Tyler
see
Biotish.
Tyler Biotish. We have to get on our guy.
I did. I did. I tweeted
what
at
was
Zach. I
Martin
said,
doing?
Zach, what are you doing? Biotish is beating you to the sniff, the finger sniff.
Yeah.
I think Biotish is a Tolo.
I think Biotish is a Tolo, too. And Biotish been on the show as well.
Yeah.
He's
How
our
many-
guy.
Hey, over under 3.5
3.5.
ragdolls yesterday for Biotish on Lawrence.
Oh, my gosh.
How many ragdolls?
There was one play where all three of them got thrown aside.
Oh,
Martin,
man.
It was kind of like, it's like Martin saw Biotish get thrown, and so he jumped over to try and help, and then he got knocked back onto like his right foot. And then Tyler Smith just kind of like, it's kind of like when you just throw your body in there and hope for the best.
You know, oh, my guys are getting killed. I'm coming over.
It was tennis balls off a tank.
It's like an
is
old
what
kung fu movie is
It
what that
was.
is.
It was like, you
Yeah,
see
it was
Biotish-
cartoonish a couple of times, seeing 300-pounders just flying through the air. And then there at the bottom of the wreckage, just standing, is Dexter Lawrence.
It was
the best defensive tackle in the sport right now.
Man, Martin was right about that, though. Remember when he was talking, it's like, listen, I'm at number 97. But that's what happened.
He's
They
good.
got
He's
hooked
their
up.
best defensive
I'll tell you,
player.
Biotish, though, held up pretty damn well.
Yeah.
I mean,
as
it
a
was
whole,
like,
they probably played their best. I
holy
mean, they
geez.
finally were getting some movement.
God, I was thinking, I was so scared about that whole situation.
There was some room to run. We had one of the weirdest NFL droughts end yesterday, thanks to Trey McBride, who was one of the first tight end taken 2 years ago in the draft. Cowboys liked him quite a bit. He's emerging as one of the best up-and-coming tight ends in football. So Kyler Murray leads a final drive.
Colorado State?
Yeah, it is Colorado State. 25-23. They get the win over Atlanta.
Okay, sorry.
So McBride's become the first Cardinals tight end with a 100-yard receiving game since 1989. This goes back to a link with the Cowboys because in 1989, the Cardinals were in the NFC East, and Ed
J.T.
Tall
Smith.
Jones started for the Cowboys in that game. It was a Walt.
Oh, a Walt.
Yes, he had that 100-yard game. Absolutely crazy that it's taken that long since 1989.
Wow.
For a tight end for the Arizona Cardinals to have a 100-yard receiving game.
How about that, bro? It's 1989.
Yeah.
U2, Blondie, music still on MTV.
What an amazing scenario. But a crazy day of stats. I know Eric will have more of those wild NFL stats for you coming up
He
later.
won't have any of that stuff.
Oh, wow.
Well, I purposely didn't get for him, so you better damn well have.
Oh, I damn well got him.
I know you do.
Okay,
You're my
wait,
guy.
I think actually, I hope I
You
got
might have
him.
him next, actually.
Yeah.
We've shifted Krusty's Corner into the 340, by the way. If
I'm
you're
ready.
waiting for your Brian brought us film takeaways. He is the first media member in Cowboys Nation to look at the film, and he delivers a report every Monday while the rest of them are still waiting for their video to get cleared. Brian stands and delivers, and that report's coming up at 3:40. We have Shireen Williams coming up at 5 o'clock talking Cowboys and Aggies. A little hodgepodge next as we broadcast live from Whataburger here. Renner and Bush, chance to come get your 2023 G-Bag Nation Pure Gold as always flag. It's your last opportunity. This is the last day of Flagtober, the closing ceremonies. And what do you have in store for us, Chief?
We got your college football and NBA sounds of the day, plus some observations from a wild football weekend next year in the nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion with
never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back. We are live at Whataburger here off of Bush and Renner in Plano. And had a number of Tolos there at the break come get their G-Bag Nation flag, including a gentleman just got his first ever. So we got folks that are getting their first ever, that are completing their collection and everything in between. And we'd love to see you out here. Awesome Whataburger prizes. And we want to thank Whataburger for having us out here to their newest location. The first 50 people who stop in and show their Whataburger app can get a free Cowboys Whataburger table tent, which is great. And you can download that and get a free Whataburger as well if you have it. Whataburger, the official burger of the Dallas Cowboys. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo's Sports Hodgepodge. Here's the Chief.
I'd like to say and think that Whataburger is also the official burger of the G-Bag Nation. How about that, boys?
100%.
Can also say thanks to the Garland Police Department, too.
Yes, they brought over
They
some
brought
awesome
some
stuff.
awesome patches for hats, jackets, but thank you to all the men and women who serve.
Shout out my guy Marco.
But thank you for the Garland folks for stopping by and saying hello.
Yeah, that was absolutely epic, dude. It was an epic sports weekend as well. I hope everyone had a fantastic one. Football was just nuts. I mean, my dear God, the NFL is absolutely ridiculous. And we saw one of the greatest gambling achievements in sports history, I think, over the weekend. Did you guys get a glimpse of these Warlocks over here? Better in Florida.
$500,000?
$500,000 bet. He ended up making $5.5 million on the deal. It was a 4-leg NFL parlay, and it was the newly reopened Hard Rock Sportsbook in Florida, and it was a very special moment. The 4 legs were of the same game, and it was the Texans and Bengals game, which was nuts. Texans win, and so he bet that the Texans would beat the Bengals, just money line situation. Also had the Texans and Bengals game to go over the 44.5 points, absolutely did that. He had Texans running back Devin Singletary scoring a touchdown. He also added a $1.50 too.
$1.50 running too, yeah.
Singletary was a madman yesterday, and he had Singletary to go over the 51.5 rushing yards. He did that by about 100.
What a beast.
So they all hit, and once the Texans upset the Bengals, it was just it was football euphoria right there for that guy. It was all in the same game. He's like, okay, check mark, we're good. Now we just need to win the game. Here's C.J. Stroud throwing an interception that almost leads to a pick six situation, but they find a way to escape it. The Texans win. C.J. Stroud's the man. D'Amico Ryans is the man, and this bettor is also the man. $500,000, 4-leg parlay, $5.5 million.
Well, I mean, and you bet big, you win big. Clearly, he had the money to throw $500,000 down on this sucker. But man, that's incredible.
This sounds like pro golfer guy. This sounds like Phil Mickelson.
Maybe
it
he
was.
Like,
these Florida, these guys. I know Florida has a lot of wealthy folks because of the no state income tax. But this sounds like a pro athlete.
Yeah, but the Phil Mickelson, he was so nuts. He's betting $5.5 million to win $500,000.
Yeah, you're right. He's not betting $500,000.
Diabolical.
I'd like to think this guy was in so much debt. This was his last heave-ho. He's like, I got to pay off all my bookies. I'm just going to throw everything down here. He's scrounging up. He's Rain Manning it, just trying to get all this money. All right, here we go. Hit this parlay, baby.
Walchuk knows to save your kneecaps bet when he sees one.
Hell yeah, I do.
How about, though, this Hard Rock? It's just newly opened, right? Reopened?
Well, because Florida, I think, just became official with the betting.
Okay, well, here we reopened the thing, and they take a $5.5 million.
They take a bath on the first week. Just a freaking nightmare. No, it's all right, man. It's always awesome when the man beats the book because the book is always coming out on top.
Young
just
Bennett
printing
Broaddus
money.
would say that when he's trying to get into the book.
That's true. He might have a different opinion on that one. Congratulations to Dak Prescott because he now has the best turnover-worthy play rate in the NFL this season at 1.7%. Just saw that from Sam Munson.
Who does?
Dak Prescott does.
Most turnover-worthy plays?
He's got the best percentage.
The best. Yeah, okay.
So it's sub 2% turnover-worthy play rate right now. So that's best going in the league on the heels of a season where everybody was talking about his, the interceptions and whatnot. And one of the big takeaways yesterday too was Michael Gallup, finding a way to climb the ladder a couple of times, getting back to himself of being the contested catch guy that we knew him to be earlier in his career. He also, and I think it was probably on that touchdown, he was humming. He hit 21.5 miles per hour.
Scooting.
And that was the fastest ball carrier of the game for either team.
He's back.
I don't know about that, but it was a heck of a game, dude. It was nice to see it from him.
It was.
Now, a couple other things here. We got to get to the sounds of the weekend, one in college football, one in the NBA. We'll start in college football. You guys know what sound we're about to play, right?
It's got to be Michigan's interim head coach.
I mean, my goodness gracious, Sharon Moore, after the Wolverines, they beat Penn State, and then this dude just breaks down. He's boo-hoo crying in the post-game interview with Jenny Taft. He's dropping curse words. He's making a giant spectacle of himself. Very emotional, very dramatic. Take it away, Coach Moore.
I want to thank the Lord. I want to thank Coach Harbaugh. Love you, man. Love the out of you, man. This is for you. For this university, the president, our AD. We got the best players, best university, best alumni in the country. Love you guys. These guys right here, these guys right here, man. These guys did it. These guys did it, man. It's all to him, man.
Just waiting for a Cleveland. This one's for you.
This
but
one's
that
for
was
you.
that was. I mean, what a showman.
Anything's possible.
What a drama queen.
John, this is for you. John Elway, the owner. Did you
Oh,
hear that
this
one?
one's for John.
This one's
Pat
for
Bowlen.
John. Yeah, Pat Bowlen.
R.I.P.
Shout out to Harbaugh, though. He's going to attend this court hearing on Friday, and he's going to speak. He said, quote, I'm going to talk on Friday. Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to that opportunity for due process. His ass is going to be on the sideline.
Khaki pants, you think?
He's going to
with
be on the
Navy-
sideline.
Khaki pants, Navy
He ain't
blazer in
losing.
court with a Michigan tie?
He ain't losing. He's coaching against Ohio State.
I'll tell you what, I think the judge that's hearing it is a Michigan alum.
I bet he is.
Yeah.
I thought Charles Woodson
Michigan
did an
law is
awesome
pretty-
job.
pretty awesome, by
Big
the
noon
way.
kickoff. Charles Woodson said he just thinks it's a lot of bowl bleep, and I agree with him.
That seems like a conflict of interest there. I mean, we want our judges not to be biased. He's bleeding blue
Yeah.
and gold.
Yeah.
He's got.
We got a big game against Ohio State.
He's got seats, lifelong seats at the big house. He's about to run for mayor after he makes Harbaugh scot-free
Yes,
on
he
this
is.
one. Are you kidding me? This guy's
Harbaugh-
got an opportunity of a
The
lifetime.
courtroom has that support in Michigan sports, and they would run through, they hit the banner. Harbaugh comes running in.
Yes.
What kind of court is this going to? He's appealing the decision to suspend him.
Yeah, this whole thing is the suspension.
Play like a champion today.
I was
Seriously, this judge is about to become a hero.
real
I
quick.
think so.
I was in Lincoln, Nebraska. We had a player that fired a gun when I was in Green Bay. Fired a gun into the back of Lawrence Phillips' car.
What?
Because he was with Lawrence. Lawrence Phillips stole his girlfriend.
I hope the punchline to the story
Wow.
is, and the guy behind the trigger was Brett Favre.
No. No, it was one of our little corners, Williams. God, what was Williams' first name? But anyway, so they
Adrian.
No, we go to
Monty.
We just stop.
Arena.
Steven. I can't remember his first. I'll figure it out.
Aeneas.
It
was Gilbert.
No, just stop.
Owen?
So anyway, we're to this. I gotta go with him to court in Lincoln. We're playing a Monday night game, so he's in court in the morning. We get on a private plane, fly from Lincoln to Green Bay, and he plays that night.
Good game?
Yeah. Oh, he played really well. But anyway, so we're
So
in-
well, you can't remember his name.
I can't remember the kid's
It's
first
Don.
name. Just relax.
Henley?
So I'm trying to tell the story. So anyway, Williams is.
Oh, are you?
The Williams is sitting there, and we're in court, and all of a sudden it's like I'm like, man. I look at this guy and go, man, this guy's guilty. We're done.
We're
This is-
bleeped.
we're screwed. He goes. The guy goes, no, we're in Lincoln, Nebraska. Just watch what's about to happen.
Sit tight, Broadus.
Tom Osborne walks in,
Wow.
and the judge and everything, and the guy got off. They sentenced him to weight room duty. He fired the gun into the car, and they have the bullet holes in the car. And he gets weight room duty.
Oh, my goodness.
Like Dr. Tom comes walking into the thing.
That's
What
a
is this
college
kid's
town
name?
right
I hate
there,
when I
man.
can't remember names anymore.
No, it's Jim.
Whatever. I'll figure it out.
910 and 214. I got you. Mama give me them flapjacks, and Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Let's get you to the NBA real quick. Orlando Magic, Paolo Banchero.
He's a good player.
He's Italian, but he claims USA.
Is he Italian?
We got love for that. Absolutely. He completely
Name
ticked
Edson
off
Nadal.
the Italian government by ditching Team Italy for the Olympics and stuff. Yeah, he gave him the wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and then he put the the American flag around his shoulders and said, "I'm an American forever."
Man, I'd much rather play for Italy. Right? They got the better food.
He for sure. He just turned. He was about to turn 21. He gets the victory over the weekend.
Tyrone Williams.
Didn't we say that? We
said
literally said Tyrone like
You did
5
not say
times.
Tyrone
Damn it!
Williams.
Come on. We said
You did
Tyrone
not
like
say
10
Tyrone
times.
Williams. You
At least
did not.
10.
Did not.
Here's Paolo Banchero post game after victory, letting you know what his 21st birthday plans are tonight.
At midnight tonight, you turn 21. Happy birthday, early birthday. What's in store for tomorrow? So we got the day off, so I'm gonna definitely celebrate. But I probably can't say it on camera. Well, we'll catch up with you. We'll leave it at that. Whatever people do when they turn 21, we'll find out on our way to Brooklyn.
I appreciate you leaving those details open-ended, and so we can all imagine what Paolo Banchero got into over the
Sound like
weekend.
Scott in Jersey doing that interview.
Well, Scott always thanks us for him being on with us.
Yeah, he thanks us. Yeah,
he always thanks us for being on.
But he's
thank you
always-
for being on with me today.
Man, he's a blast. Thank you for
Welcome
being on
to the
with me.
Scott Show.
Thank you for being on with me
It's
today.
the Scott and Jersey show.
Yeah, we're still partying here.
Hey, by the way, Mooney the Mayor, I'm really, really sorry. I got that wrong. I said gold and blue, and I meant maize and blue, and that was disrespectful.
Did you really say gold and blue?
I said gold and blue. Yeah, I got caught up there. For
I
a
think it's an
second.
honest mistake, right?
Yeah, you
I
were
knew
too
what you
busy
meant, though.
trying to rip my ass.
It's like
for
red and
about-
cream instead of crimson and cream.
Tyron
I
Williams.
thought it was good broadcasting myself,
Tyron
Chief.
Williams.
I appreciate
I don't
that.
think you have anything to be ashamed of.
Well, Michigan will come at you, though.
Those Michigan fans are notorious. They've made it all the way to the number 1 spot. And that's a very likable Tolo right there, and a likable Michigan fan in Mooney DeMare, right? So I'm sure he's not responsible for any of that chicanery, tomfoolery. But
Get that out of here.
in those rankings, you do have those that will make it mighty uncomfortable for you. All right, you want to get comfortable. You want something delicious to eat and drink. You want to get to Whataburger here at Bush and Renner in Plano. You can try their new chili cheeseburger with crunchy corn chips and tasty chili. Their new holiday merchandise is available at whatastore.com. Get one of these amazing new Whataburger holiday sweaters, or any number of tremendous Whataburger items. The official burger of your Dallas Cowboys is Whataburger. Now, Krusty's Corner's coming up next, Brian. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I had a chance to look at the All-22. I'm going to point out some things you might need to know about this victory. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to talk about Twin Peaks, though, your ultimate sports lodge with a...
Brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. We're going to have a round of Cowboys Twitter coming up at 4 o'clock. Top tweets going viral about America's team. We're here at Whataburger, a new Whataburger location for the finale of Flagtober 2023, and every G-Bag Nation flag remaining in our possession. Not only the pure gold as always, but all of the leftovers from over the years have been brought out, and they're ready for you to pick up here over the next 3 hours and 12 minutes. That's how much time you have left in 2023 Flagtober to pick up your 2023 flag. And while you're here, get some amazing things from Whataburger. Go to whatastore.com if you want to get like a Whataburger nutcracker or any kind of great Whataburger gifts for the holidays. Here's Brian in Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Hey, Lucius.
Yo,
Lucius,
what's up, baby?
Hey,
what up?
Everybody in the management team here at Whataburger is asking, "Where's Lucius? Where's Lucius?"
So yeah, we need to bring Lucius out
here
here
next time. I think he could probably get you a franchise if you wanted to, sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there.
These people are asking. They don't care about us. They care. Where's Lucius? Where's Lucius hanging out today? So we're everybody's asking about you. So yeah, it's nice to be here out there at Whataburger. Going to get into this Cowboys game against the Giants, and the one thing that you really notice on tape is just how well offensively that everything worked. The plan that they had, the plan of attack, how they were going to. I started watching them try and run the ball with Pollard. I know we talked about that a little earlier. When everybody gets their all 22, you're going to see he's going to have some opportunities of some holes. They blocked this week better up front than the previous weeks that we've seen where they've struggled with the running game. I think with Pollard, I worry a little bit about what he's seeing up front because there's some times where, and I get it. There was a particular play where it was only like a 3-yard gain, but the play was really blocked more like it could have been a 7-yard gain or maybe even more. They pull the backside guys. They're going to pull Smith and they're going to pull Biotish. Schoonmaker gets stalemated at the front, at the point of attack to the right. So they're trying to push the ball to the right. Biotish gets knocked off. Smith gets knocked off. So now there's really the blocking is just kind of bad, all muddied at the point. But backside, if he just cuts the ball, and we've seen Pollard do this before, where he takes the ball and plants his foot and then cuts back, you're going to see a couple of different times where things were opened up in the middle for him and he could have made that cut. So the running game could have really improved. I wonder if we're going to start to see a little bit more of Rico Dowdle in some of these games where it's going to be more of a split on because with Dowdle, he's not hesitating at all.
No.
He sees that whatever
north and south,
whatever hole there is, he's going in. And the Cowboy game has really struggled running the football. But here's an opportunity. They blocked it up pretty well a couple different times. Something's going on with Pollard that he's just not seeing the holes well enough.
Mm-hmm.
Because and you'll watch the end zone copy and you'll be like, okay, here we go. This is where the ball needed to hit, and Pollard's been able to make people miss. On the flip play, Dowdle, they blocked that thing. I don't know. Tyron Smith went the wrong way.
Yeah.
The flip play that went 21 yards with Dowdle, and he was able, to get Ojulari to get up the field, and then he went just right by him. But
it was great. It was just boom.
It was
stick and go.
But you got everybody blocked up.
They were flowing. The movement,
everything was good. Tyron Smith went the wrong way. So
really,
everybody's flows to the left. Tyron Smith goes right.
Wow!
And it's like Biotish is coming down, and he hits Tyron Smith. He hits him and knocks him up to the second level where he gets a block. So here you are.
Fortuitous.
It was one of those things where you're kind of like, okay, maybe Tyron Smith doesn't get to practice all the time now, and they're running the play. He runs it as the play was going right. Everybody else runs it to left. but then you get a Rico Dowdle who runs it for 21 yards because he makes guys miss, and that's what he's been able to do.
Sure has.
He's been able to find ways. He's running with some physicality. He's been able to make some guys miss. And so, that's why I think you might see a little bit more of him. Okay, the Cooks touchdown. This is the
I would
one.
do it 2-1 in favor of Dowdle.
Like
it was that stark. It was that big.
Remember last year at this
I'm only
time?
putting Pollard in to give Dowdle a break at this point.
See, remember last year it was funny. We were just because it was a
was
yard and a
flipped,
half
right?
different. It was completely flipped.
Yeah.
I
don't know if Pollard is hurt still or he's just not hungry. I don't know what it is, but he is not running fast.
I think there is a lot of pressure on him with this running game.
I could see that.
And it's getting to him.
I could see that.
I really do. I mean, now I'll tell you what, his blitz pickup stuff, his pass blocking, and I know
Great.
you don't pay him $10 million a year to pass block.
No, but it's
that's
been
what
one
you
of the most
pay
improved
Steele and all
elements
of
of his game.
But the reason he would be on the field, one of the reasons is the guy does understand how to do that. He's got that awareness. But it's clear that handing the ball to Pollard and handing the ball to Dowdle is completely different, especially if things aren't clean. There used to be a time where Pollard would make people miss, and he hasn't been able to make as many miss this time around. And so that's something that we'll keep an eye on as it goes forward. The Cooks touchdown, the 10-yard touchdown that Cooks had, this is one I want to give Dak Prescott a lot of credit on, because it's a really good read by Prescott understanding matchups. And remember earlier I was talking about when you have a situation where previous administrations wouldn't take advantage of the opponent, when they saw, okay, here's a matchup that we need to go after. This is somebody we need to attack. In this case was with what Cooks was able to do. He's going to run a corner route on Flott, who is the nickel that we talked about that's really struggled during the year. Okay, this is something that, he did have an interception. Dak didn't see him all that well. I'm not going to get into the interception part of it, but the thing about it that Cooks on Flott on this route, on this touchdown route, Tolbert is going to run what we call a pivot. He's going to go inside and then run out, but he's going to get covered on the play. And then Ferguson tries to run. Remember when Jason Witten used to run that route up the middle of the field where he would nod inside, like he was going to take it inside or maybe settle down? He's going to nod it. Little shoulder fake. They tried the same thing. Ferguson tries the same thing, and then he gets covered as well. So here he is. He's trying to release. He's up the field, but he's covered as well on the play. Cooks is the only one in the route with separation, and Dak did a really good job. It was funny because the Giants on the play, the Giants rushed only 2 on the play, which means they dropped 9. So Dak, there was that, when we talk about the old clog and cover, that was clog and cover right there. But Dak was able to sort everything out. He saw Cooks on the corner, and he was able to get the separation, threw the ball right to him. So great job by Dak making that happen right there. I mean, it was as pretty as
he put on a show all day long.
Yeah.
I mean, there were so many great passes.
Yeah, it was. I'll tell you what, though, it was. There was a lot of really nice passes. I want to talk about the goal line stop before my last bit of time here that I got left.
Yeah.
Not the Cowboys get the goal line stop, and the Giants got them on a goal line stop, but this was a great job by Jonathan Hankins, because Pugh, the guard, is going to try and get up on him and hit him square, and next thing you know, it's like Hankins just dispatches of Pugh, just throws him aside. And he's now square on the line. Barkley's got nowhere to run, but then you got Tank is screaming from his left end spot down inside. So he's kind of collapsing the play. He takes on Barkley. So you got Hankins, you've got Lawrence, you got both those guys sitting right there in the hole. It's nowhere to go. It's a 4th and 2. They're going to try and run that thing in. No chance at all. Stop there at the line of scrimmage. Great job by both those guys playing run defense. It was a really nice game for Hankins inside. And we talked about what Mozzie Smith was doing. Mozzie Smith had a couple of plays, back-to-back plays. One of them where he was a little bit late off the ball, and it kind of fell into his lap a little bit there. But he was able to make the play. So really good job. Overall, really a nice win. Anytime you get a division win, it's good. But the offense, especially with the way that they tacked, the protection was much better. The way they attacked the Giants secondary, the Giants had really no chance to cover anything that you're doing with the combinations of the routes and stuff that were run.
Whooped them.
Whooped them.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner most afternoons at 2:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. Earlier today we had the Mike McCarthy press conference. But, yeah, Brian's the first guy in the media to get a hold of the tape and has takeaways for you every single Cowboys Monday here on the show. It's time now for some Cowboys Twitter. Terrific CeeDee Lamb content is dominating social media as his league takeover continues. And we'll discuss everything going on with CeeDee and the history made next in the nation.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. That is right. We are live here at Whataburger off of Bush and Renner in Plano, and we're going to be here for the next 3 hours. Well, 2 hours and 58 minutes or so. Big old table full of G-Bag Nation flags over there. And if you join us between now and the end of the show, you can have one. If not, you're going to have to wait till next year. 105thefan.com/Flagtober as well if you would like to order the alternate version. Salute to Whataburger and what they have going on here. Salute to you, sir. Congratulations. Guy just won Whataburger
Oh, hell
for a year.
yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Saw that. Congrats, my dude.
Hell yeah. Jay. We're doing
Beast.
the contest where if you name 11 of the 13 all-time G-Bag show members, you win the grand prize. And we had two winners.
I was watching him for the last hour.
Yeah.
Like he was going in deep dive, trying to. He was
Yeah.
Googling. He was trying to figure out show combinations.
Yeah.
And he wanted that. He wanted that prize.
He didn't know Greg Henson. He had Greg
Greg.
O written.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, sir.
Yeah.
It's not the right Greg.
Yeah.
And that might have been the tip that had him Google Gavin and Greg. That was
Right.
the original show that I
Right.
showed up to work for
Uh-huh.
here in March of 2010. And there's been 13 of us over the years, including this current 5-man formation. I'm considering putting Carter Freeman in there. I don't know. We'll have to get an executive decision on that. That would make it 12 of the 14 we'd be looking for.
Okay.
But write down those names as you come across them, because until it's like widely known and people are like sitting
Right.
on the grand prizes, I'm going to keep doing it. That time it took 2 hours to get.
It
so
did.
I'd say that's still a pretty healthy challenge. Stop by any Whataburger, try the new chili cheeseburger with crunchy corn chips and tasty chili.
Yeah.
You will wonder why where this sandwich has been your whole life.
Yeah.
Here for a limited time only at Whataburger. Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420 is coming up here in about 15 minutes. We'll take a look at some Cowboys Twitter here with you, though. Top tweets going viral about America's team. 2 quick throws to CeeDee Lamb, has 11 catches for $151 and 2 scores. He now has 68 catches, the most receptions by a Cowboy through 9 games in team history. Michael Irvin and Jason Witten had 66. So this is the most catches we've ever seen a guy have over the first 9 games of a Cowboys season. That from the Twitter account of Todd Archer. And I feel like we've talked about this a couple of times in recent weeks, but it's worth bringing up again as we're observing this in real time, guys. Let's talk about this one. Where does CeeDee go amongst the best Cowboys wide receivers of all time? If you had to start a Cowboys team, you got all the 88s to choose from. You got anybody to choose from if you want, Brian. I don't know if you'd seriously consider any non-88 for this. Who are you going with? Dez, Irvin, Drew, CeeDee.
Well, Lamb is on pace to have the most receiving yards and receptions in Cowboy history, which would surpass the playmaker, which he did in 1995. And now with 17 games, he might be blowing those numbers out of the water, or at least be on pace for it right now.
Right,
there were times in the first couple of seasons that people weren't sure if he deserved the jersey number.
Let's think about it this way. Okay, we're all defensive coordinators in the league.
Yeah.
We're defensive coordinators. Who do we not want to play against of that crew? Who's the guy? Like we're getting ready for a game, and we don't want to face one of those 88s. Now, I could go back. I'm ahead of you guys because of the Drew Pearson one.
Right.
Yeah.
Drew wasn't a speed guy. Drew was extremely tough. He was reliable. He made huge plays in games. And then he played in an era where they used to headhunt.
Yes. Yeah.
So he would get crushed by Jack Tatum or Mel Blount or one of those guys.
The original and the most battle-tested.
Battle-tested, tough, couldn't run out of sight.
Yeah.
Couldn't run out of sight.
But he'd still juke you.
But he was still had some moves to kind of separate and make some plays. Now, that's my first 88 right there.
Mm-hmm.
But man, being with Dez Bryant.
Dez Bryant's
And
2014 season, I think you
Yeah.
can put up against any receiver in the history of the game.
That was insane.
So
And
we
that was
don't
a
want
running
dominant.
offense.
Now, do we not want to play? Okay. We'll take Drew Pearson out of it, just because you guys don't know it like I with Drew.
Well, I mean, I know
think
he's not an
I don't
88,
know.
but Bullet Bob Hayes I mean, they made a new defense to cover.
Okay, I thought
because
you
of
were
his
just
speed.
using the 88s, but yeah.
Any Cowboys wide receiver.
Any Cowboys wide receiver? Oh, wow. Yeah. Those 88s are special.
I know. Yeah, I don't think any. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't differentiate between Dez, playmaker, and CeeDee Lamb right now. I
Because
think it's a virtual tie.
You've had some guys like Lance Allworth was on this
Yeah.
team. He was a Hall of Famer from the Chargers way
They
back
were
in
all
the day.
about the third or fourth best wide receiver
Yeah.
in the league during their heyday.
Yeah, I think if I had to rank those three, I'm going playmaker, Dez, CD right now. I'll take those three in that order.
I think this CD's current CD is Oklahoma CD.
He is.
Yeah.
This is
I mean, when
the
you
best
watch-
version of CeeDee Lamb that we expected and hoped
Yeah,
to get.
when you watched him play at Oklahoma, that's the kind of guy that I was seeing on film.
He was asked what statement he is making. Michael Gelkin with the quote here in Cowboys Twitter, top tweets going viral about America's team. I'm the top receiver in this game, and it's no question about it. If there is, I'll see y'all again next week. He is the first player in the NFL Super Bowl era to record double-digit catches and at least 150 yards in 3 straight games. And says value on his contract extension is climbing. I think this is one of those cases where you give him the market-setting contract. Like the agent's like, well, this guy makes this makes this, so my guy should
So we're not
going to
get third best money.
No.
We're not going to get the third best money out of this.
No,
one?
I think you're close enough. If you're the third best wide receiver, but your stats say you might be the best, I think that's close enough to give. You don't want to send the message to the rest of the team that you can be this good and we're going to fight you. You can fight everybody else. You can fight the 8th best player at his position or the 12th best player at his position.
They fought Diggs, didn't they? No, maybe not. Did they fight Diggs?
Well, they didn't fight Diggs because Diggs was willing to take 10% less.
But
maybe
we consider
15.
Diggs one of the best corners in the league, right?
I know.
We do,
He's
but
one
he
of the
played
best,
ball.
and he was willing to do what you want.
Exactly.
You know, I think it. You know, we'll
not
see.
getting a discount here, are you?
No, I think it's a great strategy by the Cowboys to try to get a 10 or 15% discount on every single player that comes up. But there's some, I think, that it's just not worth whatever amount you're going to save here over the next, 15 or 18 months or however long you end up negotiating with him. And I don't know. I think the same's true for CeeDee Lamb as well. Like, I can't imagine somebody offering me $29 million, and I'm like, no, I want to go play football 25 more times to try to get 31. I'm taking the 29.
How different has this conversation evolved now just in the last month to 2 months? Because preseason we're having this talk, and we're getting texts like, yeah, CD isn't in the Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase type of category. He's not going to get that record-setting type of money. Well, now you look at the stats that he's putting, he is in that conversation.
Completely going
quarterback's
off.
playing
You're
well,
totally
too.
relying on him. I mean, sure, even Jalen Brooks can produce against the New York Giants, but you're probably totally relying on CeeDee Lamb until we have another series of games that proves the Brandon Cooks thing is
one
repeatable.
of the 3 that he lit up was the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep, and that's not the first time he's done it either.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time because Michael Irvin just killed us when we were in Green Bay. I mean, we couldn't handle him.
Yeah, they won.
And I've seen teams not be able to handle Dez Bryant.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of.
I mean, I'll never forget who was it, the Saints or the Lions. They put 2 guys on Dez.
Yeah.
The line. I mean,
like a punt.
Oh,
it
yes.
was unbelievable.
Yes.
Like Dez was unstoppable at times. And yes, we are getting a lot of texts that we have overlooked Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens did have a 3-year period with the Cowboys where he was damn good with Tony Romo.
You got to win one game. I hate to say it. I think I want T.O.
Really? I'll take Michael.
He's more of a matchup nightmare. It's all about matchups. We just said that last segment.
I know you
Have
did.
fun matching up with that
I
dude.
know, and you know what? I will. If I had to win one game, I'm taking Michael Irvin.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where my mind was at as well.
I was thinking
Just because I've been in a lot of you got to win this game to get to the
We've
Super
seen
Bowl.
him do it in the biggest moments.
And he's
Hey, if I have to win 100 games and lead my team to the Super Bowl, I want Michael Irvin.
Right.
T.O.'s the guy I'm taking for one game because I know he's going to show up, give me his absolute best.
Oh, no.
I don't even need to teach him the playbook. Just tell him the routes he's running. He's going to kill who's ever out there. Maybe 2 of them at the same time.
What was the playmaker versatility, like lining up in the slot, moving around, like
Outside
Lamb?
guy.
It was just you knew where he was going to be, kind of that way.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about Lamb right now. And
He
what
played
he's-
at a time where receivers in college used to put their hands down like in a 3-point stance on the outside.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, I remember going back to that '94 game, and Michael played phenomenally well against primetime, against Dion.
Yes.
Like, they got him
Yes.
specifically for that game, and I think Michael had 2 touchdowns on him.
Yeah.
And that's the best corner in the history of the sport.
How much does winning the Super Bowl matter in this? You're just looking at the traits in the tape, right?
I'm just
You're
watching
not
the tape.
considering
Yeah.
team success.
Yeah. I mean, Jerry Rice, but one of the greatest running backs I ever saw in my life, I always talk about, was Barry Sanders.
Emmitt Smith?
Yeah. Barry Sanders was in there too.
Sure. You mean Bijan Robinson?
Okay.
I mean, you know what? Seriously, man, he started off so well in Atlanta. I don't know what.
That's an Arthur Smith issue.
I don't know what's going on down there, man. How do you not use that guy?
You want to keep him fresh.
Yeah, you don't want to win the division, I guess. I don't know.
The Saints don't either.
If you're going to take the guy, you got to get him and build an offense around it to dominate and be the contrarian in the passing league. Have fun trying to stop our running offense when you're preparing for pass 365 days a year. Dak Prescott stuck out his tongue, as the broadcast showed, after a back foot completion to CD. Dak saying, "They showed that. I'm going to be honest. I was throwing it away." But that's CD Lamb being CD Lamb. And that is Oklahoma CD, going up high, getting balls. I really feel like, and this goes to Dez was the same way, but CD might even be more this way. Once he touches the football, it's like he gets a 25% boost for the next 10 minutes. And if you keep feeding him the football, it just incrementally grows until he's like this Dragon Ball Z type of superpower character ready to explode.
Yeah, he's on fire, video game style, absolutely. And early on in the game, I mean, that lefty single hand,
oh my God,
while he's drawing defensive pass interference, it's like, I was like, oh my gosh, what a monster.
The thing about the ball, the pass, the miracle pass that you want to throw to Lamb down the sidelines, they're going to wheel that thing. They're going to try and run the wheel route. And really, Dak's looking to his left and comes back. And I thought he was going to run with the ball because there was a little bit of a gap there. And also because Steele did a good job of getting his guy up the field and then kind of pinning him there. But Dak just, when he went up, and then he's like, well, wait a minute, I can make a play here. And he just stepped back. And I'm like, well, what's he doing here? But it was a great job by Lamb. Tracked the ball the whole way. Holmes never saw where the ball was. And when it was short, that's when Lamb came flying back. He knew this, like, okay, I'm going to go make this play. Yeah. And Holmes is like, I don't know why you're running back to the ball, but here it is.
Yeah.
But I think Dak was trying to throw. Matter of fact, there was a play where Dak, remember the one they threw in the back of the end zone? He was trying to throw the ball away from the back, and Lamb came from nowhere to almost make the catch.
Yeah.
He was tight roping on the back line there. And we were all like going, well, Dak's throwing it away. Oh, CD almost caught it.
Holy
crap. I mean, like, it was that kind of.
There were some throws yesterday that made me wonder, has a light bulb come on for Dak as far as I got to try these throws between levels? And this is what the offense demands, more timing and more anticipation and trusting the receiver. Trusting my arm that I can drop it in there, because those were, some of the best passes he's made in his career. You got to wonder how much is it added confidence because the Giants can't take away the space. That's what gives you confidence. That's what allows receivers to run into space is lack of a defensive awareness and speed.
Giants team defensive speed is really poor.
It is
really poor. And so you got to take advantage of that.
Rico Dowdle in the end zone. How has he made the most of his opportunities today versus the Giants? The latest indicator he deserves more of them in the future. 12 carries for 79 yards and a touchdown. That's Michael Gelkin. He is sharpening his axe on that story, as he is one of the reporters that asked Mike McCarthy about that last week, and McCarthy got testy. And what you're seeing right now is Gelkin's pen's pretty sharp, and he's going to keep on writing about that, and I hope he does. I think Mike McCarthy has to switch to Rico Dowdle. If I'm a Jones boy right now, I say if you want any chance of coaching next year, we can't see Tony Pollard with more carries until he has more yards per attempt. It's not going to happen until he goes out there and looks like TP of last year. I don't care what you told his agent about playing nice on the franchise tag. I don't care what kind of deals you have going. We cannot, continue to really waste running plays. It was twice as many yards per attempt yesterday. It's a waste. It's setting up for 3rd and long if you're handing the ball to Tony Pollard as opposed to Rico Dowdle, and it's crazy that it was the exact opposite last year. Did all the touches wear him down quickly? He told you last year on 3 different occasions, I'm only a part-time runner. After 15 carries, I'm Dunsky. I thought it was a ridiculous thing for him to admit that about himself, but he did, Brian, and multiple coaches agreed with him.
Well, it's funny because on the way out, Skip Pete, who's now the running back coach in Tampa, said if you want to get the absolute best out of Tony Pollard, you better have two backs.
Yeah.
You better have another back to play along with
And
him.
maybe now they do.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
maybe now that he's going to be under 15 attempts a game, hopefully throughout the rest of the year he can get that freshness back. Top 10 at 420 coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Well, we're in a glorious Whataburger establishment, so we need to do a Whataburger top 10. The top 10 best Whataburger menu items. What is your go-to order? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Okay, I want to chat D&M. Welcome back, Nation. We are live at Whataburger here in Plano off Renner and Bush, and we're about to hit the top 10 at 420. Stop by any Whataburger, try the new chili cheeseburger. This brand new location is open 24 hours, and you have holiday merchandise available now at whatastore.com, and Whataburger's doing it huge for us. They really did. They rolled out the red carpet, got us some amazing Whataburger holiday sweaters, and so much more. Segment here brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Yeah, there's a lot of brands that are kind of synonymous with the great state of Texas, but nobody does the gifts and the swag and the merchandise like Whataburger does. You have a Whataburger holiday nutcracker you can purchase. Look at that. That's freaking. That's good.
Dude, that thing is badass.
Good construction as well. That's good craftsmanship.
Yes.
My mom gets a lot of these things. She collects them, and so I can tell which ones are good. That's a good one. And so much more at whatastore.com. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10. The Woolly Bully. Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. We did get some big Ranger news today. The World Series champion, Texas Rangers.
How about that?
Will defend their crown on ESPN. They will open the season. First pitch at 6:35 on ESPN against the Chicago Cubbies. Thursday night, March 28th. This game was originally a 3:05 p.m. start time.
That's right.
That was announced earlier in the year. They're pushing it back. Prime time, ESPN for the World Series Championship pregame celebration. 6:35 p.m.
And where
will be
is
the
that?
start time in Arlington.
Oh, come on, dude.
And
Guess where we're
I'd
gonna
imagine
be.
we'll be out there for
Guess
that.
where we're going to be, boys.
We're going to be there, baby.
That's
we're
the
going to
best
have
news.
the banner. It's going to be a party. And the Cubbies are in town, so you know there's going to be a lot of Chicago Cub fans that are going to want to come out to that one. But this is going to be a dream. What a season as the Rangers are looking to repeat back-to-back World Series champs.
It's been one of my favorite things. All the Tolos showing up to Whataburger repping their World Series championship gear. Because we are all champions.
You've seen a lot of hats, yeah.
The hats, the hoodies, the long sleeves, the T-shirts. I mean, it's just fantastic. You can't get enough of it.
No, you
but
can't.
They just they look great, and everybody coming in here donning a championship smile. Just good
Man,
vibes,
that would have
man.
jammed me up to have to go to the pregame at 2:30 on opening day as World Series champions, not get to do the show.
Right.
Engage with the Tolos out there at the yard. You know, and now it's going to be a perfect opening day. We'll
It's
check
going
what
to be
he's
perfect.
going to say.
We'll have we'll go 2 to 6. We'll be out there. It will be a banner day.
Might
And
even
then
have some parking for me this time.
They might. We might be out there with parking, but I can't wait to celebrate our Texas Rangers once again out in Arlington with all the Tolos. That was an absolute blast, and let's run it back. Let's do it again. Now, it is a Whataburger day as we're out here in my neck of the woods. It's a hometown game for me here, Bush and Renner, this new beautiful Whataburger location. The turnout's been absolutely outstanding. I'm so happy to be representing the city of Plano. So I asked, hey, what's your favorite Whataburger item? I got the top 10 Whataburger items ranked by the people. A lot of text rolling in. 817, the A1 thick and hearty, but add grilled jalapenos.
Ooh.
That's their go-to.
Yeah, they cracked the code right there.
Yeah, the grilled jalapenos are rocking it.
They are. The 940, the hot apple pie at Whataburger.
Wow.
Excellent. Their go-to item.
I'd have to try one of
It's
those.
underrated, dude. Everybody always wants to bring up the apple pies at the old Mickey's, but it's about that Whataburger pie. Sneaking a little lemon pie on you.
Oh, that
Maybe
lemon
double
pie.
up action.
I'm good for a little lemon pie action.
I know you are.
We got a lot of A1 thick and hearty love. People are wanting the A1 thick and hearty brought back to Whataburger. That is certainly one where people are loving is the A1 thick and hearty.
What was it that grabbed you? Though, because I've my relationship with Whataburger has evolved in terms of the aspects of Whataburger that I love so much over the years. Initially, it was the honey butter chicken biscuit.
Right, I think the honey butter chicken biscuit is the one that grabbed me.
I had a run of honey butter chicken biscuits being consumed, and it was always 2 at a time. You get those hash brown sticks as well,
and maybe mixing a taquito.
Yeah, perhaps a little taquito action for sure.
That was my go-to.
Yeah, the taquito.
Yeah,
I think the breakfast on a bun is underrated.
I think I could eat
B.O.B.
like 3 of those taquitos by the time they give me back my change. You know, I mean, seriously.
ideally.
I mean, you like they're handing me, back in the day, they're handing you your money, and you're like, I've already got 3 of those things.
And they'll give you the picante, but excuse me, I'm dipping it in the spicy ketchup.
Thank you. I am a picante on the breakfast burrito, 10 out of 10, unless I'm at Whataburger. Welcome in the best ketchup
That's why
of all
we're
time.
besties. That's why we're besties. 972, sweet and spicy bacon burger with onion rings. That's our guy Anthony, G-Bag Nation, stand up.
The onion rings are incredible. At this
They are.
place. They are.
The fries here, I think honestly, Whataburger and McDonald's to me. I think they've got the top 2 fries in the game.
Yes. Lucius has been talking about the onion rings, and I'm usually against onion rings.
Right.
But I'm open-minded if it's the perfect ratio of breading to thick onion.
Yeah.
Yep.
They nailed it.
They do nail
aced
it.
the test here at
Are you like a
Whataburger.
3-to-1
fantastic.
situation there?
Yeah, I almost need more breading than onion.
Right, right, yeah.
Yeah, 3-to-1 that way.
Yeah,
Yes,
right,
sir.
right.
Yeah.
It's great. 469 to go in the biscuits and gravy and hash browns, and you break up the hash browns and you mix it all together. It's the best.
It's the best.
It's the best, man.
Wow.
It's the best.
I like that. Yeah.
Bring back the Monterey Melt from the 817. The Monterey Melt was their go-to. Another 817. Number 2, no lettuce, no grilled onions, and add grilled jalapenos.
Nobody said it yet. Best item. Still waiting. Truckrick.com fan text.
More A1 thick and hearty.
Did you
love.
say the patty melt?
The patty melt?
Not it.
No.
Okay, one person did text in, and they wanted me to say, "Oh baby, oh yeah." The
I'm
patty
trying to
melt.
guess what Dawson.
He said it earlier.
It's got to be a chicken sandwich.
Yeah, the honey barbecue.
That is
chicken
my
strip
third
sandwich.
favorite item. Their spicy chicken sandwich is amazing.
It's not the honey barbecue
Yeah.
chicken strip.
It's the
No, the honey butter chicken biscuit is my number
Number
2.
1. Okay,
but number
Not the
one,
number one.
Is
The
not
cinnamon-
something you. Yes.
The cinnamon roll.
Cinnamon
And
roll.
you did mention it
It's the
earlier.
best item.
Cinnamon
they
roll
have
is
best item here.
Honestly, the cinnamon roll is probably the
It's off
most
the hook.
underrated. It's
You know, it's
slept
amazing.
on.
It's a great
Patty
cinnamon
melt
roll.
with grilled jalapenos. Extra au jus sauce on the side got texted in.
my next project is to order 2 cinnamon rolls with my triple and replace the buns
With the cinnamon rolls?
Cinnamon rolls.
Oh, yes.
Talk to me nice.
Dude, you should do that. You should do that.
I
The
am
breakfast
gonna do that.
burger getting texted in. The Chop House cheddar was their favorite. The buffalo chicken sandwich is fire too. Lucius, what's your go-to Whataburger item, my friend?
What's my 2 number 20s? 2 number 20s with sausage, hash browns on the side with some OJ, please. Thank you.
Freaking beast. You're an absolute
Man,
legend.
the scoreboard just flipped when he said that
to
too.
the breakfast.
That's the
With the-
taquito with cheese.
Yep. And the taquito is just delightful. Like, I don't ever, if it's breakfast time, it's from 11 to 11, I will never go to a Whataburger and not get at least one taquito with cheese.
Yeah, you always tack it on at the end. Like,
you
here's
know
my
what?
just monster
It's
order.
an appetizer.
Just throw a
Yeah.
taquito on there for me
Yeah.
if you don't mind.
I'm going to
Please.
house that
Thank
thing
you
before
very
I
much.
pull out of the parking lot.
So here are some of the most popular top 10 Whataburger items. Number 10, and I've never really understood why people come here for these, but people do love them, and it's the Whata chicken strips.
Yeah.
People love them.
Dude, could you get that gravy? You know,
Their
like,
gravy is really good.
You know what? When
Yeah.
we first walked in, they gave us those little styrofoam cups.
I thought it was gravy.
I thought it was gravy too.
Yeah.
I was so happy. I was looking for like a pepper shaker to like
Spice it up a little bit.
It was one of the shakes. I'm thinking, oh, I'm just gonna eat some straight gravy here.
Would you go spoon? Would you go straw? Or would you just house it shot? Like
I'd
just
probably
take it like a
it.
shot?
Yeah, I'd shot it. And I'd just shoot that
shot
sucker.
of gravy.
I think a shot of gravy would be awesome.
Me too.
That chili cheese burger, though, is also freaking outstanding.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is.
absolutely
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
stolen my heart here as of late. I was on a really good
Yes.
patty melt run. Gosh, I was on a good patty melt run, and then the chili burger.
The sweet and spicy bacon
I'll tell you
always
what,
had my heart.
You can order just a number 1 up there, just a regular Whataburger, and just be in
Right on cue. Number 9.
Is it
Number 9 is the
Is it?
Whataburger.
Okay,
Just
a
a
straight
traditional
Whataburger.
OG.
Yep.
It used to cost only 25 cents back in 1950.
Yeah, I bought a
25
couple of
cents.
them then. I was
Unbelievable.
I bet you did.
Yeah. I threw $1 up on the counter.
I bet they stayed under $1 for a long time.
Yeah.
They go, sir, can I keep the change? No. I'm going to
No,
need 4 of those.
I need 4 of those Whataburgers,
I think
please.
they're like $5.39. Is that what it says up there? My vision.
It's still the best $5.39 you're going to spend
Hell
in your
yes,
life.
it is. Number 8 is the breakfast on a bun, which I'm glad it made the top 10 because if you've never had it, I highly recommend it. Get the breakfast on a bun. Number 7.
Number 7.
Gavin would never eat this, but it's the avocado bacon burger. I don't think that's up
I
your
would
alley.
do it. I would just with avocado and bacon.
Yeah,
cheese.
Well,
and
I mean,
burger.
it's got tomato, lettuce, onion.
Yeah,
but
those are
you
the
can
things.
modify it to
the
however
avocado
your
would work.
taste.
Though. I do like avocado.
But what I do like about this one is it's on the Texas toast.
Right.
So they get away with the regular bun. This one's put on the Texas toast.
And that's a little secret, really, just for any one of those burgers. You could just say, hey, can you throw that on the Texas toast?
Yes.
You could Texas toast just about anything.
They let you do that?
Oh, they will.
Oh, yeah.
They absolutely will. Also, on the honey butter chicken strip sandwich, you can also sub the honey or the honey barbecue for the honey butter.
Right.
I've done that before, too.
Yes.
Why would you want to do that?
Why would you want to do that?
Is
You'd
that
rather
honey
Honey butter is good.
No, that's
No, that's
only-
what we're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Why would you want to sub it out?
No, the honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich.
Oh,
you can
you can-
sub the honey barbecue.
Oh, okay.
For the
I had
honey
mixed
butter.
up. Okay.
So instead of the biscuit, right now you're getting a full-on
Okay.
giant
I
sandwich
thought
with
you
the
were
honey
doing it
butter
the other way.
dripping.
I
No,
was
no.
like going, man,
Ooh.
you guys are got
No,
this
if anything,
wrong.
I need extra honey butter.
Extra honey bud me.
Yes.
Number 6 is the chocolate shake. They do have solid shakes here. In fact, that new strawberry or the white chocolate raspberry, that thing's pretty damn good. That's what they brought over in the cups.
Yeah.
Number 5 is their onion rings.
Mm-hmm.
Number
the best
4.
onion
Gavin's
rings I've
right
had.
about the ratio of
That's
breading to the onion.
Their onion rings are outstanding.
Is that a ketchup dip 10 out of 10 for the onion ring? Or?
Spicy.
Yeah?
I think so. It's hard not to dip anything in their fancy ketchup or spicy ketchup.
No, that's a good point.
It's just so damn good.
Yeah, when you get the chicken tender basket and you're debating like, okay, one bite's going to go into the ketchup, the next bite's going to go into the gravy, and maybe I want some ranch because they got fire ranch here too at Whataburger.
Hey, could I get a side of the honey butter? Maybe I'll mix that into the game.
Ooh, now you're talking.
Could we do that?
Dude.
Could we play around?
I would like it.
I wonder if I can inject
condiment
the turkey
roulette?
with that honey butter.
Bro.
You can buy the
Can
ketchup
you?
at the store. Can
Yeah,
you
you
buy the
can.
honey butter? That's what I want to know.
Ooh, that's
I'll
a good
tell you
question.
what.
877-881-1053 Tolos. Do we know? Can you get the honey butter at the store?
That would be awesome. Because, by the way, tomorrow we're doing another Thanksgiving on a bun.
Your
But
Thanksgiving on a bunning?
Yeah, but we're using mashed potatoes instead of the stuffing. We're going to try something a little different.
Oh, my
tomorrow.
goodness, you dirty, filthy man.
I'll bring you some turkey.
Okay.
Got a hit on his hands there.
A turkey was delicious.
I just
That
trying
sounds like a
different
good food
combinations.
truck name.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving on a bun.
Thanksgiving on a bun. It's going to be, like I say, with turkey, injected Cajun turkey, with the potatoes, with mashed potatoes, gravy, and then the cranberry sauce and all that stuff.
Mix it up, put it on a fork. That's the best.
That's the best.
That's the best. Number 4 is a taquito with cheese.
That's number 4?
It's number 4.
You ever do the bacon sausage combo?
All the
You say,
time.
like,
Yes.
I can't choose. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
All the time. I go
They'll do
bacon
it
and
for
sausage.
you.
I know you're a
They'll
double
ask you to
sausage
they'll
guy.
ask you to pull around though and wait over by
That's
the
fine.
corner.
And you know what? That's all right with
okay.
me.
You know, it's okay.
I'm
Just
expecting
pull
that.
around. Yeah.
Top 3 items at Whataburgers. We party here off Bush and Renner at their new location. Come out, get yourself a G-Bag flag. The rest that we have, period, of the station are up here right now. Probably your last chance to get one. Number 3 is the sweet and spicy bacon burger, which is my personal number 1.
I know it is.
I love
And
that thing so much.
It's also my wife's, so both of my wives love that
Gosh.
burger.
Yeah, that's why we're a throuple, and it's been so hard not to order one while I've been here. This has been one of the most challenging things in my life. Number 2 is the double meat Whataburger with cheese.
Okay, just classic number 2.
Just a classic.
Yeah.
But the number 1 item here, Gavin, is the honey butter chicken biscuit.
Let's go.
That is the number
Absolutely.
1 as voted by America and the
Yeah.
masses.
A little HBC for you and me.
Absolutely. And you can't go wrong with that. You really, really can't.
I understand. Eventually, people will come around on that cinnamon roll, but I'm glad we see eye to eye with that honey buddy.
Can you get one
chicken
of those
biscuit.
right now?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's in the. It comes in the dessert section, not the breakfast section.
Okay, guys. Big news. 817 is
It's extra
saying
gooey.
HEB's got every Whataburger sauce, including the honey butter.
Come on.
They've got the honey butter. They've got the jalapeno sauce. They got the peppercorn ranch. HEB is our spot.
Figure it out, everybody else. What are they doing?
Yeah, I might find a way to
cornered the market is
deconstruct
what they
that
did.
and then inject it into a turkey.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We're at the location here, Renner Road and Bush. It's brand new, open 24 hours. They got the new chili cheeseburger with crunchy corn chips. The holiday merchandise is available at whatastore.com, sweaters, socks, and so much more. The perfect gift for the Whataburger freak in your life. And they still have some of these Cowboys Whataburger table tents. If you come in and show them your the Whataburger app, they'll give you one for free. The official burger of the Dallas Cowboys is Whataburger. Okay, Shireen Williams, expert football writer, is going to join us talking
Mother football.
Cowboys and Aggies coming up at 5 o'clock, and she's going to break down everything. Best of the weekend's coming up next, though, with the Chief. Where are you taking us?
3 words, Jimbo Fisher.
All right. Sounds good. I want to chat with you about Window Nation before we do anything else. You need great windows in the house. Window Nation has great windows, and they're going to give you buy 2, get 2 free, no interest for 5 years, and Cowboys presents if you fill your home with a new house of windows there at windownation.com. If you have an older house especially, those windows lose their energy efficiency, and that can end up costing you 30% every month on your energy bill. So, I mean, if you had a $500 energy bill over the summer, that's like an extra $150 just because your windows are no longer energy efficient. You want good ones? Go to windownation.com. No interest for 5 years. Buy 2, get 2 free, and check it out. If you fill your home with all new windows, you will be entered to win a pair of tickets to an upcoming Cowboys game, and you will get for free an authentic and customized Cowboys jersey while supplies last. It's windownation.com. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. And you should know these guys are the absolute best. They measure each window opening 3 times to ensure a proper fit, and it is one of the many reasons that they lead the industry in job.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with the unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. We are 1 hour away, under an hour away, actually, from LA Live with Lucius Alexander every night, 540. Coming up at 5, Shireen Williams is going to join you, expert football writer. We'll be talking Cowboys and Aggies with her. Where does A&M go from here? Right now it's time for the best of the weekend, and here's the Chief.
Well, we're going to go all eyes on Jimbo Fisher here for a minute in Texas A&M. It was perfect. Right after we teased the segment, we had an Aggie Tolo come marching right in these Whataburger doors, wearing that Aggie shirt, repping with pride. I was like, man, respect to you, still being able to do that. But I was like, is this, I don't know, maybe this is a victory for you. Maybe this feels like a good day for some Aggies fans. Moving on from Jimbo Fisher, and we'll see who the next guy is that they money whip to take that head coaching spot. But he was a little bit upset, actually.
Dan Campbell.
He was bummed about it.
Ooh, wouldn't
Man
Dan
Campbell
be a good Campbell
one? Returning
to Texas A&M.
Wow.
Dan Campbell is my Rhythm Energy pick of the week to be the next head coach at Texas A&M.
Did you say that? Is that really a real?
No.
Oh,
he's not leaving
Yes,
the
it is.
Lions to go to Texas A&M. You think he would do that?
Dan Campbell loves him some Texas A&M.
Actually, as I was saying
Dream
that, I was
job.
thinking who would pay more money, A&M or the Detroit Lions?
A&M?
Maybe he will.
Be A&M.
I'm going to stand with that. That's my Rhythm Energy pick of the week.
Man,
I think
if
you
they
need to
call
give-
you home like that, right? They're
Yeah.
calling you home.
And Dan gives you, I think he gives you a chance to win with like charisma and being just funny and awesome and energized, and I think that can go a long way in college football.
Yeah.
Like, to be that guy in the NFL is cool, but you got to be able to have all of the other stuff on
Right.
board. I think if you're just a personality that knows football, you go to college, you can be a force of nature as a magnet to bring talent in and have a great staff. You're good to go.
Let me give you another name
Yeah.
in the NFL. How about his defensive coordinator, Aaron Glenn, Texas
Former
A&M.
Cowboy corner.
Former Cowboy
Longtime
Jet. He's at Texas A&M, and he's a
he-
defensive coordinator at Detroit.
Yes, he is.
He's an Aggie through and through. That's another one.
The big name
Got
that
a
I've
good
seen.
staff coming together already.
Yeah, that's good. A big name that I've seen just from the college ranks is Mike Elko, going
Yeah.
from Duke to A&M.
Yeah,
I think the timing is probably off, though. You can't leave when Detroit is ascending. Like, if Detroit had gone on a 4-year run and your cap is bloated and you're about to cut 4 of your core veterans, that's when you go. You don't go now. You have a chance of winning the Super Bowl, Brian.
I think if I'm Dan Campbell, because I'm trying to think of the path that Nick Saban. Nick Saban went LSU, Miami, and then
Dolphins.
got the Alabama job.
Yeah.
So if something doesn't happen in college for you, then you can kind
Go
of
to the NFL.
Or- yeah.
Now I'm the guy that's been to the pros. I know how to get you there, son.
Yeah.
Come right over here.
see.
Aaron Glenn makes sense.
See that Aaron Glenn and Dan Campbell, those guys make sense just because they know it's a different culture at Texas A&M. It's
Yeah.
a totally different with the fan base, with the yell leaders, with the school, with the it's just you can make they just paid a guy what how much they pay the Jimbo to walk away? $70 million.
$77.56 million.
They told him buy.
Yes,
dude.
they did.
$70 million. And if you're Dan Campbell, you're like going, okay, listen, they just paid this guy, and what are they going to do to pay me? That kind of thing.
It's crazy, though. Some schools act like they've won it all and they got standards, and if you're not getting the job done, you got to go.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where A&M thinks they're going to find a better coach or they're going to install any sort of successful football culture. Like, it's just a joke, how they keep swinging for the fences and thinking they're close, and they're not even getting close. It's just not a football school for whatever reason. I know all of your alumni are huge football fans, and you keep throwing money at it trying to become a football school, but there's got to be something in your DNA that helps you win, and they have yet to find that. And it's, sometimes you find it and it's gone the next year. You have to establish
Man,
it
I
for
can't-
a
and
number
here
of
I'm-
consecutive years.
I grew up in that whole Texas A&M thing, and you're not wrong. I mean, you're really not wrong about, why is A&M only an 8-win team?
It's just weird.
Why,
Yeah, and that's
why,
kind of their
why are they
peak.
only an 8-win team? When
don't get it.
Everything about it
You're
should
in between
be
Dallas and Houston.
Everything about it should be a,
Yeah.
11, 12,
Yeah.
playoffs every year type of a team.
Yeah,
I might have an answer for you.
Here we go.
I might have an answer for you, and I like what Dawson's alluding to. Maybe they let go of the wrong guy.
Yeah.
And we're gonna hold his feet to the fire here in just a moment. But I did want to give you the unprecedented buyout and the structure. It'll be within 60 days, almost $20 million. A little over $19 million for Jimbo Fisher in the next 60 days.
Yeah.
Within 120 days, he'll get an additional slightly more than $7 million. And then from 2025 to 2031, he will receive over $7.25 million each and every year for the total buyout of almost $78 million. So it is pretty special for him. I mean, what an opportunity to do nothing and cash in like you're doing everything. I saw Front Office Sports Show. Jimbo Fisher's buyout is more than the entire NFL career earnings for Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
Who was Jimbo Fisher's former quarterback at FSU. And really the reason why Jimbo Fisher even is a respectable name as much as he is now, was, because that FSU run.
I think his first job in 1991 and 92 was at Samford.
Yes,
offensive coordinator.
We talked about this yesterday. Darren Ravel,
Yeah.
he made his first as an offensive coordinator.
$20,000 for the year, and now he's
$20,000.
making $26,000 a day.
Yep. To
Pretty
not
incredible.
coach A&M. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. It is crazy. Maybe they fired the wrong guy. We go to John Doerr 780 or 7890 on Reddit. And he notes that not many people know this.
John Dorsey.
Not many people know this, but Texas A&M hired a new nutrition coordinator this year. And they're utilizing grains much more than protein. And so the theory is that by eating more grains, that the players will have more stamina. The problem is, though, what they are ingesting causes gas, and it is not a typical everyday gas. This is chronic, and it leads to a lot of problems, including fatigue. You know, in the medical world, they call it fart fatigue.
Okay.
You know, and so we may have all experienced
Only
this
you
at
would
one
come up with this.
level or another. This is not me. This
Are
is
we
John.
getting butt cracked?
Several
I'm
folks.
wondering right now if we are.
Several folks with inside knowledge of the program have told this gentleman on Reddit that it's a real problem, and the players have complained about it. It is an intestinal issue, and that type of gas is not normal. And when you have players, literally in between plays going through, some level of fart fatigue in the fourth quarter, you can see it waning on these guys. And so there's a nutritional aspect to this that they might need to look into. Some may see this as grain trutherism, as one Reddit observer called it. But the nutrition situation at A&M right now might be troubling. And
So
these guys
like
might
the anti-Atkins.
You're playing with some form of bubble guts, and that's not going to be
Bring
conducive
back
to
Miss
victories.
Davidson. Miss Davidson, when she ran the athletic dorm there, they had a $3 million budget just for food in the 90s.
I'm sure they still have a massive budget
and
for
so,
food.
And they had this athletic dorm, and it's the only place I've ever been where I had turkey and dressing, enchiladas, and crab legs all on my same plate.
That's unreal.
I mean, that's how much they fed.
Pumping you with protein.
It was great. Mrs. Davidson was the best at Texas A&M, and she ran the athletic dorm there, the food department.
You really don't have to overthink it too much. Sounds like they got a little
No.
fancy on you.
Yeah.
Too
much. You're overthinking that. You're right, I think.
It is funny to see that the biggest college football buyouts ever paid. I mean, you have Jimbo Fisher now at over $75 million. Number 2 on the list was Gus Malzahn at just over $20 million.
At Auburn,
I mean, this is an insane buyout number.
But there's no offset on this thing either.
Yeah, that's the other.
So
that's
if he
the
gets
other
another
caveat.
job,
Yeah.
he gets that money no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just something, I think, with the governance of the school, the fact that you're making so much money, so many people are making money off of the operation. I think there are things in common with the Cowboys that it's just hard in the state of Texas, whether you're with the Cowboys or one of these big universities, for the sole focus to be on the sport. And, you're asking the coach to solve a lot of things. I always thought Mac Brown was sort of an underachiever outside of the Vince Young year. Yeah. But he was the guy who got so much credit for being able to play golf with all of the boosters and keep them happy, keep everything kumbaya.
He was the best.
While he was doing the best that he could with the football team. And it's an awful lot. I mean, I'm recruiting, I'm handling all these boosters, I'm the biggest celebrity on campus, and you're expecting me to outcoach Saban. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot. And I think there's a number of similarities between UT and A&M when it comes to those kind of challenges. We'll see what Shireen Williams has to say about that topic and others as expert football writer joins us to discuss the big stories around the Cowboys and Aggies next right here on 105.3 The Fan. I need to chat Frankles with you, though. Might be getting ready to head home. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, Call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Matter of fact, you can put that number in your phone because life's unpredictable, and you never know when you or a loved one could be hurt in a truck wreck accident due to somebody's negligence. And the Frankels, for over 25 years, have been the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in DFW. They've helped countless clients win their cases.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we're about to be joined by a special guest. We'll be talking Cowboys and Aggies with you. We have the Expressway coming up in about 20 minutes, and LA Live with Lucius coming up in about 40. Live at Whataburger's Plano location off of Bush and Renner. It's a new one. We have 2023 G-Bag Nation flags, some great Whataburger prizes, and you can try the new chili cheeseburger with crunchy corn chips and tasty chili. Plus, you can get holiday merchandise available right now at whatastore.com, including these amazing Whataburger holiday sweaters that we're all wearing. Okay, joining us now, she's covered the NFL for 30 seasons, won the Bill Nunn Award in 2018. She's a Hall of Fame voter and makes a case for the Cowboys for you. Past president of the Pro Football Writers of America and a distinguished alum of Texas A&M. As Shireen Williams joins you now here on 105 through the Fan. And a good evening, Shireen. How you doing?
I'm great. Always a pleasure to be on with you guys. Been a while.
Shireen, well, okay, how did we have to dig? Did the 12th Mountain Foundation come up to you and say, Shireen, we need all those millions you got tucked away? Because we hear you talking about our football coach right now.
Yeah, I gave him about $20 million, so we're good to go there. No, I
Did you get your seats upgraded?
Yeah, seat upgrades. Only got a little suite now. I imagine it was quite a few people they approached. I don't know what the number was, but I imagine there's a handful of them that offered up money. You have so much, and they got there. So I'm guessing gas prices are up. Because oil prices are up because they were able to come up with the money. Yeah.
Shireen, let me ask you a question because you did work, you do so many great things down there with their journalism program and things like that, though. Yeah. How about a story like that breaking down there in Bryan, College Station, the Eagle and stuff like that? How does that all get how does that kind of come about? You see all these people that get involved with this stuff, and these reporters and stuff down there. I mean, was this a secret, or was this something that people have been working on for a while?
Yeah, it's interesting, Brian, because usually public university, 77,000 students, 550,000 plus alums, all of that. I mean, people talk, as we all know, and like I said, this isn't one or two alums. This is I guarantee you, this is a group of people. Nobody offered up $76 million and said, hey, I'll take care of it. This is a group of people who said, I've got 10, you've got 20, you've got 10, whatever it is, however much each of them gave. But it's obviously a group of people who gave up money. No one talked. I mean, they had a meeting, as we know now, on Thursday, and no one saw this coming. Like, I went to the game, and no one was talking about this. I mean, the last stories we've seen over the last couple of weeks are, hey, he's getting another year. He's going to be coming back. There's, they got all this talent coming back. They got a good recruiting class, even though they lost a couple of recruits. And then suddenly I slept in because I got back so late after the game, woke up, and there's 10 or 12 texts of Jimbo's gone, Jimbo's fired. Couldn't believe it. I mean, you could believe it, but not believe it, like just the timing and everything. And the fact, as you said, Brian, that this thing was kept quiet for several days before. Yeah, amazing that it was kept quiet from Thursday to Sunday morning when it finally broke, and A&M announced it later Sunday afternoon.
Shireen Williams, Mother Football, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So we saw a story a couple weeks ago, and maybe with what you're saying there, you can tell us if it's BS or not. But being as plugged in as you are with A&M, when you look over at the Longhorns' success this year under Sark, and they've got the ability to win the Big 12, and they're coming into the SEC, how much does their success then impact on the struggles of A&M and then put Jimbo more on the hot seat to where they make this move?
100%. I've said that 2 or 3 times today. If Texas wasn't going to the SEC next year, I don't think they make this move. I mean, I get it. If you do it after this year, so they have another 7-win season, 6-win, whatever it is, 5 last year, probably going to be 7 this year. You have another bad season next year. $7 million is not going to make that big of a difference. I mean, if you're going to get rid of them, you get rid of them now. But I think it sped up the process to get rid of him, the fact that Texas is moving to the SEC next year. I think they're sitting there thinking, what if we're here right where we are, just think a year from now, and we're sitting here and Texas is sitting there with one win or whatever they are, competing possibly for the college football playoff, and we're sitting here heading into that game in 2 weeks with that being potentially our bowl game, you know, the biggest game of the year. We don't want that to be our biggest game of the year. We want to go to the college football playoff, and that to be our biggest, those to be our biggest games of the year. So I am all bought into that I do think it sped up the process, the fact that Texas is having success this season, coming to the SEC next season. You're renewing that rivalry again. 2 weeks from next week will be a year when they're going to play. A year from next week, they're going to play again. And I absolutely think that group of people looked at that and say, we're making this move now. We need to beat Texas next year and get back in the conversation. And we've got all these great players who hopefully they all come back that we think is going to be a very good football team next year.
Shireen, was there maybe some worry about beating LSU again and saving his job? I mean, because you guys are capable of doing that. I learned my lesson last year on that. But was there we talk about the Texas stuff, but was there something like all of a sudden they go to Baton Rouge and they win, and all of a sudden everybody's like, feeling good about Texas A&M football again?
Yeah, I didn't even consider that, Brian, but you're absolutely right. That absolutely could have played into this, thinking – now they have this long losing streak. What is it, 9 games now in true road games that they haven't won it on the road. But I think after seeing what happened last year, they think, hey, Jimbo could put a game plan together to go in and beat LSU again. And now
no question.
It's going to be hard. And then you're going to a bowl game. It's going to be harder to maybe fire him. And I also think that the fact that recruiting, you have the early signing now in December has sped up things in recruiting. They've lost a couple of they did it before Jimbo was fired, lost a couple of those 5-stars, and I think they were seeing, this recruiting class is starting not to be convinced that Jimbo's the guy. You know, all of that, I think Texas was the biggest thing. I think recruiting was the second biggest thing. They thought they needed to do it now because weird timing. I mean, a 51-10 win, you don't normally fire a head coach. But they did it, I think, because seeing as recruiting's coming up, I don't think you make this move unless you know you have some sense of who your next head coach is. I think they've already talked to people. I think they already have in mind who they're going to hire. They knew they were hiring Jimbo before they hired someone. I think they know who they're going to hire. I really do. If they don't, then I think it's a crazy move. I think you needed to know who you were going to hire before you fired Jimbo. But neither here nor there. I do think, Brian, and I hadn't thought about that, that's probably the third little thing in this. Look, we could go and win our next couple games, go to a bowl game, and then it makes it a little bit harder to –
right.
People are saying, why are you doing this? This is crazy.
Yeah.
Shireen Williams with us here on The Fan. Is it safe to say they won't try the same path as far as a big, hot coach with a high 8-figure salary payout again?
Oh, I would hope, but I don't rule that out. Obviously,
you can't help yourself, Shireen. You know that the Aggies can't help themselves. You guys like the biggest and best.
Look at the way they've done it, Francione.
Yeah.
You know, someone wasn't quite as big, and then Jimbo, and they want the big splash hire. To me, the big splash hire, as far as it's not nationally, it's not going to reverberate, but with alums and with people who are very involved in the program, it's Mike Elko. People will get so fired up if Elko's coming back. They will be fired up over that. I can promise you. They sold, 90-some-odd thousand season tickets this year. They'll be over 100,000 season tickets. People will be so excited about Elko coming home. Now, would Elko want to come back? He knows what he's getting into. Does he want to come back into that? That's what I don't know. But as far as alums, me, others, you talk to anyone, I think you ask most Aggies, who do you want to see? I think they right off would say, I want Elko to come back. He did such a great job as DC. We just love him. He's done a great job at Duke with no talent, had that team ranked, And I listened to the double overtime loss to North Carolina on the way back the other night. I mean, he just got that program headed in a great direction with way less talent than A&M has. Not as good of a conference, but way less talent than A&M has.
Shireen, come on, give me Dan Campbell. Go convince Dan Campbell. There you go. Now I got your attention.
He would be my absolute number one. Brian, we know Dan. We love Dan from
we love Dan.
Days, A&M days.
Damn right we
Cowboys days. Love Dan. He would be as great as he is at the pro level. That would sell doubly at the college level. He would be fantastic at the college level. But the timing is just not – with what he's doing at Detroit, the timing of when it would have to happen, it's not going to happen.
Shireen, you guys can make it happen. I know Texas A&M. You guys don't take no. You're like You're like the city of Arlington. You don't say no.
Well, what about his defensive coordinator? We talked about Aaron Glenn.
Aaron Glenn. How about that one? Yeah. Would Aaron Glenn work?
Aaron Glenn. I would be okay with Aaron Glenn. I think Aaron Glenn's done a pretty good job at Detroit. I would be excited by. He would be another one that would excite me. I would be excited by Aaron Glenn. Absolutely.
What's the Aggie ceiling for 2024? How good could they be with the new coach year one?
If a lot depends, obviously, on what happens with recruiting and can you get all these players to stay. And they've certainly got the money that if schools are already trying to poach players away, the Evan Stewarts and Connor Wegmans and all those guys. A&M's got money, so they're going to get more NIL, probably money to entice them to stay. But if you get all those guys to stay, your core group of players, get them to come back who are going to be juniors, Walter Nolan on defense, a lot of those guys, that top recruiting classes that you had. You get those guys back. I thought they had a chance this year, but you look at their schedule, it's really set up. You don't have to play Alabama. You get Texas at home. It's a very conducive schedule to have a chance to do something very, very special. And the talent is there. We know the talent's there. Have you seen all the things where they have the fourth best talent in the country right now and they can't win? If you get the coaching in there, I do think they can win, and I think they can win right away. And that should excite a head coach who wants to come more than the money that A&M's going to pay. It should be the fact that you can walk in there and you can be the savior year one.
Plus, if you failed the $75 million, it's awful nice.
Well, that's it. You have the fallback of the lifetime generational money.
Hey, with your reporter hat on here, how do you think UT's going to do in the SEC?
It's not going to be as easy as the Big 12, and there is going to be a difference, and they're going to figure that out. They'll figure it out pretty quickly. I think they'll have some struggles more so than what they did this year. They obviously have the quarterback in place, they think, and if you have the quarterback, you have a chance to win anytime. I don't think they'll go right in and win the SEC right away, but I do think they will have a chance to win it in the next couple of years with the quarterbacks there. If Arch is who they believe he is, then in 2 years from now, I think they'll have a chance to win it. I don't think they'll get it done next year, but I think 2 years from now they'll have a chance to win it. I mean, it's what A&M should do every single year. Texas should do the same thing every single year. There's no reason with the money these schools have, A&M and Texas, that they aren't where TCU has been, where Baylor has been in men's basketball. That should be the expectation for A&M and Texas in every sport every single year because of the money they have.
Shireen, I'm okay with Oklahoma and Texas getting into the SEC because I think it makes our conference better overall. Basketball, baseball, football, women's sports. That's how, with the SEC, you find a way in the College World Series, 8 teams, 4 of them are from the SEC. I'm just going to try and make this conference as strong as I can because at the end of the day, when this TV package really hits, I want all those schools in the SEC to make money, make big money, because I think that's where we're going. I think we're going to a 40-team college football television package is what I think.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question, Brian, and I'm with you. And it's not just football, as you said. A&M's basketball program, they got the right coach in there with Buzz Williams.
Outstanding, yeah.
They're unbelievable. I watched the game on the victory over Ohio State the other day. That's the way it should be in every single sport, and it should up everybody in the SEC. It should make everybody better in the SEC. And guess what? If you don't win the SEC, you still have an opportunity, especially with football now going to the expanded playoffs. In every sport, it doesn't. If you don't win the SEC title, you're still going to have a chance to go win a national championship. And I think that's what's exciting because all of those teams are going to be so good. It's not just going to be the SEC champion. You're going to have 4, 5, 6 teams that will have a chance in all sports to go win a national championship, and you'll be prepared for that. Look at LSU women's basketball.
Right. Yeah. Right. Let's see what happens when a one-loss Alabama team gets compared to an undefeated Florida State team. See what happens in the playoff coming up here pretty soon. Right.
Yeah.
They're going to give a one-loss Alabama team credit for an SEC schedule, as opposed to Florida State playing in the SEC.
Yeah.
Or the ACC, excuse me.
Don't want to let you out of here, Shireen, without a Cowboy question. 9 games into the season. How you feeling about our boys?
You know, obviously the losses to San Francisco and the Eagles hurt, but I think though they have to prove they can beat at least one of those teams to get to where they want to go. They may not have to beat both of them to get to where they want to go. They have to beat one of them. But I certainly think they can get to that point. I think they beat anybody else in the National Football League. I think at home, if you get the 49ers and Eagles at home, I think they've got a good shot at beating those. Are they going to beat them on the road? They came awfully close against the Eagles. I like what they're doing. I like where they're headed. And it's sort of what we were talking about with Alabama. They just seem to get better. Even the Eagles game, I thought that was Dak's best game until Sunday. And I just feel like they're getting better every week. If they can avoid the injuries, I think they've got a legitimate chance to go in and get done what they haven't done since 1995.
Ooh, that'll excite fans. Thank you so much, Shireen. You're the best, and we look forward to catching up with you next time.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers. There she goes, Shireen Williams, here on 105.3 The Fan, an absolute legendary football writer there, nice enough to give us a full segment here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, when we come back, we are live at Whataburger in Plano off of Bush and Renner. And it's a recently opened store. You can try their new chili cheeseburger with crunchy corn chips and tasty chili. Holiday merchandise is available now, and you can still pick up your 2023 G-Bag Nation flag, but we only have an hour and a half to go before this will be done, and Flagtober will be retired until 2024. The Expressway is next with 35 minutes of uninterrupted content here with you in the nation. Diamonds Direct last and largest sale of the year.